Chapter 171 The Trick of Gold. At the entrance of the dark underground city, Xuan sat quietly on a big rock and waited. Suddenly, she saw two figures flying from a distance, and immediately stood up alertly. After seeing the face of the man, with a sword on his back, Xuan was slightly stunned. Master Sword Saint. Xuan couldn't help shouting. As a sword saint who often travels in the human world, his reputation is very loud, and his portrait is naturally spread to various base cities. Xuan has also seen the portrait of the Sword Saint. Now seeing the Sword Saint, Xuan naturally recognized him at a glance. Especially the opponent's iconic 3-foot-long sword, a white robe, and a strong aura emanating from his body. These characteristics all prove the opponent's identity. Your name is Xuan, right? This is Blind Granny, the strongest person in the human race. The Sword Saint stopped while flying, and his sharp eyes swept toward Xuan. Xuan, wait for us here. I talk to you later. Blind Granny was anxious to enter the dark dungeon, leaving only a word, and rushed into the dark dungeon with the Sword Saint. In the dark dungeon, the figures of the Blind Grandmother and the Sword Saint flashed by, and entered the first floor of the dungeon, squinting and looking around. Such a thick black fog, this black fog is at least 10 times thicker than before, the Blind Grandmother said solemnly. Indeed, what happened here? Such a thick black fog, I'm afraid it will create a more terrible pollution giant. The Sword Saint drew out a 3-foot-long sword. The white clothes on his body moved without wind, and the cold and murderous aura rippled in all directions. This way, Li Xuan took the left road. The blind woman pointed her right hand in the air, and a golden arrow pointed to the left. Okay. The two moved again, and walked slowly along the road on the left. They stopped after walking a short distance, because in front of them, a ferocious pollution giant roared to the sky. His face was full of pain and distortion, and he even died there with bloodshot eyes, and died standing. The reason why it did not fall down was that dozens of earth thorns emerged from the ground, like thick steel needles, piercing into the vulnerable parts of the pollution giant and into the chest. Some sharp earth spikes even penetrated the giant's head, making the polluted giant die in agony, unable to even fall down, but only dying in agony and wailing. What a powerful earth spike! It killed the polluted giant in one strike. This attack is hard to defend against. The blind old lady carefully examined the earth spikes and explained solemnly. Killed in one strike. Although the polluted giants are not strong, they have super strong recovery ability. To be able to kill the polluted giant in one strike, Li Xuan method is really powerful. The Sword Saint approached the corpse and checked it. He found that the giant was indeed killed with one blow. This made the proud Sword Saint feel the power of Li Xuan. What? Were you hit by Li Xuan tricks? The blind woman looked at the Sword Saint. No. My practice has not stagnated over the years. On the contrary, my fighting power has become stronger. I have even mastered the 3 ultimate moves. As long as I use the ultimate moves, I will be able to strike out with the silver limit of attack power. If I fight with Li Xuan, if he is slightly distracted, he may lose to my sword, the sword master said with a stern face. Well, your special moves do have some tricks, but overall, Li Xuan fighting power is still higher than yours. You still need to work hard. The blind old woman shook her head. I know. The sword master clenched his sword tightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Li Xuan overall strength was indeed higher than his. If he wanted to beat Li Xuan, he could only beat Li Xuan with his 3 special moves when Li Xuan was distracted. But the chance of this happening was very small. The sword master felt helpless, and couldn't help but feel depressed. The suppressed sword master thought of the imagined trick, and began to comprehend it in his mind. Comprehending how to combine the 3 tricks into one. As long as the 3 tricks are combined, he can perform an extremely powerful trick, and he will definitely defeat Li Xuan at that time. Let's go. Keep moving forward. I want to see how capable this Li Xuan is. The blind old woman's voice was hoarse and vicissitudes. But as she walked, golden light shone around her, and an extremely terrifying power permeated around her body, making her extremely terrifying. Such power also made the Sword Saint very afraid. And he couldn't help but say, your ability is too high. This power should not appear in this world at all. Although Li Xuan was summoned, our world cannot have gold level. So Li Xuan should be a silver level great perfection. Although he is stronger than me, he should not last long under your high power. Well, if Li Xuan is a great perfection, he should be equal to my previous strength. But the ability I comprehend now is the golden trick, which is very strange. Unless you have super strong defense, You can't stop my attack at all. So even if you cooperate with Li Xuan, you could only last half an hour in my hands at most. The blind woman said calmly. Yes, this strange ability is hard to guard against, and it is indeed difficult to deal with. The Sword Saint shook his head helplessly. Facing the blind woman, the Sword Saint was even more afraid. At the beginning, the blind woman's strength was the silver level of perfection, and she was the best master of mankind. Later, a golden energy destroyed her eyes, and that golden energy also remained in the eyes of the blind woman. Through this golden energy, the blind woman realized a new ability, which was very powerful, and seemed to be a power beyond the level of this world. This kind of power is impossible to avoid, a bit like the Sword Saint's heartbreaking sword, acting directly on the human body. Unless the defense is extremely strong, there is no solution at all, which is why the Sword Saint cannot beat the blind old woman. Bang bang bang. The dull footsteps suddenly sounded. The sound was very rapid and messy, as if someone was running in a hurry. It's a silver lower-level pollution giant, but this is clearly the first floor. How can there be a silver level one? Doesn't the silver level one appear on the 6th floor? The blind old woman was puzzled. It should be caused by the thicker black fog. I solved it. The Sword Saint's figure floated up. His white robe fluttered without wind, and his figure flew out like a fairy from the sky, and the 3-foot-long sword in his hand drew a beautiful white arc in the air. Swish! The long sword shone with white light, and the beautiful sword energy swept the surrounding black fog, and flew out like a cold light. Behind the black fog, a silver polluted giant with a horrified look on his face, while running wildly, while looking back in panic, was completely unaware of the attack of the sword energy. Puff! The sword energy suddenly hit the heart of the polluted giant. The bright red blood dripped from the heart, stained the giant's body red, and also stopped the giant. The polluted giant's big head mechanically lowered, looking at the bleeding heart, then looked at the sword master with bloodshot eyes. Roar! A deafening roar sounded. The wound on the heart of the polluted giant recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then its body swelled violently, staring at the sword master violently. Damn human, get out. He's not dead. In the past, I could easily kill 2 lower-level silver pollution giants with 1 sword energy. After all these years, I've become stronger, but I didn't kill this pollution giant. The sword master was floating in the air, with a very serious face, and he swung the long sword in his hand quickly. Sword energy fell from the sky like a rain curtain, and suddenly attacked the pollution giant. Die! Boom! The pollution giant roared, and his body ran out like an armored vehicle, and his big feet stomped the ground frantically, and rushed straight towards the direction of the sword master. The rain-like sword energy fell on the giant, and although it caused a lot of wounds, it did not stop the giant from moving forward. Chapter 172 Silver Level Polluted Giant. Bang bang bang. The giant continued to run wildly, and soon passed under the Sword Saint, but it did not attack the Sword Saint, but looked back in horror, and continued to run wildly. Golden light formation. The hoarse voice of the blind woman sounded, and 4 golden light screens suddenly appeared, trapping the polluted giant in the center. Golden light hammer. The golden hammer condensed in the void, and then the hammer, with the power to break everything, slammed fiercely at the polluted giant below. Bang! Blood spurted out. Blood flowed from the head of the pollution giant, staining half of the body red. Damn human. Get out. All of you get out. The pollution giant continued to roar. His fists expanded violently, and he smashed the light curtain condensed by golden light crazily, which made the light curtain vibrate and shake violently. Bang! 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 The golden light hammer continued to smash from above, smashing the pollution giant's head crazily. After several consecutive hammers, the pollution giant's skull was finally broken, and his brains flowed out. Roar! The roar echoed violently. With the sound, the head of the polluted giant healed quickly, recovering as before in a very short time, and then it continued to smash the golden light array. What a tough guy, heartbreaking sword. The Sword Saint's face was solemn. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand suddenly turned into nothingness, and the polluted giant that was smashing the golden light array stopped moving in an instant, and stood there stupidly. At its heart, a blood hole appeared, and blood began to flow rapidly. Finally solved. The Sword Saint fell from midair, raised his right hand, and the long sword reappeared. Wait! It's not dead yet. The blind old woman suddenly reminded. What? It's not dead yet? I've clearly cut off its heart. The Sword Saint couldn't believe it. You know, the heartbroken sword is one of his 3 ultimate moves, which contains spatial power, and can directly attack the enemy's heart. This ultimate move has killed a large number of enemies, and also shocked the world. But I didn't expect it. His heartbreaking sword made a mistake today, and failed to kill the lower silver level pollution giant. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded in all directions. The pollution giant was completely furious, and his body became more and more swollen. The terrifying power of destruction was brewing in his body. Boom! The giant's fist slammed hard on the golden light array. And the unbreakable golden light array actually had a lot of cracks, which continued to spread like a spider web. Seeing this scene, the blind old woman's face changed slightly, and she clasped her hands together suddenly, and the golden light surged from her palms like a mountain spring. Golden light. Swoosh. 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 Countless thin lines appeared in the golden light array like lasers, with terrible power, quickly sweeping across the entire light curtain. Where these terrifying golden light rays passed, the giant's body was directly cut open and broken. The huge polluted giant was cut into pieces of flesh and blood by the light, and finally fell in the golden light array. Bang! 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 The polluted giant died just like that, completely without a sound. It's really hard to deal with. The blind old woman put down her hands and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this move had consumed a lot of her energy. This giant's recovery ability is really terrible. I feel that it recovers 10 times faster than before. And its defense has also greatly increased. And it can withstand so many attacks. The sword master checked the corpse of the polluted giant, and his expression became more and more solemn. It's really difficult. These black fogs are the source of disasters. We must deal with them as soon as possible. And just now, this giant seemed to be afraid of something and kept looking back. The blind old woman described the scene just now. Indeed, it seems that there is something over there that scares it. Let's go and take a look. Let's go! The two nodded and continued to move forward quickly. The previous battle had consumed them to a certain extent. It was reasonable to rest for a while, but they were too curious about what was behind them, which actually frightened the pollution giant. They also thought it was Li Xuan, but they felt that it was not likely, mainly because the pollution giant was too strong, and it took the two of them to kill the pollution giant together. During this process, although the pollution giant was angry, he did not feel any fear towards the two of them, and even wanted to kill them. This proved that even a strong man could hardly scare the pollution giant. Even if Li Xuan could kill the giant, he would definitely not be afraid of the giant. There must be something incredible in it. So the two of them moved forward cautiously, and slowly came to a small black forest. The strong smell of blood instantly filled their noses. Such a strong smell of blood, could there be a monster that is good at killing here? The sword saint said solemnly. Maybe, go this way. The blind old woman walked to the left, and soon entered the woods, and quickly moved forward along the narrow path. Finally they passed through the grove and saw the scene outside the woods. As a result, it didn't matter what they saw, the two of them froze in place like idiots, and didn't move at all. My God, what happened here? Why are there so many giant corpses? The sword master looked ahead in disbelief, and was terrified. The blind woman next to him was also terrified, and the golden eyes flashing in her eyes were trembling. In front of them, in a wide open space, there were more than 30 bodies of polluted giants lying in a mess. These giants were very large, strong, and had ferocious faces. They were not weaklings when they were alive. But now, these more than 30 polluted giants were all dead, as if they were crushed by someone, and their bodies were incomplete. Some of them only had their heads left. Such a horrible scene. Even the sword saint and the blind granny felt their scalps tingling, and their hearts trembled. These dead giants are definitely not weaker than the giants we just killed. Such strong giants are all crushed to pieces. Who did it? The blind granny carefully checked the scene, and the shock on her face became more and more obvious. Are they really crushed to pieces? Are you sure? The sword saint still couldn't believe it. I am sure. If you don't believe me, I will use the time reversal ability to show the scene just now, but I need to rest for half an hour. The time reversal consumes too much energy. The blind old lady thought for a moment and said, Okay, let's use it once, and see what kind of monster is it that can crush these giants. With so many polluted giants, let alone me. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we wouldn't dare to face them directly. We must lead them away, separate, and kill them. Now that they are dead together, they must have faced a powerful enemy at the same time. And this person is definitely not Li Xuan. The sword master analyzed. Oh, are you so sure? The blind old woman looked at the sword saint. Of course. Think about it. Although Li Xuan is stronger than me, he is weaker than you. Neither of us dare to face more than 30 polluted giants directly, let alone Li Xuan. I guess, Li Xuan may have bypassed this place, and went directly to the second floor. The Sword Saint analyzed. It's possible, but it's very strange that a silver-level polluted giant appeared on the first floor. Does it mean that the monsters in the entire dark dungeon have increased in strength? The blind old woman had a bad feeling in her heart. If the entire dark dungeon was filled with such strong enemies, then for the outside world, the future would likely be a disaster. Let's first see who killed these pollution giants. After we figure it out, we go to the second floor and see what happened in the dark dungeon. The Sword Master suggested. Chapter 173 Magma Space. Okay. Then I start. The blind old woman took a step forward, came to the corpses of many polluted giants, and slowly slapped the ground with her right hand. In an instant, a golden light flashed in her right hand, and soon spread to the entire scene. Then, a virtual screen picture appeared in front of the two. In the picture, Li Xuan was in the air, confronting more than 30 polluted giants, and both sides were in a state of tension. At this time, Li Xuan waved his right hand, and countless earth spikes suddenly rose from the ground, and suddenly hit all the pollution giants at the scene. However, although these giants roared in pain, they easily pulled out the earth spikes and roared towards Li Xuan. Then Li Xuan continued to wave his right hand, and a rain of meteors and fire fell from the sky, covering all the pollution giants like a natural disaster. This big move also burned the pollution giants and screamed, but their recovery speed was too strong, and even the meteors and fire rain did not cause much damage to the giants. These giants are indeed very strong in recovery ability. All of them are silver level. But this Li Xuan is also very strong, and he is even proficient in fire ability. The blind old woman exclaimed. Unfortunately, his attack is the same as mine, and it can't cause much damage at all. I think he will leave soon. Bypass this place and go to the second floor. The Sword Master shook his head. As the Sword Master words fell, the pollution giants in the picture began to run wildly, and rushed towards Li Xuan with bloodshot eyes. Surprisingly, Li Xuan did not fly away, but fell from the air and stood in the center of the giants. What is he doing? Why doesn't he run away if he can't win? And he landed in the center of the giant? Is he using the earth escape ability? The Sword Saint was puzzled. I don't know, keep watching. The blind old lady reminded, and continued to watch the scene solemnly. Soon, as the Sword Saint expected, the giants went crazy, ran towards Li Xuan in the center with their big feet, and punched violently. Just at this moment, just when the Sword Saint and the blind old lady were puzzled, a terrifying scene appeared. I saw the small Li Xuan in the center of the venue, suddenly swelled violently like a balloon, and turned into a huge monster in an instant. If it weren't for the height of the underground city, which was only a few dozen meters high, Li Xuan might have become even more terrifying. But even if Li Xuan was a few dozen meters tall, he still brought a terrifying shock. His body was like a small mountain, with a huge pressure, and it also frightened the giants into showing horror. At this time, Li Xuan suddenly stretched out his hands, quickly grabbed the two pollution giants, and crushed them with a bang in the horrified eyes of the giants. Then Li Xuan did the same thing, constantly grabbing the giants and crushing them. Under such a terrifying force, the giants could not recover at all, and could only be crushed to death in fear. In the entire scene, except for a polluted giant that escaped, all the polluted giants were crushed, leaving only some mutilated corpses and intact heads falling to the ground, dying in fear and despair. Afterwards, Li Xuan ignored the polluted giant that escaped, but walked towards the second floor with big feet amid the rumble. Looking at this horrifying scene, the Sword Saint and the blind granny were stunned, as if petrified and motionless. They never thought that Li Xuan was so terrible, and could turn into a giant, and crush all the giants to death. You know, these were all silver level. They didn't dare to face more than 30 pollution giants together, even with the help of the golden trickster. But now, such terrible pollution giants, all were crushed by Li Xuan. Such a shocking force, so shocked that the two of them couldn't speak for a long time. After the image faded, the two of them were completely silent, and the blind old lady didn't know what to say for a long time. After a long time, they finally spoke. Blind old lady, can we defeat Li Xuan together? With your golden trickster? The Sword Saint's voice was a little hoarse. No. We have been completely defeated. We have already lost before the fight even started. The blind old lady shook her head, feeling a little disappointed. As the world's #1 master, the blind old lady has always put the burden of protecting the world on herself, believing that no one can save the world except herself. But now, blind Granny finally realized there were people who were much stronger than herself, which made her feel a little confused, and her life goals were shaken. The Sword Saint saw blind Granny and hurriedly helped her set goals. Blind Granny, don't be discouraged. We admit that Li Xuan is very strong. We are not his opponent, but this is the Dark Dungeon. The first 4 floors of the dungeon are all cities, but the 5th floor is different. On the 5th floor, Li Xuan will definitely not be able to move forward, and can only ask you for help. Huh? Now that you put it that way, it's true. The blind grandma thought of the 5th floor, and nodded immediately. The 5th floor is not so much a dungeon as a small space, a special space filled with a lot of magma. The magma here is very scary. What falls from the sky is magma rain. The key is that this magma rain keeps falling, even if you fly. You can't get through. When ordinary silver level players reach here, they can no longer move forward and can only give up. Only the blind grandma has special abilities, and can help others get through the 5th floor. So in this harsh environment, everyone needs help from the blind old lady, which is why the Sword Saint brought up this matter. Blind old lady, without your help, no one can get through the 5th floor, and besides the 5th floor, there is also the 6th floor. In this world, except you, no one can get through the 5th and 6th floors. The Sword Saint made a well-reasoned analysis, making his theory very coherent. Indeed, the 5th and 6th floors are very difficult. In such a harsh environment, except me, no one can get through. The blind old woman spoke hoarsely, her voice much more stable. Obviously, her life goal was re-established, and she was no longer as confused as before. Let's go. Let's go to the 5th floor. Let Li Xuan see your true ability. Let this junior feel how omnipotent the legendary blind old woman is. The Sword Master made an invitation gesture. Okay. Let's go. The two of them took action again, and quickly went to the next floor. Along the way, they saw too many corpses. All kinds of weird monster corpses. These monsters died miserably, either being crushed or stepped on. Such a horrible scene once again hit the hearts of the blind woman and the Sword Master. Fortunately, there were still the 5th and 6th floors, so they breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. 2 days later, the entrance to the 5th floor. The wounded Sword Master sat at the entrance to the 5th floor, taking a healing potion while panting heavily. The blind woman next to him looked normal, but her face looked a little pale. This 4-armed monster is too strong. It's simply impossible to kill it. We finally cut off one of its arms, but it grew back again in a short while. It's too difficult to deal with, the Sword Saint said depressedly. It's really difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, Li Xuan seriously injured it. Otherwise it would be difficult for us to kill it. The blind woman shook her head. I really envy Li Xuan. Seeing the enemy being crushed directly. It can't be recovered even if it wants to, the Sword Saint said enviously. It's really enviable strength. The monsters he injured and missed. We need to spend a lot of effort to kill them. From this, we can deduce how strong Li Xuan is. In terms of combat power, I will never be able to catch up with him. The blind old lady sighed. Don't worry, although our fighting power is not as good as his, we can move forward in the magma space. I guess, Li Xuan is at the entrance of the 5th floor, and I don't know how to get through this magma space. The Sword Master smiled. That's right, let's go. Don't let this junior get too anxious, after all. He has killed so many monsters, and his contribution is indispensable. The blind old lady also smiled, feeling a lot more relaxed. Chapter 170 for the effect of the golden trick. The two of them lost their solemn expressions, became much more cheerful, and were obviously in a good mood. The main reason was that Li Xuan was too strong, and his fighting ability could be described as fierce. And now, they could help Li Xuan overcome the difficulties that he could not overcome, which showed their excellence. The key point was the feeling of being needed, which was actually quite good, especially being needed by Li Xuan. As a result, the two of them were in a good mood, especially the blind mother-in-law, who was in a much happier mood. With such a mood, the two of them slowly walked towards the 5th floor of the dungeon. As they moved forward, the originally dim space slowly reflected the fiery red color, and the whole world became red. The temperature on the scene gradually increased and became hot. When they reached the 5th floor, the rolling heat waves came from afar, baking their skin. The heat waves even made their hair curl a little. and fine beads of sweat flowed on their foreheads. What a spectacular world! The sword master looked at the rolling magma world, the hot magma dripping from the sky, the steam rolling in the earth, and the flowing red magma, and he was very shocked. It's really a good place, even a treasure land for cultivation, but unfortunately, neither of my two abilities are suitable for cultivation here. The blind old woman shook her head. Yes, this kind of place is very suitable for cultivating fire attribute abilities, but unfortunately, there are no powerful fire attribute users in the human world for the time being, and ordinary fire attribute users cannot withstand the high temperature here. The sword saint nodded in agreement, and looked around for Li Xuan. But he didn't see where Li Xuan was. Strange. Where is Li Xuan? Why can't I see him? His mount, the armored pollution giant, is here. The sword saint's vision swept around, and he only saw an armored pollution giant, squatting on a stone next to the magma, curled up, and looked scared. They had seen this giant more than once in the time reversal. Usually, after Li Xuan killed other monsters, he would ride the armored pollution giant away, which was obviously a mount or something like that. But now, except for the armored pollution giant, there is no Li Xuan, which makes the sword master puzzled. The blind woman next to him also showed a puzzled look, carefully observed the surroundings, and then froze. What's wrong? The sword master turned his head to look at the blind woman. Look over there, in the magma. The blind woman pointed to the center of the venue with a trembling voice, pointing to the magma with rolling hot breath. Magma? The sword master turned his head in confusion, saw the magma in the center of the venue, and then found that bubbles were coming out of it, and white steam was rising with these bubbles. But apart from these bubbles, apart from the rolling heat waves, there was nothing else, which puzzled the sword saint. However, just when the sword saint was puzzled, just when he was about to ask the reason, suddenly, water splashed in the magma, and a small figure emerged from the magma, and then two small hands slid and began to swim in the magma. Seeing this incredible scene, watching this small figure swimming in the boiling magma, the sword saint was dumbfounded, and froze in place as if petrified. What did I see? Li Xuan is swimming in the lava? How is this possible? The sword saint was stunned. His head was buzzing. He never thought that Li Xuan was not afraid of the lava, and was not stumped by the lava here. He could swim in the lava. Such a scene completely overturned his cognition, and even the powerful sword saint was confused. The blind woman next to him looked similar. He actually discovered this situation earlier. It was because he saw more that he was shocked. You have to know that this is magma, a place that is extremely hot, but now, Li Xuan is not only here well, he is also swimming in the magma. The key is to look at Li Xuan's appearance. Seemingly he is swimming very happily. Such a result also made the blind grandmother a little confused, feeling as if her brain had short-circuited, and she couldn't figure it out. The two of them just stared at each other, standing there for a long time as if petrified. Have you seen enough? Li Xuan's voice sounded slowly, and with this voice, Li Xuan flew out of the magma, landed on the shoulder of the armor giant, and looked at the blind grandmother and the swordsman calmly. Mr. Li Xuan can actually swim in the magma. It's really amazing, I'm convinced. The sword saint was completely convinced, and no longer had any desire to compete. There was no way, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't swim in the magma with a human body. This ability was too abnormal, and even unreasonable, which was why the sword saint was depressed. And although the blind old lady still had a trump card, she couldn't swim in the magma as easily as Li Xuan. So the blind old lady sighed and said, Mr. Li Xuan, I am the blind old lady, and this is the sword saint. I wonder if Mr. Li Xuan has heard of us. Of course. I still know the titles of the first and second best masters of mankind. Li Xuan nodded. The two followed behind like mice. Li Xuan had already noticed them, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, since they showed up on their own initiative, it was a good opportunity to ask for some information. Because when he reached the 5th floor of the underground city, Li Xuan felt twice as much danger. He felt that if he passed the 5th floor, he would probably meet a real strong enemy on the 6th or 7th floor, and a life-and-death battle would be inevitable. Therefore, Li Xuan floated up, flew straight to the blind woman and the sword master, and began to talk to them and ask for information. An hour later, Li Xuan narrowed his eyes and said seriously, You really didn't see the scene on the 7th floor of the underground city? Yes. At that time, I had not yet comprehended the trick of gold, but relied on the extreme power of ice to cross the 5th and 6th floors, and finally came to the 7th floor. However, just as I walked down the entrance of the 7th floor, a golden light struck me like lightning, and I lost my sight before I could react. Fortunately, I was at the entrance of the 7th floor, and hurriedly fled to the 6th floor in a panic, and I survived by chance. However, I faintly heard a violent and painful sound, as if something was howling in pain. Blind Granny said seriously. Howling in pain. What could it be? Li Xuan was puzzled, and suddenly thought of what Blind Granny said just now, and immediately said again, "Can you use your golden trickster technique?" Of course. This is a very high-level power. I have only comprehended some of the fur, but it still greatly increases my combat effectiveness. The blind old woman spoke in a hoarse voice, and pointed her right hand at the armored pollution giant. In an instant, a golden light shone, and an illusory golden armored man suddenly appeared, wrapped the pollution giant in the center, and then slowly moved forward on the magma. The magma falling from the sky and the rolling magma below seemed to have no effect, and could not cause any damage to the pollution giant. Chapter 175. The 6th floor of the dungeon. Such power, such a strange scene, also made Li Xuan serious, and said solemnly, "Sure enough, this power is extraordinary. This energy is higher than supernatural power, even higher than spiritual power." Li Xuan was surprised for the first time. In the past, he had been exposed to spiritual power the most, and then evil power. Although the attack power of evil power is very strong, but the negative impact is also great, so in general, spiritual power is the mainstream in all worlds. But now, Li Xuan saw an energy that surpassed spiritual power. If this energy is successfully cultivated, it will increase one's combat power, which will be very terrifying. How did you comprehend this ability? Li Xuan asked hurriedly. It is through this. The blind woman raised her right hand and gently placed it on her eyes. At the moment when her right hand was put down, a golden light energy like a golden thread appeared in her hand. At the moment when this energy appeared, the space began to distort, and Li Xuan's body instinctively tensed up, which was an instinctive reaction to danger. Such a domineering power. It is actually distorting space. And this golden light is several times stronger than the golden light you just cast. What is this? Li Xuan was surprised and found that he knew very little about the various worlds and had never seen such a terrible power. I call it the golden trick. Although I can only borrow the energy in this golden thread to cast a diluted golden light. The power of this golden light still exceeds the supernatural power. It's just that this golden thread is too domineering. I can't control it at all. If I can control it, my combat effectiveness will be terribly improved. The blind old woman said seriously. The trick of gold? Li Xuan's expression became more and more solemn, because he could feel that the golden thread could cause him great harm, and he could lose his life if he was not careful. Unless he activated all his abilities, and fought the golden light with the strongest attitude, he could last for a while under the golden thread, but he could not destroy the golden thread. If there were enough golden threads, he would not be able to last long and would die. Thinking of this, Li Xuan's face became more solemn, because everything showed that there was a terrifying existence on the 7th floor, which was related to these golden threads. If he went to the 7th floor, there would be a great chance of death, which made Li Xuan frown, because his goal was the extraordinary fruit. He didn't want to die before getting the extraordinary fruit. Li Xuan, who was irritated, suddenly turned his head and looked at the blind woman and the sword master. Why are you going to the 7th floor? In order to find the source of the black gas, to save the world, otherwise. If it goes on for a long time, humanity will be extinct sooner or later. Especially under the influence of the black gas, the strength of the monsters in the first 5 layers has increased abnormally, which makes me more determined to seal the source of the black gas. The blind old woman spoke calmly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Although the swordsman next to him did not speak, he nodded seriously, obviously ready to die. I understand, then let's go to the 6th floor. Li Xuan's figure slowly floated up and headed for the 6th floor. Since the two were ready, Li Xuan would not stop them. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own actions. Moreover, the two were adults, and they knew what to do. Let's go! The blind woman and the swordsman also walked forward. They had no intention of stopping the black gas, but after arriving at the dark dungeon and seeing the pollution giant that had become several times stronger, they made the decision. Because if they continue, these monsters will become more terrifying. They are worried that they will not be able to enter the 7th floor next time. So they made up their minds. With such a determination to die, the two continued to set off. By the way, take this armored pollution giant with you, and put it at the entrance of the 6th floor. Let it spend the rest of its life here. Li Xuan suddenly spoke and looked at the armored pollution giant. The reason why the giant was placed at the entrance and exit of the 5th and 6th floors was to prevent it from entering the human world. With the obstruction of the magma space, the armored pollution giant could not enter the human world. Okay. The blind old lady nodded and moved her right hand in the air. Soon, the golden armored man appeared and wrapped her, the sword master, and the armored giant, and then walked straight to the next level. Since this level was full of magma, no polluting giants dared to explore here. So apart from the harsh environment, there were no polluting giants that needed to be killed. Therefore, the few of them easily came to the entrances and exits of the 5th and 6th floors, and slowly stopped. You will stay here from now on. These black air will be your food. Don't enter Shuer world. Li Xuan reminded him again, and actually had the urge to kill him. But the armored pollution giant had been very obedient along the way, and helped Li Xuan point out the enemy in advance. In addition, he had been a mount for so long, and it would be too much to kill him. So in the end, Li Xuan shook his head and walked straight to the 6th floor. Don't worry, Master Li Xuan. I will never enter Shuer world again. I swear. The armored pollution giant raised his right hand, and a firmness flashed in his eyes. It's better to do so. Li Xuan warning echoed in the area. In the end, only the armored pollution giant was left here, standing still quietly, and his right hand still maintained the posture of swearing. The 6th floor of the dark dungeon. Li Xuan, the blind woman, and the sword master slowly appeared. As soon as they arrived here, they felt the extreme cold air. The cold air made the sword master shiver. It's so cold, these ice is really not just talk. It's cold to the bone marrow. The sword saint said solemnly. Is this the world of ice? Li Xuan was puzzled, feeling that there seemed to be other energies hidden here. No, this is a world where ice and lightning merge. Look at the sky. As long as people walk on the ice, they will be ready to face the coming of lightning at any time, and they may be struck to death if they are not careful. The blind old woman said solemnly. Lightning? I know. Li Xuan nodded, walked straight ahead, and walked towards the 7th floor leisurely. Wait a minute, these lightning bolts are very dangerous, and may strike at any time. I will condense a lightning shield around you first. The blind old lady said hurriedly. Boom! The rolling lightning bolts flashed, and suddenly fell from the sky, and more than a dozen consecutive lightning bolts struck Li Xuan right hand fiercely. The sudden appearance of lightning bolts startled the blind old lady and the swordsman, and then their faces changed drastically. Be careful. Huh? The blind old lady reminded hurriedly, and was about to release the shield for Li Xuan, but suddenly she froze, and stared blankly at Li Xuan, who was quietly flying in the lightning bolts. He can actually fly in the lightning? And he turned into an Iron Man? No wonder there were so many lightnings suddenly. He actually initiated them. The sword saint said in disbelief. His originally shocked mind was once again severely damaged, and his entire worldview collapsed. The blind woman next to him was in the same situation. Her half-condensed power had not yet been released, and she saw Li Xuan playing in the lightning. Seeing this scene, the blind woman was also very confused, and her head seemed to be filled with paste, and it was swollen. How did you do it? It's scary to be able to swim in magma, but you can even play in thunder and lightning. This is too abnormal. The blind old woman said in horror. It's really abnormal. We are all silver level. Why are you so strong? It's really unfair. The sword master was completely depressed. His heart was hit so hard. If he was a determined sword master before, he is now a decadent uncle. There is no way. He really can't accept Li Xuan's abnormal ability. I forgot to mention that I am lightning resistant. This level of lightning makes me feel very comfortable. It's like being in magma. It feels like I'm home. Li Xuan danced in the lightning, replied casually, and then flew around in the lightning like a fairy. In a short while, he flew far away. The blind woman and the sword master were so envious. They also wanted to fly in, but the terrifying lightning kept flashing. They didn't want to be struck into a big head, so they could only condense the protective shield honestly. Let's go! Comparing with others will make you angry. In the future, we just need to do our best and don't compare with him, the blind woman said after condensing 2 lightning protective shields. Don't worry. I will never compare with Li Xuan. It's too annoying, the sword master said depressedly. Chapter 176 3 Extraordinary Fruits. 2 silver-level masters walked depressedly in the thunder and lightning, under the protection of the shield, carefully walked towards the 7th floor. After half a day of walking, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 7th floor, and stopped at the steps of the dungeon. Rolling black fog filled the air, like a mountain torrent, and tsunami rushing out from the 7th floor, the polluting power contained in the black air. Even the sword master was moved by it. The black air here is even more terrifying. What is on the next floor? The sword master said solemnly. I don't know. If we go down, the chance of survival is very low. Have you considered it? Li Xuan said calmly. Of course, some things have to be taken care of by someone. The sword master smiled, holding the 3-foot-long sword in his palm. Yes, let's go. I released the protective shield. The blind woman pointed her index finger, and soon 3 illusory golden protective shields appeared, protecting them in the center like eggshells. Let's go! The 3 people looked solemn, and walked down the stairs step by step, and walked forward to the next level of darkness along the entrance. A moment later, the 3 people seemed to pass through some kind of barrier. With a light pop, the scene in front of them changed, from the original darkness to endless gold. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the sound was very terrifying, shaking the 3 people's bodies. The golden protective shield protecting the 3 people trembled violently, and almost dissipated. With this roar, the 3 people felt dizzy, and almost fainted. Such a roar made their faces change drastically, and they hurriedly looked into the distance. It didn't matter that they looked at it. The sword saint and the blind granny were instantly shocked, and even Li Xuan was somewhat moved. In fact, the environment here was not terrible. There were mountains, water, flowers and grass. The whole world was like a paradise. Even this space was not big, at most the size of a small city. But in this small space, a terrifying giant standing tall was standing in the center, staring at Li Xuan and others with a distorted face. And his blood-red eyes contained endless cruelty. The aura of this terrifying giant is very terrifying. Just standing there gives people an extreme sense of oppression. The momentum is like a deep sea, very terrifying. The key point is that around the body of this terrifying giant, there is a lot of golden light rippling. That light is exactly the same as the golden level spiritual energy, even reflecting the surrounding environment into gold. Gold level? It's actually gold level. Li Xuan's expression is solemn. He has seen the real gold level, so he can see the opponent's strength at a glance. Gold level? No way. This world is extremely repulsive to gold level strongmen. How could it be gold level? The sword saint was shocked. It was seriously injured, and its strength dropped from gold level to silver level. But it can still use gold level spiritual energy, Li Xuan said, suppressing the sense of crisis in his heart. The sword saint and the blind woman were shocked when they heard this. They looked carefully and found that the right side of the terrifying giant's body was missing a small half, and the right hand and the right half of the chest were gone. A large number of golden threads twisted at the wound, destroying, causing the wound that was constantly healing to reopen, over and over again. While these golden threads were constantly destroying, they were also drilling into the giant's body, enlarging the giant's wound, seemingly trying to wipe out the giant. On the giant's neck, there was a strange array disc, with 3 mysterious fruits inlaid on it. Whenever the giant couldn't hold on any longer, the array disc would light up, blocking those golden threads, helping the giant recover from his injuries. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. Roar! The terrifying giant roared to the sky. The pain that penetrated deep into his bones made the giant cover his wound and roar. His eyes were bloodshot. The painful giant put his left hand on the wound, grabbed the 3 golden threads on the wound, and tore them down. In the process, the giant's left hand was torn into a bloody mess by the threads. His strong defense could not withstand the strangulation of the threads, and his bones were broken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The terrifying giant swung out a thread in his hand, and struck Li Xuan and others like lightning. Severance sword. Golden shield. As the 2 voices rang out, the silver-white long sword suddenly turned into a huge cold light, and was suddenly released from the sword master long sword, cutting towards the golden thread. At the same time, more than a dozen strange golden shields suddenly appeared, blocking in the front, trying to block these golden threads. Bang! More than a dozen golden shields suddenly broke, and the speed of the golden thread slowed down a little bit, but it still flew straight. Swish! 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 The silver sword light also slashed down at this moment, sweeping down with terrifying power. What surprised the sword saint was that one of his 3 ultimate moves, the severing sword, had no effect at all after falling on the golden thread, and even the speed did not decrease. How is it possible? The Sword Saint was shocked, and could not imagine that the golden thread was so terrifying, that even the ultimate move could not stop it. Tornado! Li Xuan waved his right hand, and a tornado of extraordinary level suddenly appeared, and began to wreak havoc in this area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The huge tornado turned with the power of a natural disaster, slamming fiercely towards the silk thread, and also strangling the terrifying giant. The tornado that could easily kill masters could not stop the golden silk thread, and under the collision of these silk threads, the tornado gradually disappeared. Li Xuan's face finally changed. Since his reincarnation, he has participated in many life and death battles, but he has never seen such a situation. This strange scene made Li Xuan, who had reincarnated many times, be moved. Of course, there was a good thing. That is, after the tornado, the speed of the golden thread slowed down a lot. Golden light wall. Swish. A dozen golden walls suddenly appeared. And with the hoarse voice of the blind woman, they blocked the golden threads out of thin air, trying to block them. Bang bang bang. A dozen golden walls quickly collapsed and were destroyed. Still unable to block the thread, but once again slowed down its speed. Man and sword become one. The Sword Saint exuded an extremely powerful force, and the whole person suddenly turned into a giant sword, with a terrifying power that dominated everything, and suddenly shot out. Boom! The horrible explosion swept across a large area. The giant sword collapsed in the explosion, and the sword master flew backwards in the blood. The golden thread finally stopped, began to turn around, and flew back to the giant, attacking and destroying the giant's body. Whoosh! The blind old woman hurriedly caught the sword master, and immediately checked his breath, and then a sad and painful expression appeared on her face. Because the sword master was no longer able to survive, he was already in a dying state. Thinking of the sword master's sacrifice for mankind, the blind old woman opened her mouth, prepared to say all the heroic words, to bid farewell to the sword master. Sword Saint he. Zizizizi. The healing light suddenly shone, shrouding the Sword Saint, and quickly healing his injuries. At the same time, a pill was stuffed into the Sword Saint's mouth, and it healed the Sword Saint's injuries even faster. The Sword Saint, who was originally dying, actually recovered under Li Xuan double treatment, and his eyes opened. The sad blind woman was confused by this scene, and the heroic words she was about to say were directly blocked in her throat, and she felt very uncomfortable. Keep testing it. Li Xuan's eyes sparkled. Although he thought this giant was very scary and difficult to deal with, in order to get the 3 fruits on the giant array, Li Xuan had to survive. Yes, the 3 fruits on the array were extraordinary fruits. Although he didn't know what type of fruit it was, as long as he got it, Li Xuan's strength would increase dramatically. Chapter 177 Abyss Giant. Good. Blind Granny looked at the gradually recovering Sword Saint in a daze. Although the Sword Saint had lost his ability to fight, he survived. And if he continued to be treated, the Sword Saint could recover some of his fighting power. Such a scene made Blind Granny's mind dazed, and she admired Li Xuan even more. Just thinking of the giant, Blind Granny fell into a solemn state again. Get ready, I make the first move later. Li Xuan took a step forward, staring at the terrifying giant with his eyes, and seeing the thread return to the giant's wound to destroy it, Li Xuan suddenly clasped his hands together. Extraordinary tornado, meteor shower. One after another, terrifying tornadoes began to condense, sweeping towards the terrifying giant with the power to tear everything apart. At the same time, the meteor shower condensed in the sky, sweeping down with scorching flames, falling towards the terrifying giant. Earth spikes. Li Xuan slapped the ground with both hands again, and dense and sharp earth spikes suddenly rose from the ground, and struck the terrifying giant like lightning. Ice Spear Rain. The blind mother-in-law also released her ultimate move, which was her previous ability, a rain of ice spears with penetrating characteristics, dense and powerful. The reason why she didn't use the golden power was that she had consumed too much energy just now. She needed some time to recover before she could use it again. Bang! 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 A series of collisions sounded, and a large number of attacks fell on the terrifying giant. And no attack missed. However, when the attacks dissipated, everyone's faces finally changed when they saw the terrifying giant, who looked fine. Is this the power of the golden level? The blind old woman was moved, and took out the silk thread from her eyes, and began to prepare the final blow. It just consumed the golden spiritual energy to block my tornado. Li Xuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that only the extraordinary ability was effective. Just now, The giant had been tearing the golden silk thread, trying to grab the thickest and strongest silk thread, and did not defend against Li Xuan ordinary attacks at all. But when the extraordinary tornado passed, the golden spiritual energy around the giant's body directly offset the extraordinary tornado, which finally gave Li Xuan some confidence. Please buy me some time. I try my last trump card, the blind woman suddenly said. Oh. Okay. Li Xuan nodded, waved his right hand continuously, and 9 extraordinary tornadoes condensed and appeared again, sweeping towards the giant with the power to tear everything apart. During this process, the blind woman frequently pointed her right hand in the void, and the golden silk thread turned into a sharp golden spear condensed in the air, carrying a penetrating breath that destroyed everything. Go! The blind woman waved her right hand, and the golden spear suddenly flew out, flying towards the terrifying giant like lightning. The giant, who had not been defending much and was tearing the golden thread madly, suddenly raised his left hand and slapped the golden spear. Blood gushed out. The golden spear pierced the giant's left hand and hit the giant's heart, causing it to pause in astonishment. That's it? The muscles of the terrifying giant trembled, and golden light shone, and all the tornadoes were wiped out. The golden spear also fell to the ground, and the giant's wound healed in an instant, returning to normal. After doing all this, the terrifying giant suddenly twisted his neck and looked at the blind woman. I recognize you. The ant who broke into here last time. I didn't expect you to be able to hurt me. It seems that I have weakened too much. The terrifying giant looked at the golden thread on the right side of his body, which was like a thorn in his side. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. The next second, the terrifying giant turned his head to look at the blind woman and said in a cold voice, "You all have to die. All of you have to die." Bang! The terrifying giant's left hand swelled violently, and the veins popped out, as terrifying as the hand of a demon. After this big hand appeared, with a vast force, it tore off the thickest and most terrifying golden thread from the right side of the body, and then threw it towards Li Xuan and others. This time, the power of the thread was extremely terrifying, and the power it carried even distorted the space. This scene made everyone's face change slightly. Multiple earth walls, ice freezing, multiple tornadoes. Li Xuan slapped the ground with both hands, and hundreds of earth walls rose from the ground, like a series of fortifications, blocking the golden thread. After doing all this, Li Xuan once again released a large amount of icy air, freezing the earth walls into ice walls, forming a double layer of defense. At the same time, 9 extraordinary tornadoes began to condense, some of which attacked the terrifying giant, and the rest blocked the thickest thread. It's useless. This thread is dozens of times stronger than the previous one, and this domineering power comes from that person. The terrifying giant spoke, although his body was covered in blood. But he grinned and looked at Li Xuan and others with a mocking look. From the beginning to the end, it did not take Li Xuan and others seriously. Even if the extraordinary tornadoes around it approached, it did not take it seriously at all. Bang, bang, bang. As the giant spoke, the golden thread descended like lightning, and instantly penetrated the defense measures used by Li Xuan. The large amount of earth wall collapsed under the golden thread. The solid ice shattered like paper, and several extraordinary tornadoes were quickly extinguished. Seeing this scene, Li Xuan sighed and said, "Next, use my body to block it." Li Xuan had already exhausted most of his methods, and now only had the last trump card left. So he took a deep breath and suddenly activated the giantization. Boom! With a loud noise, Li Xuan's figure expanded rapidly like a balloon, from a small man to a terrifying figure of the same height as the terrifying giant. Even Li Xuan's body was surrounded by streams of light, and a set of mysterious armor and weapons gathered around his body, like a god of war. The terrifying giant was stunned when he saw the scene, and looked at Li Xuan blankly. "Are you a descendant of our abyss giant?" "No, you are not." "What are you?" "Abyss giant." Li Xuan understood the other party's identity, but he did not dare to be careless, because the golden thread was already coming rapidly, and the target was directly at his chest. "Get out of the way. This thread is very scary." "Go!" the blind old woman hurriedly reminded, and ice walls rose from the ground, trying to block those golden threads. But this thread was too terrifying. Her ability was like a blur, and it had no effect at all. It's useless. Although this thread is the remnant of that person's power, It is still not something that this world can contend with. That person blocked the entire abyss with his own strength. The abyss giant spoke in a cold voice, as if no one had spoken to it for many years, and it was already suffocated. Following the words of the abyss giant, the golden thread finally descended, piercing Li Xuan's body with overbearing power. Steel body. Li Xuan remained calm, and instantly activated the steel body, combined with various abilities such as physical enhancement, defense, and companion spirit equipment. His entire body was greatly enhanced. Chapter 178 Giant Battle. Ding! A sharp and piercing sound resounded throughout the area, and also echoed in everyone's ears. Under such a sound, Li Xuan's huge body staggered back, and his right arm seemed to be pressed by a mountain, heavy and painful. The shield condensed by the companion spirit suit was directly broken, and the armor covering the arm was also broken, but the extraordinary defense, the steel body, and the burst of extraordinary strange power finally worked. The tyrannical silk thread was finally blocked, even though the silk thread pierced and penetrated Li Xuan's arm, but this silk thread containing terrifying power was finally blocked by Li Xuan. You actually blocked it. The abyss giant widened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Looking at the golden thread struggling out of Li Xuan's arm, the abyss giant showed a look of shock. You know, its physique is a golden level physique, and the thread it threw out with force carries extremely terrifying power. Even if the thread will resist, will offset part of the power itself, it is not something that others can block. But now, Li Xuan actually blocked it directly, which is really shocking. It's really blocked. The blind old woman's voice trembled, and she sat on the ground helplessly, her eyes full of hope. After she took out the thread from her eyes returned to normal, and her azure blue eyes were restored. But she lost the golden trick. She even suffered a certain backlash, and she was able to use the ice ability just now, and she was also forcing herself to use it. Now seeing Li Xuan blocking the golden thread, she finally saw hope, and saw the hope of the continuation of mankind. Take the sword saint away. The next battle is between me and it. Also, please help take care of Xuan. Li Xuan's face was solemn. The strong sense of crisis made him know that it was only a matter of time before he would self-destruct. So he threw a bottle of healing pill to the blind woman, and used healing magic to treat her injuries at the same time, but Li Xuan's eyes were always fixed on the abyss giant. Thank you. The blind woman thanked Li Xuan. Her pair of azure eyes were very bright, and even had some mysterious power. It seemed that there was something in her eyes. After all, her eyes tamed a thread, which made her realize the treacherous way of gold. Before you leave, I give you a gift. The blind woman smiled slightly, and her right hand slowly approached her right eye, and then suddenly stabbed it. Blood flowed, and when the blind woman put her right hand down, a blue eyeball suddenly appeared in her hand. This is my last strength, and it depends on you next. The blind woman suddenly put her hands together, and the blue eyeball suddenly broke, and turned into a blue-white light that floated up, and began to cover Li Xuan's body. Original blessing. As the blind woman spoke, her azure left eye dimmed, completely losing its sight. With a bleeding right eye frame, she had become truly blind. However, she did not feel any discomfort or pain, but smiled and said, "Goodbye." After the blind woman's voice fell, she left quickly with the sword saint, rushed to the 6th floor and then, under the protection of the ice, ran quickly to the 5th floor. Thank you. Li Xuan's voice sounded slowly, and it was a little heavy. Li Xuan even bowed in the direction where the blind woman left, and then turned his head to look at the abyss giant. Crackling. Li Xuan's neck twisted, and the explosive power surging in his body made him lean forward, staring at the other party with murderous intent. What was that just now? The abyss giant asked, stretched out his left hand and placed it on the wound on his right side, and began to tear off the new golden thread. It's a blessing, which can increase my combat power. I don't know how much, but this blessing blesses the power of this world. Li Xuan spoke calmly, slowly raised his left hand, and slowly pulled out the golden thread that penetrated his right hand. Crack, crack. Li Xuan's right hand cracked layer by layer, and as the golden thread twisted, Li Xuan's right hand was covered with scars. It seems that you are in pain after taking that blow just now. The abyss giant opened his mouth, revealing his cold teeth. It's just a minor injury. Li Xuan smiled slightly, and his cracked right arm healed again. At the same time, he pulled out the golden thread and aimed it at the abyss giant. Boom! The extreme extraordinary power suddenly started, Under the power of the golden thread itself, it was thrown fiercely towards the Abyss Giant, and Li Xuan also rushed towards the Abyss Giant. Damn it! The Abyss Giant's face changed slightly. The golden thread itself wanted to kill it. It itself came with a strong force. Now that Li Xuan threw it like this, the speed was extremely fast, which was a greater threat to it. The key point was that Li Xuan also rushed towards it, which doubled the pressure on the Abyss Giant. Eye of the Abyss! The Abyss Giant shouted, and a strange green vertical pupil suddenly opened between his eyebrows. In an instant, an extremely cold green light swept across a large area. Bang! The Abyss Giant vomited blood, and his left arm was bleeding. The golden thread followed his left arm, and quickly crawled to the wound on his right side, and began to destroy it crazily. Cough, 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 cough. Li Xuan was also coughing violently, and he felt dizzy. If his body had not turned into a body of steel, he would have started to vomit blood. What is this vertical pupil? Mental attack? And some kind of impact force? Li Xuan found that the giant talked a lot, and asked tentatively. More than that. The Abyss Giant grinned, and his left hand quickly recovered as before, and slowly grew ferocious barbs, and then he bent his body to make a fighting posture. Boy, you are not simple, but I like to kill people like you. Bang, bang, bang. The Abyss Giant suddenly ran wildly, running towards Li Xuan like an ancient giant beast, and his ferocious left hand turned into a giant hammer, and smashed Li Xuan fiercely. Come on! Li Xuan shouted, his eyes fixed on the array plate on the neck of the terrifying giant, looking at the three extraordinary fruits above, and rushing towards the Abyss Giant without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides quickly rushed together, and the two behemoths began the most primitive battle. The two sides fought like crazy, and blood was dripping. Boom! Li Xuan's body flew backwards, and a huge pit appeared in his abdomen, and even the steel intestines in his abdomen were exposed. But Li Xuan stood up again without any care, and at the same time, under the self-healing of the great perfection, he recovered from his injuries quickly. Tough guy. The Abyss Giant's voice was cold, and he felt that Li Xuan's self-healing was very troublesome. Is this troublesome? Li Xuan raised his eyebrows, and the great perfection healing technique was activated, and the injuries that were already healing quickly were self-healed even faster. Damn it! The Abyss Giant's big feet slammed into the ground crazily, and the mountain-like figure rushed towards Li Xuan fiercely, and the ferocious arms covered with barbs slammed into Li Xuan's head. Boom! Chapter 179 Desperate Situation. A deafening roar echoed on the 7th floor of the underground city. Large tracts of plants were blown away. The air was slightly distorted by the roar. Amid the roar, Li Xuan's body flew backwards again, and two of his fingers were broken while flying backwards. Hoo! Li Xuan panted violently. The arms of his iron body were covered with cracks, and he looked like he was about to collapse at any time. If it weren't for the self-healing and healing skills that were always working, Li Xuan might have lost both of his hands. Extraordinary tornado. 9 tornadoes appeared again, sweeping towards the Abyss Giant with a terrifying force that could tear everything apart, buying time for his own recovery. At the same time, the ice under Li Xuan's feet surged. Large areas were frozen into ice, beginning to change the environment, through the change of the environment, increasing his combat advantage. Dragon Might. The Great Perfection Dragon Might, with Li Xuan as the center, quickly pressed towards the Abyss Giant, while Li Xuan's arms recovered, and he prepared for battle again under the protection of his companion's spirit suit. Kill! Li Xuan waved his fists wildly. The steel arms wrapped in layers of armor were like afterimages. He hit the Abyss Giant like crazy. He started fighting with the Abyss Giant like crazy. Bang! 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 The icy environment affected the Abyss Giant's battle. Its big feet shook the ground violently. All the ice disappeared in an instant. But the dragon's might made the giant very uncomfortable. The oppressive feeling made its attack a little stiff. The ice covered the area again. Li Xuan's eyes flashed, and he released all his skills without hesitation. At the same time, his mountain-like body, with the help of his fighting instinct, once again fought a life-and-death battle with the Abyss Giant. Bang! 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 A stalemate occurred, and the two behemoths were evenly matched for a while. However, as the battle progressed, the Abyss Giant began to adjust itself, adapting to Li Xuan's various abilities. Even though the golden thread on the right side of its body kept twisting and breaking, it once again gained the upper hand. Bang! With a dull sound, the Abyss Giant sneered, and his left arm tightly grasped Li Xuan's right arm. Finally caught you. Swish. A long sword suddenly appeared on Li Xuan's right hand, and at the moment of being caught, it pierced the eyeball of the Abyss Giant. Eye of the Abyss. The Abyss's eyebrows opened the strange green vertical pupil again, and in an instant, the extremely cold green light swept the long sword in Li Xuan's right hand. As the light swept across, the long sword condensed by the companion's spirit suit suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. Crack! With a tearing sound, Li Xuan's entire right arm was torn off, revealing bones and flesh made of steel. Hee hee, you're done, ha ha. The Abyss Giant laughed wildly. It had long discovered that Li Xuan's broken fingers could not be restored, so if his arm was broken, Li Xuan's combat power would drop rapidly. Really? Li Xuan smiled slightly, and in his left hand he actually held an extraordinary fruit, which Li Xuan slowly put into his mouth. Ding! Your great perfection self-healing, promoted to the extraordinary level when... The Abyss Giant lowered his head, looked at the 3 extraordinary fruits on the array plate, and found that there were only 2 left, which made him stunned, looking at Li Xuan in disbelief. It didn't find anything just now, but had lost an extraordinary fruit. The Abyss Giant didn't understand what was going on. Wait, it's the blessing of that woman, that's not a blessing. The Abyss Giant suddenly thought of something, and his voice was cold and violent. You dare to lie to me. You are just stupid. Li Xuan tilted his head and smiled. The broken right hand snapped and grew back again, and his fighting power was restored. Damn it! The Abyss Giant was completely furious when he saw this scene, and rushed towards Li Xuan like a madman. Now, do you think I am still afraid of you? Li Xuan sneered, and rushed towards the Abyss Giant fearlessly. Bang 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 bang. The violent battle began. The 2 behemoths attacked each other crazily. Blood and broken limbs flew from time to time, and the roar echoed throughout the dungeon. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The battle on the 7th floor of the dungeon gradually stopped. Li Xuan's entire body was nailed to the mountain by sharp barbs. Unable to move at all. A strange green light enveloped his head, causing his consciousness to be worn away, his mental power to be constantly consumed, and even his soul to be damaged. On the opposite side, the Abyss Giant squatted on the ground with blood all over his body. Its legs also disappeared. The golden silk thread enveloped a large part of its body, leaving only the left arm and head intact. The green light was constantly released from its vertical pupils, but the pupils were slowly dying, as if the Abyss Giant was performing some kind of forbidden trick. I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. I had a glimmer of hope of survival, but you destroyed it. Since you want to die, let's die together. I will destroy your spirit and will make your soul collapse into slag and disappear from this world forever. The Abyss Giant roared violently, golden blood dripping from the corners of his mouth from time to time. But he didn't care, and instead released the weird green light with all his strength. Are you going to die? Li Xuan's eyes were sluggish, his spirit was extremely depressed, even his soul was wailing, and his consciousness was blurred. It's time to self-destruct, Li Xuan said secretly, trying to mobilize his consciousness, wanting to self-destruct. But thinking of the 2 extraordinary fruits, he hesitated. 2 whole fruits, if he missed, he would miss a great opportunity. But the effect of this strange green light was too strong. It was a devastating blow to his mental strength, and his soul was even constantly damaged. According to this consumption, Li Xuan can't hold on for long. If he continues to delay, his soul will collapse. Are you just going to give up like this? Li Xuan was desperate for the first time. He really didn't want to give up the 2 extraordinary fruits. But he had reached the point where his energy was running out, and he had to self-destruct. Qingyu whirled. In the kitchen of the villa, Qingyu was wearing a small apron, and her white little hands were holding a kitchen knife to gently cut the vegetables, chopping the vegetables one by one. Suddenly, she felt uneasy. The kitchen knife accidentally cut her fair little finger, and blood slowly flowed out. It hurts. Qingyu immediately put the bleeding finger in her mouth, frowning and standing there. What's wrong? Yeah. Did you cut your hand? I go get some medicine. Song Xiaomei saw this scene and hurried to get the medicine box. No. I always feel uneasy. Qingyu frowned and walked around anxiously. Uneasy? Why? Song Xiaomei was puzzled. Although Blackstone City has become more and more chaotic recently, the strength of the 2 of them has improved a lot. And the big black bear is getting stronger, so they are not so worried. But Qingyu suddenly said that she was uneasy, which made people puzzled. Chapter 180 Reincarnation. I don't know, maybe I didn't rest well. I go back to my room and rest for a while. Qinyu didn't apply medicine to her hands, but hurried back to her room, and sat on the bed in silence. What happened? Qinyu became more and more uneasy, even felt very scared. This feeling was very bad, making her extremely worried. Quietly checking her own situation, Qinyu soon found something wrong, and shouted like an angry little tiger. Brother Li Xuan contract power has weakened. Has he been in trouble? No. I won't let anything happen to you. Absolutely not. Open it for me. Buzz. A strange light suddenly flashed, and the birthmark on Qinyu's face quickly lit up. In an instant, the originally large birthmark suddenly began to shrink, and then Qinyu's eyes turned golden, and terrifying power surged in her body. Boom! The vast mental power and soul power condensed, and rolled along the contract channel towards Li Xuan. The 7th floor of the dark dungeon. Li Xuan's consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. His condition was extremely bad. His consciousness was blurred. He was on the verge of self-destruction. Ha ha ha, you are finally going to die. You are finally finished. This is the fate of provoking me. Ha ha ha. The Abyss Giant had gone crazy. Seeing that Li Xuan was about to die, it laughed crazily, and roared mockingly and arrogantly. Just at this moment, when the Abyss Giant roared, the terrifying power suddenly descended, and a shadow of a pretty woman suddenly appeared from Li Xuan's body, and her golden eyes instantly locked onto the head of the Abyss Giant. Bang! The slender palm slapped down, smashing the head of the Abyss Giant like a watermelon. The golden thread that destroyed the Abyss Giant suddenly twisted violently after the woman appeared, as if it was shaking or something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the threads fell into the palm of the woman's hand and disappeared. The shadow of the woman turned her head to look at Li Xuan, and then slowly disappeared. Poof! In the bedroom, Qinyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground and passed out. The birthmark also completely disappeared at this moment, revealing her fair little face. A moment later, a golden lily appeared between her eyebrows, emitting an inexplicable power. And Qinyu's strength also broke through to the lower bronze level at this moment, becoming a true bronze level master. But this is only secondary, she improved more in talent. A true genius awakened. The 7th floor of the dark dungeon. Li Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and his blurry eyes gradually saw everything in front of him clearly, and then he silently picked up the 2 extraordinary fruits, and the array plate. Thank you. Li Xuan squatted on the ground and ate the extraordinary fruits in big mouthfuls, and uttered 2 words indistinctly. Ding! Your great perfection physique is strengthened, reaching the extraordinary level. Ding! Your great perfection fighting instinct, reaching the extraordinary level. Ding! Your soul is nourished by 3 extraordinary fruits, plus the substantial feedback from Qinyu's soul, reaching the lower silver level. As a series of mechanical sounds sounded, Li Xuan's strength changed dramatically, several times stronger than before. This is a great harvest. But I must thank her. In my despair, she was the only one who helped me. Li Xuan's voice was hoarse. He carefully sensed the contract with Qinyu, and found that the contract was very stable, and there was no problem. But he was still worried, and prepared to leave here to see Qinyu. Of course. Before that, there was one more thing to do, which was to see what was below the 7th floor. Yes, there might be an 8th floor in the dark dungeon, or another world. From Li Xuan's god perspective, he saw a dark revolving door leading downwards in the cave at the end of the 7th floor, and the rolling black gas came from there. Destroying the dark revolving door would solve the black gas problem. So Li Xuan shrank his body, rushed to the cave at the end, and went in without hesitation. Less than a minute after entering, a terrifying explosion swept in all directions. Boom! The ground shook, and the dark revolving door shook violently. Cracks appeared on the revolving door, just like glass about to break, which would break at the touch. The 5th floor of the dungeon. The armored pollution giant heard the roar, and could not help but stand up. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, it saw the vast icy space, and endless thunder. What happened? How is Lord Li Xuan? The armored pollution giant murmured. His body slowly shrank into a ball, and rolled quickly towards the 7th floor. Boom boom boom! The terrifying thunder roared. The armored pollution giant was split to pieces, and was covered with wounds, but it finally came to the 7th floor with its last breath. When it saw the huge corpse of the Abyss Giant in the center of the venue, it was excited and rushed over without hesitation to start eating. After eating, its strength was greatly improved, and it even broke through to the silver level. It's attracting me there. The armored pollution giant looked in the direction of the cave where the black gas came out. and then walked over cautiously with big feet, and finally got into the dark revolving door with determination. Snap! The dark revolving door shattered soon after. The passage collapsed. The black gas stopped abruptly, and was completely cut off. Summoning Beast World. Li Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and saw a lush green forest, and several powerful leopards leaning against him. Li Xuan blinked, and looked at the leopards beside him. These leopards looked a bit like leopards, with well-developed muscles and sharp claws, and they leaned against him, which seemed to indicate that he was also a leopard. With doubts, Li Xuan immediately looked at his body, and found that he was a beast with pointed ears, and looked like a leopard, but he was not, because he was very small, just a little bigger than a cat. Not a leopard? What is it? Li Xuan opened the data panel in confusion, and began to check his situation. Ding! Name, Li Xuan, 1000 honor points. Physique, Nature Affinity Beast Middle Iron Soul, Lower Silver. Master, Qin Yu. Advanced, Nature Affinity, Hidden, Portable Space. Great Perfection, Companion Spirit Equipment, Thunder Resistance, Earth Wall, Earth Spike, Poison Resistance, Fireball, Speed Enhancement, God Perspective, Change, Invisibility, Magma Survival, Healing, Meteor Shower, Giant, Dragon Power, Ice Freeze, Wind Wings, Underwater Breathing, Simulated Communication. Extraordinary, Physical Enhancement, Fighting Instinct, Steel Body, Super Strength, Self-Destruction, Defense, Tornado, Self-Healing. Nature Affinity Beast? The ability is Nature Affinity. Well, no wonder these beasts are surrounding me, the feelings are Nature Affinity. Li Xuan shook his head speechlessly. He didn't like the creatures reincarnated this time, but he didn't care about reincarnation again, but called Qin Yu to summon. Buzz! The light of the contract lit up. Li Xuan figure quickly disappeared, leaving a few leopards looking at the gradually disappearing light of the contract array reluctantly. It seems that they still want to rely on Li Xuan. Blackstone City, inside the villa. Li Xuan figure appeared quickly, and he immediately looked in front of him. He saw Qin Yu sitting on the bed with the help of Song Xiaomei, and her face was pale. Yeah, are you okay? Li Xuan quickly jumped to Qin Yu's side, and began to release healing spells one by one, covering Qin Yu figure. I'm fine, thank you. Qin Yu's little hand hurriedly held Li Xuan in her arms, and said softly, You're fine, that's great. Chapter 181. Don't be afraid, I will be fine no matter how dangerous it is. Li Xuan comforted softly. He was telling the truth. Although his consciousness was blurred at that time, his soul was even more damaged, but if he wanted to self-destruct, he could still do it. The reason why he didn't self-destruct for a long time was that he really couldn't bear to give up the 2 extraordinary fruits, so Li Xuan insisted hard. But everything was perfect. Li Xuan's strength was greatly improved. Qin Yu's condition was also good. She would recover after a period of rest, and the key was that Qin Yu's strength had reached the bronze level. In addition, the birthmark on Qin Yu's face disappeared, becoming more beautiful and lovely, especially the beautiful lily on her forehead, which made her even more charming and beautiful. This made Li Xuan look at it a few more times, but thinking of the strength of the Abyss Giant, Li Xuan felt a little heavy. The main reason was that the Abyss Giant was too powerful. His strength had obviously been reduced to the silver level Great Perfection, and he couldn't even use a series of gold level moves such as the Golden Armor and Golden Wings. But the Abyss Giant was still ridiculously strong. Even under the attack of the Golden Thread, the giant still beat Li Xuan severely, and nearly killed him. Such combat power was really shocking. My current strength can sweep the silver level. But compared with the gold level, there is still a huge gap. Even if I have obtained 3 more extraordinary abilities, I still cannot beat the gold level. Li Xuan secretly analyzed, thinking about what would happen if the Abyss Giant was not attacked by the Golden Thread. The answer is that he would definitely lose. In this battle, the Golden Thread seemed to have no effect, but it involved a large part of the Abyss Giant's power, which led to Li Xuan being able to compete with the Abyss Giant for a long time. Although he had gained new abilities, it was still difficult to defeat the Abyss Giant. This also made Li Xuan realize the huge gap between the gold level and the silver level. It doesn't matter. As long as I continue to obtain extraordinary fruits, I can become stronger. If 3 extraordinary fruits are not enough, then 10, or even 30. I don't believe I can't beat you. Li Xuan secretly swore that he would return to the summoned beast world as soon as possible, reincarnate a few more times, obtain more talents and skills, and then look for extraordinary fruits. Oh! There is a terrifying world outside the 7th floor. Li Xuan's mood became even heavier. After he rushed out of the 7th floor of the dark dungeon, he came to a new world full of strange atmosphere, and saw an extremely terrifying scene. If there is a word to describe that scene, it is corpses everywhere. And the corpses of gold-level abyss giants are everywhere. When Li Xuan came out of the 7th floor, the first thing he saw was a blood moon hanging high in the sky. And the whole world was filled with darkness and blood. The area where Li Xuan appeared was a huge valley, where a large number of corpses lay densely. All of these corpses were covered with golden threads, and the scene was like a sea of blood and corpses, which was simply hell on earth. A large part of these corpses were gold-level abyss giants, and the rest were various strange monsters and demons. Each of them exuded a very strong aura, and even if they died, Li Xuan was terrified. In the center of these corpses, a four-horned scaly giant beast like a mountain stood quietly, and its majestic figure just standing there, which made people feel extremely terrified. The aura on its body was like an abyss. Even if Li Xuan activated all his defenses, his body was still crushed by the aura, and he gradually died. The key point was that the four-horned scale beast was already dead. A golden long sword was inserted into the head of the four-horned scale beast. The terrifying golden light even split the four-horned scale beast into two. Although its body did not fall, its vitality had been cut off. Even the golden energy was destroying the body of the four-horned scale beast. It would collapse soon. However, even though this four-horned scaly beast was dead, its eyes were still fixed on the distance, staring at a huge golden mountain. There was no one on this mountain, only a huge old flag fluttering slightly, on which was written a large word Tion in a flamboyant style. Looking at the flamboyant word Tion, Li Xuan could feel the terrifying energy contained in this word. He even saw some kind of powerful sword skills in this word, even if he just watched from a distance. Li Xuan benefited a lot. Unfortunately, it's not safe here. Several gold-level abyss giants came from a distance, and rushed towards Li Xuan like crazy, and then Li Xuan exploded, and returned to the summoned beast world. As for the horrific scene there, Li Xuan remembered it deeply in his heart, and urged himself to become stronger. Li Xuan, who was stimulated to a certain extent, although he wanted to return to the summoned beast world to reincarnate, decided to accompany Qinyu for a few days, and leave after she recovered. Of course, the situation in this world also needs to be understood, and see what happened recently in Blackstone City. So Li Xuan began to ask about the relevant situation, and soon got a lot of information. I didn't expect that Yi Fan could actually refine the Renshui pill. Li Xuan looked at Qinyu in surprise. Well, Sister Xiaomei and I were the fastest in refining pills. In addition to the Renshui pill, we could refine almost all low-level pills. We were going to try to refine the Renshui pill, but we didn't expect that Yi Fan seemed to have opened his mind and actually refined the Renshui pill in advance. And the quality was very high. Even Sister Qi praised it. Qinyu's voice was soft and tender, although her face was still pale. After Li Xuan treatment, her injuries had improved a lot, and she was no longer so weak. Besides this, has Yi Fan done anything else recently? Li Xuan asked. Yes, he has been very close to Xiaoyu recently, and they are often seen together. Song Xiaomei said first. Xiaoyu? That little beggar? Li Xuan thought of the little beggar he had met before. At that time, she provided Li Xuan with information about the secret realm, which enabled Li Xuan to obtain an extraordinary fruit in the secret realm outside Blackstone City. Yes, it's her. I introduced her to a job in a material store. Song Xiaomei nodded. Is that so? Li Xuan nodded. He felt that this girl was a little strange at first, and told Song Xiaomei and Qinyu to stay away from her as much as possible. Now it seems that this girl is getting weirder and weirder. After all, she is involved with Yi Fan, and it's getting more and more wrong. I go to the alchemy store with you tomorrow. Li Xuan thought for a while and said, Okay. Sister Qi said every day. I miss you so much. Qinyu said with her big eyes blinking. Well, you lie down and take a rest. I will treat you later. Okay. Qinyu lay on the bed obediently, resting with her eyes closed. But she has been worried about the matter of Renshui pill, and wants to succeed in refining it as soon as possible, so the refining method of Renshui pill naturally came to her mind. At this moment, the lily on her forehead flashed a few times, and her original confusion about refining Renshui pill was automatically resolved in an instant. Chapter 182 Pet Beast Evolution Pill. Qinyu even felt that she could easily refine the moistening pill, and the quality would be very good. At the same time, her brain began to think about various sword techniques, knife techniques, spear techniques, boxing techniques, palm techniques, and bow techniques. She had obtained many skills in the inheritance, and even gave some to Li Xuan. However, she did not fully understand these skills, and her understanding level was not even as good as Li Xuan, not even half of Li Xuan. But now, these skills were also understood by her quickly, and she could even draw inferences from one example, making these skills even more extraordinary. Such a result made Qinyu uneasy. While she was surprised, she continued to think about everything and try her best to improve her strength. This also caused her to not rest all night, but closed her eyes and worked hard to improve her skills. In the morning, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. Qinyu got up early, without even washing up, and immediately ran to the courtyard to pick up the bow and arrow to shoot. Chop chop chop. Several arrows flew by in succession, and easily hit the bull's eye. Even if she stood at the farthest distance, she still hit the target every time. Qinyu was so surprised by the archery that he couldn't help but continue shooting. Yeah. How did you do it? It's so accurate. Song Xiaoe came out of the house, and was very surprised to see this scene. She didn't expect Qinyu to be able to perform such a powerful archery. Li Xuan, who came out with him, also listened attentively, and looked at Qinyu quietly. It should be because of this lily. After it appeared, I felt that all the fighting skills became so simple, and alchemy was also simple. In just one night, my skills improved more than in the past few years. Qinyu pointed at the lily on her forehead and said, "It's like this. I envy you so much. I also want to improve my fighting skills." Song Xiaomei said enviously. As a genius, she found that she had become a drag. This made her very disappointed, and she couldn't help but desire stronger power. It seems that I can share my skills. I try. Qinyu was a little uncertain. She walked quickly to Li Xuan with her little feet, picked up the orange cat that Li Xuan had transformed into, and then put her forehead against Li Xuan. The next second, a mysterious power flashed, enveloped the two of them, and then Qinyu let go of Li Xuan, and asked coquettishly, "How do you feel?" "Very good. Really very good." Li Xuan's eyes gleamed, and he found that his understanding of various skills had been greatly improved. Even in alchemy, he had different insights and ideas, which surprised Li Xuan. "Can you share it with me?" Song Xiaomei hurried over and looked at Qinyu hopefully. "Of course." Qinyu nodded, and slowly approached Song Xiaomei. Following the action just now, their foreheads touched each other. The next second, a mysterious power flashed, and enveloped the two of them. Not long after, Song Xiaomei was surprised, and her little hand waved the death sickle wildly in the yard. Her movements were chic and sharp. "That's great. It's really great. My fighting power has finally been improved." "Thank you, Yaya." Song Xiaomei cried with joy, but she was actually under a lot of pressure in her heart. Originally, she was the strongest, taking care of Qinyu and Li Xuan as an older sister. Unexpectedly, she is now the weakest, which puts a lot of pressure on Song Xiaomei. Now that she has acquired so many fighting skills, she can completely crush her peers, and even fight against those above her level. This makes her regain her confidence, and she is naturally very happy. Qinyu next to her is also very happy, feeling that everything is moving in a good direction. Yeah. You come in first. There are several methods of refining elixirs. I have always been confused. See if you can understand it. Li Xuan thought of several special elixirs in ancient books. These special elixirs were very difficult to understand. Although Li Xuan was knowledgeable, he still felt that they were obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the elixirs were too old, and most of the materials needed had disappeared and could not be found at all. Now it was just right to ask Qinyu for help, to see if he could understand or help replace new materials. With this idea in mind, he, Qinyu, and Song Xiaomei returned to the villa and began to explain the general process of those elixirs. During this process, Qinyu has been listening carefully, and the lily between his eyebrows is also flickering slightly. In just half an hour, Qinyu's eyes are bright. "Brother Li Xuan, I have a lot of ideas about body refining pills, breakthrough pills, and pet evolution pills. I will pass them on to you now." After Qinyu finished speaking, she put her forehead against Li Xuan again and began to transfer the knowledge. Soon the transfer was completed, and Li Xuan narrowed his eyes. "I see. Let's go to Sister Qi alchemy room and try to see if we can make it successfully." Li Xuan spoke expectantly. The 3 kinds of pills just transmitted are very extraordinary. Among them, the Pet Beast Evolution Pill is a pet beast, which can continuously improve the strength of the pet beast. It has a strong effect on pets below the silver level, and may even make them break through quickly. The key point is the Pet Beast Evolution Pill, which can be eaten without limit, and has very low drug resistance. The disadvantages are also obvious, that is, most of the raw materials are extinct, and only a few materials can be found, and the raw materials are very expensive. In addition, the difficulty of refining the Pet Beast Evolution Pill is extremely high, which has led to Li Xuan's inability to refine it so far. But unexpectedly, with the help of Qin Yu, the problem was solved, and even a substitute material was found, which made Li Xuan very happy. With deep expectations, Li Xuan sat on Qin Yu's shoulders and hurried to Sister Qi medicine shop. Not long after, Li Xuan and his friends came to the medicine shop in a hurry, attracting everyone's attention. Sister Qi, wearing a purple and gold cheongsam, stepped on black high heels, and walked from a distance, twisting and turning, and came to Qin Yu quickly with a fragrant breeze. Then Sister Qi blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking at Li Xuan with joy, said in a crisp voice, "Qin Yu, you finally brought your kitten with you. It's so cute. It's chubby, it's really cute." Several new apprentices around also came over, looking at Li Xuan curiously. These apprentices are all newcomers. The previous apprentices were eliminated. Only Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei, Yifan stayed. Of course, these new apprentices will also be eliminated slowly. Maybe one will be left. The competition is very cruel. This also led to the apprentices disliking each other. But after seeing Li Xuan, the apprentices all felt that he was very cute and came together. "Sister Qi, I'm going to make the elixir first." Qin Yu looked at the people around her, and she was worried that these people would trick Li Xuan away. So she hurriedly carried Li Xuan into her own alchemy room. Alchemy room after Qin Yu and the others came to the alchemy room. They began to prepare materials, and finally decided to make the Pet Beast Evolution Pill. The Pet Evolution Pill is of great help to the pet, which can quickly improve the physical strength of Li Xuan after reincarnation, and enhance his strength in disguise. In addition, the Pet Evolution Pill has the most complete materials, and is the easiest to refine, so it is naturally suitable for the first refinement. All the materials are correct. Everyone get ready, we are going to start. After Li Xuan confirmed that there were no mistakes, he announced the start of refining. "Okay, come on. Come on." Chapter 183 Shocked Humble Squirrel. The hall of the medicine store. Yifan walked into the store slowly with the black wild boar, greeted Sister Qi, walked to the counter alone, and started reading the book carefully. As Yifan who could refine the Runshui pill, he was also valued by Sister Qi, and was given a separate alchemy room, and his status even surpassed Qin Yu. After all, Li Xuan often did not come to the store. Qin Yu could not refine the Runshui pill, and Yifan who refined the Runshui pill, his status naturally rose sharply. But recently Yifan was a little distressed, because he was too short of money. Even though he worked hard to refine the moistening pill, his head ached. It was still not enough for him to buy those materials. "Alas, where can I get the money?" Yifan muttered secretly. Squeak! Outside the store, a military vehicle suddenly stopped, attracting everyone's attention. In this dangerous world where mutant beasts are rampant, although rich people have mobile phones, they can't buy cars even if they are rich. Most people can only walk when they go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts. But now, a car stopped outside the door, and it was a military vehicle, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. As everyone paid attention, 2 powerful female bodyguards quickly got off the military vehicle, and walked into the store with a beautiful woman under their protection. It's the city lord wife. Everyone was shocked when they saw this beautiful woman, because she was the city lord wife of high status. Ta. Sister Qi stepped on high heels, and ran quickly to the door, and invited the city lord wife into the store with a smile. "Aunt Song, how come you have time to come to my shop? Is there something wrong?" Sister Qi asked in confusion. She is only 5 or 6 years younger than the city lord wife, but the city lord wife is of a higher generation, so she can only call her aunt. "My flying cat is dying. I want you to help me treat it, so that it can stay with me," the city lord wife said with a sad face. "Flying cat? What's wrong with it? Wasn't it fine when I went there last time?" Sister Qi was puzzled. "It hasn't eaten or drunk in the past 2 days, and it doesn't even move. It's in a very weak state. I asked many experts to check it out, but they said that the flying cat's life has come to an end, and it's powerless to save it." I don't believe that the flying cat will die, so I can only come to you." The lady of the city lord held the flying cat in her arms with pity. Looking at its listless appearance, the lady of the city lord's eyes were full of worry. Is its life at the end? Let me see. Sister Chi hurriedly took the flying cat over, put it on the workbench, and conducted a careful inspection. Not long after, Sister Chi said with a serious face, "Flying cat's lifespan has indeed come to an end. In this case, even the moistening pill is useless, unless we get the legendary water of life." Water of life? You said the same thing as them, but the water of life is simply a legend. How can we find it? The lady of the city lord looked more and more worried, and it was obvious that she had mobilized people to look for the water of life. The water of life is indeed hard to find, but apart from the water of life, I don't know what other ways can save Fei Cat. Sister Chi looked at the listless flying cat with worry. This flying cat has a pair of white wings, and its feathers are soft and beautiful, and very cute. Even this flying cat has reached the upper bronze level, and was once a powerful summoned beast that people feared. Unfortunately, in order to rescue the city lord wife, the flying cat suffered a very serious injury, and its level could no longer be improved. Now the flying cat's life is on the verge of death, which makes Sister Chi look sad. "Sister Chi, can I take a look at this flying cat?" Yi Fan spoke, his eyes sparkling. Yi Fan knew clearly that the city lord wife had plenty of money. If he could cure the flying cat, he would get a lot of money, and even the city lord mansion would become his backer. Then his strength would be improved even faster. So Yi Fan rarely took the initiative to help. "Who are you?" The city lord wife looked at Yi Fan in confusion, frowning, because her flying cat was precious, and ordinary people were not qualified to touch her flying cat. "Aunt Song, this is Yi Fan. He once refined high-quality moistening pills. He is also a very powerful alchemist. Maybe he has a way." Sister Chi hurriedly introduced. "Oh, then come and see. If you can cure my flying cat, you can pick any of these things." The lady of the city lord waved her hand after speaking, and dozens of things appeared on the counter in an instant. Essence, space stone, gold card, advanced materials, soul crystal, etc. A lot of good things. So many good things, also stunned Yi Fan, made him very excited, but he still said cautiously, "Let me take a look first." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he quickly walked to the side of the flying cat, carefully checked the flying cat's condition. After a moment, he said seriously, "Its condition is that its vitality is overdrawn, which led to the end of its life. It just needs to replenish its vitality. I can refine a kind of elixir that replenishes vitality. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can definitely cure the flying cat." Yi Fan said solemnly. "Really?" The lady of the city lord asked hurriedly, with surprise in her eyes. "Yes, but to refine the life elixir, you need more materials, most of which can be gathered, but there is a seasonal flower, which needs to be collected and used when it is in full bloom, and it will take 3 months for it to bloom, so I need 3 months." Yi Fan said solemnly. 3 months? Too long. Flying cat is not eating or drinking now, and can't hold on for that long. The city lord wife frowned. "This is indeed a problem. Let me give you a day. I think of a way. Maybe I can temporarily feed the flying cat and stabilize its condition." Yi Fan said solemnly. "This?" The city lord wife sighed deeply when she heard this. She said helplessly, "It can only be like this. I hope you can find a way as soon as possible, and don't let me down." "Okay. I try my best." Yi Fan was also a little worried, because it was not easy to stabilize the flying cat. If something went wrong, he would be implicated. But Yi Fan had a feeling that he could find a solution. This feeling had been with him for a long time, and he had relied on this feeling more than once to solve many problems. Therefore, he hurried to the bookshelf and began to look through various books, looking for inspiration and trying to find a solution. Time passed by little. The lady of the city lord looked at the flying cat that didn't eat or drink, and felt more and more uncomfortable. She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch the flying cat with pity, wanting it to move. But at this moment, just when the city lord wife was feeling upset, the listless flying cat suddenly raised his head and stared straight at the direction of the alchemy room. Huh? It actually moved. The flying cat actually moved. The city lord wife was very surprised, and hurriedly hugged the flying cat in her arms, and said softly, "Cat, do you want to eat? I will take you to eat delicious food, the most delicious food." Meow. The flying cat shook his head, his voice was weak, and raised his little paw gently, pointing to the direction of the alchemy room, and said in human language, Eat over there. Eat there? The lady of the city lord was stunned when she heard this, and immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the alchemy room. The people around her also turned their heads in confusion, not understanding what Fema was talking about. At this moment, the rich aroma of elixir spread from the alchemy room, the refreshing aroma of elixir, which made everyone present stunned. And the several summoned beasts that were lying in the store all stood up. Even the big black bear that was holding the roast chicken and licking it at the door, stopped licking it, and directly grabbed the roast chicken and went into the store. Huff! Yifan Black Wild Boar snorted twice and hurriedly ran to the alchemy room, fearing that it would be snatched away if it fell behind. The flying summoned beasts of the apprentices flew across the sky, flying towards the alchemy room. The flying cat curled up in the arms of the city lord wife saw this scene, and hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up, staggering towards the alchemy room. Such a scene stunned everyone, and everyone was confused. The city lord wife was worried about her flying cat, and hurriedly said, "Be careful. Don't fall down." The city lord wife ran quickly to hug the flying cat, and also hurriedly ran forward, wanting to see what happened. Huff! The black wild boar and the big black bear collided with each other and ran forward, and the two summoned beasts almost fought. Chapter 184 Black Iron Upgrade Big Black Bear. When all the summoned beasts stopped, they were already standing outside Qin Yu alchemy room, waiting coquettishly, looking at the alchemy room with hope. Although they couldn't see what was going on inside, they were all waiting expectantly. Even the big black bear's mouth was drooling. Such a scene stunned many people. Yifan, who was flipping through a book, couldn't help but come over. Meow. The flying cat was finally carried by the city lord wife. Seeing so many summoned beasts in front of him, it raised its paw anxiously and said in human language, "Mine, I won't give it to them." When the students heard this, they hurriedly took their summoned beasts away. After all, the city lord wife was here. Moreover, the messy scene made Sister Qi look unhappy, and she was on the verge of losing her temper. Ahem. Black Wild Boar. Come here quickly. Yifan also saw Sister Qi face, and hurriedly called out to the Black Wild Boar. However, the Black Wild Boar only glanced at Yifan and ignored him, and even looked at him with contempt. Such a look made Yifan a little embarrassed. After all, other people's summoned beasts were very obedient, but his summoned beast was not only disobedient, but also despised him, which was depressing. Embarrassed, Yifan hurried over, grabbed the pig's ears and walked out. But he couldn't pull it. With no other options, Yifan had to pick up the Black Wild Boar and walk out. As a result, the Black Wild Boar kicked Yifan's face several times, and then he got rid of the Black Wild Boar. After most of the summoned beasts were gone, only the big black bear and the flying cat were left. When the flying cat saw that only the big black bear was left, it also breathed a sigh of relief, and then blinked its big eyes and looked at the alchemy room, and saliva slowly overflowed from the corners of its mouth. This is Qin Yu alchemy room. What kind of elixir is she refining? It smells so good, and it causes the summoned beast to move? An apprentice couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but it really smells good. It's best not to disturb them. It's an important moment of alchemy, and they can't be disturbed. That's for sure. Don't you see everyone is waiting? Several apprentices whispered, waiting eagerly, and were very curious about the scene in the alchemy room. The city lord wife was also very curious, because her flying cat had not eaten for a long time, but now it was drooling. This indicates that the elixir inside may be of great help to Fei Mao, and may even extend Fei Mao's lifespan. So the city lord wife is also looking forward to it. Squeak! The door of the alchemy room suddenly opened, revealing Qin Yu's cute little head. Soon Qin Yu came out of the alchemy room holding a few white porcelain bottles. On her shoulder, a cute orange cat was playing with a few white elixirs. The rich elixir fragrance made the big black bear drool, and he came over with a shameless face, looking at Li Xuan eagerly. In the distance, the black wild boar that Yifan had carried away accelerated, rushed over again, and stood beside the big black bear, also looking eagerly. The flying cat in the arms of the city lord wife couldn't help waving its little paws, obviously wanting to eat it too. Such a scene made everyone look at Qin Yu and the others differently, especially the porcelain bottles in Qin Yu's arms, which attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yu, what kind of elixir are you refining? Why does it smell so good? The summoned beasts are all attracted here. Sister Qi spoke, looking at the pills with curiosity. As the owner of a pill shop, she didn't know the pills made by Qin Yu, which really made her depressed and curious. This? Qin Yu heard Sister Qi question, and looked at Li Xuan at the first time. This scene surprised everyone. Normally, the summoner is in a dominant position. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu actually looked at a ginger cat. Let me tell you. Li Xuan yawned and spoke in the shocked eyes of the apprentices. This is a pet evolution pill, which can improve the pet's strength. After the pet's strength is improved, its lifespan and vitality will naturally be improved, Li Xuan said lightly. His eyes swept over the flying cat and the many materials on the counter. The reason he said this was to sell pills, obtain various materials, and even obtain extraordinary fruits. Li Xuan firmly believed that as long as the benefits were enough, he could get even extraordinary fruits. The key point was that Li Xuan's strength was already very strong, and he didn't need to worry too much. Therefore, Li Xuan directly told the story. Improve the strength of pets? Are you sure? Sister Qi spoke, looking at Li Xuan in surprise. You know, pills that can improve pets are very rare. But now such pills have appeared in her store, which naturally surprised her. You don't believe it? Li Xuan raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at the drooling black bear, and threw 3 pills directly to him, and said, These 3 pills are for you. Roar! The black bear roared excitedly, opened his mouth wide, caught the 3 pills head-on, and then swallowed them whole. After taking these 3 pills, the big black bear stopped moving, and just lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Boom! With a dull sound, the big black bear's level suddenly broke through from the middle black iron level to the upper black iron level, and its powerful aura swept all around. The upper black iron level. The big black bear actually broke through to the upper black iron level. Someone exclaimed. It's actually true. This pill can really improve the level of the summoned beast. The pill that improves the pet beast is very rare. It is a rare good thing. I didn't expect that we would be lucky enough to see it. As the discussion continued, everyone's eyes completely changed, looking at Li Xuan with amazement. The city lord wife was also very excited, because as long as the flying cat's strength was improved, it would gain a lot of vitality and live longer. So she hoped. What grade of pet can be upgraded with this pet evolution pill? My flying cat is upper bronze. Can it also be upgraded? After the city lord wife asked, she became a little worried, because the flying cat was at a higher level, upper bronze, and ordinary pills had no effect at all. Although she had just seen the big black bear advance, the city lord wife was still very nervous, worried about hearing bad words. You know after you eat it, Li Xuan replied, turned his head to look at the flying cat, and shouted directly, Silly cat! Open your mouth. Silly cat? Everyone was speechless when they heard this. And at the same time, they were a little surprised, because the flying cat was at the upper bronze level, and Li Xuan's strength was still at the black iron level. A black iron level dared to call a bronze level stupid cat, which was definitely not supposed to happen. But Li Xuan did shout it. And the key point was that after the flying cat heard what Li Xuan said, it actually opened its cat mouth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than 20 pet beast evolution pills were thrown out by Li Xuan, and thrown into the mouth of the flying cat in the stunned look of the crowd. So many pills were thrown together, all squeezed into the cat's mouth, and the flying cat was almost choked to death. Okay, wait a moment, Li Xuan replied, squinting lazily. As Li Xuan spoke, everyone fell into silence. Time passed little by little, and soon half an hour passed. Chapter 185 Bronze Alchemist. After such a long time, Flying Cat still looks the same, no changes at all, and no promotion. Such a result made everyone quietly discuss, and began to doubt that the elixir may not be able to upgrade the high-level summoned beast. Yi Fan, who was standing at the outermost edge, also breathed a sigh of relief, obviously a lot more relaxed. Just now, he was very worried that the pet evolution elixir could help Flying Cat improve its strength. Because Flying Cat breaks through the level, its vitality will naturally increase greatly, it can live longer, and the lifespan problem can also be solved. Seeing that Fei Mao had not changed, and was still the same as before, Yi Fan felt that he still had a chance, and a chance to make money from the city lord wife. After all, a summoned beast above bronze was already a very powerful summoned beast, and ordinary pills had no effect at all. In addition, Fei Mao had been seriously injured, and could no longer improve his strength. So Yi Fan felt that he still had a chance to treat Fei Mao, and a chance to get in touch with the city lord wife. So he returned to the counter, and continued to read the book. This time, He only flipped through a few pages, and his eyes lit up, because he finally saw the recipe for the pill that could prolong life, which made Yi Fan pleasantly surprised. Excited, Yi Fan immediately stood up, ready to announce the good news, ready to help the city lord wife treat Fei Mao. But at this moment, just when Yi Fan was excited and ready to announce the good news, boom! A dull sound resounded throughout the medicine store. The Fei Mao, who was in the upper bronze level, suddenly stood up, and his aura suddenly broke through from the upper bronze level to the state of great perfection, and his powerful aura swept all around. Under such a strong aura, the city lord wife and sister Qi all opened their eyes wide in surprise, and the apprentices showed an expression of disbelief. Only Yi Fan stood there blankly. The book in his hand fell to the ground, and the good news he wanted to announce was stuck in his throat, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Damn it. I finally found a way to prolong my life. But it actually broke through, and my lifespan was also extended. I worked in vain, and I am so angry. Yi Fan was so angry that his face turned blue, and he felt very aggrieved. If he hadn't found a solution, Flying Cat's breakthrough, he wouldn't have felt so bad. As a result, he had just found a solution, and was very happy, but before he could announce it, the solution was useless. Such a result made Yi Fan so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Huff! The black wild boar was grunting in front of him, and even put its two hooves together, making a kowtow gesture. Such a scene made Yi Fan, who was already depressed, even more angry, and he really wanted to kick this traitorous black wild boar away. He, as the master, was feeling uncomfortable. But the black wild boar, the summoned beast, actually went to beg the opponent. This made Yi Fan nose almost crooked. Hateful black wild boar. I'm so good to you, but you don't come to comfort me, and you actually go to curry favor with the opponent. I'm really angry. I don't know who your master is. The contract is obviously with me, but you go to find someone else. It's really unfair. Yi Fan muttered indignantly, feeling very aggrieved, and his face turned blue and black. While Yi Fan was depressed, Li Xuan nestled on Qin Yu's shoulder, turned his head, and looked at the black wild boar. This wild boar had helped Qin Yu a lot. For example, the ancient book came from this black wild boar. Such a good summoned beast, it must be rewarded, so that it can send more good things in the future. So Li Xuan looked at Qin Yu and said, yeah, give this black wild boar 9. Huh? Qin Yu was slightly stunned when she heard this, but she immediately nodded and said, okay. Crash! 9 pet beast evolution pills fell down, under the envious gazes of the crowd, and fell into the mouth of the black wild boar, making it lie on the ground and start to absorb. Boom! The violent aura surged, and the black wild boar's level also broke through, and its strength soared, looking more fierce and extraordinary. Such a scene made everyone at the scene extremely jealous, and the apprentice's eyes were red with envy. Meow! The flying cat flapped its wings, flew quickly in the pill shop, circled around the house, and made excited cat noises. Its lifespan was extended, and it finally didn't have to die. It even saw an opportunity to break through to the silver level. So it was very happy, and couldn't help flying to the counter, grabbing a bunch of materials, and sending them to Li Xuan. When the city lord wife saw this, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude and ordered everyone to bring more materials to Qin Yu and Li Xuan. Sister Qi was not to be outdone, and kept praising Qin Yu and Li Xuan, and repeatedly used her beautiful eyes to look at Li Xuan. Curiously, she had watched the surveillance video before, and knew that Qin Yu alchemy skills were not very high. The moistening pill was made by Li Xuan, and the current pet evolution pill was almost 100% made by Li Xuan. In addition, Li Xuan was the one who was talking, and Qin Yu attitude. Sister Qi already knew everything, so she stood by with a smile on her face, praising the orange cat for its cuteness from time to time, and even wanted to touch the orange cat with her fragrant hands from time to time. In this way, everyone chatted for a long time. What Li Xuan did not expect was that Qin Yu, who was a little cute and a little stupid, had extraordinary luck. It took only a short time for her to win the favor of the city lord wife. In the end, the city lord wife pulled Qin Yu and insisted on recognizing Qin Yu as her daughter. She also gave Qin Yu a small villa, which was located near the city lord mansion and had strong protection capabilities. Qin Yu finally became the daughter of the city lord wife and had the city lord mansion as a strong backer. Yi Fan, who was far away, saw this scene and saw that his backer was gone. He felt very cold and uncomfortable. The key point is that the black wild boar had clearly broken through. But it refused to come back and sat obediently next to Qinyu. This made Yi Fan even more indignant, and he wanted to kick the black wild boar. Unfortunately, he couldn't. After all, the city lord wife was here. Yi Fan could only watch in frustration. Not long after, an agreement was reached. The city lord wife used a large amount of materials to buy Li Xuan elixir. Both parties benefited from each other and helped Li Xuan find rare materials, such as extraordinary fruits. Therefore, Li Xuan did not rush back to the world of summoned beasts, but stayed in Qinyu world for 2 months. During this period, they first moved to a new villa, and continued to refine pills and study other pills. After 2 months, through Qinyu cheat, Li Xuan alchemy level rose sharply, and the number of pills he could refine reached hundreds. Although most of them were low-level pills, his alchemy level did improve a lot. According to this world, he was already a bronze alchemist, and in the entire Blackstone city, he was considered the strongest alchemist. However, Li Xuan only used this as an auxiliary means, and his strength was what really worked. So he returned to the world of summoned beasts again and chose to commit suicide. Ding! You are dead. Resurrecting randomly. Chapter 186 Purification. As the machine sounded, the warm sunlight sprinkled on Li Xuan's body, making Li Xuan feel warm. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw the blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and green waters, and the dividing line between Area 99 and Area 98. I've reached the border. I don't care about that. Let's see what abilities I have gained. Li Xuan looked at his body, feeling a bit like a panda man. With doubt, Li Xuan closed his eyes and began to search the memories in his mind. The scenes in front of him changed, one after another, flashing through his mind like a cartoon. And Li Xuan's eyes gradually widened. I became a black iron level purification beast? I can purify everything? Li Xuan was shocked, and his expression became very serious, because this time the ability was a bit abnormal. It could purify everything. No, the reason why this purification beast died was because of the collapse of its soul. In other words, purification requires the consumption of soul power. Li Xuan took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, and prepared to try the purification ability. However, looking at his black claws, and the black and white stripes on his body, Li Xuan was speechless, because he really became a panda man. With the appearance of a panda, he could stand like a human. Although he was only about 1.5 meters tall, he looked very cute. If he put on a hat, took a weapon, and posed, it would definitely be very impressive. Never mind. Let's try the purification ability first. Li Xuan looked down at the dry leaves on the grass. White light flashed on his right hand, and the power of light quickly fell on the dry leaves on the ground. The next second, the dry leaves began to slowly decompose, turned into dust from the most fundamental, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Such a result surprised Li Xuan, and made him look forward to continuing the test. More than 10 minutes later, Li Xuan frowned and put away his purification ability, because he was not satisfied with the test results. The purification speed is too slow. It takes more than a minute to purify a lifeless leaf. If you purify a living grass, it takes 3 or 4 minutes. The speed is too slow. The only advantage is that the casting range is relatively large. Li Xuan shook his head, feeling that this ability was a bit useless. Although the effect was abnormal, it was still too weak. The key point was that this ability was already at the intermediate level. It shouldn't be so weak. It seems that the Panda Man has other abilities. It's a pity that the soul collapsed and the memory was lost. I only got one ability. Forget it. I don't want to think too much. I go back and improve the level of purification. Li Xuan was going to improve the level of purification. In his portable space, he stored a large amount of materials, including various materials to improve the purification ability. Even the extraordinary fruit in the space can improve the purification ability. The only thing missing now is the purification grass that can be upgraded from intermediate to advanced. There should be no purification grass in this area. A panda has been looking for so long and has not found any. It is obviously not nearby. Li Xuan is not going to waste time, but is ready to commit suicide. This time, he has made up his mind to reincarnate a few more times. After all, his soul has reached the silver level, so it doesn't matter if he reincarnates a few more times. Therefore, he habitually injected fighting instincts into his body, iron body, and all passes, and even condensed 2 long swords in his hands. The next second, he committed suicide with a long sword, one sword leaning on the ground, and the other sword stabbing directly into the heart. Ding! You are dead. Randomly resurrecting light unveiled the curtain of darkness, and Li Xuan breathed fresh air again. What did you reincarnate into this time? Li Xuan blinked, and the black valley appeared in front of him, the abnormal black scene, which made Li Xuan stunned. Is this poison? Li Xuan tilted his head and looked around. He found that the valley was filled with black gas. The strong toxicity caused many plants to be corroded and poisoned to death. With doubt, Li Xuan browsed the memory of this body, and soon realized it. It turns out that I was reincarnated as a poisonous fog beast this time. And it is a bronze-level poisonous fog beast. It has enabled me to master 2 advanced abilities. It's really good. Li Xuan was pleasantly surprised. His consciousness fell on the data panel to check the introduction of these 2 abilities. Corrosive Black Mist. Advanced, can release black mist with corrosive properties, corroding everything. Toxic Black Mist. Advanced, can release black mist with toxic properties, poisoning everything. Not bad. Not bad, they are all advanced abilities, and I have materials to improve my skills. Li Xuan was surprised to find the advanced materials from his personal space, and swallowed them all in one gulp. He stored a lot of materials in his personal space, and even his personal space was full. If he didn't eat space stones frequently to increase the size of his space, he could only put his newly acquired materials in the auction house. However, the auction house also has a limit. After 1,000 materials were placed, the auction house was full, and could not put anything else. Li Xuan could only continue to expand his portable space. Ding! Your high-level corrosive black fog has been successfully upgraded to the Great Perfection. Ding! Your high-level poisonous black fog has been successfully upgraded to the Great Perfection. With 2 mechanical prompt sounds, Li Xuan once again obtained 2 Great Perfection abilities, and his strength was improved to a certain extent. I've become stronger again. That's great. I explode again? There will be poisonous black fog everywhere. The enemy in the explosion will be miserable. Li Xuan was very happy. He was very satisfied with his new ability. But at this moment, when Li Xuan was satisfied, a pleasant reminder sound rang in the ears of all the reincarnated people in the Songlong district. Reminder: the crocodile tribe launched a racial war against the human race in the Songlong district. 500 crocodiles are heading towards the Songlong district in District 99. Reminder: the human race is weak. Killing crocodiles will earn you 10 times the honor points. The winner can also get a mysterious reward. Tip: new items on the auction house can be exchanged with honor points. Continuous reminder sounds kept ringing, which also made Li Xuan's face change slightly. Race war. I didn't expect it to start so soon, but 10 times the reward is really not a small amount. Li Xuan's eyes flashed, prepared to kill these 500 crocodile tribesmen and make a fortune. Because after he opened the auction house, he found that the auction house had added a lot of materials. Originally rare materials now appeared in large quantities in the auction house. Even space stones were in the hundreds of thousands. With so many space stones, Li Xuan would naturally not miss them, and immediately spent all his honor points and bought them crazily. Hint: purchase successful, you got the space stone, which has been stored in the temporary storage box. Hint: purchase successful, you got the space stone, which has been stored in the temporary storage box. Honor points are used up, and there are still so many space stones, I must earn honor points. Li Xuan took a deep breath, turned on the god perspective, and quickly ran to the edge of the Songlong district. Chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel was in chaos, and everyone in the Songlong district was talking anxiously, worried that they would die. Didn't you notice? As long as we leave the Songlong district, we can survive, and we don't need to fight. Someone said. Indeed, but this is a good opportunity to gain honor points. If you miss it, the crocodile tribe will get it. Are you willing? So what if I'm unwilling? I'm just an ordinary healing frog. Even the summoner dislikes me. I'm too slow. I can't protect the master. Besides healing, what else can I do? I decided to escape. My level is also ordinary. And the weakest crocodiles are all black iron level. This is not a fair fight at all. Fair? There is no fairness in this world. If the enemy wants to kill you, does he have to wait until your strength reaches the same level? Stop dreaming. Now all we have to do is escape and survive. You can leave if you want. I will stay and fight. Even if I lose, I will have no regrets. The atomized beast roared loudly. It's easy to talk when you are standing. Your atomization talent can make you immortal. It's easy to escape. But what about us? We will die. That's right. I'm leaving. While there is still time, go quickly. Most of the people in the chat channel began to flee, running desperately towards other areas. At the border between Area 98 and Area 99, the body of the Panda Man, which was infused with a lot of abilities by Li Xuan, stood quietly in the breeze. The body made of steel was like a rock, but a sharp long knife was inserted in the heart. Bang bang bang. Chapter 187 Terrible Panda Man. Bang bang bang. A dull sound rang out from afar. Along with the sound, a large group of crocodile tribe members, carrying various weapons, slowly walked over from a distance. These crocodile tribe members were all over 2 meters tall, with human-like bodies, but with big crocodile heads and big crocodile tails behind them. Their skin was covered with thick scales, with strong protection, and the aura of each crocodile tribe member was very strong, and the vertical pupils on their heads were full of indifference. Young Chief, killing these little humans is not worth wasting precious challenge scrolls. Right? Give me 100 people, and I can easily wipe out the Songlong district, the captain said, carrying a mace. If we only kill humans, it is indeed not worth using challenge scrolls. But our goal is to occupy the Songlong district. Kill all the humans and summon beasts here, and after winning the challenge scroll, we could also get a mysterious and precious reward. Now is the best opportunity, the young clan leader said calmly. So that's how it is. That's right. The human race is very weak. Killing them is as easy as crushing an ant. So we must win this battle. The mysterious reward will naturally belong to us. The captain suddenly realized. It's good that you know. The challenge scroll is very precious. My clan only has one. This is also a training for me. I hope to occupy the entire Songlong district in one day, the young clan leader said lightly. Don't worry, young clan leader. They are just small human races. In front of my powerful crocodile clan, these human races are like garbage. They can be trampled to death at will. The captain spoke proudly, 2.5 meters tall. Sturdy and strong, his big mouth opened and closed, revealing his cold teeth. Very good, let's go, kill all the creatures along the way. Let the human race feel the power of our crocodile tribe, the young chief loudly ordered. Yes, young chief. The crocodile tribe roared excitedly, carrying various weapons, and continued to move forward. From a distance, they saw the panda people standing still near the border line. It seems to be a dead summoned beast. Who cares? Smash it all. Deputy Captain, smash this summoned beast for me. The captain pointed at the panda man and said, Yes, Captain. An equally strong crocodile tribesman came out with a giant axe and ran straight towards the panda man. Look at me chopping you. The deputy captain's body suddenly jumped up and jumped into the air with a giant axe in both hands, and then the giant axe hit the panda man's forehead and chopped it down fiercely. This sharp axe was powerful and heavy, coupled with the deputy captain's bronze-level strength, almost no one could stop it. So the deputy captain's face already showed a smug look. Swoosh! A flash of cold light passed by, and the deputy captain only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then his neck felt cold. Where are the people? The deputy captain looked at the empty grassland in front of him. He was at a loss, and didn't know why the panda man disappeared. But he didn't have time to think, his head rolled down, and blood spurted out. Bang! A crocodile head rolled on the ground twice, looking forward with its eyes wide open, seemingly not realizing what was happening. Behind the crocodile corpse, the panda man stood quietly with his hands holding a knife, with no breath on his body, like a dead person. But on the long knife in his right hand, a trace of blood dripped down the knife onto the grass, staining the grass red. Gulu. The weaker black iron-level members of the crocodile tribe, watching this strange scene, swallowed their saliva, feeling a little chill on their backs. Because they didn't see it clearly, this is what happened. Damn, what happened? How did the deputy captain die? Someone whispered. It was the summoned beast. It was so fast. It killed the deputy captain with one blow at the critical moment. It's too strong. Yes, that's it. This summoned beast is not simple. Everyone be careful. The crocodile tribe talked a lot, looking at the panda people solemnly. Even the young tribe leader and the captain also became serious. However, they were numerous and powerful, and were not afraid of this strange panda man. Everyone listen, follow me, cut it. The captain roared, and with a large number of subordinates, they rushed out in a black mass, and attacked the panda man like a tide. Kakaka. The panda man twisted his neck, making a kaka sound, and slowly leaned forward and swung his two swords back, making a strange fighting move. Swoosh. The figure of the panda man flashed by quickly, and he rushed into the crocodile tribe team with an expressionless face, and started killing in the light of swords and blood. 30 kilometers away. Li Xuan ran fast on the grass. While looking through the many good things in the auction house, the more he looked, the more he wanted to buy them. But without honor points, he could only watch with envy. Just at this moment, just when he was envy, he suddenly found that his honor points had increased a little, and then a large number of honor points began to pour in. Ha ha ha, it must be the panda corpse that worked. It's worth it that every time before I die, I inject so much power into the corpse, but I have to speed up. The injected power can't last long. The corpse will fall down soon. Li Xuan muttered to himself, and the speed enhancement suddenly started, and his whole body flashed past like a shadow. After a while, Li Xuan was finally not far from the border line, and he saw the battle scene from a god perspective. Did he die? It doesn't matter, one died, and I'm still here, huh? I thought of an interesting way to fight. Li Xuan's body suddenly changed, and soon he turned into a different-looking small panda man, and then he condensed a long sword and killed him. Borderline. The fierce battle finally stopped. A strong smell of blood enveloped a large area, and mutilated bodies fell to the ground one after another, with despair in their eyes. Cough. 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 The young patriarch covered his chest and kept coughing up blood. The big sword in his hand had broken into 2 pieces, and his body was shaking. Beside the young patriarch, several crocodile men who were protecting the young patriarch were covered in blood and were obviously injured. What kind of summoned beast is this? How could it be so horrible, and actually killed so many of us? The young clan leader said solemnly. It looks like a purification beast, but it is definitely not a purification beast, and I don't know what it is specifically. The captain shook his head, his face was a little pale, and he obviously lost too much blood. He turned his head to look at the corpse on the ground, looking at his subordinates, who were all afraid. He said angrily, "Stand up. Everyone, I'm not afraid of a bird. So what if this guy is so strong? It was killed by us. We are the crocodile tribe. We are not afraid of anything. We can kill anyone who comes." After the captain finished speaking, he raised the mace and smashed it down on the panda man's body. Bang, bang, bang. With a dull loud noise, the panda man's body began to sink little by little. It was smashed beyond recognition by the mace, and the body was smashed into pieces. Such a scene also made the crocodile tribe feel very happy. They couldn't help but stand up and smash the panda man's body together, and began to vent their anger crazily. Ha ha, see, our crocodile tribe is invincible. Even if there is another summoned beast like this, we can kill it. The captain laughed loudly, laughing in front of all the tribesmen, and at the same time, he used a mace to pick up the panda man's body, demonstrating in front of everyone. But, after it said this, the whole scene was silent. All the crocodile tribe members showed a look of fear, looking behind the captain in fear. Such a look also startled the captain. It turned its head slowly and looked back in panic, and its pupils shrank sharply the next second. Chapter 188 Lord of the Grey Wolf. Not far away, on the green grass, a panda, holding 2 shining long swords, running wildly from a distance. This panda, as fast as the wind, has extremely cold eyes, looking at the crocodile tribe, as if looking at a dead person. In addition, the panda's breath is extremely terrifying, making the captain's heart tremble, feeling an extreme sense of crisis. Without any hesitation, the captain shouted in fear. "Run! Take the young leader and run away, I will stop him, quickly!" Swoosh! The sharp knife flashed, leaving a circle of beautiful knife flowers in the air. The crocodile leader felt a chill on his neck, and then the world spun around, and when he fell, he saw his headless body. Bang! The leader body fell to the ground, making a dull sound, looking at the panda man's back with his eyes wide open. Puff puff puff. The one-sided killing began. The panda man's face was grim. The 2 knives were like lightning, and every time they flashed, a body fell to the ground. Many crocodile tribesmen protected the young chieftain and quickly retreated, trying to stop the terrifying panda man. However, all the crocodiles who approached the panda man could not survive a single blow, and were all killed instantly. The panda man was like a man in a deserted place in the crocodile tribe. He killed the enemy easily with a long knife in his hand, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Such a clean and neat killing also frightened the crocodile tribe members to retreat frantically, fleeing in fear and despair. After a while, the battle stopped. Li Xuan, stained with blood, stood among the corpses, carrying a long sword and standing quietly in the breeze. His body exuded a strong smell of blood, and he looked like a devil from the azure hell. There was no movement of any living creature within a radius of several kilometers. Even the chirping of insects and birds stopped, and the whole world was silent. Is it over? Such a weak crocodile tribe. Li Xuan felt speechless, because the crocodiles were too weak. He had not finished warming up, and he had killed all the crocodiles. He did not have time to try many of his big moves. By the way, one of the crocodile tribe members tore off the space scroll and escaped. But it doesn't matter. Just come and seek revenge on me. I don't mind earning more honor points. Li Xuan looked at the skyrocketing honor points and nodded with satisfaction. After this battle, it was definitely a big harvest for him. 10 times the honor points. It was great just thinking about it. But to be honest, the strongest of these crocodile tribe members is only bronze level. With such weak strength, who gave them the courage to attack the Songlong district? Who are you looking down on? Li Xuan shook his head speechlessly. He couldn't understand why such a weak crocodile tribe member would come to die. It felt very strange. Let's buy supplies first. The will of this world will announce the result of the race war later. Let's see what the mysterious reward is. Li Xuan carried a long knife and walked to a small hill with blood all over his body. He sat down slowly in the breeze and began to check the goods in the auction house. Buy space stones first. What I lack most now is space stones. 10,000 are not enough. By the way, improve the affinity with nature. Li Xuan turned on the rich man mode, consuming honor points crazily, constantly buying various materials. When the honor points were used up, he had already bought a lot of things. Crack. Crack. Li Xuan turned on the foodie mode again, stuffing the things he bought into his mouth, rapidly improving his abilities. On the other side, the mountain crane district next to the Songlong district. A group of human reincarnations fled here desperately and sat on the ground without any image. Finally escaped. Now we can finally survive. Someone said happily. Yes. Those crocodiles are too scary. Such a strong enemy. Why would they choose to attack us? We don't even have a few black iron masters. That's right. Such terrifying crocodiles. No one can stop them. We can't earn those honor points. We can't afford to offend them. Unfortunately, there are still many human summoned beasts that run slower. I hope they can survive. We can only pray. It's not that we want to abandon them. It's that they are too slow. We can't do anything. The crocodiles are too powerful. Everyone was talking, although they were jealous of the honor points. The crocodiles were too scary. The human race was no match for them. Now all they could do was wait. Wait for the battle to end. The sight returned to Li Xuan. On the hillside, Li Xuan was still eating a lot. He ate for an hour and finally heard the prompt sound. Ding! Your portable space has been upgraded to the great perfection. Ding! Your natural affinity has been upgraded to the great perfection. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Li Xuan's strength was strengthened again in such sounds, and even his portable space became twice as large. The full portable space finally had a place to put more things. It's not easy. The portable space has finally been upgraded. Li Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and began to wait silently for the end of the race war. Time passed slowly, and soon another 2 hours passed. When Li Xuan was getting impatient, a belated voice finally sounded. Tip, the race war is over. The human race won. And the reward of Songlong district belongs to the human race. Because your contribution exceeds 90%. Songlong district belongs to you alone. Tip, congratulations on obtaining the authority of Songlong district and obtaining a Songlong main city blueprint. Tip, all reincarnated people who survive in Songlong district need to pay you honor point tax to get your protection. Tip, you have obtained a mysterious treasure box. Please open it yourself. Tip, you have become the Lord of Songlong, and will be announced to the world soon. Please enter your name. A series of voices sounded again, which also made Li Xuan's eyes shine. I actually became the Lord of the Grey Wolf? Can I earn honor points by collecting taxes? It's a bit like the main city in the game. Maybe you can also collect taxes when buying and selling things. Li Xuan looked at the space stone in the auction house, and thought about his own territory. If there are 1 million reincarnated people, collecting 10 honor points from them per month, that would be 10 million honor points. With so many honor points, It's much faster than working hard to kill monsters, so Li Xuan couldn't wait to enter his name Li Xuan. Time goes back to a moment ago. Shanhe district next to Sanlong district. From time to time, people escaped from Sanlong district in a hurry, and sat on the ground without moving, including many slow people who escaped. Such a result gradually made everyone puzzled, because it was really strange that they could escape at such a slow speed. Everyone hurried forward to ask the result, and the result was that they did not encounter any enemies, which made everyone more puzzled, and they could not figure out why this was the case. Finally, the slowest picture snail and treatment frog came together, anxiously walking from a distance. Their speed was very slow, so they were naturally abandoned by everyone, but they were lucky, and finally escaped from the Sanlong area. Treatment frog. Picture snail. How did you escape? You were so slow, but you managed to escape? The Mist Beast asked in confusion. The Mist Beast originally wanted to fight, but when he saw that everyone had escaped, he thought of the shortcomings of the Mist Beast, and he didn't dare to fight, and he escaped with him. Now seeing that even the healing frog and the screen snail had escaped, he was really confused. I don't know what happened either. We didn't encounter any enemies. How about I take a look at what happened? I can display the scene detected from a distance in the form of a screen, but it takes a long time for me to release my ability, so please keep me safe. The screen snail warned. Chapter 189 Extraordinary Skills. Don't worry, I will protect you. The atomized beast nodded to assure. Then I start. The two tentacles on the snail's head glowed, and began to brew little by little. As time went by, a screen with snowflakes slowly appeared in the air. Slowly, the screen showed pictures, green mountains and green waters, and attracted everyone's attention. Wait for me, I find the target first, and then transfer it to the screen. The snail on the screen began to search. In the past, he often couldn't find the enemy, but this time he was very lucky, and he saw the crocodile tribe. But, the moment he saw the crocodile tribe, the snail on the screen was so scared that he trembled all over, and even the screen couldn't be maintained. What's wrong? Snail. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Therapy Frog said worriedly. I'm fine, I was just scared. Oh my god, do you know what I saw? I was scared to death. The snail on the screen said in horror. What did you see? Tell me quickly. The Mist Beast hurriedly urged. I saw a sea of blood and corpses. I saw a lot of dead people. I saw many crocodile corpses. Oh my god, it's so scary. The snail on the screen explained in horror. Crocodile corpses? Are you sure? The Black Mist Beast couldn't believe it. Of course I am sure, and I am very sure. Wait a minute, I will show it to you in the form of a picture. The snail took a deep breath, and slowly presented the scene he saw on the screen. Then, everyone present saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and saw a horrifying scene like the Azura Hell. A large number of crocodile corpses fell in a pool of blood, and the fear in the eyes of those corpses made everyone's backs cold. They are really dead. They are really dead. So many crocodile corpses. Who is so terrible? Who actually killed so many powerful crocodiles? The Mist Beast said in horror. Even if these crocodiles are dead, it feels terrible. Such a powerful race. Who can kill them? The healing frog said with some fear. Snail, you should see what's going on. See what kind of powerful master. Destroyed the crocodiles? Okay, I try. The snail nodded, and just as he was about to look for it, suddenly a voice rang in everyone's ears. World announcement. The race war in Sanlong district is over, and the human race wins. World announcement. Human Li Xuan defeated the crocodiles, conquered Sanlong district, and became the lord of Sanlong district. World announcement. Human Li Xuan was the first to establish a territory. Reward, within 3 years. The Sanlong territory will not be invaded by any race. Several world announcements in a row rang in the ears of all human reincarnations, and also made the human reincarnations slightly stunned. Then, the chat channels of all regions were in an uproar. Fuck, you can actually establish a territory. This Li Xuan is so powerful. Too strong. I am still an ordinary summoned beast, and he has already established a territory. Is he still a human? The key is that Li Xuan also defeated a race. The crocodile race is a powerful race in Area 98, and the lowest strength is Black Iron level. The lowest Black Iron level? I don't even have a master. I'm still a long way from the Black Iron level, but now, someone has defeated the Black Iron race and become a lord. Damn, how can the difference between people be so big? A large amount of information flashed in the chat channels of various regions, which also shocked everyone, and also made everyone envious. The human reincarnations who fled to the Shanha district were also dumbfounded when they heard the world announcement, and their minds were dazed and motionless. It took a long time for everyone to react. And then, they said in a trembling voice, "We seem to have missed a great opportunity to earn honor points." That's right. The key is that we ran for several hours before we ran out of the Sanlong district. And now, the Sanlong district has become the safest place. If I had known this, I shouldn't have run away. The Mist Beast regretted it very much, secretly cursing himself for running away. Let's go back. The Sanlong district will not be attacked within 3 years, and the safety level has been greatly improved. There is also the powerful Li Xuan, who defeated 500 crocodiles. He is simply a monster. Let's go, back to Sanlong district. The group began to walk towards Sanlong district, but just as they entered Sanlong district, a voice rang out. Hint, you have entered the territory of Sanlong Lord Li Xuan. This area belongs to Li Xuan protected territory. In this territory, you need to pay 10 honor points every month. Hint, if you don't have honor points, you can exchange for honor points through materials, or working. The reminder sounded in everyone's ears, and also made everyone slightly stunned. They're still collecting taxes. That's too greedy. That's right. Honor points are so precious. I don't want to give them to others. At worst, we can go to other territories. Yes, let's go to Shanha territory. Some people felt that Li Xuan was too greedy, so they turned around and left, going to other areas. But many people still stayed, such as the slow and weak creatures like the screen snail and the healing frog. They knew their own limitations and didn't want to be abandoned by others. In addition, Li Xuan was so powerful that most people didn't dare to come to Sanlong territory. So even though they had no honor points, they still stayed and chose to work to pay off their debts. On the other side, on the hillside, Li Xuan looked at the mysterious treasure chest in his arms, his eyes full of surprise. With deep expectations, Li Xuan slowly opened the treasure chest, and suddenly a golden light shone. Then a mysterious book appeared in front of Li Xuan, emitting a dazzling light. Book? Li Xuan looked carefully and found a line of big words written on the book. Portal skill book. Portal? It's this great. Li Xuan did not hesitate, and used the skill book immediately. Ding! You get the extraordinary skill, Portal, and you can consume soul power to condense the portal. Extraordinary skill? It's an extraordinary skill. Li Xuan stood up directly, and looked at the extraordinary skill column on the data panel in disbelief, where the ability of Portal suddenly appeared. This time it's a great harvest. Li Xuan suppressed the surprise in his heart, and tried to calm himself down, and then looked at a mark on his left wrist. There is a wolf head mark there, which also represents his control over this territory. Next, we will lay out the main city. Li Xuan took out a blueprint. This is the main city blueprint. It can be placed on the plane to build a safe main city. Where should we build the main city? Sanlong Lake is good. Let's build it there. Li Xuan figure flashed quickly, and soon, he came to the plain area not far from Sanlong Lake. Then he threw the main city blueprint down. Boom! With a roar, a towering ancient main city slowly appeared, and was successfully built in the mist. What surprised Li Xuan was that, on the gate of the city, there were 4 large characters of Sanlong main city written in a flamboyant style. Very good, really very good. Next, let's start setting up the main city. Li Xuan narrowed his eyes, and the structural diagram of the main city appeared in his mind, including various buildings, houses, trading houses, all clearly visible. Li Xuan set up the main city according to his own ideas, such as the requirements for entering the city, taxes, arrangements for various jobs, task releases, etc. After everything was set up, Li Xuan walked around the city with satisfaction, looked at his own city lord mansion, and then prepared to reincarnate. With more talents and skills, I will be stronger, so I will continue to reincarnate. Li Xuan left the city, ran wildly from the 99th district to the 98th district, and then madly poured strength into his body, and committed suicide. Ding! You are dead. Random resurrection. Chapter 190 Iron Mantis. With the sound of the machine, Li Xuan Dark World once again welcomed light. Resurrected again. Li Xuan slowly opened his eyes. What caught his eyes was a slightly dim cave. The stones in the cave were strange. Some of the stone men had fungi growing on them. The environment of the cave was slightly humid. There was a small pool near the stone wall. Clear spring water trickled out of the small pool. It was obvious that there was a small spring here. Li Xuan lowered his head and saw thick hay under his feet. It felt soft and comfortable. However, when he saw his white limbs, Li Xuan frowned. It seems to have turned into a mantis? But why is the body white? And it feels so weak. Li Xuan closed his eyes silently and began to search the memory of this body. Soon he opened his eyes and showed an incredible look. A bronze-level white mantis? It can actually consume soul power to create 3 emotionless and soulless mantis puppets? Li Xuan's expression became very serious, because the creature reincarnated this time was a little special. The strength of the white mantis was not strong. The body moved very slowly, had little strength, and had poor defense. It could be said to be a very fragile summoned beast. But this summoned beast had a special ability, which was to create 3 mantis puppets that looked like robots. The level of the mantis puppets created could reach the middle level of black iron. The mantis puppets only had simple consciousness, and the core principle was to safeguard the rights and interests of the creator and protect the safety of the creator. The creator can destroy 3 mantis puppets with just one thought, and can also create them again. When creating mantis puppets, the creator can copy 3 of his own skills to the mantis. However, the copied ability must be suitable for the mantis puppet. Otherwise it cannot be created successfully. This ability is very suitable for me. I have many talents. If I give 3 extraordinary abilities to the mantis puppet, it will be amazing. Li Xuan's eyes flashed, and he was ready to create 3 mantises to try. With deep expectations, Li Xuan activated the skill of creating mantis puppets, and also tried to infuse them with innate abilities. With the large consumption of soul power, Li Xuan began to try one by one, first copying his extraordinary power, but unfortunately failed. Li Xuan continued to test, tried all his abilities, and finally chose the steel body, self-destruction, fighting instinct. A few minutes later, Li Xuan slowly created 3 mantises, the steel mantis exuding a cold breath. Looking at the majestic steel mantis, Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You fight each other. Let me see your fighting power." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ding, 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 ding. A series of sparks suddenly flew, and the figures of 3 mantises flashed quickly, and a fierce battle began. As the battle clashed, the 3 mantises were like killing machines, fighting crazily. The sharp sword swept across with a cold light from time to time, attacking each other vital points. That's it. The 3 mantises attacked each other with all their might. The fierce battle scene was quite interesting, but unfortunately they were too weak. The strength of the middle-level black iron was still not enough in front of Li Xuan. Even if they got the 3 extraordinary abilities copied by Li Xuan, they were still too weak, unless they used self-destruction. Okay, you can stop now. Li Xuan shook his head, feeling that this steel mantis could only be used as a self-destruct truck, and had little other use. Kakaka. Following Li Xuan's command, the 3 mantises instantly stopped standing, and stood still like robots. They are very obedient. Li Xuan looked at the ability introduction again, and saw that the core principle was to safeguard the rights and interests of the creator, and protect the safety of the creator. Li Xuan wanted to test it again. From now on, you will be called number 1, number 2, and number 3. Li Xuan nodded at the 3 steel mantises in turn, and then said, "You are free to move around next." Whoosh! Steel mantis number 2 and number 3 rushed to the cave exit like lightning, and disappeared in a moment. As a result, less than 10 seconds after they rushed out, there were panicked cries and screams from bears outside. Inside the cave, steel mantis number 1 stood quietly, protecting Li Xuan's safety like a guard, and never left. Whoosh! Steel mantis number 2 and number 3 came back, carrying a dead bear and putting it down, and then rushed out of the cave again. The remaining mantis number 1 walked in front of the dead bear, and quickly waved the mantis knife, constantly cutting the dead bear. Soon the most tender bear meat was cut out, and it was washed, divided, and stored. Li Xuan was stunned by such a scene, and felt a bit like a dream. Interesting. Although the strength is not good, it is not bad to be a servant. Li Xuan thought of this, and released a fireball at the wood not far away. The wood began to burn in an instant. Whoosh! The number 1 steel mantis, which was storing food, suddenly rushed to the wood, and quickly moved the wood to a farther place to prevent the flames from roasting Li Xuan. Then the steel mantis cleaned the mantis knife, cut the bear meat into small pieces quickly, and after piercing it with the knife, it stood directly next to the flame and began to roast it. Such a scene. also made Li Xuan curious to watch, looking forward to what kind of bear meat the number 1 mantis could roast. Time passed little by little, the rich aroma of meat began to spread, also made Li Xuan appetite move, and salivate. Swoosh! The number 2 and number 3 steel mantises ran back quickly, carrying a lot of things, including some large lotus leaves, which were cleaned very clean. Sizzle! The aroma of barbecue filled the air. Soon the barbecue was ready. It was wrapped in lotus leaves by steel mantis number 1 and carefully placed in front of Li Xuan. Then steel puppet number 1 continued to work. Swoosh! Steel mantis number 2 and number 3 rushed out again. Soon after, a stone bucket used to store food was carried back. After doing all this, number 2 and number 3 set off again. They hurriedly ran a long way away. Li Xuan looked at the busy steel mantis and felt that he had created 3 servants. And they were very considerate. They knew to complete the task without any instructions. They should be influenced by my subconscious mind at all times, knowing what to do and what not to do, and I can kill them with just a thought. Li Xuan was very satisfied with this creation. Although they were a little weak, they were good enough to be servants. So Li Xuan prepared to test them, while tasting the barbecue. Time passed by little. Number 2, number 3 iron mantises wandered around, sweeping away all threats, while turning their heads to look at the huge Songlong Valley. This is the residence of Songlong, the original controller of Songlong District. It has been deprived of power, so it must be dissatisfied. The 2nd and 3rd steel mantises began to run wildly, rushing straight to Songlong Valley. They were ready to see if Songlong had any resentment. If so, they would kill Songlong. Songlong Valley. A huge snow-white Songlong wolf stood quietly in the valley, its wise eyes looking at the sky. And the powerful aura that belonged to the Wolf King was released wantonly. Songlong King, you are no longer the lord here. There is no place for you here. Do you want to submit to the new lord? A parrot said loudly. Surrender? The Wolf King spoke in human language, and a strong spiritual power wave appeared around him. You didn't defeat me, and you want me to surrender? You want to rule the Songlong district? This is ridiculous. Wait, I will soon break through the silver level, and then I will definitely become the king here again. No one can make me surrender. The Songlong King said proudly, and the aura around him became more and more terrifying, which also made the surrounding summoned beasts tremble. Chapter 191 The Nightmare of the Wolf King. The parrot looked at the mighty Wolf King, and when it said that it was about to break through the silver level, it could not help but feel awe. Wolf King, are you going to break through the silver level? Of course, I have worked hard for so many years, and finally saw the hope of a breakthrough a few days ago. Just wait, in less than 5 days, I will be able to break through to the silver level and become the real master of one side. The Wolf King said proudly, his huge white head raised high, and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations rippled again, and each ripple was stronger than before. So strong, as long as you break through to the silver level, the Songlong territory will definitely return to your hands, and even the many lords around will not dare to offend you again. The parrot said respectfully, his attitude was completely different from before. This is inevitable. No one can take the Songlong territory from me, let alone surrender to me. There is no word surrender in my world. The Songlong King swore his bold words domineeringly, and his unyielding will was fully demonstrated at this moment. After hearing this, the parrot admired the Wolf King even more, and hurriedly continued to praise him, saying a lot of flattering words. After the parrot left, the Wolf King began to inspect his valley, and was ready to return to his cave to make a breakthrough after the inspection. However, it had just arrived at the entrance of the valley. A black iron middle-level steel mantis rushed over quickly, and stood in front of the Wolf King without fear. Where did you come from? You low-level summoned beast. And you dared to be arrogant in front of me. Get out. The Wolf King opened his mouth, and a sharp wind blade suddenly separated, and slashed directly at the steel mantis. Ding! A long shock sounded, which also made the Wolf King pause, because the sharp wind blade that the Wolf King just released was actually blocked by the steel mantis. Such a scene made the Wolf King doubt his life. No. Some wolves were born. Because it was a bronze great perfection summoned beast, the wind blade released by it was not dared to be taken even by the bronze middle level. But now, this steel mantis actually blocked it with those 2 swords, which was really amazing. You have some skills, but that's all. Die. Swoosh. 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 Dense wind blades condensed in the air, with a terrifying power to cut everything, and instantly swept towards the steel mantis. These wind blades were too dense, layered, and the angles were tricky, not to mention the low-level summon beasts. Even the summon beasts of the same level as the Wolf King did not dare to take these wind blades easily. So after releasing the wind blades, the Wolf King waited confidently, ready to watch the scene of the steel mantis being torn into pieces. A series of collisions sounded, and with the sounds, the steel mantis moved its body quickly as if assisted by God, and always avoided the wind blades at the critical moment. Even if it could not avoid the wind blades, it could swing its sword to collide with the wind blades, and thus use the power of the collision to avoid the remaining wind blades. At this moment, under the wind blades in the sky, the steel mantis flashed like a butterfly flying through flowers, and moved gracefully in the crisp sound, and walked out a very thrilling and exciting step and body movement. During this process, the Grey Wolf King has been watching. Originally, he did not take it seriously, but as he watched, the Grey Wolf King's expression became serious. He felt that this steel mantis was not simple. Terrible fighting instinct. This guy's fighting talent is so strong. He can always avoid the wind blade at the critical moment. And why is his steel body so hard? His sword was cut by several wind blades in a row, but only a small amount of damage occurred. This is too abnormal. The Wolf King became serious. He felt that this Iron Mantis was definitely a fighting maniac. If this guy grows up, he will definitely be invincible at the same level. It's amazing. But it's a pity that his strength is too weak. The gap between you and me is too big. You will definitely die today. The Wolf King was surrounded by the power of wind, and his feet were also wrapped in the wind. A trace of white light permeated his body, forming something like a protective film to protect him. Next, let you feel the power of bronze perfection. Die! Whoosh! The figure of the Grey Wolf King flashed by like a gust of wind, and rushed towards the Iron Mantis with a terrifying aura. 3 kilometers away, Mantis number 2 stood under an orange tree, quietly looking at the oranges on the tree. The fresh oranges looked delicious. Whoosh! 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 Mantis number 2 waved the big knife in his hand, madly digging the soil under the orange tree, cutting along the roots bit by bit, and soon dug out the orange tree. The key is that this orange tree has roots left, so it can obviously continue to be planted. After doing all this, Mantis number 2 was ready to return to the cave with the orange tree. But at this time, it suddenly turned its head to look in the direction of the Songlong Valley, and ran away quickly. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept across the entire Songlong Valley, and the smoke and dust filled the air, steaming towards the sky. A large amount of rubble was blown away in the explosion, sweeping in all directions like bullets. In this rolling smoke and dust, the Songlong King limped, his body covered with scars, and blood dripping from his mouth. Too strong, this Iron Mantis is a monster. It has a terrifying fighting talent, it has amazing defense, and the most important thing is that it can self-destruct. It hurts so much. Who the hell did I offend? Why won't this mantis let me go? The Wolf King felt very aggrieved. He was patrolling the territory just fine, and ended up suffering such a disaster. The most important thing is that the other party would rather self-destruct than leave. This made the Wolf King very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but curse out the dirty words he learned from the human race. Fortunately, the Iron Mantis died. Otherwise, if it grew up, it would be a nightmare for me, the Wolf King said thankfully, raised his claws and condensed white light, and began to heal his injuries. Under the treatment of the white light, its injuries recovered a lot, and its combat power gradually recovered. As the king who once ruled the Wolf District, although its level was only bronze, it had 5 talents. In addition, the talent level was very high, which made it an indestructible cockroach. It can run, heal, resist, and attack in groups. It is a very powerful all-round summon beast. That's why the Wolf King was so confident, believing that after he broke through the silver level, he would definitely be able to take back the wolf territory. It's time to try to break through the silver level. My stomach hurts so much. Although my external injuries have been cured, I need to take care of my internal injuries for a while, and I have consumed a lot of spiritual power. If another Iron Mantis comes, I will probably be skinned alive if I don't die. The Wolf King shook his head, feeling that this was unlikely. After all, having one Iron Mantis was already abnormal. If another Iron Mantis came, it would definitely be a disaster. However, at this moment, just when the Grey Wolf King finished saying this, it suddenly felt something, and suddenly looked up in the direction of the valley entrance, and the next second its pupils shrank sharply. Damn, there really is another mantis coming. The Grey Wolf King was terrified, and hurriedly gathered all his abilities, and made full preparations for the battle. However, at this moment, the Steel Mantis suddenly picked up a big stone, and carved 2 big words on it: submission. Submission? Submit to you? Impossible. I, the Blue Wolf King, will never submit to a summoned beast weaker than me. The Blue Wolf King roared. Buzz! Mysterious fluctuations began to ripple, which also made the Blue Wolf King suddenly tremble with fear, because it had felt such a fluctuation before, and at the moment when this fluctuation appeared, the previous Steel Mantis exploded in this way. And now, the Steel Mantis at the entrance of the valley has released this kind of fluctuation before the fight started, which has proved that the other party is going to self-destruct. Sure enough, the Steel Mantis began to run rapidly, like a rocket, rushing towards the Wolf King. Feeling the fluctuations of the Steel Mantis, watching the other party rushing towards him, the Wolf King was terrified, and shouted in horror. Don't come over here. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, sweeping the entire Wolf Valley again. The entire valley shook as if it had suffered an earthquake, and billowing smoke rose up, making the area dark and blurry. Chapter 192 Scaring the Wolf King. On the other side, in the cave, Li Xuan was eating barbecue, while checking various information about the main city, continuously setting and issuing main city tasks. But at this time, Li Xuan raised his eyebrows. Another one died? Sure enough, this kind of Steel Mantis is too weak, only suitable to be a servant. Li Xuan shook his head, and the god perspective unfolded, and soon, he saw a felled orange tree, and the fresh oranges were mouth-watering. Number 1, go get that orange tree back. Li Xuan gave the order after putting away his god perspective. Whoosh! Number 1 Iron Mantis rushed out quickly, and ran away without any delay. Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction after seeing this scene. Although it is a little weak, it is indeed suitable to be a servant. Then create 2 more to make up the 3. Li Xuan muttered, and once again released the power of the Mantis Puppet, and began to continue to create Iron Puppet. With a large consumption of soul power, 2 new Iron Puppet gradually appeared, and their metallic bodies exuded a cold texture. I consumed quite a lot of soul power. Making a Mantis Puppet actually consumed 5% of my soul power. What a waste. Forget it. I'm going to sleep. I should be able to recover after a good night's sleep. Li Xuan stretched his body and laid down in the grass to sleep, to recover the consumed soul power. Outside world, Sanwang Valley. The billowing smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the valley of broken walls and ruins. At this moment, the valley has become a ruin. The originally beautiful green grass, green trees, and red flowers have all been destroyed. The entire valley was left with only the devastated land, and the wounded Wolf King. At this moment, the Wolf King fell to the ground motionless. His breathing became very weak, and he couldn't even stand up. Fortunately, the white light kept flashing, healing his seriously injured body. When the Steel Mantis exploded, I held back. Otherwise, I might have died. The Wolf King thought of the horrific scene just now, and a deep fear emerged in his heart. It was almost dead, and it completely disappeared. If it weren't for the Iron Mantis, who chose to self-destruct from a distance and didn't get too close to the Wolf King, the Wolf King might have been finished. I don't want to experience this near-death state again. It's too scary. The Wolf King continued to treat himself. His injuries gradually improved. He could stand up slowly, and even his hair was restored. However, his internal injuries were too severe, and he was shaky even when walking. Continue to treat. I can't let other summoned beasts see my weakness. At this moment, I can't even beat an ordinary summoned beast. The Grey Wolf King continued to work hard to heal himself. Gradually, he finally stopped shaking when walking and could walk slowly. But he knew clearly that he could only heal to this extent at most. If he wanted to continue to recover, it would take at least half a year. Let's go back to the cave. This is my territory. No one dares to approach easily. I may recover after resting in the cave for half a year. The Grey Wolf King slowly moved his paws forward step by step. But soon, he felt something again and looked towards the entrance of the valley. Then, the Iron Mantis that at least wanted to see appeared. An Iron Mantis carried an orange tree, watched from a distance, with no intention of attacking. But the Iron Mantis raised the big knife on its front limbs, and made a neck-cutting motion. Then, the Iron Mantis left, carrying the orange tree and left quickly. But the neck-cutting motion scared the Wolf King into a cold sweat, and he no longer dared to go to the cave. No, I must leave here quickly, otherwise I may not survive today. The Grey Wolf King hurried out, because he was too badly injured, he could not run, and could only move forward step by step. There were many summoned beasts outside the valley, but as long as the Grey Wolf King did not show weakness, no one dared to approach him, so he was not particularly dangerous in the outside world. In order to make himself look like he had no injuries at all, the Grey Wolf King controlled the wind, blowing his fur to be snow-white and translucent, without a trace of dust. At the same time, he continuously released his breath, the powerful breath that belonged to the Grey Wolf King, and shocked the four directions like a king. After doing all this, it walked at the fastest speed, heading towards the Red Maple Mountain in the direction of the border. Time passed slowly. Soon 3 hours passed. The Wolf King was lucky to come to the Red Maple Mountain. Lying alone on the top of the mountain, silently observing the surroundings, guarding against being attacked. It did not dare to go to the Mountain Crane district, because the opponent would definitely take advantage of its weakness to kill it. So the Wolf King could only recover here silently. However, the Wolf King did not know. Li Xuan had woken up at this time, and turned into a black-robed man, and came towards the Red Maple Mountain with 3 steel mantises. At the foot of Red Maple Mountain, a group of human reincarnations who came back from Shanhe district walked slowly. Through the innate ability of a chat beast, they could talk to each other without using a chat channel. They were the group of people who were unwilling to pay honor points. Originally, they decided not to return to Songlong district, and went to Shanhe district. As a result, Shanhe district was too dangerous, many of them died, and they had no choice but to turn back. Shanhe district was too dangerous, several reincarnations died, we had to return to Songlong district, but Li Xuan was too shady, paying 10 honor points a month. This is robbing money. That's right, we should resist together, and refuse to pay honor points together, after all. Unity is strength. A red mouse said angrily. I'm afraid it's difficult. Li Xuan is too strong, our combined strength can't beat him, but we can make a suggestion. Let Li Xuan reduce his honor points to 1 point, then he will be accepted. You wish? Li Xuan will definitely not give up such a high interest, unless he is defeated by a powerful force, otherwise. Li Xuan will not reduce his honor points. Everyone's face was a little ugly, because Li Xuan was too strong, they couldn't beat Li Xuan at all. Huh? Look at the top of Red Maple Mountain, isn't that the Wolf King? It's actually here. Someone said. It is indeed it. It is a very powerful summoned beast. It used to be the lord of this area, but it's a pity that it stepped down. Its authority was cancelled, and it is estimated that it has no place to stay. Wait, I have an idea. We can cooperate with the Wolf King, and fight for a piece of territory from Li Xuan, which is considered an autonomous region. With the strength of the Wolf King, and us together, maybe we can succeed. Even if we fail, we can reduce the price of honor points. Red Mouse suggested. This is a good idea. The Grey Wolf King has no place to stay, and he must hate Li Xuan. As long as we show our sincerity, we can definitely convince the Grey Wolf King. Yes. 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 We have a lot of materials. We can definitely convince the Grey Wolf King through interest exchange. The big mouth beast nodded hurriedly. The group felt that this method was feasible. After discussing it, they went to the top of Red Maple Mountain together. However, as soon as they reached the top of the mountain, a terrifying aura swept over, scaring the human reincarnation so much that they dared not step forward. After discussion, they sent a talking starling bird to talk to the Wolf King. Lord Wolf King, we want to make a deal with you. The starling bird flew up and spoke to the Wolf King from a distance. What deal? The Wolf King was very imposing and spoke calmly like a king. It's like this. The starling bird quickly told the story, telling Li Xuan evil deeds, exaggerating them. And the starling bird promised a lot of benefits, and took out a lot of good things to persuade the Wolf King. The Wolf King listened quietly. When he saw that the other party took out materials, there were materials for treating injuries, the Wolf King's eyes lit up. Sure, I'm planning to take back my authority. In a few days, I will be able to break through the silver level, and then I will definitely get back my authority. The Wolf King said proudly. Silver level? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and then they were ecstatic. You know, the silver level is very powerful. No one dares to underestimate the Wolf King, who has reached the silver level. Even if he can't get back his territory, he can get an autonomous region. And they can survive in the Wolf King's territory, and pay less taxes, so everyone showed a look of joy. Chapter 193 Surrender or Die. Okay, you continue to look for more materials. These materials are of some help to me, but I need more materials. The Grey Wolf King said indifferently. Yes, Lord Grey Wolf King. Mina nodded, flew quickly to the Reincarnation team, and began to encourage everyone to bring out more materials. During this process, the Grey Wolf King lowered his wolf head and proudly ate those materials. After a while, he ate up all the healing materials. In order to hide its injuries, it ate the other materials together. After eating, the Wolf King felt his condition and found that his injuries had improved a lot. It could finally run a little, but it would take time to recover its fighting power. At this time, the starling flew over again and brought a lot of materials. The Wolf King was very satisfied with so many materials. And finally the two sides reached an agreement. The human race continued to provide materials for the Wolf King. And the Wolf King promised to protect these humans in the future. Even if he could not conquer Li Xuan territory, he would strongly demand a reduction in taxes. After the discussion, Mina returned to the team, dancing with everyone else in excitement, feeling that their decision was correct, and that they no longer had to pay so many honor points. Li Xuan would never have thought that we could reach an agreement with the Wolf King, who was about to break through to the silver level. Red Mouse said excitedly. Yeah. Who made Li Xuan so greedy? 10 honor points. He really dared to ask for it. That's right. Since I was reincarnated, I have only gotten 12 honor points. It's not easy for me. Everyone continued to talk, and began to look forward to the scene of following the Wolf King in the future. At this time, the Black Fox Beast spoke, and said with some worry, will the Wolf King lie to us? Or it can't beat Li Xuan, and surrender to Li Xuan? Then we will be miserable. What are you thinking? With the proud character of the Wolf King, it simply doesn't bother to deceive us. And the Wolf King is unyielding, and would rather die than surrender to Li Xuan. That's right. The Wolf King is a bronze master, and is about to break through the silver level. How could such a powerful summoned beast surrender easily? He even disdains to lie to us. Yes, as long as the Songlong King breaks through the silver level, no one dares to underestimate it. Even Li Xuan needs to treat it well. A group of people gathered together to discuss. Do not believe that the powerful Songlong King would lie, let alone believe that the Songlong King would lose. Such discussions also made the Black Fox Beast nod, feeling that it was indeed reasonable. That's it. The crowd did not go to the center of the Songlong area, but waited silently in place, waiting for the Songlong King to break through the silver level. On the other side, 3 steel mantises ran fast, walking on the bumpy ground as if it were flat ground. Li Xuan flew slowly behind, and the black-clothed man followed quietly like the god of death. When the number 1 steel mantis came back, he reported to Li Xuan that he saw the Wolf King in the Wolf Valley. Li Xuan thought of his main city. There was a vacant position for a city guardian beast, so he just caught the Wolf King and tamed it to fill the vacancy. If the Wolf King refused to obey, then he would beat it until it obeyed. Anyway, it was just a weak summoned beast. Even if it broke through to the silver level, it was still garbage. So Li Xuan flew, observing from a god perspective, heading towards the direction of the Wolf King. He was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to reach the vicinity of Red Maple Mountain. When they got here, the 3 steel mantises were even faster, running wildly on the vegetation on the mountain as if they were walking on flat ground. Pretty fast. Li Xuan stopped in the air, looking down at the 3 steel mantises, was very satisfied with their speed, but it was a pity that he could only infuse them with 3 talents, and the increase in strength was a bit small. This skill of Mantis Puppet is now perfect. If it is upgraded to the extraordinary level, it will definitely improve the combat power of Mantis Puppet. Li Xuan's eyes showed expectation. He continued to fly in the breeze, and flew towards the top of Red Maple Mountain. The top of Red Maple Mountain. The Wolf King ate the healing materials, and treated his condition. He found that his injuries had recovered a lot, and his combat power was gradually recovering. But if he wanted to recover to the peak, there was still a long way to go. However, at this time, just as it was thinking about what to do, its pupil shrank sharply, because it saw 3 steel mantises running towards it at a rapid speed. Seeing these 3 steel mantises, the Songlong King was frightened, and suddenly stood up, wanting to escape. But the steel mantises were too fast. The Songlong King compared their speeds, and despair appeared in his eyes. It was seriously injured, and could not outrun the 3 steel mantises. Facing such a terrifying guy, the Songlong King knew that if he ran away, the result would most likely be death. Can I just surrender? I really don't want to surrender, but I don't want to die even more. The Wolf King thought to himself, lamenting his own sorrow, and at the same time terrified where this steel mantis came from, and how terrifying it was. That's it. While the Wolf King was thinking, he suddenly found that the 3 steel mantises stopped, turned their heads to look behind them, and then bowed their heads to salute. Such a scene shocked the Wolf King's heart. Because the combat power of the steel mantis was very terrifying, the thought of its self-destruction was terrifying. But now, such a terrifying steel mantis actually lowered its head and showed respect, which shocked the Grey Wolf King. It looked in the direction of the steel mantis, and soon found a black-robed man flying slowly in the air. The black-robed man flew slowly, and flew to this area lightly. Then the black-robed man slowly descended, and landed in front of the 3 steel mantises. Swish! One of the steel mantises immediately lay down, and lay on the ground like a stool. The black-robed man sat lightly on the steel mantis, and said calmly, "I am Li Xuan, the Lord of Songlong City. I will give you 2 choices, surrender or die." The indifferent voice resounded throughout the area, and also made Songlong King's scalp numb. The strong sense of crisis made it tremble with fear. It quickly realized that its answer would determine its life or death. Not far away, the human reincarnation saw this scene, and stood up one by one. Is this black-robed man Li Xuan? He actually came to tame the Grey Wolf King, and brought 3 summoned beasts with him. They are just 3 summoned beasts of the middle level of black iron. The Grey Wolf King is a bronze master, and with its strong and unyielding character, it will never surrender. Just wait and see. A big battle is about to begin. Red Mouse said. That makes sense. The survival guide said that the Grey Wolf King is very arrogant, and is also a very powerful all-round summoned beast. I believe it will not surrender, and will definitely fight to the death with Li Xuan. And it may not lose. The big-mouthed beast affirmed. The human reincarnations around him heard this, nodded in agreement, and collectively looked at the Grey Wolf King, waiting for its domineering refusal. That's it. Under the gaze of everyone, with everyone's attention, the Grey Wolf King finally made a decision. It exuded the aura of a king, walked forward step by step, with everyone's attention, slowly lowered its head. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Bang! The Grey Wolf King knelt down, with his head bowed to the ground, and chose to surrender. Such a scene, all the reincarnated people were stunned, and the few people who were talking were frozen in place like fools, watching all this in a daze. It actually surrendered. How is it possible? Isn't it going to break through the silver level? Isn't it going to take back the territory? Why did it suddenly surrender? Am I dreaming? The starling was dumbfounded, and shouted in a daze, suspecting that he was hallucinating. The people around him had similar expressions, all staring blankly at the kneeling Songlong King. At this moment, the whole Red Maple Mountain was silent. Oh! You want to take back the territory? Li Xuan's voice broke the silence, looking at the Wolf King with a sneer. Strong pressure and murderous aura swept over instantly. No. No. No, I didn't. It was these people who encouraged me to take back the territory, and they gave me materials, you see. I haven't finished eating yet, they gave it all. The Wolf King felt the terrifying pressure, thinking that Li Xuan was going to kill it, and hurriedly pushed all the responsibilities to the human reincarnation. Such shirking of responsibility made the confused people dumbfounded again, some of them froze in place with doubts about life. Chapter 194, Revenge of the Crocodile Tribe. They never expected that. Not only did the Grey Wolf King surrender, he also betrayed them in a blink of an eye. Such behavior made everyone angry. Damn, this Grey Wolf King is too hateful. He surrendered, but he pushed the responsibility to us in a blink of an eye. This guy is too shameless. Yeah, the key is that this guy doesn't even have the courage to fight. With just one word from Li Xuan, the Grey Wolf King surrendered. This is too fast. That's right, what a coward, I'm so angry. The human reincarnations all stared at the Wolf King angrily, feeling very ashamed of the Wolf King's actions. And on the other side, the Wolf King was also very aggrieved and depressed. If Li Xuan came by himself, the Wolf King would have fought anyway. Even if he couldn't win, at least he could save face. But looking at the 3 steel mantises, thinking of their terrifying combat power, the Wolf King gave up directly. There is no way. These steel mantises are all monsters. They are the kind that will self-destruct if they disagree with each other. Who dares to provoke such a terrifying existence? If they self-destruct again, wouldn't they be finished? So the Blue Wolf King figured it out. Instead of being embarrassed, it is better to admit defeat directly. That is why the Blue Wolf King made the current move and betrayed all the human reincarnations. And the Blue Wolf King's betrayal also made the human reincarnations feel very uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a fly. However, they also guessed how powerful Li Xuan was. Even the bronze great perfection Sanlong King had surrendered, so the reincarnated could only choose to surrender. So they hurriedly expressed their submission to Li Xuan, and were willing to pay enough honor points. But Li Xuan did not let them go easily, and he had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. So Li Xuan punished the few people who took the lead in resisting, and punished them to work in the hardest and most tiring jobs in Songlong City for 10 years. The most important thing is that most people don't want to do this job, because it's too dirty. Those people were very angry and wanted to resist. But at this time, the Wolf King rushed over, looking like a dog that wanted to bite people. And those people surrendered. Finally, the problem here was solved, and Li Xuan led everyone back to the Wolf City. Then, in a white light, the Wolf King became the guardian beast of the Wolf City, responsible for protecting the safety of the city. 5 days later, under Li Xuan treatment, the Wolf King successfully reached the silver level. His strength soared, and his arrogance rose again. Then, Li Xuan took the Wolf King out for a trip. After coming back, the Wolf King was as obedient as a dog and no longer arrogant. Okay, you guard the city well, I'm leaving. After Li Xuan finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious portal appeared. There were mysterious runes engraved on the portal, which was very strange. And in the center of the portal, there was an illusory vortex that kept spinning, emitting mysterious power fluctuations. Master, rest assured, I will do my best to protect Songlong City, and will never let any problems happen to Songlong City. Songlong King nodded hurriedly. As obedient as a dog. Yes. Li Xuan nodded, and walked into the portal with big strides. 3 steel mantises also left with him. Huh? Watching Li Xuan leave, Songlong King finally breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to escape. But thinking of the scene after being taken out that day, Songlong King couldn't help but shudder, thinking of the pet evolution pills, healing pills, and the salary for guarding the city that Li Xuan had given him. The Wolf King felt that such a job was not bad. As long as I work hard, I can get a salary, buy pills, and become stronger. This is much better than before. It seems that following the master is good. If I get hurt, I don't have to pretend to be scared. And I don't have to worry about the lords of other territories attacking me. With the master around, who dares to offend nearby creatures? I kill you if I don't blow you up. I've decided, I follow the master from now on. I won't leave even if he asks me to leave. The Wolf King muttered, carefully took out a pill from his claws. Smelling the rich scent of the pill, the Wolf King couldn't help but lick it, and instantly showed an intoxicated look. The master said this is called the Pet Beast Evolution Pill. As long as I work hard, I can use my salary to buy the pill. This is a good thing. I want to eat it just by smelling it. The Wolf King said happily, resisting the desire to swallow it, licking it gently, squinting his eyes, and lying on the grass at the city gate, enjoying the taste of the delicious pill. Near the city gate, a group of reincarnated people came and went, busily working, accepting various tasks issued by the main city bounty guild in exchange for various elixirs. And the tasks they completed, and the materials they obtained, also became one of the sources of materials needed by Li Xuan. Of course, human reincarnated people still need to grow, after all. They are too weak. When they grow up in the future, maybe they can get extraordinary fruits or something like that. And extraordinary fruits must correspond to talents to be eaten. Human reincarnated people don't have many talents, and it's difficult to encounter extraordinary fruits that suit them. In addition, Li Xuan purchase price is extremely high, and no one can exceed his price. So these extraordinary fruits will most likely flow into Li Xuan warehouse. Therefore, this main city will become an important way for Li Xuan to obtain sources in the future, laying the foundation for future strength. Area 98. A mysterious portal suddenly appeared, showing a rectangular shape, with strange mist rippling slightly, which was very extraordinary at first glance. After the portal appeared, Li Xuan walked out of the teleportation array with 3 steel mantises, squinting his eyes and looking around. What he saw was a dry desert, with flying sand and hot winds, which made Li Xuan frown. I chose a random place to teleport, but I didn't expect to end up in the desert. What bad luck. Li Xuan's mind moved slightly, and the portal behind him slowly disappeared, completely turning into nothingness. Let's see if there are any living creatures around. Li Xuan turned on the god perspective and began to scan the surroundings. Unfortunately, within the range of the god perspective, No living creatures were seen. Not even the summoned beasts. All was yellow sand. Forget it, reincarnate, continue to acquire talents by the way. If I reincarnate, will the Iron Mantis disappear? Li Xuan was puzzled, somewhat unsure whether they would die. You can move freely. If you encounter tribes like the Three-Eyed Tribe, the Crocodile Tribe, the Big-Headed Doll Tribe, kill them all. Li Xuan left a message, injected all his abilities into his body again, and then committed suicide. Ding! You are dead, and are resurrecting immediately. Swoosh. 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 After Li Xuan died, 3 steel mantises ran out quickly, running on the sand as if walking on flat ground, began to look for targets, and started killing. 30 miles away, in an oasis, about 2,000 crocodile tribes lived here, and built a small crocodile city. The city lord was a strong man of the silver level. With his natural ability, ordinary people could not afford to offend him. And at this moment, in the conference room, the lord and deputy lord of the crocodile city were holding a letter, discussing matters. The letter mentioned many times that he wanted to avenge the young clan leader, capture Li Xuan, and escort him to the clan. I didn't expect that Li Xuan was so powerful that he cut off half of the young clan leader body. Only the upper half of his body escaped, and he is still unconscious. I remember that the young clan leader had a space scroll and protective equipment, but he was still seriously injured. This Li Xuan is really not simple. The deputy city lord was surprised. Chapter 195 The Dead Man in Black. That Li Xuan is indeed extraordinary, but I used a scanner to scan the Songlong territory a few days ago, and there is not a single silver level person there. Although the Songlong king is not far from the silver level, it is not silver after all. So as long as I take action, I can definitely easily capture Li Xuan and complete the task assigned by the superiors. The city lord said confidently. But Lord City Lord, the Songlong territory is protected by the world consciousness, and cannot be attacked within 3 years. We have no way to avenge the young patriarch. The deputy city lord frowned. Don't worry, I have a way. The Songlong territory is not large. If the human reincarnated people inside want a better life, they need to search the surrounding territories. Although we cannot attack the Songlong territory, we can hunt the humans coming out of the Songlong territory. When the time comes, Songlong Lord Li Xuan will definitely take revenge. When Li Xuan takes action, I can find an opportunity to sneak attack Li Xuan, capture him, and then chop off his limbs and bring him back to the tribe. The Crocodile City Lord said coldly. This is a good method, but it is time-consuming. The Deputy City Lord nodded in approval. It takes time, but we have to do it. The young clan leader is seriously injured and unconscious, which has alarmed the entire clan. The clan leader has even issued a death order that Li Xuan must be captured. The City Lord said seriously. That's right. The young clan leader is the hope of the clan. He only came back half of his body after a trial. I guess the elders in the clan are furious. The Deputy City Lord shook his head. More than madness, once Li Xuan is captured by the tribe will probably pull out Li Xuan tendons and skin, torture him for several years, or even extract Li Xuan's soul, and burn it on the soul refining platform for 1,000 years, so that he will suffer endless pain. The City Lord said coldly. 1,000 years? It's really a terrible torture, but Li Xuan deserves it. I don't know if our crocodile tribe and the soul refining tribe have a good relationship. You dare to provoke us, you deserve to die. The Deputy City Lord nodded. Humph, anyone who provokes my crocodile tribe will all die. Go, mobilize all the elite in the city, and prepare to capture Li Xuan. The City Lord said coldly. Yes, City Lord. The Deputy City Lord left in a hurry. Since the crocodile tribe is well trained, the weakest ones are all black iron level. Soon 700 elite crocodile tribe members were mobilized. Then, under the leadership of the City Lord, they headed towards the Songlong territory. Only a small number of guards were left in the entire oasis, and the Deputy City Lord managed the crocodile city, managed the old, young, sick and disabled, and the logistics tribe members. Time passed slowly, and the crocodile city fell into the quiet and peacefulness of the past. Just at this time, 3 steel mantises came running from a distance, and soon separated, rushing towards the crocodile city from 3 directions. Huh? What is that? It seems like a summoned beast is rushing over? The crocodile tribe members at the gate of the city looked up and saw something approaching quickly from afar. It seems to be a mantis, and its spiritual power fluctuation is only at the middle level of black iron. It's so weak. I haven't had fun for a long time. When it comes, I will smash it. Don't fight with me. The captain of the gate guard had reached the black iron great perfection. He smiled when he saw this scene, and stood in front of the crowd waiting expectantly. The remaining soldiers guarding the city also smiled. They were all itching to join in the fun. As they waited, the steel mantis rushed over quickly. "Come on! Die!" the captain of the city guard roared, holding the heavy hammer in both hands and smashing it hard, with terrifying force. Smashing it hard on the head of the steel mantis. Puff! A cold light flashed, and blood sprayed with it, dyeing the earth red, and also dyeing the oasis red. The captain of the city defense fell to the ground with such a sound, and his body was split in two. This scene made the soldiers' pupils shrink, and they were about to shout, but it was too late. Puff, puff, puff. With screams, the steel mantis, which had no emotions and was not afraid of pain, rushed into the city like the god of death and began to kill crazily. And this scene happened at the other two gates of Crocodile City at the same time. The three steel mantises rushed into Crocodile City as if they were in an empty space, launching an incredible attack. On the other side, the Crocodile City Lord led 700 soldiers on foot in the desert, heading towards Songlong City. Because the weather was too hot, everyone was sweating profusely, and with the wind and sand everywhere, everyone was in a bad mood. Although the city lord was powerful, he was also very irritable and felt very unhappy in such a temperature. "It's so annoying to go out and catch Li Xuan in such a hot day. When I catch Li Xuan, I will torture him for days and nights, and drive red-hot nails into his flesh," a captain said angrily. "Your punishment is too weak. I have a more ruthless one. Cut off Li Xuan flesh bit by bit, and then let the therapist heal him. Continue cutting. Cut him for 10 days and 10 nights. I guarantee he will feel great." Another captain spoke up, excitedly talking about the vicious punishment. With these words, the crowd continued to move forward. But as they walked, suddenly they saw a man standing in front of them on the left side of the desert, a man in black. And a steel knife stabbed in the heart of this man in black. "Huh? What's going on? Why is there a man?" the Lord of Crocodile City asked coldly. "Lord City Lord, that's a dead man, but the body didn't fall down." The captain, who was good at reconnaissance, took a quick look and hurriedly reported. "Dead man? Why is there a dead man in this place? Go and see what's going on." The Crocodile City Lord frowned. "Yes, Lord City Lord." The scout captain was helpless. He could see clearly through his farsightedness that it was a dead person. But the city lord still asked for an inspection, which seemed to be distrustful of him. The scout captain ran over with a team of soldiers to check in a depressed mood. But he was in a bad mood. After confirming that it was a corpse, the scout captain kicked it. Puff! Half of the scout captain's body suddenly separated, spurting out a lot of blood, which also dyed the man in black red. Bang! The body of the scout captain fell to the ground, which also caused the other soldiers to retreat in fear. Is he dead or alive? He clearly has no breath. The deputy captain shouted in fear, pulling a longbow from his back and shooting an arrow. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. The figure of the man in black flashed by like an afterimage, and then he started a killing spree. "You're looking for death," the Lord of Crocodile City roared, and his body jumped high like an eagle and rushed towards the man in black with a terrifying wave of power. The crocodile tribe members in the team were not willing to lag behind, and rushed forward quickly, surrounded Li Xuan's body, and tried to kill him. The fierce battle began. Li Xuan's figure moved like a ghost, and the two swords in his hands waved wildly in the cold light. His strong fighting instinct allowed him to avoid a large number of fatal attacks. He kept waving his long sword in a rapid flash, and every swing could take away a life. The steaming blood sprayed on the ground, dyed the hot yellow sand red, and cast a shadow on the hearts of the crocodile tribe members. Chapter 196. Who did it? Too strong, really too strong. What on earth is this? Why is there no life sign? A captain shouted in horror. I don't know, but I know. If we don't kill it as soon as possible, we may have to return to Crocodile City. There are too many casualties. Kill him quickly. Puff, puff, puff. The black figure was like lightning, moving quickly among the crocodile tribe. The terrible knife light flashed quickly, making people desperate and terrified. The Lord of Crocodile City attacked frantically, condensing his hands into green hands, and frantically attacking Li Xuan. Unfortunately, Li Xuan's speed was too fast, and the green hands could not catch him at all, but the green hands were cut off by the long sword many times. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The Lord of Crocodile City roared, and his body suddenly collided, turning into a huge crocodile monster, and then rushed towards Li Xuan body alone with a terrifying momentum. But at this moment, Li Xuan body suddenly stopped moving, and fell to the ground with a plop, and completely returned to death. Such a scene frightened the Crocodile City Lord, and he immediately retreated, looking at the fallen body with vigilance. What's going on? Why is this guy lying on the ground and not moving? The Crocodile City Lord was panicked, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. In addition, the wind and sand were everywhere, and the surroundings were getting blurrier and blurrier. The Crocodile City Lord was worried that there was an ambush nearby. Retreat, retreat from here first, immediately. The Crocodile City Lord gave the order again, and he hurriedly retreated 2 kilometers with the remaining soldiers, and then he looked at the fallen body with vigilance from afar. What is going on? Is there a substitute or something? The real murderer is hiding in the sand? Someone couldn't help but say this. The Crocodile City Lord was also in doubt, and had no idea what was going on. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, he sent someone to investigate. Not long after confirming that the body was completely motionless, and even the weapons disappeared, the Crocodile City Lord was relieved, but still didn't understand what was going on. Go back to the city first, report this to the clan, and see what's going on. This is too weird. To be on the safe side, the Lord of Crocodile City returned with everyone. First, to report the incident, and second, to have a good rest. There were too many casualties. Of course, the body of the man in black had to be brought back. After all, the body could be handed over to the tribe for research. Although the body might still be dangerous, it would not be so worrying if it was tied with a rope and slid far away in the sand. So the team set off, with several people slid the body far away, leaving a long trail in the yellow sand. Boom! A terrifying loud noise suddenly came from afar, and the yellow sand in the sky rose up in the explosion, forming a terrifying scene of yellow sand all over the sky. And such a terrifying explosion sound also shocked everyone's face. This is the explosion from the direction of Crocodile City. Is there something wrong with Crocodile City? Go back quickly. The Lord of Crocodile City was shocked, feeling more and more that there was a conspiracy here, and hurriedly led the team to rush to Crocodile City. Boom! Another terrifying explosion appeared, sweeping large areas, and the yellow sand in the sky completely changed the surrounding environment into a yellow sand world. This explosion made the Crocodile City Lord even more frightened, and he even slowed down his pace towards the city, because the explosion was so terrifying. The Crocodile City Lord was terrified. At this time, the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and a blood-stained voice came from a distance and ran towards the direction of the Crocodile City Lord. Behind this blood-stained figure, a scarred steel mantis with 2 broken swords was chasing quickly, staring at the blood-stained figure. Whoosh! The blood-stained figure finally rushed to the front of the Crocodile City Lord, and fell to the ground with a plop, spitting blood. Deputy City Lord, it's actually the Deputy City Lord. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. The Crocodile City Lord rushed over, supported the Deputy City Lord, and hurriedly said, "What's wrong with you? What happened in the city? What about the big explosion? Tell me quickly." "Lord City Lord, Crocodile City collapsed. There are monsters." "Monsters?" Puff! The Deputy City Lord exhaled again. His whole breath was several times weaker. He didn't even have the strength to speak. At this time, the Deputy City Lord suddenly heard a sound from behind, and immediately turned his head to look, and then saw the figure chasing after him. "Run, City Lord! Take me and run! Quickly!" The Deputy City Lord didn't know where he got the strength from, and hurriedly shouted. At this moment, the steel mantis also ran not far from the crowd. But it suddenly stopped, and its eyes suddenly locked on the body that was slid by the rope. A tremor appeared on the steel mantis, and its originally cold eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a strong smell of blood lingered. Whoosh! The figure of the steel mantis flashed by quickly, and rushed into the crowd of crocodile tribesmen in a shadow. The Crocodile City Lord felt something was wrong, and rushed out immediately. Even the Deputy City Lord had no time to take care of him, and he rushed out far away alone. Boom! The terrifying explosion occurred again, and the steaming yellow sand even formed a sandstorm, which began to roll wildly in all directions. In such an explosion, the Crocodile City Lord was blown away for hundreds of meters, and rolled several times in a row, and finally stopped. Fortunately, he was strong, with his powerful strength protecting him. Although he vomited blood several times, at least he survived. However, when the sandstorm settled. It looked at the deep sand pit behind it, looking at the broken bodies and bloody flesh all over the ground. The face of the Crocodile City Lord turned pale, quickly retreated in fear, then looked around vigilantly. What's going on? Where are the enemies? Why are they attacking my city? What is this steel mantis going to do? The Lord of Crocodile City was completely confused. He had no idea what was going on. And he didn't even know who to seek revenge on. In the end, he could only hold his chest and walk towards Crocodile City. He had to see what happened to his main city. It was a place he had run for a long time. And he didn't want to see his city destroyed. A few minutes later, the Lord of Crocodile City looked at the ruins of the city. And the ruins that seemed to have been hit by a catastrophe. He spit out a mouthful of blood, fainted on the ground, and passed out. It took 2 full days for it to wake up. No one rescued it. It could only struggle to find some food and water in the oasis, eat quickly, and recover. But it still couldn't forget the previous scene, and couldn't figure out what it had offended, and a whole city was destroyed. Who is it? The human race? It doesn't seem like it. If the human race had such strong power, I'm afraid they would have attacked long ago. The point is that the human race can't control corpses. Then those who can control corpses may be the dark race, and the netherworld race, the corpse ghost race, the dead soul race. Damn, many races can control corpses. Who is it? The eyes of the Crocodile City Lord were bloodshot. Especially when he looked at the ruined city. He was furious, and vowed to take revenge and kill the culprit. Just thinking of those steel mantises. The Crocodile City Lord was still frightened, and felt that this thing was too dangerous. He must be very careful when he saw it in the future. Report this matter first. My city was destroyed, and the tribe must be shocked. We must look for the mastermind. As for revenge for the young patriarch. Wait a minute. Although the human race is also suspicious, the probability is very small. Now we mainly consider the corpse ghost tribe. These guys are not good enough for us. The Lord of the Crocodile City narrowed his eyes and analyzed, feeling that this matter might be related to the corpse ghost tribe, and there were many doubts. With his own guess, the Lord of the Crocodile City once again looted some food, and set foot on the road to the Hui tribe alone. On the other side, in the rolling yellow sand, Li Xuan stood quietly on the sand, swaying his little tail speechlessly, feeling that he had been reincarnated into a low-level summoned beast again. Chapter 197 Crazy Acquisition of Talents. Let's look through the memories first. Li Xuan muttered to himself, and began to browse the memories in his mind with his eyes closed. While browsing, there was a faint sound of something sliding next to him. Li Xuan's companion's spirit suit was activated, and a long knife suddenly appeared in his palm. Swish! The knife light flashed in the air, and everything returned to silence. After dozens of minutes, Li Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and saw a light yellow sand snake. The snake was 3 meters long, and its body was thick, and its skin was covered with scars. It was obvious that it had experienced many battles, but this snake was already dead, and was cut in half with a knife. Li Xuan shook his head, no longer caring, but looking at his body from a god perspective. Small limbs, slender tail, sly appearance, and black eyes. This appearance made Li Xuan speechless. It turned into a weak gerbil. Luckily I got 2 intermediate skills. Li Xuan opened the data panel, and looked carefully at the 2 new abilities. Wind resistance, intermediate, passive ability, has a certain resistance to wind elements, reducing damage from wind attributes. Sense of crisis, intermediate, passive ability, can detect danger through sense of crisis. The more dangerous, the stronger the sense of crisis. Looking at these 2 intermediate skills, Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction. The 2 passive abilities are very useful to him. Continue to reincarnate. Anyway, the silver-level soul is strong enough, and can bear many talents. Li Xuan was ready to commit suicide, but before reincarnation, he had to do one thing, which was to create 3 more steel mantises. There was no other way. These things died too quickly. After I committed suicide last time, the steel mantises could still move, which means that my death would not affect them. However, I am still in the desert now, probably not far from the steel mantises. If I am far away, or even not in the same world, what will happen to the steel mantises? Li Xuan was puzzled, and tried to activate the ability of the mantis puppet. With the rapid consumption of souls, he created 3 steel mantises again. Go. Move freely. After Li Xuan gave the order, he committed suicide again, and his body fell in the desert. Ding! You are dead. And you are resurrecting randomly. The dead world descended, and Li Xuan world completely returned to darkness. With the sound of the machine, the environment slowly changed. The sense of dead silence was reduced a lot. And the dark world was not so strange and dark. But it was still dark. And in the dark world, you could faintly see the white bones. Click, click, click. A strange sound rang out, attracting Li Xuan's attention. He wanted to turn his head, but found that he couldn't move. Huh? What's going on? Li Xuan wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't make any sound, not even a sound. He quickly turned on the god perspective, and carefully observed all around. Then Li Xuan paused for 2 seconds, obviously shocked by the current scene. From his god perspective, all the areas in all directions were dark, dark sky, dark earth, dark plants, dark lake water. Only the skeletons covered in white bones walked woodenly, wandering around in the sound of crackling. Skeleton warriors? Skeleton archers? Li Xuan looked at the strange skeletons in surprise, and found that many of them were holding weapons. Bone swords, bone knives, bone bows, and many other weapons. Such a scene surprised Li Xuan very much. He looked at his body carefully, and found that he only had this skull left. The key point was inside the skull, where strange ghost lights flashed, which seemed to be Li Xuan's soul. Is this my soul? Silver-colored soul, is this the silver level? But why is the soul a ball of fire? Li Xuan was puzzled, and couldn't figure out why. Crack, crack. An annoying sound sounded. Li Xuan saw a lot of bones scattered around his head, and also saw a relatively large skeleton. This big skeleton was picking up pieces of bones, installing them on itself, throwing away the broken bones, and replacing them with new ones. Li Xuan knew without any guessing that the skull he occupied was probably killed by the larger skull. You are unlucky, Li Xuan muttered to himself, and released the fireball spell. In the scorching flames, it blasted the large skull and killed it directly. So weak. I obviously held back. I wanted to leave some bones. But it's a pity that this guy was directly blasted to pieces. Li Xuan felt speechless. He was still planning to repair this body and experiment, because he got 2 new abilities. One of these 2 abilities is very magical, that is body repair. Swordsmanship talent, primary, passive ability, has a natural talent for swordsmanship. Body repair, primary, can freely repair its own body. The ability of body repair is very interesting. Li Xuan was very curious and wanted to try his new ability, but there were no suitable bones around. Li Xuan was too lazy to look for it, and he blew himself up directly. Boom! With the terrifying explosion, Li Xuan was reborn again. The reason why he was reborn so frequently this time was to gain more abilities, especially passive abilities. The last battle with the gold level made Li Xuan deeply realize the power of the gold level. The Abyss Giant had been weakened to the silver perfection by the golden thread, and could not use the golden wings, golden armor, golden weapons, and other abilities. But Li Xuan still couldn't beat the opponent. Even if the opponent was attacked crazily by the golden thread, Li Xuan was still defeated. This time, Li Xuan prepared to pile up the thickest armor, get a lot of innate passive abilities, and improve himself in all aspects. He made himself like a reincarnated demon. Even if his body was weak, his fighting power was still terrifying, and he was still not to be underestimated. Ding! You are dead, and you are resurrecting randomly. The dark world descended again, and it was still dead silent, but gradually turned into a forest of bones. It's still this area. Li Xuan was stunned when he looked at the surroundings, seeing a skeleton dog beside him picking up bones. Li Xuan released a fireball again. Bang! The skeleton dog fell to the ground, leaving behind a lot of bones. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction at this scene. This time the fireball only used a little force. Finally it didn't smash the skeleton dog. Finally it left bones. It's a pity that they are dog bones. Should we use them? Forget it. Just take back the bones that belong to this body. Li Xuan shook his head, making a crackling sound, and at the same time he found that his left hand was gone, but his right hand was still there, and even holding a bone bow. It looks like a skeleton archer this time. Never mind, repair it first and try the effect. Li Xuan hung the bone bow on the bone at his waist, walked 2 steps forward, picked up his left arm from the ground, and put it on his left shoulder. Click, click, click. With the sound of clicks, Li Xuan's arm miraculously recovered and could be used freely. Even Li Xuan swung his left hand, and turned it in a circle without any problem. Not bad, really good. This ability is very powerful. I will improve this ability later. There is no shortage of materials anyway. Let's take a look at the innate ability of this body first. Li Xuan opened the data panel and carefully observed the abilities of this body. It didn't matter if he just looked at it. The soul fire in his skull flickered slightly. This talent has opened up new ideas for me. I must investigate it. If it works, it may be another way to improve. Li Xuan muttered, carefully investigating his own situation. Chapter 198 Soul Hand. It seems that there is no change. Li Xuan carefully checked his situation and found that there was no change as he imagined. He could only look at the two new talents again. Archery talent, primary, passive ability, has a natural talent for archery. Body repair, primary, can repair his own body freely. Both talents are primary, should be ordinary, should not cause Li Xuan abnormality. But Li Xuan had already obtained a body repair before. And now he has obtained another one. Li Xuan felt that perhaps the two talents would have a bonus when they were stacked. However, after some investigation, he found that it seemed to have no effect, and it was still an ordinary primary body repair. Could it be that the same talent only works the first time it is obtained? Just like some special pills. It can only be taken once? Li Xuan muttered to himself and began to test. He picked up some bones on the ground and kept testing the body repair. He found that there was no special situation. It was just picked up and put on, and it would be repaired. Forget it. I'm reincarnated. Li Xuan didn't want to waste time. This time he was determined to get a lot of talents and become stronger. So he blew himself up again. Boom! With a deafening sound. Li Xuan fell into death again. Ding! You are dead. Resurrecting randomly blue sky and white clouds. Green mountains and green waters. The gentle breeze blew Li Xuan hair, making him close his eyes comfortably. This is the world where humans should live. Where was the dark place before? Why is it so dead silent? Even the sky is black. What an unpleasant place. Li Xuan shook his head, looked at his new body, and soon saw a white color. A lamb? I didn't expect that. There is a lamb race. Based on the memory in his mind, Li Xuan confirmed his identity. This time he was not reincarnated as a goat, nor a sheep, but a lamb race that looked white all over, very small, and very cute. If this kind of lamb existed on Earth, it would definitely be favored by many pet lovers. It is so cute. It has a weak body, blunt teeth, small size, and weak strength. This lamb has no advantages in terms of physique. Li Xuan walked gently, moving forward step by step in the green forest, looking at the various summoned beasts running around in the forest. Roar! With a loud roar, a 3-meter-tall burly tiger appeared in front, exuding a strong aura of a king. But the moment it saw Li Xuan, the big tiger turned around and ran away, without any hesitation. What a cute little lamb. It was just walking, but it could scare away so many summoned beasts. Li Xuan shook his head, slowly called up the data panel, and a special skill appeared in front of him. Soul Hand, great perfection. A little lamb with a strong soul can materialize the soul, turning it into a huge black hand to attack the enemy. Tip, the stronger the soul, the more terrifying the power of the soul hand. This ability is an extremely rare ability. Soul Hand? Li Xuan muttered to himself. And at the same time, his mind moved slightly. Two huge black hands slowly condensed behind his small body. The black hands were originally only 5 or 6 meters long. But with Li Xuan's mind, the black hands grew larger and larger, and even formed a terrifying giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. At this point, Li Xuan stopped, and then quickly shrank the black hands. It really consumes soul power. The larger the giant hand, the more soul power it consumes. After Li Xuan shrunk the big hand to about 10 meters, he began to test the power of the big hand. Boom! A loud noise. The black hand hit the tree that 5 people could hug together, and directly smashed the tree with one punch, with extremely strong power. Not bad. With the black hand, my lower silver soul power can finally play a role, and finally make me a real silver level. Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Although the black hand soul power is relatively simple, it also improves Li Xuan combat effectiveness. Now, even if he doesn't use any other talents, and only uses the black hand, he can still exert the strength of the lower silver level, and his combat effectiveness will increase dramatically. That's great. But it's still not enough. The gold level is too strong. Even with the soul hand, I still can't beat the gold level. Let's continue to gain talents. Huh? Li Xuan forward steps suddenly paused, and then he ran quickly in the forest. From his god perspective, He saw the dividing line between Area 99 and Area 98. And he was in Area 98. Let's go see whose territory is Area 99 over there. It shouldn't be the Fire Peacock territory. Or might Sanlong territory, Li Xuan said secretly. According to his understanding, Area 99 is huge. The human race of the entire Earth is in Area 99. And not only the human race, there are many weak races living in Area 99. And Area 99 is divided into many territories, such as the Grey Wolf territory, the Fire Peacock territory, the Plush Bear territory, the Humble Squirrel territory, the Mountain Crane territory. Most of the controllers of these territories are silver level, or close to silver level, like the Humble Squirrel, which belongs to the silver level lord, whose strength should not be underestimated. Li Xuan reincarnated many times, and gained a lot of knowledge, which made him very knowledgeable. The only reincarnation that did not gain knowledge was the 2 reincarnations of the skeleton. After the death of this skeleton, only a skull was left, and there was no memory at all. Therefore, Li Xuan still did not know much about the Dark World. I don't want to think about it. Let's take a look at what territory this 99th area is, and connect to an auction house to see if there are any good things. Seeking death? Swoosh. Li Xuan's body changed quickly, and instantly turned into a black-robed man. At the same time, the wings of wind condensed and appeared behind him, and his body rushed towards Area 99 at a high speed like a sword. And above Li Xuan, 2 strange soul hands condensed and appeared, waiting to attack at any time. Area 99, Treeman territory. A one-sided massacre was going on at the entrance of Hulu Valley. Some creatures with golden eyes, which looked like hyenas, were frantically attacking the human reincarnations at the entrance of the valley. Their fighting style is very scary. Their golden eyes light up slightly, and they can cut off prey more than 10 meters away in an instant. It is an attack that is very difficult to avoid. At the same time, their eating style is very cruel. They like to cut off the limbs of the prey first, and eat the prey bite by bite while the prey screams. They like to enjoy the sound of the prey screaming, and like to watch the prey die in despair. Now, such a scene is happening. Many human reincarnations are caught by the golden-eyed hyena group and eaten alive. There were a lot of these golden-eyed hyenas, about 300 or 400 in number. Each of them had strong muscles, exuded a powerful aura, and could even speak human language. However, they did not kill all the human reincarnations, nor could they do so for the time being, because a tall tree man blocked the entrance of the valley, waving branches and vines frantically, trying to stop the golden-eyed hyenas. This tree man was very strong, remarkably a silver-level expert, and every time he whipped, he could whip away more than a dozen golden-eyed hyenas. Behind the tall tree man, hundreds of human reincarnations were also constantly supporting, jointly blocking the golden-eyed hyenas, and using their innate skills to attack. However, even so, human reincarnations still died from time to time. Even with the full help of the tree man, there were still heavy casualties. Poof! A gray hyena's eyes lit up slightly, and the little fox casting a spell behind the big tree, suddenly had its forelimbs broken, and fell to the ground wailing. Whoosh! The gray hyena's body flashed quickly, taking advantage of the moment when many hyenas attacked. The figure flashed in front of the little fox, and took it away in one bite. Save me. Please save me. The little white fox begged for help in the chat channel in pain, and was carried away by the hyena with despair in her eyes. Chior. Save Chior quickly. Quickly. Damn it. Blizzard. It's too late. There are too many golden-eyed hyenas. Chior. She is going to die. The human reincarnated looked at this scene with tears in his eyes, and cast spells frantically to rescue. But unfortunately, there were too many hyenas, and they were powerless, and could only watch the hyenas carry the little white fox away. Chapter 199 Terrified. Bang! The tree man's huge vines swept across, spurring the hyena more than 10 meters away, and then the vines rolled, saving the little white fox at the critical moment. Unfortunately, before the tree man could put the little fox down, a large number of hyenas came up again, and bit the tree man's body wantonly. At the same time, the eyes of dozens of hyenas flashed with golden light, and the tree man's vines broke all at once, and even a main branch was cut off. Such a break caused the tall tree man to make a painful sound, and that sound was actually the crisp voice of a woman. Ha! I didn't expect the human reincarnations to be so weak. There is not even a bronze level one. I heard that the human reincarnations established a territory before, and I thought they were very powerful. So I found a human territory to attack. I didn't expect that the human race was as weak as an ant. They are really useless. The golden-eyed hyena leader opened his bloody mouth, showing his sharp teeth, and made mocking remarks at the same time. When it spoke, there was still flesh and blood of living creatures in its teeth. It was obvious that it had just eaten prey, and the breath it exuded had reached the silver level. It was because of it that the silver level tree man could not protect the human reincarnation, and could only be consumed continuously, and constantly suffered various injuries. Ninth Chief, let's attack with all our strength. The tree man can't hold on any longer. As long as we attack with all our might, the tree man will die, and then, the human reincarnation protected by the tree man, will also become our food. The gray hyena looked at the leader, the ninth leader, and loudly proposed his own suggestion, while greedily looking at the human reincarnation. Okay, let's attack. And kill the tree man this time. The ninth leader walked forward slowly. It didn't attack, but occasionally released golden light. It took the opportunity to cut off the main branches of the tree man. The key is that many golden-eyed hyenas are consuming the fighting power of the tree man, and they use their golden eyes in turn, making the tree man tired of dealing with it. Now, the fighting power of the tree people has been almost exhausted. The next is the real killing moment. Little ones, let me take you to enjoy the most wonderful bloody killing. The ninth leader shouted with cruel eyes. Kill! 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 The golden-eyed hyenas howled, and began to run excitedly. Under the leadership of the ninth leader, they rushed towards the tree people and human reincarnations like a tide. Watching the golden-eyed hyenas officially attack, watching the dense and madly rushing hyenas. All the human beings, including the tree man, showed a look of despair. When the 9 leaders did not attack, the tree man was a little exhausted. Now that the 9 leaders attacked, there was only one result, and all the human beings and tree men were killed. Thinking of death, thinking of being cruelly devoured, everyone fell into fear. But unfortunately, they did not even have the opportunity to beg for mercy, and could only face death. Huh? Why is it dark? When everyone was in despair, the sky suddenly darkened. Such a sudden change also puzzled everyone. The attacking hyenas felt something was wrong, and hurriedly retreated, looking up at the sky. It didn't matter. Their pupils suddenly shrank. What is that? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Hand? A huge black hand. Even the sky darkened. Is this a miracle? Everyone looked up at the sky in horror, looking at the darkening sky in disbelief, because a terrifying black hand was falling from the sky, and it was slapping down with a terrifying force. Run, run! Hyena leader 9 shouted and ran quickly, while his eyes flashed. Golden light suddenly appeared in the air. However, the golden light, that could easily cut off the entity, actually passed through the black hand strangely, and could not hurt the hand at all. It was as if this black hand had no entity. What the hell is this? Why is my golden eye ineffective? Damn it, separate them all, quickly! Hyena leader 9 shouted hurriedly. His body suddenly fled far away, under the silver level spiritual power. Boom! The terrifying roar resounded in all directions. The black hand, with its terrifying power, slammed the ground hard, smashing a large number of hyenas into a bloody mess, killing them instantly. But surprisingly, the human reincarnation and the tree were not hurt at all. Even the fingers of the black hand were separated, just enough to leave room for the human reincarnation. It was just that the white little fox with a broken leg was too close to the little fingers of the black hand, so even if the fingers were separated, it was useless. It was still in the position of being slapped. But what surprised everyone was that the black hand actually bent its fingers, and didn't hit the little white fox at all. The black hand even used its little finger to push the little white fox aside. Such a scene made everyone stunned and confused. On the other side, the golden-eyed hyenas went crazy because a large group of golden-eyed hyenas were killed in one go, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? The 9th hyena leader roared, his eyes flashing with golden light, frantically looking for the enemy. Boom! Another black hand suddenly descended, slapping the remaining golden-eyed hyenas fiercely, causing them to suffer heavy casualties once again. But this was not the end. The 2 black hands suddenly disappeared, the sky darkened again, and slapped down again. Boom! With the roar of the 2 black hands, the golden-eyed hyenas died one after another, and after a while, only the 9th hyena leader was left. As a silver level, its strength is very strong. Although the black hand is terrifying, without the amplification, it can only exert the strength of the lower silver level. So the black hand can't kill the golden-eyed hyena, but in addition to the black hand, Li Xuan has many ways. That's why. Li Xuan put away the black hand, slowly lifted the invisible state in the air, revealed his figure. That's it. Everyone present was looking for who released the black hand, and now seeing Li Xuan suddenly appear, naturally attracted everyone's attention. Are you the one who's doing this? The ninth leader of the golden-eyed hyenas asked coldly, without any intention of running away, but with a sinister look. Yes. A cold voice sounded. With this voice, Li Xuan slowly fell from the air, standing in front of the golden-eyed hyena, looking at the other eyes curiously. Li Xuan was very puzzled by the hyena's golden eyes, so he wanted to test the other ability. Do you think you can kill me with 2 black hands? I am a mid-level silver level. Go to hell. The eyes of the ninth hyena leader suddenly lit up, and the golden light flashed at the neck of the black-robed man. Plop! The black robe broke. Li Xuan's head fell to the ground, rolling continuously, but the black robe covered his face, making it impossible for everyone to see his appearance clearly. That's it? Ha ha ha, you're such an idiot. I didn't expect you to die in one move. The ninth hyena leader laughed wildly. It didn't expect the black-robed man to be so weak, to be killed in one move. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. When the people watching the battle from a distance saw this scene, they all widened their eyes. They didn't expect the black-robed man to die so quickly. However, the human reincarnations were very grateful to their savior. Seeing the black-robed man being killed, the human reincarnations were furious. They gritted their teeth and stared at the 9 hyena leaders. Their eyes were full of anger and sorrow. The little fox with a broken leg was so distressed that she wanted to cry. She even struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, she was so seriously injured that she couldn't even stand up. Only the tree man was not sad or shocked. Instead, he looked at the corpse in confusion. At this moment, when the 9th hyena leader was laughing wildly, 2 black hands suddenly appeared, and they lifted the head from the ground and slowly placed it on the body of the black-robed man. What are you laughing at? The indifferent voice sounded again, and it was the cold voice of the black-robed man. Such a voice also made the pupils of the 9th hyena leader shrink, and a chill suddenly rushed to his forehead from his back, which was caused by his fear. What kind of monster are you? The 9th hyena leader was really scared, and he stepped back several steps in fear, ready to run away, because the black-robed man was facing him, but his head was facing backwards. Such a black-robed man was even more terrifying, and even the experienced 9th hyena leader was frightened to the point of numbness. Chapter 200 Natural Tree Man. The head is upside down. The indifferent voice sounded again, and it also sounded in everyone's ears. With this voice, 2 black hands appeared again, grabbed the black-robed man's head and pulled it hard. Instantly, the black-robed man's head was pulled down again, then adjusted the direction, and pressed it back again. Crack! Well, this is much more comfortable. Li Xuan twisted his neck a few times. There were crackling sounds, and then he tilted his head to look at the 9th hyena leader. Whoosh! The 9th hyena leader was frightened by the black-robed man. He turned around and ran away, running as fast as a ghost. He even wished he had 2 more legs to run away. It was too scary. He had never seen such a terrifying monster. What kind of monster is this? It's okay even if its head is cut off. Why is there such a terrifying monster in the living area of the human race? I will never come here again, never again. The 9th hyena leader was really scared. He didn't dare to stop and ran wildly. He even ran wildly with all his strength. After running for a while, it finally breathed a sigh of relief when it found that no one was chasing it from behind. And the fear in its heart was also reduced a little. But when it turned its head to look forward, it was frightened and turned back again, because it didn't know when. The black-robed man appeared in front of it, and was watching it silently. This frightened the 9 hyena leaders so much that they continued to run in panic. Don't come over. Don't come over. Seeing the black-robed man flying again and chasing this way, the 9 hyena leaders were so scared that they almost peed themselves, and ran desperately in even more panic. However, the flying speed of the black-robed man was too fast. He caught up with him in a short time, and even kept pace with the 9th hyena leader. The 9th hyena leader looked at the strange black-robed man next to him. He wanted to scream in fear, but he knew it was useless. He could only release his ultimate move. His golden eyes shone, and golden light was released from the eyes of the 9th hyena leader. This golden light also appeared in the abdomen of the black-robed man. However, what made the 9th hyena leader even more unbelievable was that the black-robed man's clothes were indeed torn, but his white abdomen was exposed. The key point was that there was not even a scratch on his abdomen. This frightened the hyena leader 9 even more. Unbelievable. Impossible. Impossible. He just cut off his head. How come he didn't even have a scratch this time? The hyena leader 9 was really scared, and felt more and more strange about the situation. Is this your ultimate move? It's so weak. The black-robed man stopped, stood quietly in place, and looked at the running hyena leader 9 with an indifferent voice. Damn it, go to hell. The eyes of the 9th hyena leader flashed wildly, and golden light continued to appear on the black-robed man, even on his neck. But the result was still no scars left, and even the cut black robe was slowly repaired. How is it possible? How is it possible? The 9th hyena leader was completely panicked, and did not even release his golden eyes, and directly started to run for his life. Too weak. Since the test is over, I will send you on your way. The indifferent voice resounded throughout the area again, and also in the ears of the 9th hyena leader. Hearing this, the 9th hyena leader hurriedly looked back, and suddenly found that the black-robed man was swinging his fist from a distance. What is this? Boom! The extraordinary power suddenly took effect, and the figure of the black-robed man flashed through the air like lightning. When it stopped, the black-robed man was already standing next to the 9th hyena leader, and his white right hand pressed the hyena's head into the ground, making a big hole in the ground. The powerful silver-level hyena leader, whose brain burst and died on the spot before he could even scream. It's so dirty. Li Xuan shook his right hand, thinking whether he should get a water ability in the future to wash his hands, otherwise it would be too dirty. Fortunately, there is a lake here. Li Xuan turned around and strode to the quiet lake, started to wash his right hand, while analyzing the test results just now. Under normal circumstances, that is, when he does not use any passive abilities, this golden light can cut his body off. But as long as he activates the extraordinary defense, the golden light can't even cut his skin. It can be said that the golden light is weaker than expected. The key is that Li Xuan's extraordinary steel body and extraordinary physical enhancement were not used, and even the black big hand could protect his body, without using so many abilities in time. The enemy couldn't break his defense, which made Li Xuan speechless. I thought it could bring me some surprises, but unfortunately this hyena is just a weak chicken in the middle of the silver level after all. Li Xuan shook his head, and activated the wings of wind. He floated up in the green wings, and headed for the gourd valley. There, the giant tree man was using his life force to heal many human reincarnations, including the white little fox with broken legs. His legs were reattached and his injuries were healed. Nice healing ability. This tree man is very good. I will take him away later, and make him my guardian beast. As for these reincarnations, I will also take them away, and bring them to my city. By then, there will be more people who can provide me with honor points. If my territory has a population of 10 million, and I get 10 honor points per month, I can get 100 million honor points per month. Li Xuan looked at the large number of space stones in the auction house, and wanted to buy them all. But unfortunately, he couldn't buy them all. Even though he killed hundreds of golden-eyed hyenas, he didn't get as many honor points as he imagined. Only the last silver-level hyena provided a lot of honor points, together with the honor points earned by the steel mantis. Li Xuan honor points could buy a large number of them again. I bought all the space stones to increase the size of my portal space, and strive to upgrade to the extraordinary level as soon as possible. Li Xuan started the auction while muttering, and bought a lot of them at once, until he used up all his honor points. After doing all this, Li Xuan quickly flew to the entrance of Hulu Valley, and landed in full view of everyone. Thank you for saving my life, sir. The tall tree man stepped forward, bowed slightly to Li Xuan, and his clear and pleasant voice was particularly pleasant. Are you a human reincarnation or a summoned beast? Li Xuan was puzzled, because he found that the other party was a summoned beast. But the summoned beast was actually protecting the human reincarnation, which was very unexpected. Report to the Lord. I am the Lord of this place. The natural treeman. I protect them because they are also my subjects. The natural treeman spoke softly. His voice was pleasant, like a silver bell ringing in the wind. Well, how about being my subordinate? I will protect your safety. Li Xuan made an invitation. It would be a pity not to get such a natural treeman who can resist and heal, especially since he is very kind. So Li Xuan decided that even if he had to resist, he would fight him back. Lord, do you mean to occupy this place and let me give you the position of Lord? The natural treeman asked softly. Chapter 201 Reincarnation. No, you all go to my territory together. I am the Lord of the Songlong. You should have heard my name. Li Xuan said after thinking about the world announcement. Lord of the Sanlong? Wow! There was an uproar among the human reincarnated people. Many people looked at Li Xuan in surprise. They couldn't believe that the man in black robes was actually the Lord of the Sanlong. Are you really the Lord of the Sanlong? The first human to establish a territory? The little white fox stepped forward and said in a sweet voice. Yes, this is my Lord Mark. Li Xuan raised his left hand, rolled up his black robe, revealed his white left wrist, and a mark of a wolf's head loomed on his wrist. It's true, I didn't expect you to be the Wolf Lord. The natural tree man was surprised. I didn't expect it at all. As for the human reincarnations, although they were also surprised, when they saw Li Xuan's wrist, they were confused. Because Li Xuan looked like a black robe, everyone guessed that Li Xuan was a human. Now seeing Li Xuan's left hand, everyone was even more surprised. Excuse me, are you still in human form now? How did you do it? The little white fox asked curiously. No, I'm not human, I just have special abilities. Li Xuan didn't want to say too much about this. The reason why he used the appearance of a black-robed man was to make it recognizable. In the future, when others see a black-robed man, they will think of him. After having a strong record, he can attract more people to his territory and pay taxes to him. Of course, if the territory is not enough, then attack the surrounding territories and expand the territory. Anyway, he is strong enough and has a 3-year protection period, so he can only attack others, and others cannot attack him. Okay, follow me to the Sanlong territory, Li Xuan said, and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, behind Li Xuan, an ancient and mysterious portal suddenly appeared. This portal is huge, and its huge appearance is enough for natural tree people to enter it, and the appearance of the portal also shocked many people. Spatial ability. I didn't expect you to have it. The natural tree man looked at Li Xuan in surprise. And envied Li Xuan's spatial ability. Okay. Go in. That's the Sanlong territory, Li Xuan said calmly. Yes. The human reincarnations began to move, and walked into the portal in trepidation, and disappeared. You don't want to go? Don't want to be my subordinate? Li Xuan looked at the natural tree man. No. I do. I just want to give you a gift. The pleasant voice of the natural tree man sounded. And with this voice, a small tree mark appeared on its branch. The next second, the mark turned into fragments and floated towards Li Xuan. This is the mark of my territory. If you absorb it, you can obtain a part of the territory here and increase the area of your territory. After the natural tree man finished speaking, he walked into the portal step by step and finally disappeared. Swish. The space door was put away. Li Xuan looked at his left wrist quietly, and the Sanlong mark was flashing quickly, absorbing the fragments flying from afar. Boom! The earth began to tremble, and the ground under his feet kept rolling. From Li Xuan's God perspective, he found that a lot of the land here had disappeared, and the disappeared places were approached by the land in the distance, pieced together, forming a new landform. The original Hulu Valley also disappeared, replaced by the land in the distance, moved in front of him. This scene is like a jigsaw puzzle, pieced together different landforms, very magical, and also terrifying. Because through this incident, Li Xuan once again felt that there was a certain will in the world of summoned beasts. Just like the division of major areas, such as the 99th and 98th areas. It was very much like an artificial division. In fact, the world of summoned beasts is a target. The outermost circle may be the 100th area, followed by the 99th and 98th areas. The center is naturally the first area, or the territory of God. Li Xuan has never been to the 100th area, because he can't get in. According to the memory of the summoned beasts, some summoned beasts have approached the 100th area, but were bounced back by some kind of protective shield. It seems that something is protecting Area 100. As for what is outside Area 100, Li Xuan is even less clear. And no one even knows. Forget it. Don't think too much. Let's take a look at the increased territory first. Li Xuan began to explore his territory through the Sanlong mark on his left hand. He found that his territory had expanded by 1/3, and the area increased all of a sudden. Even the Gourd Valley appeared in the Sanlong territory. This was a very good result for him, and it also made Li Xuan very satisfied. He even planned to use this method more often in the future to increase the area of the territory. Of course, there is no rush now. Improving strength is the top priority, so Li Xuan said. Everything is done next. Continue to reincarnate, acquire new abilities. I wonder what abilities I will get in the next reincarnation. Li Xuan snapped his fingers, and the portal suddenly appeared behind him, emitting a mysterious glow. Li Xuan did not look back, but took a step back, and his figure disappeared into the portal. 98 District, in an unknown valley. After Li Xuan emerged from the portal, the 3 steel mantises created by a thought died directly, and then Li Xuan started making them again. As the soul power was consumed, 3 new steel mantises slowly appeared. The sharp forelimbs and broadswords looked extremely eye-catching. Remember, if you see a species like the golden-eyed hyena, kill them one by one, and never show mercy. Li Xuan gave the order, mainly because he hated this kind of creature too much. After doing all this, Li Xuan was ready to commit suicide. He first poured a lot of power into his body, then raised the long knife and stabbed it into his heart fiercely. And then he fell into deathly silence again. After his death, the 3 steel mantises quickly began to wander around, and began to attack everywhere according to their instincts. Ding! You have died, and are being resurrected randomly. As the dark world turned to light, Li Xuan saw a new environment again. Green grass, a leaky wooden house, warm sunshine, and a gentle breeze. Grassland? The air is so good, and it is a great environment. If it were in the previous life, this would definitely be a good place for a picnic. Li Xuan stood on the endless prairie, looking at the green grass swaying in the breeze, looking at the crooked tree growing alone on the prairie, and slowly opened his arms. But when he opened his arms, he suddenly found that his right arm was gone, leaving only his left arm. And he was standing all the time. Only the left arm? It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect me much. But this time, I seem to have reincarnated into a humanoid. And my left hand is actually a claw. Li Xuan looked at his left hand in surprise. Looking at the claw that was a full circle larger than a human hand, he couldn't help muttering, "Such a big claw. I wonder what race it is. Let me browse the memory first." Li Xuan quickly closed his eyes, and began to look at the memories in his mind, searching for his own situation bit by bit. Time passed bit by bit, and soon Li Xuan opened his eyes, showing a look of sudden enlightenment. Black werewolf? It turns out there is a black werewolf clan. There are 2 innate skills in total, one of which is very good. Chapter 202, A Drop of Mysterious Ancient Blood. Li Xuan muttered as he opened the data panel, checking his 2 abilities. Dark Affinity, Intermediate, greatly improves one's affinity for dark elements. Dark Amplification, Intermediate, a unique innate ability of the black werewolf. The black werewolf can absorb the power of darkness, greatly improves its combat effectiveness. Dark Amplification, this ability is really good, just think about it. 2 powerful men with equal combat effectiveness are fighting, and it gets dark, that feeling, TSK TSK TSK. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. I really like the new ability of Dark Amplification. The only downside is that the reincarnated black werewolf is an old wolf. He has strong combat ability, and rich experience. Unfortunately, his spiritual power level is only at the lower level of black iron, so his strength is a bit weak. Continue to reincarnate. Although I feel my soul is heavy, I can still continue to reincarnate. Li Xuan muttered as he prepared to reincarnate. At this time, a contract formation suddenly appeared 200 meters away, a black sacrificial contract formation. The appearance of this magic circle attracted many summoned beasts from all directions. Li Xuan clearly saw that on the hillside 2 kilometers away, a healing tortoise was crawling hard, trying its best to move forward in the direction of the teleportation circle. But its speed was too slow. Given the existence time of the teleportation circle, it could not catch up at all. Moreover, a group of blue wolves rushed behind it, kicked the healing tortoise away, and quickly ran towards the direction of the sacrificial contract magic circle. Such an unfair competition also made many summoned beasts unable to contract with their masters. Li Xuan watched the summoned beasts running towards the sacrificial formation. He thought of the treasures for the sacrifice, because only with treasures could this kind of sacrifice be performed. The last contract Li Xuan signed, although the sacrifice was soul power, also benefited him a lot, and laid an important foundation for achieving the silver level later. I'm a little tired of reincarnation. Let's sign a sacrifice contract. After all, it's a sacrifice. I don't know what good things are sacrificed. Let's go and take a look first. By the way, see if there are extraordinary fruits in that world. The wings of wind appeared behind Li Xuan, and he flew as fast as the wind, and arrived at the magic circle at the fastest speed, and then released the dragon's might wantonly. This powerful dragon's might frightened the summoned beasts in all directions, and made them retreat quickly. and they no longer dared to approach the contract magic circle. Humph! Li Xuan snorted coldly, put away the wings of wind, and sat alone in the contract magic circle waiting, frightening all the summoned beasts around and dared not approach. Until the end, the contract magic circle was completed, and Li Xuan cancelled the dragon's might, and disappeared in a black light. The world of warriors. This is a world where spiritual power is cultivated and martial arts prevail. Fighting is the symphony of this world, and self-centeredness is the main theme of this world. The strong, no matter where they go, can be respected. Of course, this world is different from other worlds. This world is more inclined to focus on self-cultivation and improve their combat effectiveness. Only when their own talents are hopeless will they choose to cultivate other aspects, such as auxiliary professions. Of course, if you have treasures at home, you can also offer them to perform summoning from another world and pray for a powerful being to be summoned. Unfortunately, the failure rate is too high. Most of the summons are garbage, and they can't even reach the Black Iron level. Black Iron level is already a very good summoned beast. This day, Wuxian City, outside the city gate, in a remote forest. Xiao Jian looked at the summoning array in front of him expectantly, looking at the center of the array with desire and prayer. On his left wrist, there was a long cut, and the bright red blood kept dripping into the center of the magic circle. In the center of the magic circle, there was a white porcelain plate. In the center of the plate, there was a drop of ancient blood. This blood gave people the feeling that it had existed for many years and contained extraordinary power. Silver level. Silver level must appear. Please, please, silver level must appear, Xiao Jian said pleadingly, trembling with desire, and kept muttering in his mouth, hoping that silver level would appear in the magic circle. Buzz! The black magic circle rippled violently. With the light of the magic circle, a black wolf man of the lower black iron rank appeared in the magic circle, looking around curiously. What kind of war beast is this? Is it just a lower black iron rank? And it's a cripple. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? God is so unfair to me. Even my last hope is wiped out. Ha ha ha. I am really a waste, a waste. Xiao Jian looked at the black wolf man in the center of the magic circle. He looked up at the sky with self-mockery, and kept cursing himself as a waste, and even staggered away. Ha ha ha. I'm a waste. I'm just a waste. With a desolate laugh, Xiao Jian walked farther and farther in the jungle, and finally left the jungle. What's going on? Li Xuan looked at the leaving master. He blinked. For the first time, he was a little confused. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. Who cares? Let's find out the situation of this world first, and then search for extraordinary fruits. Li Xuan picked up the mysterious blood in the plate. Feeling the power contained in the blood, Li Xuan's face was a little solemn. Because this thing was extraordinary. How do I use this thing? Li Xuan tried to touch the blood, but unfortunately the blood didn't react. Li Xuan tried other methods, but still got nothing. Put it in the auction house? Li Xuan put the blood in the auction house with curiosity, and his eyes widened the next second. Fuck, good stuff. Good stuff, quickly collected. Li Xuan carefully put the blood into a jade bottle, stored the jade bottle in a packaging box, and then carefully put it in the corner of the portable space to keep it well. It's really worth the trip. It seems that if I sign more sacrificial arrays, I will make a fortune if I can get similar good things again. Li Xuan planned happily, preparing to sign more sacrificial contracts in the future and obtain more sacrifices. However, this blood is too precious. The contract is fair. Even if I get a big advantage in the sacrificial contract, I still need to help the master. Otherwise, if I can't complete the contract and effect the sacrifice, it will be troublesome. Li Xuan did not dare to underestimate the contract. This kind of rule-based thing, except for the world of Adai, has never been seen anywhere else. And the more Li Xuan experienced, the more he felt that Adai world was not simple. Sacred beasts, extraordinary fruits, rules scrolls, even the silver-level skeleton king not only mastered the ability of space, but also summoned a large number of summoned beasts. This was obviously wrong. You know, Li Xuan has experienced so many worlds, and has never seen such a situation in other worlds. In the future, when my strength reaches a certain level, I will go to Adai world again, and find out what kind of world it is. Li Xuan felt the remaining contract mark in his soul, and prepared to repair the remaining mark in the future, and go to Adai world again. Chapter 203 I became a war beast? Of course. It is very troublesome to repair the contract mark, and it will take time. The contract mark of the rules cannot be repaired so easily. Li Xuan has only established a direction now. The world over there is very unusual. Maybe one day I'll die will repair the contract mark first, and then come back to me? That would be interesting. Li Xuan muttered, slowly walked outside, and at the same time opened the God perspective to scan all directions, observing the situation of this world. The God perspective has a wide range. As soon as it is opened, a small town outside the woods can be seen. This small town is 2/3 smaller than the Blackstone city where Qinyu is located. And it seems to be a small border town. Because in the small town, there are many people wearing exotic clothes, walking on the streets. Most of the pedestrians' clothes tend to be the ancient clothes of Li Xuan's previous life. The kind of martial arts clothes. And these people have a strong aura. And there are many black iron level ones. For example, there were 10 people sitting at a tea stand at the city gate, 9 of whom were practitioners, and 3 of them were black iron level. The only one who was not practicing was still a child, which showed that martial arts were popular in this world. But there were no summoned beasts. The combat power level in this world seems to be higher. And it seems that they specialize in martial arts. There are so many black iron level, but few bronze level. Why are there no silver level? Li Xuan walked step by step in the woods, and continued to scan the entire city from a god perspective, and found many practitioners, but did not see any silver level. When Li Xuan came to the city lord mansion, he finally saw the silver level. It was a master of the lower silver level. Judging from his clothes and demeanor, he was obviously the city lord. The high-end level is about the same as Blackstone City. No, this is just a small border town. And there is a silver level as the city lord. What if it is a big city in this world? Li Xuan realized that the combat level in this world was not low. In a small border town, there was a silver level sitting in charge. And there were so many practitioners. If it is a big city, the city lord should be stronger. Maybe he can reach the silver level. If it is a capital city, there may be a gold level. Gold level? I feel that there is a great chance that there will be extraordinary fruits in this world. I am really looking forward to it. Li Xuan walked curiously, step by step towards the city gate. His master has entered the city. As a summoned beast, Li Xuan naturally has to follow the rules to help him. However, Li Xuan did not plan to take action immediately, but to look for extraordinary fruits first. Look! There is a wolf-headed creature with a mark on its forehead. What is this mark? Is it a war beast from the beast-taming sect? It must have an owner. But it is alone. There are not many war beasts that are alone now. Yes, maybe someone will want to take it. After all, the flesh and blood of war beasts are very nutritious. Eating them is good for the body. A group of people at the city gate looked at Li Xuan's arrival with cold eyes, and talked quietly. They were very curious about the sudden appearance of Li Xuan. The guards at the city gate saw Li Xuan approaching, but did not step forward to stop him. Instead, they lazily leaned against the city gate, watching people enter and leave the city freely. Hey, Black Wolf, be careful. It's not safe in the city. Return to your master as soon as possible. Don't take too remote roads. The moment Li Xuan entered the city, one of the city guards kindly reminded him, and then resumed his lazy look. Yes, Li Xuan nodded, and continued to move forward step by step. He walked into the city under the gaze of many people, and saw more practitioners carrying swords and holding knives. The breath of these people was very cold, with a faint smell of blood, and it was obvious that they had been through a lot of fighting. Li Xuan's appearance also attracted the attention of these people. Most people were just curious. After all, war beasts were rare and many people had never seen them. Even some young female practitioners blinked their big eyes and looked at Li Xuan, like a group of curious babies. The war beast with an owner. Was it abandoned? Some people showed a greedy look. But on the busy street, they didn't dare to do anything. Just looked greedily. Li Xuan ignored it and continued to move forward, thinking about how to get information about the extraordinary fruit. It's hard for ordinary people to know the information about the extraordinary fruit. We have to find a stronger force, preferably one that has done a lot of evil, so that it will be more comfortable to take action. Li Xuan muttered as he moved forward, and slowly narrowed his eyes, because 5 young men who looked like scoundrels were following behind. Their strength had reached the lower level of black iron, which was considered a small achievement. It's just right to find someone to ask for information. These few people are just right. Li Xuan calmly walked into the alley next to him, picked up the remote places, gradually walk to the place where there are no people. The 5 young men saw this scene, are surprised again, and hurriedly catch up with daggers. At a dark dead end, Li Xuan stopped and turned his head to look behind. TSK, I'm so lucky, I actually met a stupid black wolf. Brothers, catch it, sell it to the Blue Fist sect, it will definitely sell for a good price. Go! Boom boom boom. Continuous loud noises shook the 4 directions. 5 or 6 people who were secretly watching on the roof showed horror, then swallowed their saliva, turned around and ran away, no longer daring to watch the battle. A few minutes later, Li Xuan pinched the neck of a scarred young man, and said coldly, "Tell me, is there any powerful force in this city that has committed many evil deeds?" "Yes, Uncle Black Wolf, the Blue Fist we just talked about is a powerful gang, and it even opposes the city lord." The scarred young man answered hurriedly. "Against the city lord? The city lord is silver level. The Blue Fist faction you mentioned is also silver level?" Li Xuan asked coldly. Yes, their boss Blue Fist is silver level. His pair of Blue Fists has fought all over the area within 100 miles, with only 3 defeats, and his strength is very strong. Even the city lord is afraid of him." The scarred young man answered hurriedly, not daring to hide anything, even trembling with fear, but he lost 4 or 5 teeth due to the beating, and his speech was a little shaky. "I see. Lead the way ahead, to the Blue Fist sect," Li Xuan said directly. "Ah?" The scarred young man was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. After all, that was the Blue Fist sect. Most people would avoid it, but this guy was going to the Blue Fist sect. Bang bang bang. Li Xuan picked up the scarred young man and smashed him hard on the ground, making the scarred man's nose bleed wildly, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "Uncle Black Wolf, stop smashing, I lead the way, The scarred young man begged for mercy with a sad face. "You are such a jerk. You won't obey unless you give me a beating," Li Xuan said coldly. The scarred young man was very depressed. He was innocent. He was just surprised just now. He was not disobedient. After all, that was the strength of the silver level. Most people would be afraid after hearing it. But this Black Wolf uncle actually asked him to lead the way. That's why the scarred young man was surprised. Chapter 204 Blue Fist Sect. Unexpectedly, his hesitation actually made the Black Wolf master furious, and then he started to smash things, which made him cry, and he felt even more wronged. But he didn't dare to say anything now, and could only lead the way obediently. "You guys lead the way too." Li Xuan looked coldly at the young men behind him. "Ah? Do we want them too?" a fat man asked. Bang bang bang. The smashing started again, and the fat man felt dizzy, and his head touched the ground several times in a row, and even the ground was sunken into a human-shaped pit. When everyone saw the scene, they were so scared that they ran to the front to lead the way, and dared not ask a word. Only the fat man was lying on the ground in human form, staring at the sky blankly, his mind buzzing and motionless. "How long do you want to lie there? Do you want to continue to be hit?" Li Xuan said coldly. No, Uncle Black Wolf. I will lead the way now. The fat man stood up with a bruised face and nose, and he was in pain all over his body, and he even staggered when he walked. But he didn't dare to stay, and could only lead the way in front while enduring the pain. That's it. A group of bruised little hooligans carefully led the way in front. Li Xuan followed with a cold face, and went straight to the dark and evil area of the city, the Blue Fist sect. The reception hall of the Blue Fist sect. The sect leader, Blue Fist, was sitting on a wooden chair, drinking tea with a man in a black robe. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and there were laughters from time to time. After the two sides chatted for a while, Blue Fist couldn't help but said, "Deacon Joe, I don't know why you came to Wishan City this time. If there is anything I can help with, just tell me. I, Blue Fist, will definitely do my best. Thank you very much, Blue Fist Sect Master." This is what happened. The black-robed man paused here and looked around. "Black Butler, please follow me. I have an underground secret room with good sound insulation." Blue Fist hurriedly invited him. "No, I have a way. You just need to tell your subordinates not to worry." The black-robed man raised his left hand after speaking, and a small black ball appeared in his hand. "What is this?" Blue Fist made a reassuring gesture to his subordinates at the door, and then looked at the black-robed man. "This is a sealing ball. It contains a skill. As long as you crush the small black ball, the skill can be used." After the black-robed man finished speaking, He gently crushed the small black ball. Instantly, black mist surged, with the black-robed man as the center, and quickly formed a circular protective shield, protecting the two people in the center. The black mist was very dense, and the power fluctuation was also very strong, and it had a strong isolation effect, as if it isolated the two people from the world. The key point was that this protective shield was extremely strong, and even ordinary silver level could not break it. What is this? Li Xuan felt the power fluctuation of the black protective shield. His face became solemn, and he couldn't help looking at the black-robed man. This is the dark light curtain, also called the dark protective shield, which can be used to isolate sound, but its greatest function is to protect the people in the light curtain. The light curtain I released is a sealing ball made by my senior brother, which seals the skills in the small black ball. He is a silver level upper level, and the dark light curtain is also equivalent to a silver level upper level spell. With this spell, no one in the entire Wuxian city can break it, the black-robed man said proudly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. It was actually performed by a silver level master. No wonder I felt that the spiritual power fluctuation was so strong. Can I try to attack it? Li Xuan said eagerly. Of course. Please feel free to try, the black-robed man said lightly. Okay. Li Xuan has a straightforward personality, and with his tall and strong body and muscular body, he gave people a strong sense of oppression when he stood up. With this sense of oppression, Li Xuan clenched his fists, and blue light permeated his fists. Then he shouted loudly, and slammed hard on the black light curtain. Bang! With a dull bang, Blue Fist quickly stepped back several steps. Each step made a small pit on the floor. When he finally stopped, his face flushed. What a strong protective shield, good job. Come again. Blue light shone all over Blue Fist's body. The powerful spiritual power unique to the lower silver level began to ripple, then his eyes widened, and he blasted towards the dark light curtain with a terrifying momentum. Bang! Another loud bang. Blue Fist flew back, and broke several chairs in a row, then stopped. Then his throat felt salty, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Is this how powerful a silver-ranked person is? A single protective shield is so terrifying. Li Xuan was horrified, finally realizing the gap between himself and a silver-ranked person. Don't be discouraged, Blue Fist Sect Master. My senior brother's strength is not far from silver great perfection. In addition, he likes to study protective shields. The protective shields he made are stronger than those of the same level. You can make the protective shield tremble. This is enough to show that you are very strong. In this city, except for you, no one can even make the protective shield tremble. The black-robed man consoled him. So that's how it is. The Lord of Wuxian City is also a lower-level silver rank, but he is weaker than me in terms of combat power. If I can't break it, no one in the entire Wuxian City can break it. Now that we have this protective shield, we can really discuss things with peace of mind. Li Xuan nodded, used his spiritual energy to relieve the hidden injuries in his body, and then sat back in his original position with his horse and sword. That's natural. Not to mention this small city, even in the cities within 100 miles, no one can break this protective shield. This is the foundation and strength of my black-robed sect. The black-robed man spoke confidently, his eyes flashing with pride. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and a black left hand suddenly slammed into the protective shield, and then tore it violently to the left. Swish! As the piercing sound rang out, the black protective shield with strong defensive power was torn open from the outside, revealing the cold-eyed black werewolf outside. The black-robed man who was full of confidence just now was dumbfounded when he saw the scene, and stood there in a daze. You know, he had just boasted that the protective shield was extremely powerful, and said that no one in the entire Wuxian City could break it. As a result, the protective shield was broken within 5 seconds after the words were spoken, and it was torn open by someone else. Such a scene made the black-robed man stand there as if petrified, his head buzzing. Li Xuan, who was standing next to him, was also a little confused, but he had experienced many battles, so he reacted immediately and quickly scanned the scene outside. When he saw his subordinates lying in a pool of blood, Li Xuan stared at Li Xuan with fear and anger. Who are you? Why did you trespass into the Blue Fist sect? You are Blue Fist? I was wondering why I couldn't find you. You are hiding here. I guess I have to beat you up. Li Xuan's figure flashed by like a shadow, and instantly came in front of Blue Fist, his left claw fiercely grabbing Blue Fist's neck. Blue Fist explodes. Like a stream of water, the blue mist began to evaporate. Blue Fist seemed to be burning, and his whole body exuded a frightening power. At the same time, his right hand smashed out like a tiger, and fiercely slammed forward. Bang! Blue Fist's right hand suddenly stopped. A wolf claw easily grabbed his wrist, and then swung it to the floor. Chapter 205, Beating. Bang! Lan Quan's head hit the floor directly, and Black Face came into close contact with the floor. Damn it! The pain on his face made Lan Quan furious, and he immediately exerted all his strength, preparing to launch himself. But before he could act, a dizzy feeling swept over his body and mind again. Bang, 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 bang. A dull roar roared, and the whole living room shook violently, and even the house was shaking, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. The black-robed man watched Li Xuan smashing the blue fist. Watched the blue fist being smashed around without any resistance. Watched Li Xuan exploding like a demon. The black-robed man swallowed his saliva. Chose to remain silent. There was no other way. He really couldn't afford to offend. His strength was not as good as the blue fist. And going to help was just suicide. So the black-robed man remained silent. And even in order not to be implicated, the black-robed man shrank his body and leaned against the stool. Bang! There was another loud noise. Lan Quan finally stopped getting hit. But now he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, staring blankly at the roof. His eyes rolled back. And he was obviously hit hard. Such a weak silver level. Just like that, Li Xuan kicked Lan Quan. And seeing that he was still rolling his eyes, Li Xuan found a chair and sat down speechlessly, waiting lazily. Time passed by little, and soon more than 10 minutes passed. Lan Quan finally recovered. And although his whole body was in pain, he still struggled to stand up and looked at Li Xuan with a serious expression. This time, Lan Quan recognized the reality and did not dare to be aggressive. Instead, he performed a very humble etiquette and said respectfully, "Sir, may I ask who you are? My name is Li Xuan. I heard that you are very powerful in this city, so I want to ask you for help. Now, help me find something inside. There will be a reward if you find it. If you can't find it, don't blame me for hitting you again," Li Xuan said coldly, throwing a list over. Then he stood up and walked outside. Yes. Lan Quan quickly caught the list, but he felt very uncomfortable. He was sitting at home. Misfortune came from the sky. Just because he was famous, someone came to his door and smashed him. This was extremely tragic for Lan Quan. He even thought in his heart, if he had known that being famous would be so miserable, he would never do it like before, challenging everywhere to become famous. And Lan Quan wanted to say, "Is this how you ask for help? Can you be more normal?" But he didn't dare to say these, but promised again and again that he would do his best to find the things on the list. That's better. Okay, that's it. Li Xuan waved his hand and stood up to leave. Since the problem has been solved, there is no need to waste time. Sir, I see you off. Lan Quan rushed out in a hurry and sent Li Xuan off respectfully. He didn't want anything to happen again. If those subordinates bumped into Li Xuan, it would be a big trouble. The point is that this Lord Li Xuan is very powerful. It's better to have a good relationship than to have more enemies. So Lan Quan not only sent Li Xuan off respectfully, he even mobilized his subordinates to send Li Xuan off respectfully. Outside the gate of the Blue Fist sect, the scarred youth who was beaten up by Li Xuan, and a few other hooligans including Fatty, were hiding in the corner and watching. Just now, after they brought Li Xuan here, Li Xuan directly rushed in, rushing into the Blue Fist sect cleanly and neatly. A sect that dares to attack a silver level master is likely to be silver level. So even if Li Xuan left, the hooligans did not dare to leave, but watched carefully, waiting in awe. However, the name of Blue Fist was well known to several thugs. They knew clearly how powerful Blue Fist was. In addition, there were so many good players in the sect. Such a force, even at the silver level, was hard to defeat. Now Li Xuan rushed in alone. Several thugs were guessing what the outcome of the battle would be. What do you think? What will the outcome of the battle be? Will the Blue Fist win, or will Uncle Black Wolf win? The fat man asked. It's hard to judge, but I feel that the Blue Fist has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a veteran master, and he has so many younger brothers. It's not easy to deal with him. I think so too. But Uncle Black Wolf should also be at the silver level. Even if he can't beat someone at the same level, he can still escape. So Uncle Black Wolf should be able to escape quickly. It's indeed possible. But I don't know if Uncle Black Wolf will take it out on us after he fails. The fat man said worriedly. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. And they were worried that after Li Xuan failed, he would take it out on them. The anxious people prayed in their hearts, praying that Uncle Black Wolf would not lose too badly, and not get hurt. Otherwise they, the little hooligans, would be miserable. With this expectation, several gangsters were waiting eagerly, waiting for Uncle Black Wolf to appear. Originally they thought they would have to wait for a while, but unexpectedly, a group of people came out from the gate of Blue Fist Sect very quickly. They came out. So many people. Why are they all from Blue Fist Sect? Could it be that Uncle Black Wolf lost? The fat man hurriedly said. Strange. Uncle Black Wolf should be a silver level. Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he is not a silver level? Killed? Said the scarred young man. Everyone was in doubt, feeling that things were developing in a direction they could not have expected. When they were confused, a surprising scene suddenly appeared. The group of Blue Fist came out and immediately stood on both sides of the gate, bowing respectfully. This scene was originally normal. After all, every time Blue Fist went out, they were treated with such courtesy. But what the gangsters did not expect was that the next person to come out of the gate was not Blue Fist, but Uncle Black Wolf. The key point is that behind Uncle Black Wolf, the leader of the Blue Fist sect is following carefully, with a very respectful attitude. Such a scene, such a picture, directly stunned the gangsters, and their brains seemed to be filled with paste and could not move. The main thing is that no matter how they think, they never thought that this scene would happen. It was completely beyond their expectations. Could it be that Uncle Black Wolf defeated the leader of the Blue Fist sect, and took him as his younger brother? The fat man swallowed his saliva and said in horror, no way. With the character of the Blue Fist sect master, shouldn't he be someone else's younger brother? That's hard to say. Look at the Blue Fist sect master flattering appearance, the scars on his face, and the spotless clothes of Master Black Wolf. This explains everything. The scarred young man analyzed seriously, and he already understood how powerful Master Black Wolf was. It seems to be true. So, Master Black Wolf is more terrifying than imagined? Is he a strong man who surpasses the lower silver level? It should be, oh my god, we actually attacked such a strong man before. We are so lucky to survive. Yes. Now I think about it, I feel scared. In the future, we will collect protection fees in the civilian area. It is safer there. You are right. I will never run around again. Chapter 206 Fat is beautiful. Several hooligans swore that they would only collect taxes in civilian areas in the future, and would never provoke any messy people again. Even if they did, they would only provoke those civilians who knew them well. When the hooligans thought so, Li Xuan walked by not far from them, ran a glance casually, and then walked away. When the hooligans saw this scene, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that this stage was over. It's finally over. I was scared to death. Yeah, I was so scared that I broke out in a sweat. It was a thrilling day. Let's go. Let's go back to the civilian area. Don't come out and cause trouble. Let's go. Let's not talk about the frightened hooligans. The sight came to Li Xuan. At this moment, Li Xuan was walking leisurely on the road, scanning around with a god perspective, looking for the position of the master. Soon, he found the master under his scan. This master is really good. He left the summoned beast, and went to drink alone. If it weren't for the precious drop of ancient blood, I would have left long ago. Why would I care about you? Li Xuan walked quietly, and soon arrived at the door of a 3-story quaint restaurant. To Li Xuan's surprise, next to the restaurant was the City Lord Mansion. From Li Xuan's god perspective, he found that his master was drinking and looking in the direction of the City Lord Mansion. And on the second floor of the City Lord Mansion, a fat-faced girl was also in front of the window, looking at Xiao Jian from a distance. The scene of the two people looking at each other affectionately gave Li Xuan goosebumps, mainly because the girl was a little fat. This aesthetic is too special, isn't it? Does this world consider fat to be beautiful? Does everyone like fat women? Li Xuan couldn't figure it out. Judging by his aesthetic, this woman was not even 1/10,000th of Qinyu. Qinyu was a delicate little beauty, with fair skin and a cute and lovely appearance, especially after the birthmark disappeared. The flower embellished between her eyebrows made Qinyu temperament even more extraordinary. In addition, Qinyu was well-behaved and obedient, and was proficient in cooking. She always took good care of Li Xuan. When there was something good, she thought of Li Xuan first. This led to Li Xuan increasing regard for Qinyu. And he even treated her as a family member. And would not tolerate anyone bullying Qin Yu. My Yaya is still beautiful. Although she is a little silly. But she is always so lovely. Li Xuan muttered as he sat down in the hall. And ordered some food to start tasting. He decided not to go upstairs first. And wait until he finished eating before going upstairs to find Xiaojian. To help him fulfill his wish. And to complete the sacrifice contract as soon as possible. In this way, Li Xuan began to taste the food of the other world. While listening to the discussions around him. And understanding various information of this world. Soon after, at the gate of the City Lord Mansion, a man wearing a bamboo hat hurried to the gate of the City Lord Mansion, raised his hand to take out the secret order and showed it, and quickly entered the City Lord Mansion. The study room of the City Lord Mansion. City Lord Wu was reading a book, but he was thinking about the issue of marriage. Facing the powerful Blue Fist sect, City Lord Wu asked himself that he could not beat the other party, and through the marriage with Fenghua City, he could check and balance the Blue Fist well. When the time comes, the strong alliance, the Blue Fist sect will definitely not dare to be as arrogant as it is now. Even if the Blue Fist sect has a good relationship with the Black Robe sect, it will still not do the arrogant behavior it is now. For example, the 3-story restaurant next to the City Lord Mansion is the property of the Blue Fist sect. Such a tall building obviously has the suspicion of monitoring the City Lord Mansion. Which makes City Lord Wu very unhappy. Humph. Blue Fist. I can't deal with you now. But it doesn't mean I can't deal with you in the future. Just wait. I will destroy you sooner or later. City Lord Wu's voice was cold. And he looked out the window, looking at the 3-story restaurant next to the City Lord Mansion. When he saw many people looking at the City Lord Mansion through the window, City Lord Wu's eyes were filled with anger. But at this time, he saw a young man drinking alone on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. When he saw this young man, City Lord Wu frowned. It's Xiaojian. It seems that his sacrifice summoning failed, otherwise, he wouldn't be so self-destructive. City Lord Wu's eyes flashed, and the eye of true vision was activated. After seeing a mark on Xiaojian's forehead, City Lord Wu suddenly realized. The reason why he knew Xiaojian so well was because Xiaojian and his daughter had a secret crush on each other, and liked each other. This is absolutely unacceptable to City Lord Wu. If Xiaojian had the ability, City Lord Wu would not object. But Xiaojian was just a weak scholar. Such a weak scholar was not worthy of his daughter. City Lord Wu naturally separated the two of them, and secretly sent people to monitor Xiaojian. Now it seems that Xiaojian has failed in the sacrifice and summoning. And there is no hope at all. A man should be self-reliant. What's the point of giving up on yourself? It's really bad. City Lord Wu became more and more displeased with Xiaojian. His face turned cold. And then he ordered, go check the 2nd floor. Has Loner gone to the 2nd floor again? Yes. Lord City Lord. Whoosh. A black shadow flashed by. And then disappeared. Not long after, a crying sound came from outside the door. And soon a fat girl walked in from outside. Her red eyes staring at the City Lord. Her silent gaze also made City Lord Wu's face helpless. I'm sorry, Loner. Xiaojian has no strength to protect you. Without my protection, I don't know how many times you have been robbed of your charm. Your future husband must have strong strength. Or a deep background. Only in this way can he protect you. Lord Wu said helplessly, with a firm look in his eyes. Father, if that's the case, I am willing to destroy my appearance and become an ugly girl. Loner said seriously. It's useless. No matter what you become, your enemies will not let you go. With the healing pills, you can recover quickly even if you are disfigured. Xiaojian is a weak scholar and can't protect you at all. You can only marry the eldest son of the Lord of Fenghua City. Unless Xiaojian has bronze-level strength. Lord Wu said this seriously, with a very tough attitude. Loner heard this, and tears fell one by one. She knew clearly that Xiaojian could not possibly have bronze-level strength. And she was destined to marry someone else in the future. Father, is there really no other way? Loner said in a gentle voice. No. Unless Xiaojian reaches the bronze level, it will be useless for anyone to come. Lord Wu said firmly. Woo 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 with the sound of crying. Loner left here in grief, staggering out of the study. After the girl left, City Lord Wu sighed deeply, and felt very bad. There was no other way. As a father, he had to ensure the safety of his daughter, and protect her from harm. Ding ding ding. Lord City Lord. There is an urgent report from the Blue Fist sect. A major incident has occurred in the Blue Fist sect. An urgent voice came from outside the door. which also made City Lord Wu's face change slightly. Come in. Yes. With the sound of the door opening, the man in the bamboo hat hurriedly handed over a document and stood carefully beside him. City Lord Wu took the information and looked at it carefully. Soon his eyes widened. The Blue Fist sect was actually killed and entered, and the Blue Fist was beaten violently. A black wolf that looks like a human? Chapter 207 The Embarrassed City Lord. Yes, Lord City Lord, I saw it with my own eyes. That black wolf was very powerful. He fought his way into the reception room from the main gate, and when he came out, he was spotless, but Blue Fist was covered with wounds, and even staggered when he walked. The man in the bamboo hat hurriedly reported, narrating the scene at that time. It's really not simple. Do you know who Black Wolf is? Why did he infiltrate Blue Fist faction? City Lord Wu said solemnly. I don't know who it is exactly, but the purpose of the Black Wolf man looking for Blue Fist is to find materials. This is the list I secretly wrote down. The man in the bamboo hat hurriedly took out a list from his arms and handed it over carefully. Supernatural fruit? City Lord Wu took the list and looked at it. His eyes flashed instantly, and he squinted his eyes. I know. You go back first and report any important news in time. Yes. The man in the bamboo hat left in a hurry and soon disappeared in the distance. In the study, City Lord Wu was left alone, squinting his eyes to look at the intelligence. Looking at the black werewolf drawn on the intelligence. If I use a supernatural fruit to ask the black werewolf to kill Blue Fist, then my daughter won't have to marry, and she can find someone she likes to be with. City Lord Wu murmured. He actually felt sorry for his daughter, and he was very uncomfortable seeing his daughter cry. If he could solve Blue Fist, he could use thunderous means to eliminate all the evil forces in the city and solve all worries. At that time, even if my daughter marries Xiao Jian, her safety will not be affected too much. But what should I do after I die? Can Xiao Jian protect my daughter's safety? City Lord Wu was helpless again. He wanted to help his daughter and Xiao Jian, but he felt that Xiao Jian was too bad and was not good enough. Xiao Jian, if you had some ability, I would help you, but you are a waste. City Lord Wu was very depressed. He could not help but look towards the direction of the restaurant outside the window, and then saw Xiao Jian at the window on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. But at this time, City Lord Wu also saw a black werewolf, and he slowly walked to Xiao Jian's side. The moment he saw the black werewolf, City Lord Wu stood up, staring at the black werewolf in disbelief. Because the black werewolf, who beat up Lan Quan in the intelligence, was exactly the black werewolf standing next to Xiao Jian. Even the missing right arm was exactly the same. How is it possible? Xiao Jian actually knows the black werewolf? How could he know such a powerful master? Impossible, Xiao Jian doesn't have this ability. City Lord Wu was in doubt, his brows were furrowed in thought. Suddenly he thought of something, and immediately looked carefully at the forehead of the Black Wolf man. When he saw that there was also a mark on the forehead of the Black Wolf man, City Lord Wu suddenly realized. So that's it. It seems that Xiao Jian's sacrifice was successful, and he actually sacrificed such a powerful master. If I had known this, I would have agreed to let Lanner be with him. Strange, why is Xiao Jian still looking so self-destructive? Could it be that Xiao Jian doesn't know the Black Wolf man's strength? Did the Black Wolf man hide his strength? City Lord was secretly analyzed and vaguely guessed it. Because the aura fluctuations emitted by the Black Wolf man were lower than the Black Iron level. And this aura was enough to explain everything. In that case, I will pretend not to know. As for my daughter's marriage, of course, it is up to her to decide. After City Lord Wu finished speaking, his old face flushed a little, but he was more relaxed. As long as his daughter was not uncomfortable, he would be relieved. Thinking of this, City Lord Wu hurried out of the study, and soon found his daughter in the garden pavilion. Lanner, I have something to tell you. City Lord Wu walked over majestically and said, Yes. Lanner wiped the tears from her face, looked at her father, but her eyes were still a little red. Lanner, since you like Xiao Jian so much, I won't stop you in the future. If you want to find him, go find him. Encourage him as much as possible to become stronger. Lord Wu sighed. Father, do you agree? Didn't you say that unless Xiao Jian reaches the bronze level, no one can help? Lan Er stood up in surprise, suspecting that she was hallucinating. Ahem, I've figured it out. As long as you live happily, I will fully support you. Lord Wu said with a red face. There was no way. He had just said something tough, and then he changed his words. Such a quick change of attitude. Even the thick-skinned Lord Wu was a little embarrassed. Really? Lana looked at her father suspiciously, wondering if her father was crazy. Of course it's true. I've already thought of a way to deal with the enemy. I don't have to worry about the enemy anymore. City Lord Wu said with his eyes wandering, feeling more and more embarrassed. Is that so? Then I really went to find him. Lana said tentatively. Go ahead, take guard Lu and the others with you. There are still some troubles in the city now. It will be safer if you take them with you. That's it. I'm leaving. City Lord Wu waved his hand quickly and left quickly. Lan Er was left standing there in confusion, wondering what was going on. Something must have happened to Xiao Jian. I must go and see. It's a bit late today. I go find him tomorrow to see what happened. Even my father has changed his mind. Lan Er analyzed secretly and prepared to go and see tomorrow to investigate the situation. On the other side, on the third floor of the restaurant, Xiao Jian drank the wine in the bottle one mouthful at a time, looking at the city lord mansion with a melancholy look. Even if he couldn't see Lan Er, he still stared blankly, even though he noticed the black werewolf he had summoned sitting opposite him. Xiao Jian ignored him and continued to drink. How long are you going to drink? Can drinking solve the problem? Li Xuan asked impatiently, not liking Xiao Jian's self-destructive look. What annoyed Li Xuan was that Xiao Jian was still drinking by himself, still looking at the city lord mansion. When he finished the drink, Xiao Jian stood up and staggered downstairs, heading home. It seems that I have to beat him up. Li Xuan followed him downstairs. Looking at Xiao Jian's appearance, Li Xuan shook his neck, prepared to beat this kid up, to make him sober up. But at this time, Li Xuan suddenly felt that the sacrificial contract was more than half completed, which made Li Xuan slightly stunned. What's going on? Why is the sacrificial contract more than half completed? There is such a good thing? Who cares? When it is completed a little more, I will leave here and search for extraordinary fruits. Li Xuan's mood instantly improved, and he followed leisurely behind, following Xiao Jian forward. The two walked like this, and soon came to the civilian area, and came to the door of a medicine store called Zhao's. Son, you are back. Why are you drunk again? His father. Bring some sobering medicine. The voice of a middle-aged woman came from the store, and then a middle-aged woman trotted to Xiao Jian's side, asking various questions with concern. Chapter 208 Kneeling Down in Fear. Soon after, a middle-aged man also surrounded Xiao Jian. Although he didn't say much, he still looked at Xiao Jian with concern. The middle-aged couple also saw Li Xuan. After Xiao Jian's introduction, they also knew Li Xuan's identity, and were very good to Li Xuan. After Xiao Jian went back to the back room to sleep, Xiao Jian's mother quickly cleaned up a room for Li Xuan to live in. As for Xiao Jian's father, he entertained Li Xuan with concern, and even went out to buy new bedding and clothes for Li Xuan to use. It can be seen that this couple is quite kind. Li Xuan was originally very dissatisfied with Xiao Jian, but after the warm hospitality of this middle-aged couple, he calmed down a little. When Li Xuan returned to the room, he leaned on the bed and fell into thought, because he suddenly realized a problem. That is, the spiritual power of the blue fist is blue. On the street outside, not far from the medicine shop, several gangsters went door to door to collect protection fees, wantonly insulted the people in the shop, and clamored for protection fees. Although the shop owners were very angry, they dared not speak out, and could only pay the protection fee. TSK. It's still better to collect protection fees in the civilian area. No longer have to worry about encountering strong men. The scarred young man took a pile of collected money, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, we have collected protection fees in this area for several years. No one dared to resist us. They are just ordinary people without backing. We can bully them as much as we want. The fat man laughed. From now on, we will collect protection fees here, and never run around again. If we provoke a strong man like Mr. Black Wolf, it will be terrible. Yes, let's go to the next store to collect protection fees. The Xiao family pharmacy in front. Several gangsters walked into the Xiao family pharmacy in a show of force, and began to clamor for protection fees. The gangsters' actions scared Xiao Jian's parents, making them very frightened and worried. Before, Xiao Jian wanted to perform a sacrifice and summon, and took away all the family savings to buy an ancient jade. Later, the ancient jade broke, revealing the ancient blood inside. Because Xiao Jian spent too much money, there was no liquidity in the medicine shop. Now several gangsters are clamoring for money. Xiao Jian's parents can't pay it all, so they can only beg. Don't be shameless. Last time when we collected money, your son was clamoring. This time you just won't give it. Right? The scarred young man asked coldly. No, we really can't pay now. Can you give us a few days' grace? Or, can I use the medicine in the store to pay off the debt? Xiao Jian father Xiao Shu hurriedly said. Use medicine to pay off debts? I am a spiritual warrior. The broken medicine in your store is useless. I tell you, take out the money immediately, or I will smash your store. The scarred young man shouted again. We really don't have that much money. This is all our money. Xiao Shu took out all the money he could earn today, but there was only a little money. Pa! The scarred young man slapped the money away with a slap, and said coldly, You are sending away beggars. Are you looking for death? Smash this store for me. Yes, boss. Following the scarred young man's order, several younger brothers quickly picked up the things in the drugstore and prepared to smash them. The fat man even picked up the heavy medicine grinder, raised it high, and was about to smash it. Please don't smash it, please. Xiao Shu begged hurriedly when he saw this scene. Originally, he thought the store was going to be finished and smashed to pieces. But he didn't expect that. As soon as he finished saying this, all the gangsters stopped, and they all stood still as if they were petrified. What's wrong with you? Xiao Shu said blankly. Nothing. Nothing. I think these herbs are good. They are helpful for my disease. Boss, I will buy them no matter how much they cost. Scarred young man hurriedly put down the herbs and said with cold sweat, Ah? This medicine is helpful to you? You bought it all? Xiao Shu was stunned and looked at the scarred young man blankly. Yes, I have been vomiting and diarrhea recently, and I must buy some of your medicine. Is this money enough? The scarred young man put a pile of money on the counter, trembling all over. Vomiting and diarrhea? This medicine is not suitable for the disease. It is a laxative. 2 tails can make ordinary people have diarrhea for half a day. Xiao Shu explained. Laxative? The scarred young man was stunned. His mind was a little confused, and he quickly changed his words. Then give me some other medicine. Money is not a problem. Yes. Yes. Money is not a problem. We are all here to see a doctor. We are all here to see a doctor. The other gangsters also hurriedly put down their things, carefully lined up, and stood silently like obedient dogs. They no longer shouted, yelled, or swore, nor did they collect protection fees. There was only silence. The atmosphere at the scene became very good, just like a scene of seeking medical treatment. Such a scene made Xiao Jian parents very confused. They looked around and found that someone was standing in the aisle of the drugstore. The person leaned against the aisle and did not move, tilting his head and staring at the scarred young man and others in the store. This person was none other than the black werewolf Li Xuan. Seeing Li Xuan standing there, Xiao Jian parents vaguely understood something, and couldn't help but look at the gangsters again. As expected, the gangsters were trembling all over, and didn't dare to look at Li Xuan. They were obviously afraid of Li Xuan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jian parents suddenly realized that although they didn't know why the gangsters were afraid of Li Xuan, it was definitely a good thing for the store. So Xiao Jian parents hurriedly took a few bottles of health pills and sold them to the gangsters. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Several hooligans took the medicine bottle, hurriedly thanked him, lowered their heads and turned to leave. But just as they walked to the door of the store, a voice rang out. Did I let you go? Following this calm voice, several hooligans froze, then hurriedly knelt down collectively, and cowed out quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Black Wolf. We didn't know you were here. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us. Yes, Uncle Hailing. Please. I have parents and children to take care of. I can't die. I really can't die. Uncle Hailing. As long as you spare us, we will never collect protection fees again. Leave the civilian area immediately, and never come here again. Several gangsters knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically, their heads banging against the ground, and the floor tiles in the store were lifted up. But they didn't care, and continued to kowtow and beg for mercy frantically. Such a scene made Xiao Jian parents confused. They thought that the gangster was afraid of Li Xuan, but they never expected that the gangster would be so scared, and they were almost crying. This also made Xiao Jian parents unable to help but look at Li Xuan, looking at him in doubt. Okay, be quiet, Li Xuan said coldly. Chapter 209 Black Iron Pill. Yes. Yes, let's be quiet, be quiet. Several hooligans nodded quickly, knelt nervously, and did not dare to look at Li Xuan. Let me ask you, it is difficult to become a black iron level with your mentality. How did you become a black iron level? Li Xuan suddenly asked. In fact, he had been wondering about this question for a long time. Although there are many warriors in this world, there are far more black iron level warriors than expected, even a little abnormal. Because the number of bronze and silver levels is normal. But there are too many black iron levels. Li Xuan is very confused about this. Uncle Black Wolf. We reached the black iron level by taking pills. Many people have taken this kind of pill. Of course, this pill has great side effects. The scarred young man hurriedly explained. Pills? What kind of pills? What are the side effects? Li Xuan immediately asked. And he also became very interested. It's the black iron pill. There is a certain chance of sudden death after taking this pill. Even if you reach the black iron level, you will never be able to improve again. And if you give birth to a child, the child will most likely not be able to practice. The reason we took these pills is that we already have offspring. And we were too poor in the past. No one looked down on useless people like us. At that time, the Shinan sect was looking for people to try the pills. And they could take the black iron pill for free. So we signed up and luckily survived. By the way, the black iron pill is very expensive now. It is said that the Shinan sect has perfected the black iron pill, which has reduced the chance of sudden death a lot. The scarred young man hurriedly explained, and told a lot of questions about the black iron pill. So that's how it is. Black iron pill. Shinan sect. Is worth studying. Li Xuan muttered secretly, preparing to study black iron pill. And even use these gangsters for experiments. Where can I buy black iron pill? Li Xuan looked at the gangsters. Uncle Black Wolf. Shinan Hall has it. It's the store of Shinan sect. There are many other pills. The scarred young man hurriedly said. Well, you go find a house with a courtyard nearby. I can use it. Also, take me to Shinan Hall. Li Xuan pointed at the scarred youth. Yes. 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 The scarred youth cried in his heart. Last time he led the way to the Blue Fist sect, Li Xuan beat the Blue Fist sect to pieces. This time he went to the Divine Dan Hall. I am afraid he will cause trouble again. But the scarred youth dared not disobey, and could only lead the way obediently. The remaining hooligans also hurriedly followed Li Xuan's orders, and went to find a house with a courtyard nearby. They did not dare to run away. Running away from the strong is like seeking death, so they could only obey obediently. After they left, Xiao Jian's parents finally recovered, and then swallowed their saliva and said, Mr. Li Xuan is so strong. Didn't my son say that Li Xuan's strength was very weak? I guess my son doesn't understand. Let's go, we find my son, tell him the good news, and ask him to ask Mr. Li Xuan for help, to help him solve the matter with Lanner. Yes. 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 Let's go find our son. When the two thought of this, they hurriedly closed the store door, and hurried to the house in the backyard, and woke up their drunken son. Son, something happened in the store, you need to wake up. Something happened? What happened? Xiao Jian asked sleepily. It's Scar Boss's gang of thugs. They're here to collect protection money again. Father Xiao Shu explained. What? These bastards are so hateful. Xiao Jian perked up, clenched his fists and cursed. Don't worry, the matter has been resolved. The gang of thugs no longer dare to collect protection money from us, and they won't dare to collect protection money from us in the future. Xiao Shu explained again. Why? They are so difficult to deal with. Why don't they collect protection fees from us? Xiao Jian was puzzled. He knew clearly how difficult these gangsters were. These gangsters were like dogskin plasters. Once they were targeted, they would cause all kinds of troubles, such as sneak attacks, smashing stores, throwing feces, and making all kinds of troubles. It can be said that they would do anything to the extreme. Such gangsters made Xiao Jian feel very difficult, and he didn't know how to deal with them. Now his father actually said that it was solved. The gangsters didn't dare to come to the store to collect protection fees. This surprised Xiao Jian. It was Mr. Li Xuan. Mr. Li Xuan frightened those hooligans as soon as he appeared. Later, Mr. Li Xuan's words frightened those hooligans to their knees and begged for mercy. Mr. Li Xuan is really amazing. Yes. Son, you didn't see the scene just now. Those little hooligans kowtowed and bled. They were all scared. Xiao Jian's parents said hurriedly, describing the scene as detailed as possible. Xiao Jian was also a little surprised when he heard his parents' words, and he couldn't help but feel a little comforted. Originally, through the ancient blood, he summoned Li Xuan. And after seeing that he was a lower-level black iron, Xiao Jian began to give up on himself. Unexpectedly, this Black Wolf man was still quite capable. And he actually managed those gangsters, which surprised Xiao Jian. It seems that those gangsters are useless. When they meet the real black iron level, those gangsters are no match. Xiao Jian muttered secretly. Xiao Jian, you should be nicer to Mr. Li Xuan in the future. Maybe you could ask Mr. Li Xuan to help you solve the problem between you and Lanner. Xiao Jian's mother said immediately. It's useless. Li Xuan's strength is only below the black iron level, too weak. Xiao Jian shook his head and sighed. Is that so? I saw Mr. Li Xuan was so domineering just now, and he frightened the gangsters to their knees with just one sentence. Xiao Jian's mother couldn't help but say, Mom, above the black iron level is the bronze level, and above the bronze level is the silver level, and the city lord is definitely the silver level, a real master, such a master, how could he listen to the words of a black iron level? Moreover, Li Xuan lost his right arm. His combat power is at the bottom of the black iron level. He can't help me at all. Xiao Jian shook his head. Is that so? I always feel that Mr. Li Xuan is very powerful. Xiao Jian's mother couldn't help but mutter. Although she was not well educated and didn't know much, she always felt that Li Xuan was not simple. I won't say more. You will understand the gap between Li Xuan and the city lord in the future. I can only rely on myself to solve the problem between me and Lanner. No one can help me solve it. Xiao Jian sighed and lay back on the bed uncomfortably, leaning on the bed and thinking about how to gain powerful strength. Seeing this, Xiao Jian's parents also thought that they were ignorant and could only shake their heads and leave here and return to the store in front. On the other side, Shendan Hall. Li Xuan bought a bunch of pills and walked out slowly. These strange pills, Li Xuan had never seen them before, and naturally had to study them carefully. If the pills were too complicated, and he couldn't study them thoroughly, then he would go to Shendan's sect to learn to make pills. As for whether Shendan Hall would object, Li Xuan didn't care. At most, he would beat them to agree. The main thing was that these pills reminded Li Xuan, and made Li Xuan realize the magic of pills. Chapter 210, Li Xuan Dark Affinity. Although he is very powerful, and has many trump cards, each world has its own characteristics. If I study hard, I can also enrich my foundation, and maybe I will get these things one day. Especially alchemy, the alchemy in this world is very unique. Li Xuan couldn't help but become curious. Uncle Black Wolf, I help you. When the Scar boss saw that Li Xuan didn't make trouble again, he was finally relieved, and then stepped forward to help Li Xuan get the pills. No need. Li Xuan waved his hand, and the pill disappeared instantly. This scene startled Scar boss, and his gaze towards Li Xuan changed again, because he guessed that Uncle Black Wolf might have some kind of space treasure, which is very precious and extremely rare in this world. Every space treasure represents the noble status of the user. Now, Uncle Black Wolf in front of him has a space treasure, which naturally makes Scar boss feel that Li Xuan is even more extraordinary. What are you standing there for? Lead the way. It's Uncle Black Wolf. The two of them left quickly to study the purchased elixirs. Time passed, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. In the morning, the sun was shining, and the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. Xiao Jian got up early and was busy in the store, checking every medicine bag in the medicine cabinet to see if there were any missing herbs. He had figured it out, and was ready to continue to participate in the tests of various sects. In the future, he must become a strong man, because only the strong can dominate their own lives, and can live freely in the world. Xiao Jian. The girl's voice suddenly came from outside. Xiao Jian, who was checking the medicine bag, was stunned, and then he turned back to look. It didn't matter if he looked at it. Xiao Jian was excited, and looked at the door of the medicine shop in disbelief. At the door of the medicine shop, a plump and beautiful girl was standing there, blinking her big eyes at Xiao Jian. Looking at this familiar figure, Xiao Jian even wondered if he was dazzled, raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, and then said, Lanner, it's really you. Of course it's me. You're such a fool. Lanner walked into the house with a smile, and soon came to Xiao Jian's side, looking at him coquettishly. The guards who were protecting Lanner did not enter the pharmacy, but stood at the door of the pharmacy waiting. Lanner, why are you here? Didn't your father forbid you to come out? Xiao Jian asked. My father suddenly told me yesterday that he allowed me to find my own happiness. Xiao Jian, did you do something that affected my father? Lanner asked. Big thing? No, I didn't do anything except summoning a black wolf man of the lower level of black iron. Xiao Jian said blankly. Black iron lower level? What else? Except for this? Lanner asked again. Other things? Nothing else? Xiao Jian was blank. He really didn't do anything recently. Is that so? Is it related to the Black Wolf Man? Lanner continued to speculate, feeling that this matter might be related to the Black Wolf Man, and couldn't help but ask again. Xiao Jian, can you call your Black Wolf out? Let me see him. He went out. He went out with a few hooligans yesterday, and never came back. I don't know where he went. Xiao Jian shook his head. Hooligans? It stands to reason that a strong man shouldn't stay with hooligans. But you haven't done anything recently. Except for the Black Wolf. Nothing seems to affect my father. Lanner asked in confusion. Do you suspect that the Black Wolf affected your father? Xiao Jian was surprised. Yes. I can't think of anything else except this. Let's go. Let's go find your Black Wolf Man. I need to confirm it. Lanner said. No need. The Black Wolf Man is really a lower-ranked black iron. I'm very sure. And he lost his right arm. He is at the bottom of the lower-ranked black iron. Xiao Jian said affirmatively. Is that so? Did something else affect my father? Lanner was at a loss. I guess so. By the way, I want to become a strong man. And I want to have the strength to protect you. I plan to continue looking for a sect to participate in the test. Xiao Jian said. Well, I also hope you can become a strong man. But this road is not easy to walk. Have you found a way to improve your strength? Lanner asked doubtfully. Not yet. I participated in the selection of more than a dozen sects before, and was eliminated because of my poor qualifications. But I don't want to give up. There are many directions for cultivation. I will definitely find the direction that suits me. Xiao Jian said firmly. I believe you. By the way, some people from the Black Robe sect in the city are secretly recruiting disciples. You can try to test your qualifications. Lanner suddenly thought of something. Black Robe sect? The sect that has a bad relationship with your father? Xiao Jian was surprised. Well, but don't worry, the Black Robe sect has a good relationship with the Blue Fist sect, so it has a bad relationship with your father. If you can join the Black Robe sect, you might be able to bring the Black Robe sect and your father closer. Lanner explained softly. That's true. Where do they test qualifications? I go and try. It just so happens that I haven't tested it before. It's in the big house next to the Xingyue Tower. Come on, I take you there. Okay. The two of them left the pharmacy quickly and hurried to the large house next to Xingyue Tower. In a separate house in the west, Li Xuan, who was studying elixirs, saw this scene and slowly walked out of the small courtyard and walked toward Xingyue Tower. Studying elixirs takes a lot of time, and it can't be done in a short time. Li Xuan's first task is to complete Xiao Jian's wish task. Only in this way can the sacrifice be guaranteed not to be affected. However, Li Xuan hates Xiao Jian a little and doesn't want to follow him all the time, so he didn't follow him into the large house, but turned around and went up to the second floor of Xingyue Tower to watch. In the big house. At this time, the place is already crowded. Many people come here to take the qualification test, hoping that they have the qualifications. This is the first time that the Black Robe sect has recruited disciples on a large scale in Wishan City. They also recruited secretly before, but they were always very cautious. Now, as the sect becomes stronger and stronger, the Black Robe sect is becoming more and more unscrupulous. Although it is still sneaky this time, the scene is much bigger than before. Many people heard about the Black Robe sect recruiting disciples, and came to try whether they have the qualifications, which also caused the big house to become more and more crowded. Be quiet, all line up. A black-robed man on the first seat shouted coldly, and the silver-level aura suddenly released, scaring people so much that they dared not make any more noise. This black-robed man was none other than Deacon Zhou, who had seen the power of Li Xuan. There were 4 young black-robed men around him, both men and women, who seemed to be his disciples or something like that. Okay, continue the test. As Deacon Zhou spoke, the 4 young men took crystal balls one by one, and began to test the qualifications. Unqualified. No dark talent. Dark talent is low. Barely able to practice. Unqualified. No dark talent. With a series of cold voices, many people failed the test and left with regret. But some people tested out to have medium dark talent and were immediately accepted into the Black Robe sect. It seems that medium dark talent is already a good talent. Xiao Jian also came here, queuing nervously, looking forward to having dark talent. Time passed by little. and soon it was Xiao Jian's turn to be tested. In anticipation, Xiao Jian placed his hand on the crystal ball, and a black light flashed in an instant. Superior dark aptitude. Rare talent. Shua. The figure of the silver-level Deacon Zhou flashed, and he came to Xiao Jian, anxiously saying, "Boy, are you willing to worship me as your master? Is it really okay to worship you as your master?" Xiao Jian's voice trembled with excitement. "Of course. Your aptitude is superior, and there is a high probability that you will reach the silver level in the future." Deacon Zhou smiled. Silver level? Xiao Jian was really surprised to hear this, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Your aptitude is considered a rare talent. There are only 2 levels of talent stronger than yours in this world. Deacon Zhou explained with a smile, and he was not stingy with his description of his disciple. There are only 2 levels of talent stronger than mine? May I ask which 2 levels they are? Xiao Jian was curious. The first one is the great perfection of darkness aptitude, and the talent that can be cultivated to the great perfection of silver in the future. The second is affinity with darkness, which is a very terrifying talent. Practicing dark power will improve by leaps and bounds. After practicing for decades, there is a high probability that you can reach the gold level. Deacon Zhou said solemnly. Gold level? There was a cry of surprise from afar. It was Lanner's voice. Obviously the knowledgeable Lanner knew how terrifying the gold level was. Chapter 211 Terrified. Lanner's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Deacon Zhou was stunned when he saw Lanner, obviously recognizing her identity. Xiao Jian also heard Lanner's exclamation. Although he didn't have much experience, even Lanner explained, which naturally proved the horror of the gold level, so he couldn't help asking. With my talent, is there a chance that I can cultivate to the gold level? Your talent? Difficult, very difficult, about a 1 in 10,000 chance. Deacon Zhou shook his head and sighed. 1 in 10,000 chance? So difficult? What about dark affinity? Can it 100% advance to gold level? Xiao Jian asked again. How is it possible? Do you think gold level is a wild vegetable? It is not so easy to reach gold level. Even if you have dark affinity, it is difficult to reach gold level. It requires hard training. Deacon Zhou said directly. What is the probability? 1% probability? Xiao Jian felt better. Not that low. As long as you are willing to practice hard and don't die young. The chance is probably 1 in 3. Deacon Zhou said. 1 in 3? So high? Xiao Jian was dumbfounded. He stared at Deacon Zhou blankly. You know, he had a 1 in 10,000 chance. But his dark affinity was actually 1 in 3. Such a gap can be described as heaven and earth. So Xiao Jian was a little shocked. Don't worry. Dark affinity also has different levels. The 1 in 3 I mentioned means that the dark affinity must be raised to extraordinary. Ordinary dark affinity is still a little short. Deacon Zhou continued. So that's how it is. I was scared to death. Xiao Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. No longer under such great pressure. Don't worry, dark affinity hasn't appeared for many years. Not to mention the extraordinary dark affinity, your talent is already rare. Deacon Zhou patted Xiao Jian's shoulder, and continued. What do you think? Do you want to take me as your master? I am a silver level, and my strength ranks among the top 3 in this city, no top 4. Deacon Zhou thought of Li Xuan, and immediately put him in the 4th place. In the past, the Blue Fist was the strongest in this city, and City Lord Wu was 2nd, so he could be ranked 3rd. Later, after seeing the horror of the Black Wolf Man, Deacon Zhou felt that he could only be ranked 4th. There was no other way. The Black Wolf Man was too scary, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Greetings, Master. Xiao Jian had long wanted to become a strong man, and now he had the opportunity to become a disciple of a silver-level master. So he naturally knelt down and kowtowed to become his disciple. Okay. Good disciple. Get up quickly. Today is a really good day. Let's go to Xingyue Tower later, and I will take you to celebrate. Deacon Zhou said happily. Yes, Master. Xiao Jian also smiled, feeling that he was so lucky today. First, Lanner's problem was inexplicably solved, and now he has a silver-level master, which is a day that changes his fate. Happy Xiao Jian hurriedly summoned Lanner, and introduced her to Master Zhou. Deacon Zhou had already investigated the lineage of the city lord, and just now recognized Lanner's identity. Now seeing the situation of Xiao Jian and Lanner, Deacon Zhou also had the idea of cooperating with the city lord. Before, they were afraid of the city lord, so they couldn't recruit disciples in a big way. After all, the city lord was officially appointed. so they still had to be careful. Now with the relationship with Xiaojian, the Black Robe sect can completely recruit disciples with the help of the city lord. Such recruitment is much better than now, and it can recruit more disciples, thus making the Black Robe sect stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Deacon Joe couldn't wait to say this. But there was no rush. He would finish the test first and go to Xingyue Tower later. Deacon Joe, who was in a good mood, sat leisurely in the main seat and arranged for Xiaojian to help test the civilians. Anyway, as long as he reported the results according to the situation of the crystal ball, it would be easy. Xiaojian naturally worked enthusiastically and devoted himself to the testing, especially working under the envious eyes of many civilians. Xiaojian felt a little proud. When the testing was almost done, Deacon Joe ordered 2 disciples to book the Xingyue building next door. Today they were going to celebrate. The 2 disciples received the order and left the mansion quickly, going to the Xingyue building to book a private room. Xingyue building. Li Xuan was drinking leisurely on the 2nd floor, looking at the scene of the mansion from a god perspective, and thinking about his natural affinity for darkness. I have already improved my affinity for darkness to the great perfection. But unfortunately, I don't have the extraordinary fruit. If I take the extraordinary fruit, then Li Xuan's eyes flashed with expectation, thinking about whether to go to the Black Robe sect and practice their abilities. Maybe he can reach the gold level. It's a pity that it will take several decades, which is too long. I don't have the time, but I can get their cultivation methods and study them carefully. Li Xuan muttered, and suddenly heard a noise coming from downstairs, followed by an arrogant voice. The Black Robe sect has reserved the place. Everyone leave, immediately. Following this arrogant voice, the customers in Xingyue building all frowned. This restaurant is a high-end restaurant, and most of the people who eat and drink here have some skills, were rich, wealthy, and had backgrounds. Being driven away like this, the crowd was naturally very unhappy, but they couldn't afford to offend the Black Robe sect, so they could only admit defeat and leave. Let's go, we can't afford to offend them. Alas! It turns out that the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. The Black Robe sect is getting stronger now, and it is said that there are many silver-level elders. That's right, let's go, the Black Robe sect has spoken, and I guess no one dares to eat here. The crowd got up and left helplessly, choosing to admit defeat one by one, not daring to provoke the Black Robe sect. In just a moment, Li Xuan was the only customer left in the restaurant, eating and drinking upstairs. Downstairs. Huh? Why are there still sounds of eating upstairs? A tall man in black robe had sharp ears and heard the sounds upstairs. Is there anyone who hasn't left? Another short man in black robe was surprised. Let's go up and take a look. I want to see who is so disrespectful to my black robe family. The 2 men in black robes frowned and began to walk upstairs along the stairs. There was dissatisfaction on their faces, and they were obviously angry. With such emotions, the 2 walked to the 2nd floor and looked in the direction of Li Xuan. Instantly, the pupils of the 2 black-robed men shrank sharply, and they turned around and ran down again, at a very fast speed. When the 2 ran to the lobby of Xingyue building, they gathered together in doubt. Brother, is the Black Wolf man just now the super strong man that Master mentioned? The short black-robed man said in doubt. Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. The scary black werewolf, who beat up the leader of the Blue Fist sect. The tall black-robed man wiped the cold sweat from his head, took out a portrait from his arms, and opened it. The portrait clearly showed Li Xuan. It's really him. Damn. I was scared to death. I almost lost my temper just now. Fortunately, I didn't say anything. The short black-robed man said with a trembling voice. I almost lost my temper just now. Fortunately, the master reminded us before and drew the portrait. If the master hadn't reminded us, we would probably die here. The tall black-robed man patted his chest in fear, and hurriedly walked out with his junior brother. My 2 lords, do you still want to book the place? The shop owner asked hurriedly. All the money spent by the lord upstairs for dinner is ours. Here's the money. The tall black-robed man put down the money and hurried away, preparing to report the matter to the master. The shop owner looked at the money on the table, and the black-robed man who left in panic, and thought of the man who was eating upstairs, and he vaguely understood something. Chapter 212 The Style of the Black Wolf Man. He actually scared the people of the Black Robe sect so much. What kind of a strong man is this on the 2nd floor? The shop owner was in doubt. He was holding a pile of money, and didn't know whether to accept it. But he knew clearly that he had to entertain the Black Wolf on the second floor, so the shop owner ran to the kitchen immediately. Kitchen, hurry up and make all the best specialties in the store, and send them to the Black Wolf on the second floor. Remember to be nice. Ah? Lord Black Wolf? Aren't people from the Black Robe sect coming? The kitchen staff was puzzled. They only heard the voices of the Black Robe sect just now, and they didn't know the Black Wolf. You know nothing. People from the Black Robe sect did come, but after seeing Lord Black Wolf on the second floor, they were scared away again and ran away like rabbits. The shop owner said seriously, "No way. That's the Black Robe sect." The kitchen staff was surprised and couldn't believe it at all. Why not? The Black Robe man was not only scared away, but also left a pile of money to pay the Black Wolf. Look at this money. The shop owner shook the money in his hand. It turned out to be like this. Who is this Black Wolf? So scary. The people in the kitchen were surprised and asked, "I don't know. You just need to do your best. Remember? The food must be delicious." Yes. On the other side, the two black-robed men from the black-robe gate had already run out of the restaurant and ran into the big house next to it. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Deacon Joe had just accepted a new disciple. He was happily sitting on a chair drinking tea. When he saw two disciples running over in a hurry, he was immediately dissatisfied. As a disciple of a silver-level master, he should have some grace. It was really embarrassing to be in a hurry. Deacon Joe naturally had to scold them. Aye. The two black-robed men were scolded and felt a little depressed. But it was really embarrassing to show an anxious look in front of so many people. Helpless, the two had to take a deep breath, try to suppress the tension in their hearts, and start to calm down. That's right. Tell me, what's the matter? Deacon Joe picked up the teacup and said leisurely, "Master, it's like this." Seeing that there were many people around, the two black-robed men immediately ran to Deacon Joe's ear and whispered something. Bang! The teacup fell directly to the ground, and Deacon Joe stood up in disbelief, his voice full of horror. "What did you say? That strong man isn't Xingyue Tower? Are you sure it's him?" "Yes, Master, it's definitely him. We compared the portraits." The two disciples replied hurriedly. "How could it be? They are so close. Is he watching us? What's his purpose?" Deacon Joe panicked. He walked around anxiously. He was more panicked than the two disciples. The main reason was that he had seen Li Xuan's terrifying power with his own eyes, and knew his powerful strength. Now that the other party was watching them, Deacon Joe was a little uneasy. He even felt that this place was not safe. He couldn't help but say, "You guys do the test first. I go back to the house." After Deacon Joe finished speaking, he ran into the house in the mansion and hid in the house, secretly paying attention to the direction of Xingyue Tower. The remaining people were at a loss, not knowing what was going on. They all became curious, but unfortunately no one told them. The city lord daughter Lanner was very smart. She immediately took her guards, walked out of the mansion, and came to the door of Xingyue Tower. "You go to Xingyue Tower to check the situation. Ask the people in the store what happened. And remember, you must keep a low profile," Lanner said solemnly. Yes. Several guards received the order and immediately ran to Xingyue Tower. Not long after, they hurried back and whispered to Lanner about this matter. "What? Black werewolf? Are you sure?" Lana was shocked when she heard the report from her subordinates. The first thing she thought of was the black werewolf summoned by Xiao Jian. "It's absolutely true. We asked the store owner and the clerk separately. They saw with their own eyes that the people from the Black Robe sect were scared away. And they even left a lot of money to pay for the black werewolf." The guards hurriedly replied they were all from the city lord mansion, and they were very good at interrogation and investigation. It turned out to be like this. Even the people of the Black Robe sect were afraid of the black werewolf, so my father must be afraid of the black werewolf too. In this case, the reason why my father let me out was because of the black werewolf. Lanner suddenly realized, and finally understood why her father suddenly changed his mind, and let her contact Xiao Jian. With such a powerful existence, it would be difficult for her father to stop it. Strange, why did Xiao Jian say that the black werewolf was not strong? Is there something hidden? No, I go back and ask my father, and confirm the situation. Lana hurriedly ran back to the city lord mansion with the guards, and ran to the study as soon as possible to ask the city lord. "I didn't expect you to know so quickly, alas." The city lord sighed. "Father, what level is this black werewolf? Why are you so afraid of him? Is he really summoned by Xiao Jian? Lanner asked. Yes, it was Xiao Jian who summoned him. I have investigated it clearly. As for his level, I can tell you clearly that he is at least as strong as a mid-level silver player. The city lord said seriously. Mid-level silver player? So high. One level higher than you. No wonder, no wonder. Lanner suddenly realized. In fact, I have one more thing I haven't told you. The city lord said again. What is it? About the black werewolf? Lanner asked. Yes, this black wolf man is very powerful. He once single-handedly broke into the Blue Fist sect, and fought his way through the entire sect, and beat Blue Fist so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. When the black wolf man came out, there was not even a speck of dust on him. He was so strong that he was simply a monster. The city lord said solemnly. Not even a speck of dust? So strong? Lanner was shocked, looking at the city lord in horror. Yes, that's how strong he is. The city lord nodded. I never thought that the black wolf man was so scary. Xiao Jian is really lucky today. Lanner smiled. Good luck. The city lord was puzzled. Yes. Xiao Jian has a talent for cultivation. He has a talent for dark cultivation. And it's very good. He has already worshipped the silver-level elder of the Black Robe sect as his teacher. Lanner told the general situation of Xiao Jian, which also surprised the city lord. Not bad. Very good. The city lord was surprised. For the first time, he began to look at Xiao Jian with a new eye. With the Black Wolf man, he was fully qualified to pursue his daughter. Moreover, with this relationship, the City Lord Mansion can also resolve conflicts with the Black Robe sect, making the City Lord Mansion stronger. Father, Xiao Jian doesn't know about the Black Wolf man yet, I tell him right away. Lana turned around hastily, preparing to tell Xiao Jian. Don't call him the Black Wolf man, you should call him Lord Black Wolf, or Mr. Black Wolf. The City Lord reminded. Don't worry. Father, I know. Lanner left in a hurry again, bringing a few subordinates to the mansion in a hurry. At this time, the qualification test in the mansion had just ended. Xiao Jian was wondering where Lanner had gone to, and also why the master suddenly ran into the house. And looking at the master appearance, it seemed that he was afraid and hid in the house. What am I thinking about? The master is a silver level. How could he be afraid? Xiao Jian shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking. At this time, Lanner ran to the gate of the mansion in a hurry and waved to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, come here quickly. I have something very important to tell you. Very important? What is it? Xiao Jian was puzzled and hurried to Lanner's side, looking at her puzzledly. Chapter 213 Go to the Black Robe Gate. Xiao Jian, I figured out why my father suddenly asked me to see you. Lanner looked at Xiao Jian and said solemnly. Why? Xiao Jian asked hurriedly, his eyes full of curiosity. Because Mr. Black Wolf, that is, the black werewolf you summoned. Lanner explained seriously. Black werewolf? Why? Xiao Jian was puzzled, and his mind was a little confused. It's very simple, because Mr. Black Wolf is a silver level, and a mid-level silver level. Lanner continued to explain. Intermediate silver? How is that possible? Xiao Jian couldn't believe it, his eyes widened. I knew you would be surprised. Let me tell you this, Mr. Black Wolf actually did a great thing, that is. He broke through the Blue Fist sect alone, beating the leader of the Blue Fist sect Black and Blue. The leader of the Blue Fist sect was a lower silver, the strongest man in Wishan City, stronger than my father. Such a strong man was beaten by Mr. Black Wolf. Then how strong Mr. Black Wolf is, you should be able to guess it. Right? Lanner continued to explain, and told the general situation again. He is so strong. Xiao Jian was completely stunned. His mind was dazed and motionless. It was mainly because it was too shocking. And Xiao Jian was a little doubtful about his life. Not only strong, but ridiculously strong. No one in the whole Wushan City can be Mr. Black Wolf's opponent. If he wants, he can beat your master violently. The two people from the Black Robe sect just now were scared by Mr. Black Wolf and ran back. Lanner said. This? Xiao Jian still stood there blankly. In his mind, he could not help but think of the scene where his master suddenly ran into the room. He felt vaguely that his master was afraid and hid in the room. Xiao Jian, Mr. Black Wolf is on the second floor of Xingyue Tower. I suggest you go meet him. He should protect you in secret. Lanner suggested. That's good. I go meet him. Xiao Jian took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and walked toward Xingyue Tower. Dong. 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 With the sound of footsteps on the stairs, Xiao Jian slowly walked up the stairs to the second floor, and saw Li Xuan drinking. Mr. Li Xuan, hello? Xiao Jian knew Li Xuan's real name, and said nervously. Sit down. Li Xuan pointed to the chair in front of him. Yes. Facing a silver-level master, Xiao Jian was very reserved, and didn't know what to say after sitting down. Your sacrifice is useful to me. I can help you fulfill another small wish. What do you want? Li Xuan said quietly. A small wish. I want to have the strength of white bronze level as soon as possible. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say silver level, but thinking it was a small wish, he did not dare to say too much. Okay, I will find a way to improve your strength faster. I will give these to you first. Li Xuan took out a few bottles of pills from his personal space, with the names of the pills written on them, and a set of instructions for taking the pills, and handed them to Xiao Jian. These are pills. After you start practicing spiritual power, you can take these pills, and I will continue to help you improve your strength later, until you reach bronze level. Thank you, sir. Xiao Jian was somewhat flattered when he looked at these pills. He didn't expect Li Xuan to actually agree to his request. This made him feel like he was in a dream. Next, you should improve your strength and don't cause trouble, Li Xuan reminded him. He was going to search for the extraordinary fruit, and didn't want to waste too much time because of Xiao Jian. Yes, I will definitely work hard to improve my strength. The two didn't talk for too long. Soon, Li Xuan flashed away, leaving Xiao Jian alone with the pills in his arms. Overjoyed. Time passed, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. A lot of things happened in these 7 days. First, the relationship between the Black Robe sect and the City Lord Mansion entered a sweet period, and they began to recruit disciples in Wushan City with great fanfare. Then, the City Lord Mansion used thunderous means to destroy all resistance forces except the Blue Fist sect, and largely cleared Wushan City, making the City Lord order more authoritative. As for the Blue Fist sect, it completely clung to Li Xuan's thigh, and collected materials everywhere for Li Xuan, and even sent information about extraordinary fruits. The key is that this information is not just one, but 2 extraordinary fruit information, which also surprised Li Xuan and made him realize that this world is not simple. In the rented small house, Li Xuan sat quietly on the stone bench, eating one material after another, improving his various strengths. Ding! Your swordsmanship talent has reached perfection. Ding! Your bowsmanship talent has reached perfection. Ding! Your body repair has reached perfection. A series of prompt sounds in Li Xuan's ears, and Li Xuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The strength is getting stronger and stronger, but it is still not enough. There are still many materials missing, such as purification grass, puppet fruit, and... Li Xuan looked at the data panel. So many great perfection abilities could not be promoted. It felt that he needed extraordinary fruit. Lan Quan said that the Black Robe sect had an extraordinary fruit. I don't know if it is true or not. Li Xuan's eyes flashed, thinking about whether to go to the Black Robe sect. The Black Robe sect has almost finished recruiting disciples in Wushan City. It is estimated that they will leave soon. Xiao Jian will also leave with them. Then go with them to see if it is true or not. Li Xuan pondered secretly, and at the same time thought of the information of another extraordinary fruit, which was the Shindan sect. Lan Quan once said that as a major alchemy sect, it was normal for the Shindan sect to have extraordinary fruits. Li Xuan also agreed with this statement. So he also needed to go to the Shindan sect. Black Robe sect. Shindan sect. I am looking forward to getting some extraordinary fruits, Li Xuan muttered secretly, and slowly took out a cultivation secret book. Lan Quan Gong. This is Lan Quan's Gong method, which Li Xuan also exchanged for elixirs. At the beginning, the spiritual power of Blue Fist was mixed with elemental power, which caused the attack power to surge. This attracted Li Xuan's attention, so he did not hesitate to exchange a large number of pills for one. In the previous world experience, Blind Granny seemed to have injected the element of ice into the spiritual power. Now Blue Fist is also in a similar state, which also reminded Li Xuan that he knew very little about the silver level. Li Xuan slowly opened the Blue Fist skill, carefully watched the content of the skill, and then suddenly realized it. So that's how it is. From the beginning, elements are injected into spiritual power. No wonder there are dark sects like the Black Robe sect. In fact, they are divided according to attributes. Li Xuan roughly understood the reason. To put it bluntly, spiritual power drives attributes, leading to a great increase in spiritual power. Unfortunately, Li Xuan's soul has reached the silver level, and he cannot practice in this way. Forget it, I'd better follow my reincarnation talent path. As long as I have enough talents and strong talents, I will be reincarnated as a demon. Who dares to provoke me easily? Li Xuan muttered, put away his skills and began to study the black iron pill again, preparing to refine it himself after studying it thoroughly. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. It was finally time to leave Wushan City and head to the Black Robe Sect headquarters. In the morning, Deacon Zhou led 4 disciples, Xiao Jian, and more than 50 new disciples slowly out of the city gate and walked towards the Black Robe Sect headquarters. Li Xuan naturally followed Xiao Jian and walked together. After knowing that Li Xuan was summoned by Xiao Jian, the people of the Black Robe Sect were also shocked. And then, they were ecstatic. Because Li Xuan was a silver-level person, if they could bring a silver-level person to the sect, it would be a great help to the Black Robe Sect, so Deacon Zhou warmly entertained Li Xuan. In this way, the group went straight to the Black Robe Sect. After walking for only 3 days, Li Xuan suddenly looked towards the southeast. Mr. Li Xuan, what's wrong? Xiao Jian was puzzled. It's okay, I found a group of gray wolves, no threat, don't worry. Li Xuan shook his head. Gray wolf? Deacon Zhou, who was leading the way, looked at Li Xuan puzzledly, because he found nothing, not even the shadow of a wolf. Chapter 214, Amazing. But Deacon Zhou understood how powerful Li Xuan was, and immediately took precautions to prevent a sudden attack by wolves. In such precautions, they continued to move forward, and continued to move forward, but they did not see any wolves for 5 miles. Such a result made Deacon Zhou a little confused, and he could not figure out why. But he still warned himself in his heart that the wolves might still be ahead, so they continued to move forward. As a result, they walked another 5 miles, still did not see any wolves, not even a shadow of a wolf. This puzzled Deacon Zhou, wondering if Li Xuan was wrong. Mr. Li Xuan is stronger than me. Maybe the wolves are still ahead. Deacon Zhou warned himself secretly, and continued to move forward vigilantly. Then, they walked another 5 miles. But they still didn't see anything. Not even a wolf footprint. Deacon Zhou became more suspicious, frowning more and more puzzled. Maybe because Mr. Li Xuan is a black werewolf. He can explore further. I will continue to move forward and see. Deacon Zhou carefully thought that the gray wolf might still be ahead. And they continued to move forward. Then another 5 miles passed. From the time Li Xuan spoke to now, they had walked a total of 20 miles, which is 10 kilometers. At such a long distance, they still found nothing, which made Deacon Zhou look at Li Xuan with suspicion. His suspicion had reached its extreme, and he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li Xuan, are there really gray wolves? Yes, they are coming, Li Xuan said calmly. Ah? Coming? Deacon Zhou turned his head suspiciously, looked forward, and saw a vast grassland. Except for a forest in the southeast, all the places were plains, nothing was seen. However, at this moment, just when Deacon Zhou was suspicious, in the forest in the southeast, there were shadows of wolves, wolf howls one after another, and then one gray wolf after another walked out of the forest and looked at them. There are actually gray wolves. Seeing the gray wolf walking out of the forest, Deacon Zhou was stunned, and looked at Li Xuan in horror. You know, from the time Li Xuan spoke to now, they had walked a full 20 miles, which is 10 kilometers. At such a long distance, Li Xuan actually discovered it in advance, which is really scary. You know, although the silver level detection ability is strong, most of them can only detect a few hundred meters, at most 1,000 meters. But I didn't expect it. Li Xuan actually detected the gray wolf 20 miles away, which is really scary. Therefore, Deacon Zhou looked at Li Xuan in doubt, and felt that Li Xuan was more terrifying than he had imagined. Ah! The wolf howl resounded through the world. Following the wolf howl, hundreds of gray wolves rushed forward in a mighty force. And the leader was a 3-meter-tall gray wolf king. The silver-ranked gray wolf king. Damn it. It's a big trouble. Looking at the gray wolf king, Deacon Zhou's face changed drastically. And he felt that he was doomed this time, because the silver-ranked was a real strong man, and was a master second only to the silver-ranked. Such a master can beat a group of Zhou deacons. So Zhou deacon's face was horrified, and his scalp was numb. At this critical moment, Li Xuan slowly walked to the front, and the terrifying dragon might was suddenly released, pressing down on the gray wolf king coming from afar. Get out! With this roar, the gray wolves that were rushing over stopped collectively. The ordinary gray wolves were frightened by the dragon might and trembled, and dared not move forward, although the gray wolf king could hold on under the dragon might. But feeling the killing intent mixed with the dragon might, and the sense of crisis in his heart, the gray wolf king no longer dared to move forward and slowly began to retreat. After retreating a distance, the gray wolf king suddenly turned around and fled to the distance with his subordinates like rabbits. This, looking at the gray wolf king who was scared away by Li Xuan's shout, and then looking at Li Xuan standing in the front. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and there was a look of horror in their eyes. Deacon Joe stared at Li Xuan blankly, his head buzzing. He thought Li Xuan was very strong, but he didn't expect Li Xuan to be so strong that he could even scare away the silver-level gray wolf king. With such strength, he might have reached the silver great perfection. Thinking that Li Xuan might be a silver-level master, Deacon Joe lowered his attitude even more. Xiao Jian, who was standing beside him, was also horrified. He admired Li Xuan even more and even hoped that he could be like Li Xuan and scare off the wolf pack with a roar. I must become such a strong man. I must rely on my talent and the pills given to me by Mr. Li Xuan to reach the silver level. Xiao Jian muttered secretly, looking forward to it excitedly, imagining the scene of his own strength increasing greatly in the future. Time passed slowly, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. The group finally arrived at their destination, the headquarters of the Black Robe sect. This was a tall mountain forest, surrounded by black air, which looked very mysterious. The new disciples walked along the mountain path, looking at the scene surrounded by black air, and they were very curious. Li Xuan was also very curious about the black air. When he walked into the place surrounded by black air, he felt like a fish returning to water, and felt very comfortable. Li Xuan carefully observed the black air and found that the black air seemed to be the product of the combination of dark elements and spiritual energy, which was very interesting. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to learn the skills and techniques of this world, so that I can quickly gain strength when I get a real body in the future, Li Xuan muttered, although he still planned to continue to gain talents, to gain thousands of talents. But one day, he would have to get a body, so he had to make some preparations. Then let's learn it. The skills and techniques can be put aside, but the skills of this world can be learned. Li Xuan has the spirit breathing method, which can absorb spiritual power for 24 hours. The requirements for the skills are not so high, but more about ability. After making the decision, Li Xuan continued to move forward and followed the team to the headquarters of the Black Robe sect. The arrival of Li Xuan and others caused quite a stir in the Black Robe sect. The main reason was that there were too many disciples brought back this time, and there was also a silver master, which even alarmed the leader of the Black Robe sect. The leader personally received Li Xuan and secretly observed Li Xuan, wanting to know Li Xuan's purpose. Of course, I wanted to see Li Xuan's strength and whether he was suitable to join the Black Robe sect. After the contact, the sect master left in a hurry and returned to the meeting room to have a meeting with several elders. Sect master, does Li Xuan really have the strength of a silver master? The third elder asked in surprise. Yes, I am a silver master, but I feel a lot of pressure from Li Xuan. I'm afraid he is the top among the silver masters. The sect leader is a woman named Zhao. When she speaks, her voice is very feminine, which makes people feel comfortable to listen to. In addition, she has a curvy figure, and her skin is as white as cream, and she exudes a sense of temptation from head to toe. Unfortunately, in this world where fat is beautiful, the beauty of sect leader Zhao is not very popular. If you are really a silver master, then you can't stay in the sect. Only you and the elder are silver masters, and the rest are weaker than Li Xuan. If Li Xuan does something dangerous, it will be too dangerous, not to mention that even you think Li Xuan is dangerous. The third elder said solemnly. Yes, our Black Robe sect is all about stability. Li Xuan is too dangerous. I am worried that it will be bad for the sect. It is better to be careful. The fourth elder nodded in agreement. I also agree that stability is the priority. We cannot easily accept Li Xuan. Yes. 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 In the meeting room, almost all people objected. They did not want Li Xuan to join the sect. Only the sect master wanted to keep Li Xuan and make the sect stronger. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door, and then a figure walked in from outside. It was Deacon Joe. Master, elders, I have a gift here. It was sent by Mr. Li Xuan. He hopes that the sect can help him find extraordinary fruit. Deacon Joe said, walked into the house, and put a gift box on the table. Extraordinary fruit? We are short of such an important thing. Why should we help him? Wait, this is the flower of darkness? My God, it's a good thing. The third elder wanted to refuse, but when he saw the gift box opened by Deacon Joe, he was shocked and rushed over. The surrounding elders also rushed over. Even Master Zhao followed in doubt and looked at the gift box in horror. Chapter 215: The Horror of Dark Affinity. It's really the dark flower. There are 5 of them. This is an extremely rare material. The great elder was surprised. Why would Li Xuan give out 5 flowers as a gift? Is there a lot of dark flowers in the world where Li Xuan lives? Can he provide us with more? Dark flowers are the most needed to practice the power of darkness. They can help us practice the black robe skill faster. Everyone was talking about it, surrounding the gift box and watching it, and they were all amazed. Deacon Joe listened to everyone's words and took a deep breath. Before, Mr. Li Xuan asked me what materials I wanted. I said that I needed the assistance of the dark flower to practice the dark power. He said that the dark flower would be of great help to the black robe sect. Then Li Xuan took out this gift box and promised that as long as we provided him with extraordinary fruits, he would take out more dark flowers and various kinds of elixirs. And elixirs? What elixirs? The second elder was curious. Mr. Li Xuan said that there is a breakthrough pill that can help people below the silver level to break through quickly. The effect is extremely strong. There is also a body training pill that is effective even for silver level. Deacon Joe talked a lot, which made everyone stunned, and they couldn't believe that Li Xuan actually had so many good things. If Li Xuan could provide a large amount of these things, they really wanted to exchange them with extraordinary fruits. Master, Grand Elder, maybe this will be our opportunity to rise. We can't miss it. The fifth elder suddenly said. Yes, if the breakthrough pill is really effective, maybe it can greatly increase the silver level of the sect, and then our black robe sect will become stronger and stronger. Yes, this may really be an opportunity. Everyone was talking at once, looking at the sect master and the great elder with great anticipation. It is indeed an opportunity. I agree. The great elder nodded, looking at sect master Zhao. I need to test the effect of the breakthrough pill first. If it really works, I can also take out the extraordinary fruit of the sect. I can even help Li Xuan find more extraordinary fruits. Sect Master Zhao spoke. His voice was a bit like a queen's voice, with a strong feminine flavor. After she finished speaking, she turned to the third elder and said, I remember your first and second disciples have been stuck at the bronze great perfection for many years. Do you dare to let them try the effect of the breakthrough pill? Of course I dare. I go call them now. The third elder nodded immediately and ran out in a hurry. The remaining elders hesitated to speak, as they also had disciples who had been stuck at the bronze great perfection for many years. Go. Call all your disciples over. If the test is successful, the pills will be distributed immediately. Sect Master Zhao said decisively. Thank you, Sect Master. Everyone was surprised and immediately turned around and ran out, leaving only the Sect Master, the Great Elder, and Deacon Joe. Deacon Joe, come with me to invite Mr. Li Xuan. I will talk to him personally about this matter, said Sect Master Zhao seriously. Yes, Sect Master. On the other side, in the core disciple area, Xiao Jian sat cross-legged under the willow tree in the yard, practicing silently, absorbing the spiritual power fused with the dark element. When he was in Wuhan City before, Deacon Joe taught him a method called Black Robe Gong, which made Xiao Jian enter the ranks of practitioners. It's just that the black robe skill is too difficult to practice. Xiao Jian has been practicing here for 10 days since Wuhan City, but he still hasn't gotten started. Now that he is in the core disciple area with a strong dark element, Xiao Jian feels that his practice speed has increased a lot, and he is finally getting started. Huh? Finally I see hope. Master is right. The black robe skill is too difficult to practice. It took me 10 days to get started. This is because I have an excellent talent. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take several months to get started. Xiao Jian exhaled, with a smile on his face. He was obviously very happy to be able to get started in 10 days. Is this technique difficult to practice? Li Xuan sat not far away and asked boredly. Yes. Master said that the black robe technique is extremely difficult to practice. Whether it is the entry stage, or the future black iron, bronze, and silver stages, it is very difficult to practice. The only advantage is that the black robe technique can be accelerated through the dark flower, which is an advantage that other techniques do not have. Xiao Jian explained softly, still smiling. Oh! In other words, only the black robe skill can use the dark flower? Interesting. Can you show me your skills? Li Xuan said. Of course. Master said before that I can show you. But the black robe skill requires a corresponding talent to practice. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he handed over a secret book. Xiao Jian learned from his master that Li Xuan released some strange power to scare away the Grey Wolf King, which was different from the practice method of this world. So he guessed that Li Xuan did not have a dark talent. Oh! Li Xuan took the book and read it carefully. Combining it with the previous Blue Fist skill, he found that there was indeed a certain similarity, but the properties were different. It is indeed interesting. I will try to practice it. Li Xuan threw the skill to Xiao Jian, and tried to practice with his eyes closed. He had already learned the breathing method of the spirit race, and could practice with his breathing for 24 hours, but the breathing method was purely to absorb spiritual power, and did not absorb elemental power. Now he only needed to absorb the dark element at the same time, which was very simple for Li Xuan. Mr. Li Xuan, do you want to try to practice? My master said that only people with dark talents can practice. Xiao Jian saw that Li Xuan wanted to practice, smiled and shook his head, and felt a sense of superiority in his heart. The main reason was that the top dark talents were quite rare, and there were not many in this sect. He even became a core disciple as soon as he arrived, which made him very proud. Xiao Jian even changed his previous decadence and became vigorous. However, just when Xiao Jian was vigorous, the black fog in the air suddenly began to turbulent violently, starting to rotate rapidly in the form of a vortex, sweeping from above. This black fog fell from the sky like a small tornado, and began to cover Li Xuan's body. With the appearance of this small tornado, black spiritual energy rippled around Li Xuan's body, and the spiritual energy in all parts of his body began to transform rapidly, from the original non-attribute, completely turning into a dark attribute. However, this is not the end. Li Xuan's momentum continued to rise, and his level directly broke through from the original black iron lower level to the black iron middle level, and his aura was rapidly increasing, moving towards the black iron upper level. His soul reached the silver level, without soul restrictions. As long as he had enough spiritual power, he could quickly break through to the silver level. In addition, Li Xuan felt like a fish in water here, and he was immersed in a comfortable ocean, and began to absorb dark attribute spiritual power crazily. Such a movement, such a small tornado. Xiao Jian stood up in shock, looking at the scene in front of him in horror. Although he had not been exposed to much cultivation, but looking at the posture, it was obvious that Li Xuan could practice the black robe skill, and his talent seemed very terrifying. This scene is too scary. Could it be that Mr. Li Xuan has a more terrifying dark talent? Scarier than the superior talent? Xiao Jian swallowed his saliva and said with some doubt. He practiced the black robe skill for 10 days before he had the hope of getting started. But he didn't expect that Li Xuan only watched it once and learned it in a blink of an eye. The key is to learn it. And he even created a small tornado. This scene is really too scary. And Xiao Jian took several steps back in fear. Learning the black robe skill so quickly, how terrible is this talent? The dark talent is perfect? No, I don't think the perfect is that terrible. Doesn't that mean this is the legendary dark affinity? Xiao Jian continued to retreat. His face became paler and paler. The little pride that had risen before was shattered in such a terrible scene. This is the reason why there are always people, there are always things beyond the sky. I used to be proud of my talent, but now it seems, I am just a frog in the well. Ridiculous, I was so complacent just now. Xiao Jian was so shocked that he collapsed on the ground, looking at the black spiritual energy that was constantly gathering. He finally realized his own ignorance. On the other side, Sect Master Zhao and Deacon Zhou were walking towards the core disciple area, talking about Li Xuan's situation. By the way, Sect Master, Xiao Jian asked me before whether Li Xuan could watch the black robe skill. I agreed, Deacon Zhou said. Agreed? Why? How can you let others watch the black robe skill so easily? Sect Master Zhao frowned. Don't worry, Master. That part of the black robe skill can only be practiced to the bronze level. It also requires dark talent. Li Xuan is a creature from another world. He has released power before. He is completely different from us. So he probably doesn't have dark talent. Even if he does, it won't be too strong. Otherwise, he would have practiced dark attributes long ago. Why practice strange power? Deacon Zhou said calmly. That's true. But to be honest, Dark talent is too rare. Black robe skill requires too high qualifications. It's hard to achieve great success without talent. Master Zhao nodded in agreement, then looked at the core disciple area. The next second, her pupil shrank and she said, "What is that?" Chapter 216 Extraordinary Companion Spirit Suit. Ah? After hearing what the sect master said, Deacon Zhou also looked towards the core disciple area. And the next second, he widened his eyes. This seems to be a tornado, condensed by spiritual energy. What method is used to condense spiritual energy into such a shape? Deacon Zhou said in disbelief. Let's go and take a look. I feel that this matter is related to Mr. Li Xuan. Sect Master Zhao said solemnly. It's possible, but how did he do it? Using a strong force to stir the spiritual power? What's the point of this? Deacon Zhou was puzzled. I don't know, but this phenomenon reminds me of a theory that is, spiritual power vibration. As long as someone's talent is strong enough, spiritual power vibration can be caused during practice. Master Zhao said solemnly. Spiritual power vibration? Strong enough talent? You mean, Li Xuan may have a strong dark talent? No way. Didn't we analyze that? He is not talented? Deacon Zhou said. I don't know either. Let's go to the core area first to see if it was caused by Mr. Li Xuan. If it was caused by him, then his talent is probably very strong. Maybe he has an affinity with darkness. Master Zhao continued to explain. The curvaceous figure was still beautiful under the black robe. Unfortunately, Deacon Zhou was indifferent to this, but couldn't help asking again. You said he has an affinity with darkness? This is a very rare and terrible talent. Mr. Li Xuan actually has it? I don't know. Sect Master Zhao shook his head, revealing his delicate white face. But his black eyes were full of confusion. In such confusion, the two of them moved forward quickly, and soon came to the core disciple area, and stopped at the door of a small courtyard. Looking at the courtyard in shock, the door of the courtyard was open, and Xiao Jian was slumped at the door, staring blankly at the front, looking at Li Xuan, who was covered by a small black tornado. Sect Master Zhao and Deacon Zhou also saw this scene, and the horror in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. Both of them widened their eyes, and they were motionless as if they were petrified. It's really dark affinity. Mr. Li Xuan actually has this talent. Deacon Zhou couldn't help but say. The key point is that this dark affinity is only a hair's breadth away from the extraordinary level. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see such a talent in my lifetime. Sect Master Zhao couldn't believe it. He looked at Li Xuan carefully with his beautiful eyes. He was very curious about this mysterious person from another world. As they talked, they walked into the courtyard and sat down. While waiting, they also began to practice and absorb the rich dark aura in the courtyard. Time passed slowly, and soon half an hour passed. The other elders came here because they were too anxious to wait, and were shocked by the scene Li Xuan created. Then the elders brought their disciples to the courtyard to practice. Time passed slowly, and another 2 hours passed. Li Xuan finally stopped practicing, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Master Zhao and others beside him. Sorry for the long wait, Li Xuan said calmly. Mr. Li Xuan, may I ask if you have a dark affinity? Deacon Zhou couldn't help asking, mainly because he was too curious, and couldn't help but speak out. Yes. Li Xuan nodded, without any intention of hiding anything, but admitted it openly. It turns out that he is actually dark affinity, so strong. Deacon Zhou looked at Li Xuan in admiration, and was very envious of Li Xuan's talent. The people around him were also very envious, especially Xiao Jian, who originally thought that his talent was strong enough, but compared with Li Xuan, his talent was nothing. Xiao Jian, who was hit hard, no longer dared to be arrogant, and became honest. Li Xuan did not pay attention to this, but looked at Sect Master Zhao. Have you thought about it? Do you want to trade? Of course, as long as your breakthrough pill is effective for bronze level. I am willing to take out the sect's only extraordinary fruit and exchange it with you. Sect Master Zhao promised. Okay, this is a bottle of breakthrough pill. If you take it all at once, there is a high chance of breakthrough. But the drug effect is too strong. If you can't withstand the drug effect, you will suffer a backlash and serious damage. If you don't want to suffer a backlash, you can take the breakthrough pill for a long time, and improve slowly. But it will take a long time. Maybe 5 years. Or maybe 10 years. Li Xuan said after taking out a bottle of pills. Is that so? The people of the Black Robe sect were silent after hearing this. Sect Master Zhao picked up the bottle of pills, And after 2 seconds of silence, he said, "Who will be the first to take the test?" "I will." A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd. He was full of death, and it was obvious that his life was coming to an end. "Big brother, why don't you let me do it?" "Your body," someone said. "It's okay. I've lived a lifetime, and I should do something for the sect," the old man said calmly. "But even the pills made by the Shindan sect can't help you break through. This kind of breakthrough pill has side effects. I'm worried." "It's okay. I won't live long. I have to fight before I die. Even if I encounter backlash, I will die without regrets." The old man took the bottle of pills with a smile, poured them directly into his mouth, then sat cross-legged and began to absorb them. Black spiritual energy lingered around the old man, and was constantly absorbed by the old man. At the same time, a strong force surged in the old man's body, and began to grow stronger. Time passed slowly, and in the increasingly worried eyes of the crowd, the old man's figure shook violently, and the spiritual power fluctuations rolled violently, and the unique silver-level aura began to ripple. Silver level, this is the silver-level spiritual power fluctuation. The eldest brother has broken through. That's great, someone exclaimed. This elixir is really effective, and he actually broke through. This is more terrible than the elixir of the Shindan sect. It's amazing. Master, do you need to be tested? I am willing to be the next one to be tested. No, I will be tested. I am older. I am the second one. The scene became as lively as a vegetable market. People looked at the silver-level senior brother in doubt and awe, and looked at Li Xuan in awe. They felt that Li Xuan was very mysterious. The master and the elders were also shocked and moved. Mr. Li Xuan alchemy skills are rare in the world. Amazing, Sect Master Zhao exclaimed. Help me find the extraordinary fruit. As long as there is an extraordinary fruit, anything can be discussed, Li Xuan said faintly. Don't worry, I will go get the extraordinary fruit right away, please wait. Sect Master Zhao glanced at the great elder, and the two of them left quickly, as fast as possible to get the extraordinary fruit. They were very fast, getting the extraordinary fruit in the most hidden place, and offering it to Li Xuan as soon as possible. Mr. Li Xuan, this is the extraordinary fruit that our Black Robe sect has treasured for a long time, and now, it is yours. Sect Master Zhao raised his hand, and handed the extraordinary fruit to Li Xuan. Yes. Li Xuan was very satisfied, and wanted to know the effect of this extraordinary fruit. However, he did not take it immediately, but took out a large number of pills and dark flowers. Swish! As Li Xuan waved his hand, precious materials appeared on the grass, and everyone's eyes widened. Some disciples could not help but be shocked. So many dark flowers. Wait! And dark essence. Such a big piece. They are all good things. Good things. Many fiery eyes stared at the grass on the ground. Although everyone was sitting cross-legged, many people leaned forward, wanting to pick up the materials on the ground. Okay. These are enough. Li Xuan took the extraordinary fruit and said again, continue to help me find extraordinary fruits. As long as there are extraordinary fruits, I can give you good things that you can't refuse. Even more terrifying skills, which are several times stronger than yours. Several times stronger? Everyone was moved again. Don't worry, Mr. Li Xuan. We will do our best. Sect Master Zhao clasped his fist towards Li Xuan, then picked up the materials on the ground and said, Mr. Li Xuan, have a good rest. I will arrange the search for the extraordinary fruit. Go ahead. Li Xuan waved his hand, and walked into the room with the extraordinary fruit. The people from the Black Robe sect also left in a hurry, taking a bunch of good things back to distribute. Li Xuan glanced at the people from the Black Robe sect, then silently absorbed the extraordinary fruit, feeling the terrible power contained in the fruit. Time passed slowly, and the mechanical prompt sound finally sounded. Ding! Your great perfection ability, Companion Spirit Suit, has been promoted to extraordinary. Ding! Your Companion Spirit Suit has reached its peak, triggering the promotion route, and you can use more precious treasures to upgrade to Companion Holy Suit. Chapter 217 Shocked Xiaojin. Companion Holy Suit? Isn't this the innate ability of the Holy Beast? Li Xuan was surprised, looking at this promotion route in disbelief. You know, after the ability reached the extraordinary level before, there was no reaction, but now, the Companion Spiritual Suit actually triggered the promotion route. This means that, when a certain ability reaches the limit, the skill level can be promoted through treasures. In other words, other abilities have not reached the limit, or other abilities have reached the limit, but cannot be promoted through treasures, and need to be promoted in a special way. In the future, I may be able to improve my skills and gradually acquire the skills that only holy beasts have. Wow, that's great, Li Xuan muttered. The promotion route of the companion spirit suit gave him a lot of ideas, and he felt that other extraordinary abilities had great potential. Let's try the extraordinary level companion spirit suit and see how powerful it is. A blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Li Xuan's left hand. The sword was 1 meter long, with a blood groove on the blade. The blade was extremely sharp and emitted a blood-red light. Swish, swish, swish. Li Xuan turned the long sword in his left hand. The blade flashed a blood-red light in the air, with a sound of breaking through the air every time. Not bad, try the defense of this sword. Li Xuan took a deep breath. A layer of mysterious armor appeared on the surface of his body, wrapping him up, even protecting his neck, leaving only his head. The sword and armor condensed by the companion spirit suit. I don't know, can the sword cut through the armor? Let's try it. I have a body repair anyway, even if the head is chopped off. I can put it back on. Li Xuan placed the long knife on the armor on his neck. This place was the most vulnerable to attack. Li Xuan's first thought was to experiment on his neck. Anyway, he had extraordinary defense, so he was not afraid. He took a deep breath, and the long knife in Li Xuan's hand suddenly cut through the air. The sharp blade slashed his neck fiercely. Dang! With a crisp sound, the blood-red long knife was bounced away. Li Xuan only felt that his neck seemed to vibrate, and then nothing happened. Li Xuan looked at the armor on his neck from a god perspective and found that there was a knife mark on the armor, which was very conspicuous. Li Xuan looked down at the blade. The blade is also damaged. I feel that even if I can cut through the armor, the knife is almost useless. Li Xuan analyzed and thought about whether to cancel the armor and try the endurance of the extraordinary defense alone to see whether the blade is stronger or his extraordinary defense is stronger. Try it. I won't die anyway. Li Xuan put away the armor on his body and only turned on the extraordinary defense. Then the long sword cut through the air again and slashed Li Xuan's neck fiercely. Poof! Blood spurted. A wolf head was chopped off from the neck and fell to the ground. Extraordinary defense can't stop it. It was chopped off with one knife. I'm so disappointed. 2 black little hands appeared, lifted the head that fell to the ground and put it back on the neck. And then, there were 2 creaking sounds, and they pressed it back directly. Bang! A dull sound came from outside, and Li Xuan looked over from a god perspective and found Xiao Jian slumped at the door, looking at him in horror through the crack of the door, and his whole body was trembling. What are you doing? Li Xuan asked coldly, while picking up a towel to wipe the blood off his face. The bloody scene made him look even more ferocious. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything, Xiao Jian said in horror, trying to retreat. After retreating a few steps, he suddenly turned around and ran away. Ghost! Help! Xiao Jian was completely frightened, running desperately with a pale face. And at the same time, horror kept rising in his heart, and his back was cold with fear. What did he see? Just now, he was practicing outside and heard the sound of metal colliding. Thinking something had happened, he immediately ran over to see. It turned out that he saw a bloody head talking through the crack in the door, and a black hand put it back on the neck. Such a terrifying and weird scene frightened Xiao Jian so much that he collapsed on the ground and almost peed himself. Now, even if he ran, he felt his scalp tingling and was terrified. Stop! Did I let you go? The cold voice sounded again, resonating in Xiao Jian's ears. Hearing this voice, Xiao Jian was so scared that he ran away in a hurry, not even daring to turn his head. Come back. A strong wind blew. Xiao Jian only felt someone grab his shoulders, and then he was carried back. Ah, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Jian screamed in fear, so scared that he peed his pants and struggled wildly, crying for his parents. Shut up. What are you afraid of? This is just an ability. Why are you so scared? Li Xuan speechlessly found an excuse. Ah? Is that so? Xiao Jian saw Li Xuan wipe the blood off his body and restore his previous appearance. Although he was still terrified, he was a little calmer. Yes. This is just the ability of our clan. This is called body repair. If the body is lost, it can be reinstalled. Li Xuan speechlessly continued to find excuses. So that's how it is. I was scared to death. I was scared to death. Seeing that Li Xuan looked normal, and didn't look like he was going to eat people, Xiao Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly wiped the cold sweat from his head. Okay. You should practice quickly. Li Xuan didn't bother to pay attention to this kid, and turned back to the house, closing the door by the way. But it was not closed tightly, leaving a fist-sized gap. There is a shadow. It seems not a ghost. It scared me to death. The Xiao family found that Li Xuan had a shadow, and there was no blood stain just now, and they finally felt a little better. But he suddenly thought of Li Xuan missing right arm. If the body can be repaired, then the right arm should be able to be repaired, and it won't be missing like this. Is he lying to me? The horrifying fear came over him again. Xiao Jian looked carefully at the crack in the door, and found that Li Xuan was staring at him from inside the house. Xiao Jian turned around and ran away in fear. Ghost! Bang! Li Xuan knocked Xiao Jian unconscious, and shook his head speechlessly. After he entered the house, he noticed that the door was not closed tightly, and was about to close it, but he saw Xiao Jian looking at him through the crack in the door, and then scared Xiao Jian again. What's the big deal? Isn't it just that my head fell off? I haven't turned my head yet. Li Xuan raised his hand, and turned his head, turning his head in a circle. Bang! Xiao Jian didn't faint completely. In his confusion, he just saw Li Xuan turning his head, and fainted completely out of fright. Li Xuan. Forget it, let this kid practice slowly by himself. Just as I'm going to Shindan sect, I learn the alchemy there, and get some extraordinary fruits by the way. Li Xuan threw Xiao Jian into the house, and turned to look for the leader of the Black Robe sect. According to Li Xuan's speculation, it would take a long time for the Black Robe sect to find a new extraordinary fruit. He would have enough time to go to the Divine Pill sect and come back. By then, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and gain a lot of improvement. Chapter 218 Shindan Sect Song Cure. Thinking of this, Li Xuan quickly found the leader of the Black Robe sect, and explained his purpose. After the 2 sides agreed, Li Xuan asked for a map and left, heading for the Shindan sect. The Shindan sect is far away from the Black Robe sect, located in the Pill City thousands of miles away, and it is said that there are gold-level masters in charge, very powerful. Facing the gold level, Li Xuan is not sure how to deal with it, and even has to be careful whether he will be attacked by the gold level. For safety reasons, Li Xuan decided to enter the Shindan sect as a disciple. After all, his alchemy skills were very strong, which was enough to enter the Shindan sect. Thinking of this, Li Xuan turned into an eagle and flew away quickly, heading towards the Shindan sect. A few days later, Danyao City. Li Xuan turned into a 6-year-old beggar, sneaked into the city, and began to look for opportunities aimlessly to inquire about the situation here. Your ability to change is really good. You can even change my lost right hand. Unfortunately, the Shindan sect recruits disciples once a year, and it will take some time. During this time, I will first solve the identity problem. Li Xuan muttered to himself, sitting in a corner of the street thinking about how to get his identity, how to join the Shindan sect. Ding-ling-a-ling. 2 coins fell in front of him, which made Li Xuan stunned. Then a woman walked by and headed towards the Shindan sect. Am I being given alms? Li Xuan was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly stopped in front of him. Little guy, do you want to have food, drink, and a place to stay? As long as you come to my shop to help, I will provide you with food and lodging. A clear female voice sounded, with a hint of mischief in it. Li Xuan looked in the direction of the voice, and found a girl of about 17 or 18 standing in front of him, with her hands on her waist, and looking at him with a smile. Food and lodging? Li Xuan raised his eyebrows, and looked at the other person carefully. He found a small word god embroidered on the other person's sleeve. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Yes, my name is Song Kur, and I am the owner of an alchemy shop. As long as you come to my shop to work, I will provide you with food and lodging. The girl continued to smile, showing her white teeth. Okay. Li Xuan nodded, and looked around from a god perspective. He found an old woman, with a cane standing in the corner. On the sleeve of the old woman's clothes, there was also a small word god. The old woman's aura fluctuation reached the silver level, and her strength was quite strong. The old woman's eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept towards Song Kur, as if she was protecting her in secret. Obviously, Song Kur's status was not low. It was also quite remarkable that she could have her own alchemy room in the Danyao city, where every inch of land was worth a lot of money. Song Kur, why did you choose me? Li Xuan couldn't help asking. Because you are cute, Song Kur said with some lack of confidence. Cute? Li Xuan frowned. The little boy he turned into this time was indeed very handsome, but in order to look like a beggar, he smeared something on his face, which greatly concealed his appearance. However, Song Ke still looked for him, which was a problem. Tell me the real reason, Li Xuan said directly. Actually, I just want to provide you with food and accommodation, and not pay you, Song Ke said weakly. Is that so? It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you have a place to stay. Li Xuan nodded, and was surprised that Song Ke, as an alchemist, was so stingy. It was really rare. You know, even apprentices would be paid a certain amount of money. It's okay to be stingy. These are all small matters, Li Xuan muttered secretly, and continued to move forward with Song Ke. The two of them turned around and finally came to the corner of the city wall, and stopped at the door of an old medicine store. Is this your medicine store? Li Xuan looked at the old and broken medicine store, and looked at Song Ke in disbelief. No wonder Song Ke was stingy. This medicine store was very shabby, and even the tiles on the roof were broken, revealing holes. From a god perspective, Li Xuan also found that there were basically no medicines for sale in the medicine store, and there were no materials. Li Xuan even saw a few black pills on the counter, which gave off a faint smell of burning. Such an old shop. Such a shabby appearance. And the scary black pills made Li Xuan couldn't help asking for the second time, is this really your pill shop? Yes. Isn't it written on the plaque? Song Ke pill shop. This is my pill shop. The shop is quite big. Song Ke blushed. The shop is not small. But besides the area, are there any other advantages? Li Xuan was speechless. Of course, the alchemy furnace is very big and very heavy. I spent a lot of money to buy a second-hand one, but the labor cost is more expensive than the alchemy furnace. I am so angry. Song Ke was indignant, and her fists were clenched. Li Xuan was speechless, especially when he saw that the store door was not even closed. He thought that such a shabby store, probably not even thieves would come, and thieves would be afraid of getting into trouble after eating the black pill. Let's go in. You will live here from now on, and help me watch the store. Song Ke walked into the store helplessly, pulled a broken stool from the corner, and sat down. The environment is clean, why not decorate it? At least change the tiles. Li Xuan looked around helplessly. I have no money. The store was given to me by my father. I bet with my father that I could make pills, and run the store well. Then I ran it for half a year, but after I poisoned several customers, and made them vomit, and have diarrhea, no one came to buy pills anymore. Song Ke said awkwardly. Vomiting and diarrhea? Li Xuan was even more speechless, and couldn't help asking, you sell such black pills? Are they willing to buy? Even if they are willing to buy, do they dare to eat it? It's free. I fooled them for a long time before they were willing to eat it, and then they vomited and had diarrhea. Song Ke scratched her head awkwardly. Well? Li Xuan was completely speechless. No need to think. This black pill must be made by Song Ke. Such a pill, there are really people who dare to eat it. It's really scary. Didn't your father help you? Didn't he teach you how to make pills? Li Xuan thought for a moment and asked. He helped me. He gave me a little living allowance every month. Otherwise, I would starve to death. As for making pills, I don't have any talent for it. No matter how my father taught me, I couldn't learn it. Song Ke was disappointed, and her little head drooped. Okay, this matter is over. I'm going to take a shower and get familiar with the environment. Do you have any unused clothes here? Li Xuan asked again. No, I go buy you a set. You go take a shower first. There's a shower in the backyard. Song Ke said, and left in a hurry, not worrying about losing anything in the store. Li Xuan looked at the scene, speaking in silence, and turned to take a shower in the backyard. Not long after, Song Ke ran back, bought a set of black clothes, and put them at the door of the backyard bathroom, then returned to the front door, and waited leisurely. And from the corner of her eyes, she also looked at the corner of the alley, not far away. Obviously she knew someone was protecting her. Chapter 219, very embarrassing. Not long after, Li Xuan came out after taking a shower in black clothes. His cute appearance with red lips and white teeth instantly attracted Song Ke's attention. Really cute. I thought you were cute before, but I didn't expect you to be cuter than I thought. Song Ke looked at Li Xuan in surprise. She was very surprised by Li Xuan's appearance. Next, the two introduced themselves, chatted for a while, and gradually became familiar with each other. Li Xuan told a lot about what he saw and heard in the outside world. which also made Song Ke very envious. After getting familiar with it, Li Xuan looked at the store and couldn't help but said, "How are you going to run the store?" I searched around, and there was nothing in the store except a large alchemy furnace. Even mice left in tears. I want to go home. I will leave you some living expenses later. You just help me look after the store. Although there is nothing here, I hope my store will always exist," Song Ke explained in disappointment, her eyes full of resentment. As the first bet with her father, she lost miserably. If her father hadn't given her a little living expenses every month, she wouldn't even have a problem eating. "You're giving me a stranger like this. Are you sure?" Li Xuan raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry. Your eyes are pure. Grandpa said that such people can be trusted. The key point is that there is nothing in the store. The house deed and the land deed are with me. You can't sell it. And I will give you living expenses after a while. Only a fool will leave." Song Ke raised her head confidently. "Okay. Then leave me some books on alchemy. I want to learn by myself." Li Xuan asked tentatively. "How old are you? How can a child learn to make alchemy by himself?" "Forget it. Since you want to learn, I leave you a few books. They are not worth much anyway." After Song Ke finished speaking, she waved her white and tender left hand, and 5 books and some money appeared on the shabby counter in an instant. Basic Materials Science, Basic Alchemy Science, Basic Pharmacology, Basic Alchemy Analysis. 3,000 questions on alchemy. These basic books are for you. I have learned them all anyway. There is no point in keeping them," Song Ke said with some pride. "These books can be bought on the market. Her family has a warehouse full of such books. She often tore them up for fun when she was a child. In her eyes, these books are worthless." "Have you learned all of them? Such a thick book, it's quite impressive." Li Xuan was surprised. "Of course, I'm a little genius. I teach you now, for example. This." Song Ke took out a blue material from the ring on her left hand and said, "This is a blue moon flower. It likes moonlight the most, and grows mostly in canyons." "Canyon? No way. I've seen this kind of plant. But I saw it on the top of a mountain." Li Xuan frowned and questioned. "Huh? How is that possible? I remember it was a canyon." Song Ke hurriedly took the Basic Material Science, flipped through it quickly, and when she saw that the material grew on the top of a mountain, she was embarrassed. "I remembered it wrongly. We were talking about another plant. This is the blue wolf fruit. Blue wolves often eat this fruit. It seems to have some effect." Song Ke frowned and couldn't remember for a moment. "Detoxification. Wolves will eat snakes after being bitten. I saw this scene outside the city yesterday," Li Xuan replied casually. Song Ke. The two were silent, and the atmosphere at the scene also became quiet, seemingly a little awkward. Originally, Song Ke wanted to show off herself, but ended up embarrassing herself, and the key point was that she lost twice. This made Song Ke very depressed, and she even wanted to find a crack to get in. "I just can't remember it for the moment." Song Ke clenched her fists a little arrogantly, preparing to take out the materials in the ring again. But looking at Li Xuan's calm eyes, Song Ke finally gave up. There was no way. She didn't want to embarrass herself again. It was too embarrassing. "Forget it. I'm leaving. I come back to see you after a while. Give you living expenses. Take good care of the store. And if you perform well, I will reward you." After Song Ke finished speaking, she ran out of the store as if escaping, and ran a long way in just a moment. "I didn't expect that I would lose to a kid. It's so embarrassing." Song Ke was extremely depressed. She finally understood why she could never learn to make pills. It was obviously because her foundation was not solid. "When I go back, I will study the basics well. Maybe I can learn to make pills and make powerful pills. Then I will come back and let this little guy see how powerful I am. After all, I am the granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Shinan sect. I am the best person." Song Ke muttered quietly, preparing to go back and study hard. After making the decision, Song Ke looked towards a certain alley and said directly, "Grandma Song, let's go. I have already arranged the store. Alas, this store is empty. It can be left alone. You still need someone to look after it. Is it necessary?" An old voice sounded, and a gray-haired old woman came over with the voice. "Of course it is necessary. This is my first time to open a store. It is very memorable. I will come back to take a look after a while," Song Ke said with her fists clenched. Okay. As long as you like it." The old woman shook her head helplessly and then said, "You rescued the homeless children. Your grandfather must be very happy when he heard about this. He had a miserable childhood. He couldn't stand lonely children, especially those with pure eyes. Well, my grandfather taught me to help the weak since I was a child. I helped Li Xuan because I saw that he was pitiful. It's a pity that the sect does not allow casual entry. By the way, Li Xuan is very smart. He told me a lot of scenes from the outside world." Songkur said. "Oh, it seems that she is a child with a story. Tell me what she told you." "Okay." Drugstore. Li Xuan flipped through the alchemy books while observing the two people from a god perspective. The moment he saw Songkur's sleeves, he had guessed that she was related to the Shinin sect. He could find a way to join the Shinin sect based on this girl. More than a month later, the Shinin sect would hold its annual disciple recruiting ceremony, and then he would have the opportunity to join the sect. Thinking of this, Li Xuan picked up the alchemy book and started reading. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. He couldn't help but run to the alchemy room to try to make pills. Time passed by little, and soon the rich fragrance of pills filled the alchemy room and spread to the nearby streets. Several burly men were walking on the street. Suddenly they stopped and sniffed. "What smells so good? I feel my spiritual power surging. And it seems that a high-quality pill has been made," a burly bald man said. "Indeed, I also feel my spiritual power surging. Strange, how can there be an alchemist in such a remote place? The point is, this alchemist's level seems to be not low." Another man carrying an axe asked in confusion. Let's go and take a look." "Okay." Several people continued to move forward following the scent of the elixir. After confirming that the scent of the elixir came from Songkur Pharmacy, several big men stopped. How can this fragrance come from this door? Could it be another kind of deceptive pill, which just tastes good, but will cause trouble after taking it? The bald man worried. "It's possible. Last time, that woman tricked me into taking a pill, and I went to the bathroom more than 20 times and almost fainted. Damn it, don't go in here," another big-headed man said with lingering fear. "But the fragrance is too strong, and my spiritual power is surging all the time." The bald man hesitated. "Then don't go in, unless you want to faint. Go to the bathroom more than 20 times, and that feeling, I guess you don't want to experience it in your life." The big-headed man objected immediately. The bald man was silent, and a little afraid in his heart, but the fragrance was too strong, he really couldn't bear to leave, and wanted to go in and take a look. Time passed slowly. The fragrance of the pills in the pill shop became stronger and stronger. Several big men couldn't stand it. Even the big-headed man swallowed his saliva, and then said, "Why don't we go in and take a look?" "Didn't you say don't go in?" Someone replied, surprised that the big-headed man was the first to say go in. "I didn't want to go in, but it smells too good." Chapter 220 Top-Grade Spiritual Cheap Pills. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. If it's still a black pill. Even if it smells good, you can't eat it. That's for sure. Let's go in. Several big men walked into the alchemy room quickly, and found that it was empty. There was no one in the room, except for a few black pills on the counter. When everyone saw these black pills, they instinctively resisted and wanted to leave quickly. But smelling the fragrance of the pills coming from the alchemy room, several people became curious. However, they did not dare to approach the alchemy room. If they affected the alchemist, the consequences would be disastrous. They were low-level adventurers, and could not afford to offend the alchemist. In this way, several big men waited quietly, drooling. Time passed slowly, and the rich fragrance of the elixir gradually reached its peak. Finally, the door of the alchemy room opened, and a delicate little boy walked out. In the boy's hand, there were a few crystal-clear white pills. "It's a spiritual energy pill. How could it be? Does a spiritual energy pill have such a strong scent? Aren't spiritual energy pills the most common pills? Are you stupid? This is definitely not an ordinary spiritual energy pill. Look at how crystal clear this pill is. It must be stronger than the spiritual energy pills we bought." Yes. I think so too." Several big men looked at the crystal-clear pill. Each of them was very curious, but looking at Li Xuan in different expression, they didn't know why, and felt a strong pressure. "Hello? Can you sell us your spiritual energy pill?" The bald man couldn't help asking. "You can't afford it." Li Xuan glanced at a few people, lazily returned to the counter, sat on a broken chair and looked through the alchemy books. Everyone looked at Li Xuan so indifferently. Not only were they not angry, But they felt that this pill was extraordinary. The bald man couldn't help asking, "Sir, can you tell me what kind of pill this is? Why does it look like a spiritual energy pill? If it is a spiritual energy pill, we can barely afford it." "Oh, let me ask you, why can't ordinary spiritual energy pills be taken for a long time?" Li Xuan glanced at the other party and said, "It's like this. Ordinary spiritual energy pills contain impurities. Long-term use will affect future breakthroughs, and will also affect qualifications. Talented people generally don't take them." The bald man hurriedly explained. "Well, do you know why I said you can't afford it?" Li Xuan said calmly. "I don't know." Several big men shook their heads like rattles. "Because this is a top-grade spiritual energy pill. Its effect is 5 times that of ordinary pills. And the key point is that it has no side effects, and does not affect qualifications." Li Xuan said faintly. "It's like this," several big men exclaimed. They clearly knew the significance of not affecting qualifications. If such a pill was known by geniuses, they would definitely come to buy it like crazy, and even spend a lot of money. The key point is that the effect of this pill is 5 times that of ordinary pills, which is another big selling point. These two items added together are enough to make the price of the top-grade spiritual energy pill soar. So several big men were discouraged, knowing that they could not afford it, and they all sighed deeply. At this time, the big-headed man saw the hole in the roof, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said carefully, "Sir, I have learned to build houses, and there is a hole in the roof. Can I help you fix it for free?" "Oh!" Li Xuan raised his eyebrows, looked at the big-headed man, and said lightly, "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Zhao Hanzi. This is my boss Lu Guanto, and these are Wang Taiju and Wang Erniu." Zhao Hanzi hurriedly explained, and introduced his friends with great loyalty. "Go ahead, fix up the house, and see how you perform." Li Xuan stretched, took the alchemy book, and returned to the alchemy room to continue learning alchemy. Several strong men received Li Xuan's order, and they were very happy, and quickly began to discuss how to fix the house. "Boss, I think just repairing the house doesn't show our sincerity. Why don't we do this? Let's renovate the whole house. I call my father. He's an old hand." Zhao Hanzi said. "I agree. My father is also good at this. I will call him right away. Let's go. Let's go. My family has connections. We can buy materials for building a house. I will contact them." "Okay." Several burly men stopped being adventurers, and ran away quickly to find their families. Most of their fathers and families were working, building houses for others. When they heard that their son was going to build a house for the alchemist, everyone took action immediately, bringing their belongings to the alchemy room and began to prepare. Their arrival surprised Li Xuan, and he smiled. "Yes, it was an accidental thing, but it brought me a surprise." Li Xuan was a little satisfied, and walked out of the alchemy room slowly, looking at the people outside. "Sir." Everyone bowed collectively. Although Li Xuan was young, they did not dare to look down on him. "Leave it to you." Li Xuan waved his hand, and rented a house in the bungalow next door, where he began to refine pills with his own small alchemy furnace. Time passed slowly as Li Xuan was refining pills, and soon a month had passed. The pill shop was officially renovated, and many items were added to the shop, such as new counters, new product display racks, new chairs, flower pots, etc. Li Xuan returned to the shop and was very satisfied with the brand new shop. Naturally, he would not be stingy with rewards. In the following time, Li Xuan changed the new plaque, which was the new store name, mainly because the name of Song Cure Pill Shop was too feminine. In addition, changing the store name can also deter scoundrels and prevent people from making trouble. Li Xuan changed the store to Shandan Store, just like the store of Shandan Sect. Of course, Li Xuan is not afraid of people making trouble, but his goal is to join the sect. So it is best to hide his strength and develop quietly. A plaque can deter others and save a lot of trouble. After doing all this, Li Xuan started a new plan. For example, he recruited female clerks, distributed flyers everywhere, built momentum for himself, spread his fame, and prepared to join Shandan Sect. This month, Li Xuan finished reading several books on basic alchemy. He knew most of the knowledge in the books and mastered them easily. However, there were no more advanced pill formulas. Li Xuan also searched and acquired several pill formulas, but most of them were very ordinary. For example, the relevant formula of black iron pill could not be found so far. Li Xuan was not in a hurry, but continued to refine basic pills, turning various basic pills into top-grade pills to attract more people. A few days later, more and more people were buying pills at the store door. More and more people were rushing to buy pills. Due to the large number of people, Li Xuan had to limit the supply. 3 days later, early in the morning, Song Kir took her junior sister Shiru, and Granny Song hurried down the mountain, heading towards the pill store in the city. Junior sister, didn't I ask you to remind me to send Li Xuan living expenses? You didn't remind me. It's a month. How can the little money I left be enough? Song Kir said anxiously. I'm sorry, senior sister. I was so focused on learning how to make spirit pills that I forgot about it. Junior sister Shiru whispered. How could you forget something like this? What can I say to you? Song Kir was still very angry. Kir, don't worry. The money you left when you left last time was not small. For ordinary people, it's enough to live for a month. Grandma Song comforted. Is that so? Song Kir looked at Grandma Song in confusion. Of course, the living expenses of ordinary people are very low. The money you left last time is enough. Grandma Song comforted. Is that so? That's great, I was shocked. Song Kir patted her chest and continued. This time I just went to see him, left him some living expenses, and taught him the alchemy. I can make hemostatic pills now. If I work hard for another half a year, maybe I can make more powerful spiritual pills. Song Kir had a little arrogance on her face, and she was going to teach Li Xuan well after meeting him, so as to regain the face she had lost before. At this time, 2 disciples of the Shinan sect were arguing as they walked forward. They grabbed a pill box at the same time, fighting over it, and both of them were red-faced. We agreed that I would take the pills first, but you didn't give them to me, one of them said angrily. Who told you to forget to bring money? I paid for it this time, so you have to give me the pills. If you want to buy them, go buy them yourself. If I could buy them, I would buy them. There are so many people queuing there. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to buy such a top-quality pill again. The 2 of them were arguing and fighting, which also attracted the attention of Song Kir and others. Chapter 221 Crazy Selling. As disciples of the Shinan sect, they must at least respect each other, not conflict, and not affect the reputation of the Shinan sect. Now the 2 disciples are fighting like this. It's really embarrassing to be seen by others. So Song Kir and others frowned and walked over. What are you doing? The most basic requirement of the Shinan sect is mutual respect. Where is your respect? You are pulling and tugging here. How can it be disgraceful? Grandma Song scolded loudly. I'm sorry, we know we were wrong. The 2 Shinan sect disciples didn't know Song Kir, mainly because Shinan sect was too big, and who could recognize thousands of people, but they had seen Grandma Song, so they naturally bowed and apologized. You know you were wrong. But why don't you let go? Why are you still holding the box? Grandma Song continued to scold. Yes, we let go. Although the 2 Shinan sect disciples said so, their hands kept pulling, trying to grab the box into their own hands. This scene made Grandma Song furious. She instantly released a terrifying silver-level aura and pressed directly towards the 2 disciples. I think you are looking for death, Grandma Song said angrily. I'm sorry, Master Steward. We were wrong. But we really can't bear to give it up. The 2 Shinan sect disciples knelt down hurriedly, still holding the box in their hands, and still refused to let go. What kind of elixir made you so willing to give it up? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Song Kir spoke, her pretty eyebrows knitted together. It's the spiritual energy pill. The 2 disciples answered at the same time. Spiritual energy pill? That's it? Song Kir laughed. Even the junior sister Shiru beside her shook her head speechlessly, feeling that the 2 disciples were really making a fuss. It's just a small spiritual energy pill, a primary type of pill. Why are you fighting so hard for it? Forget it, I give you 5 pills each. Song Kir waved her hand, and 2 small porcelain bottles appeared in her hand instantly, and then she handed them to the 2 disciples. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but we can't take it, we only want our own. The 2 disciples shook their heads in haste to refuse. In fact, they looked down on Song Kir's spiritual energy pills. You are quite polite. Just take them if I ask you to, senior sister. I don't need these pills, Song Kir said proudly. The 2 disciples hesitated to speak. They didn't want more people to know about the spiritual energy pills, but now it seems that they can't hide it. Helpless, One of the disciples explained, Senior sister, our talent is still good, and we don't want to take the spiritual energy pills. It will affect our qualifications. Oh! Then why are you fighting for the spiritual energy pill in the box? Isn't there a spiritual energy pill in it? Song Ke was puzzled. Yes, but this spiritual energy pill is different. Its medicinal effect is 5 times that of ordinary spiritual energy pills, and it will not affect my qualifications. I will take it when I am ready to break through. The disciple said again, 5 times that of ordinary spiritual energy pills? It will not affect my qualifications. What a joke, you have been fooled. Where in the world is there such a pill? Grandma San spoke up. She was well informed and directly denied what the two said, thinking that the two had been deceived. We were not fooled. There really is such a pill. If you don't believe it, you can open it and have a look. The disciple of the Shindan sect raised his hand, trying to lift the box, but another disciple was holding it tightly, obviously not wanting to let go. Swish! Grandma Song flashed by, and when she stopped, she had already grabbed the box. She did not open the box immediately, but said again, It seems that you have been deceived. There is no such pill in the world. Even the master of this sect cannot refine it. Today I will identify this pill, and let you know how ignorant you are. After Grandma Song finished speaking, she raised her hand to open the box, preparing to identify the quality of the pill. As a result, the rich fragrance of the pill filled the air, which lifted the spirits of everyone present. It smells so good. It's too strong. Song Ke sniffed her nose in surprise, her big eyes flickering. It's really too strong. The key is that this pill is crystal clear, like a gem. It's really magical. The junior sister named Shiru also spoke in surprise. She had just learned how to refine the spirit pill, so she had the most say, and she clearly felt that this pill was extraordinary. As for Grandma Song, she originally wanted to identify the elixir, and then teach some knowledge about how to identify fake elixirs. But after opening the box, she was dumbfounded and stared blankly at the elixir in the box. She was well informed, and had already formed a fixed mindset. She would never believe that there was such an elixir, because she believed it. The shock in her heart was even stronger. That kind of shock made her worldview collapse. How is this possible? Is there a more powerful alchemist in the world than my Shindan sect? Grandma Song was completely shocked, and her voice was trembling. After she recovered, she stared at the two disciples with her eyes like knives, and said coldly, Tell me what's going on. Where did you buy the elixir? Replying to the deacon, We bought it from a second-hand dealer. This kind of top-grade elixir is very scarce, and we can only buy it from second-hand dealers. The disciple of the Shindan sect said hurriedly, Let's get to the point. Who made this elixir? How much is it? Grandma Song said coldly, It is said that it is a strange alchemist. We have never seen him. There are so many people there. We can't get in at all. As for the number of top-grade pills, only 20 pills are sold every day. By the way, I heard from the second-hand dealer that this alchemist is related to our sect. The background seems to be a person with the surname Song. The disciple of the Shindan sect continued to explain. A person with the surname Song? No way, we are the only one with the surname Song in this sect. Could it be my grandfather? Song Ke was stunned, looking at the two disciples in disbelief. We also heard it from the middleman. But many people know this rumor. Some people who want to cause trouble are afraid of retaliation, so no one dares to cause trouble. The two disciples explained again. I understand. You come with me and go back to see the third elder. Grandma Song did not plan to go down the mountain, because this matter was more urgent and had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Of course, she would not allow Song Ke to go down the mountain if she did not go down the mountain. After all, she had to protect her safety. So she grabbed Ke's hand and dragged her up the mountain. Come back to the sect with me. But I haven't given him the money yet. Song Ke said hurriedly. Let Shiru do it. I accompany you down the mountain after this matter is settled. Granny Song said seriously. Okay. Shiru is in your hands. Give him more money and tell him I go down the mountain to see him in a few days. Song Ke said hurriedly. Please rest assured, senior sister. Leave this matter to me. Shiru nodded, and went down the mountain with the money to deliver it. On the other side, in the meeting room of the Shindan sect, the sect master and several elders were sitting together, looking at a pill in a serious atmosphere. I didn't expect that someone could refine the spiritual energy pill so pure. It's really amazing. Yes, I have been refining pills for many years. And this is the first time I have seen such a high-quality pill. It's really impressive. Sect Master, which alchemy master refined this pill? The second elder asked in confusion. This? The sect leader looked at his subordinates. Deacon Wang, tell me the information you found. Yes. Due to the urgency of the matter, I only conducted a simple investigation, but found that the matter was not simple. Deacon Wang glanced at Elder Song and continued. According to the investigation, this pill comes from a pill shop called Shindandian, and only 20 pills are sold every day, and there are a lot of people lining up to buy it. Shindan store? Why is it so similar to our Shindan sect? Is it related to our sect? The fifth elder was surprised. Yes, it is likely related to a certain elder. Deacon Wang spoke again, and glanced at Elder Song again. This time, everyone found something wrong, and looked at Elder Song in confusion. Why are you looking at me? I don't know nothing. Elder Song told the truth, feeling a little puzzled. Ahem, Deacon Wang, keep talking. The sect master spoke again. Yes. Sect master. Deacon Wang bowed again and then explained. During the investigation, I heard that the backer of this shop is a certain person named Song from the Shindan sect. And after my in-depth investigation, I found that the property of this shop belongs to Elder Song's eldest son, Song Jun. This shop used to be called Song Clear Pill Shop. As for why the mysterious alchemist appeared, I haven't had time to investigate. I think Elder Song should know the reason. Wouldn't it be good to sell such good pills to the sect? Why sell it cheap to those outsiders? Deacon Wang said faintly. After Deacon Wang said this, he stopped talking. He just had some resentment towards Elder Song, thinking that he shouldn't sell such a good pill to outsiders. The elders around him also frowned, and looked at Elder Song with dissatisfaction. Even the sect leader frowned and looked at Elder Song. With so many people looking at Elder Song, he also felt a lot of pressure. But his mind was a mess, and he had no idea what was going on. He was a little confused. Chapter 222. Who is it? Don't look at me like that. I don't know what happened. If I had known earlier, I would definitely not sell it to outsiders. Elder Song hurriedly explained, but he felt a little aggrieved. He was confused now, and didn't understand what was going on. At the same time, he was secretly guessing whether it was his son, Song Jun, who had brought in the mysterious alchemist. Thinking that it might be his son who brought in the alchemist, and he didn't tell him about it, Elder Song wanted to go back and give his son a beating. Okay, Deacon Wang, you continue to investigate this matter. Find out what is going on. And don't wrongly accuse Elder Song. The sect master spoke, and was ready to investigate the matter thoroughly before deciding on it. Yes, sect master. Deacon Wang nodded. And he was also ready to investigate it carefully to find out what was going on. Not long after the meeting ended, Elder Song hurriedly ran to his own lineage, with anger on his face, and was ready to go back and question his son Song Jun. On the third peak of the alchemy sect, Elder Song came back. And then, there was a noise. You little bastard. You actually dared to hide it from me, and keep a mysterious alchemist outside. You didn't keep such good elixirs for the sect, but sold them to outsiders. I will beat you to death. Elder Song carried a cane and quickly chased his son Song Jun, running around the yard. Father, I didn't keep an alchemist. Did you make a mistake? I have always been in the sect, Song Jun explained as he ran. You are still pretending to be ignorant. The sect has already investigated. The pill shop under your name sold top-grade spiritual energy pills. You still dare not admit it. It seems that you were punished too lightly. The pill shop under my name? Father, I only have one pill shop under my name. I have given it to Kur. She has run it for half a year. In the end, she even needs my help to eat. Did you make a mistake? Song Jun continued to explain. It is this pill shop. You don't run it? Elder Song stopped and looked at Song Jun in confusion. He originally thought that his son was running a pharmacy called Song Care Dan Pharmacy. After all, it takes a lot of skills to recruit such a mysterious alchemist, which Song Care could not do. But when his son said this, Elder Song felt something was wrong. Father, please tell me the details. I am still confused and don't know anything. Song Jun smiled bitterly. He has been practicing hard recently, and didn't know any news. But now, his father beat him as soon as he came back. This is really unfair. Song Jun had no choice but to ask clearly, to find out what was going on as soon as possible. Is it the alchemist that Kur invited? Does she have this ability? Elder Song was puzzled, and began to tell the process of the sect meeting bit by bit. It seems that it should have a lot to do with Kur. Song Jun thought for a while and analyzed. Then wait for her to come back and ask her carefully, "Hey, they are back." Whoosh! Grandma Song brought Song Kur back quickly and came to the small courtyard in a flash. "Grandpa, father, I have something important to report," Song Kur hurriedly said. "Important? Is it really the mysterious alchemist you recruited? Why don't you sell the top-grade elixir to the sect?" Elder Song asked immediately. "Huh?" Song Kur was stunned when she heard this. Her little head was a little confused. Even Grandma Song was at a loss, and stood there for a while. Fortunately, Elder Song did not hit anyone, mainly because he loved his granddaughter, and couldn't bear to hit her, but this matter still needed to be explained again. At the same time, Song Kur also told what she knew. After the discussion between the two sides, the situation gradually became clear, and finally everyone looked at Song Kur, the child Li Xuan you mentioned. Could he be the mysterious alchemist? Elder Song immediately asked. "How is it possible? It has only been a month since I gave him the basic alchemy books, not to mention that thousands of people in the entire sect cannot refine the top-grade elixir. A child, in just 1 month, can refine it? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense." Song Kur shook her head decisively. "Indeed. I accepted 5 talented disciples before. And after 3 years of study, I could only refine spiritual energy pills. It's impossible to refine such a top-grade pill in 1 month. Grandma Song spoke, nodding in agreement. "Then who do you think refined the top-grade pill? After all, it was sold in your store." Elder Song frowned. "I feel that a mysterious alchemist has entered my store. It may also be led by Li Xuan. Li Xuan is very smart, and his eyes are very pure. I like his eyes very much." Song Kur continued to speak, and was very impressed by Li Xuan's eyes. This when everyone heard this. They felt that it made some sense, and guessed the identity of the mysterious alchemist. "Let's go down the mountain and find out what's going on." Elder Song spoke and announced the result directly. "Okay." Everyone nodded and began to walk towards the shop in Shandan City. They really wanted to know the result. So they quickly went down the mountain and hurried to the city. "My medicine shop is at the bend of the city wall. It's quite remote. Come with me." Song Kur continued, and quickly rushed towards the shop with a group of people. But as they walked, suddenly they saw someone rushing over. That person was none other than the junior sister Shiru, who was going to deliver the money. At this moment, Shiru looked anxious, her face flushed, and she was both excited and dizzy, as if she had encountered something surprising and confusing. "Xiaoru, we are here," Song Kur shouted as she walked. "Senior sister?" When Xiaoru heard the voice, her eyes lit up instantly. She hurried over, and then saluted Elder Song and others. After doing all this, Xiaoru grabbed Song Kur's snow-white hand, and hurriedly ran to the city wall, saying as she ran, "Senior sister, come with me quickly. You don't know what I saw. I feel unbelievable when I think about it. It's a pity if such a person is not recruited into the sect." "Eh? Shiru? Who are you talking about? The mysterious alchemist?" Song Kur said hurriedly, with doubt in her big eyes. Elder Song and others in the back were also confused, waiting for Xiaoru's answer. "Sister, do you know what I saw? I just want to say it was a miracle. Now I know what it means, that there are always people who are better than you. I learned to refine spiritual energy pills in the past, which took me 2 years. I always thought I was very powerful. But now I know that I am just a frog in the well. It's so shocking," Shiru said excitedly, with little stars twinkling in her big eyes, as if she had seen an extremely shocking scene. Her words made everyone even more confused. But they also guessed that it might be related to the mysterious alchemist in the store. So Song Kur immediately said, "Shiru, did you see the mysterious alchemist? Is he a man or a woman? Who brought him to the store? Was it Li Xuan?" "Huh? Li Xuan?" Shiru was stunned, and then looked at Song Kur as if she was a fool. "Why are you looking at me like that? It feels weird." Song Kur couldn't help but ask, somewhat puzzled. "You really don't know?" Shiru spoke again, carefully looking at Song Kur, suspecting that she was lying. "Of course I don't know. Tell me what's going on. Don't keep me in suspense." Song Kur was anxious, raised her little hand, and began to tickle Shiru. "Ha! Stop tickling. I tell you, I won't keep you in suspense." Shiru begged for mercy in a hurry. She was most afraid of being tickled. She couldn't stand being tickled every time. This was her Achilles heel, and there was no solution. Then tell me quickly, or I keep tickling you. Song Ke raised her fair little hand, and threatened deliberately. Okay. It's like this. I went to your store to give money to Li Xuan, and I saw a scene that I will never forget in this life. Hundreds of people gathered at the door of the store, and they were all waiting eagerly, waiting to buy the best spiritual energy pills. Shiru explained excitedly. And then? I know all this. Song Ke asked. Chapter 223 Purple Moonstone. Then I hired a few people, with the core disciple token, intimidated the people around to make way, and walked into the store. Then I gave Li Xuan money. He smiled and didn't accept it. Instead, he invited me into the alchemy room, and then I saw a very shocking scene. Xiaoru said this, took a deep breath, and continued to explain. At that time, there were only me and Li Xuan in the alchemy room. He stood in front of the alchemy furnace, refining the pill alone silently. The process was very pleasing to the eye. The alchemy steps were extremely delicate, much better than me. The key point is that when the pill was completed, he actually refined a top-grade spiritual energy pill. That was a top-grade spiritual energy pill. A 6-year-old child actually refined such a pill. I was shocked for a long time at that time. Xiaoru said in shock, with little stars in her big eyes. Song Ke and others beside her were frightened by this, standing there in disbelief. You mean, the best elixir was made by Li Xuan? Not the mysterious alchemist? Song Ke said hurriedly. Mysterious alchemist? There is no mysterious alchemist. Only Li Xuan himself. He made the elixir alone. The rich fragrance of the elixir. I still can't forget it. Xiaoru said again. This. Song Ke and others were shocked again. They never thought that Li Xuan could actually make pills, and even make top-grade spiritual pills. You have to know that Li Xuan is just a child. How could he make such a powerful pill? This is simply unbelievable. Xiaoru, I ask again, is it really the top-grade pill made by Li Xuan? Song Ke asked again. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. It was made by Li Xuan himself, I swear. Xiaoru raised 3 white little fingers to swear. I didn't expect that it was Li Xuan who made it. I thought he was a mysterious alchemist. I was really wrong. But how could he make a top-grade spiritual energy pill in just 1 month? Song Ke was still surprised. She couldn't figure out why. It was just too unbelievable. Sister, Li Xuan told me the reason. He learned how to make spiritual energy pills from the book you gave him. Then, he added a new material when he made it, and it became a top-grade spiritual energy pill. Xiaoru continued to explain. Oh, if that's the case, it's possible. But learning to refine spiritual energy pills in 1 month is already very good. Such a genius must be accepted into the sect. Grandma-san said solemnly. Yes, I didn't expect my granddaughter to accidentally discover a little genius. Let's go. Meet him. And take a look at any new materials. Elder Song said. Let's go. A group of people walked towards the pill shop in a mighty manner. With the sect token and Elder Song, the elder of the Shindan sect, no one dared to block the way and immediately made way. They walked into the store smoothly and met Li Xuan, who was refining pills. At the door of the alchemy room, several people looked inside silently, watching Li Xuan skillfully place various herbs and continuously refine pills. After a while, the rich fragrance of pills filled the alchemy room, which also attracted everyone's surprise. After Li Xuan took out the top-grade spiritual energy pill, everyone couldn't help it anymore and ran in. Li Xuan, I didn't expect you to actually refine a top-grade spiritual energy pill. It's too strong. Song Ke said in surprise. It's really amazing. This pill is of excellent quality. My friend, can you tell me, what materials did you put in the spiritual pill? Elder Song asked. Yes, I actually discovered it by accident. It's a kind of stone powder, this one. Li Xuan took out a purple stone from a package next to him. The stone was very smooth and slightly glowed. What kind of stone is this? So magical. Elder Song was surprised. This is purple moonstone. Its powder can improve the quality of pills, but it cannot be applied to high-level pills, only low-level pills. Li Xuan explained with a smile. He was not worried about someone learning the formula, because there was no purple moonstone in this world. The reason why Li Xuan knew that purple moonstone could improve the quality of pills was that Qin Yu discovered this material when she was researching pet pills and told Li Xuan. The quality of pet evolution pills is relatively high. Even if purple moonstone is used, the quality of the pills will not be improved too much, but the effect of low-quality spiritual energy pills is remarkable. This led to Li Xuan refining the best spiritual energy pills. and he became famous. So that's how it is. I've never seen such a stone. How do you know it has an effect on the pill? Elder Song asked again, staring at Li Xuan's face carefully. Because the purple moonstone is sweet. The pill is too bitter, and adding some powder makes it sweet. I didn't expect it to cause a qualitative change in the pill. Li Xuan continued to talk nonsense. Sweet? Just because of this? Elder Song was stunned, and was a little speechless for a while. Grandma Song, Song Ke and others beside him were also speechless, and felt that Li Xuan's luck was really good. Can I try it? Use some of your purple moonstone powder? Elder Song smiled. Of course. I still have a small bottle here, which I can give to you. But you must give me a few pill recipes. The pill recipes I bought outside are too low level. Li Xuan took out a small porcelain bottle and shook it gently. This? Elder Song was a little amused, and felt that he was blackmailed. And he was still a child. It was just a few recipes, he had plenty, so he smiled and said, Okay, I give you all these recipes. Thank you, I can finally make other pills, that's great. Li Xuan took the recipes with surprise, then threw the small porcelain bottle over, and then looked at the recipes carefully. Be careful, don't drop it. Elder Song hurriedly caught the small porcelain bottle, and carefully put it aside. Seeing that Li Xuan had already looked at the recipes carefully, Elder Song shook his head speechlessly. However, he needed to refine the spirit pill to test whether what Li Xuan said just now was true. With expectation, Elder Song began to refine it carefully. Half an hour later, Elder Song looked at the dim spirit pill in his hand, and looked at Li Xuan in confusion. My friend, do these powders really have an effect? Of course. When did you put them there? Li Xuan said without raising his head. Considering the weight of the stone powder, I put the purple moonstone powder first. Elder Song explained. How can this be done? The powder is to increase the sweetness. Of course. It will be sweetest if you put it in last. If you put it in earlier, it will be tasteless. Such a simple question. Forget it, you can refine it. Li Xuan shook his head, seemingly thinking that Elder Song was a bit stupid. So that's how it is. Elder Song suddenly realized, and felt a little depressed. It felt like he was despised for the first time. And he was still a child. The depressed Elder Song had no choice but to continue refining, staring at the alchemy furnace with burning eyes. Soon after, the rich fragrance of the elixir filled the alchemy room, and the top-grade spiritual energy elixir was successfully produced. It actually worked, ha ha ha, it's so cool. I can also refine the top-grade spiritual energy elixir, that's great. Elder Song looked at the crystal-clear spiritual energy elixir in his hand, and laughed excitedly, like an old naughty boy. The people around him were also surprised, and they came over to watch at the same time. Only Song Ke tilted her head to look at Li Xuan, and felt that she had picked up a treasure. After everyone calmed down, Elder Song came to Li Xuan, and said with a smile, My friend, I wonder if you will sell this purple moonstone in your hand. Don't worry. Just tell me how much it costs. I don't lack money the least. No. I have sold so many spiritual pills. Do you think I lack money? Li Xuan shook his head. This everyone agreed. And the words made sense. How about this? As long as you give me this stone, I will let you become a disciple of the Shindan sect, and accept you as my apprentice, and train you with all my strength. Elder Song said solemnly. No, I am not interested in joining the Shindan sect. Now that I have the recipe, I can make pills again. Li Xuan shook his head directly. The Shindan sect has more recipes. You can learn more if you go there, and you can exchange points for various materials, even very high-level materials. Elder Song persuaded again. Oh, is there really a better material? Li Xuan's eyes lit up, thinking of the extraordinary fruit. Yes, as long as you sell the purple moonstone to me, I will take you to the sect for a test immediately. As long as you can pass the test and you don't have any evil thoughts, I promise that you will join the sect. Elder Song promised again. Chapter 224, Chen Hao. The Disciple Recruiting Ceremony. This is a good idea. With the materials, I can refine more good pills. Li Xuan nodded in approval. So you agree? Elder Song rubbed his hands, looking at Li Xuan and the purple moonstone with joy. Not really. Li Xuan shook his head directly. Ah? Aren't you tempted? Why don't you agree? The sect has so many materials and pill recipes, and a master like me, are you really not tempted? Elder Song asked in confusion. No need. The Shindan sect will hold a disciple recruiting ceremony in a few days. I can rely on my own ability to enter the sect and obtain resources. With my talent, there will definitely be many senior officials who want to accept me as a disciple, so there is no need to agree to you," Li Xuan said confidently. This Elder Song was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was still thinking about asking Li Xuan to sell the purple moon stone to him, but now, Li Xuan actually said that he wanted to enter the sect by himself. The key is that with Li Xuan's ability, there will definitely be many elders who will come to accept Li Xuan as a disciple. Thinking of this, Elder Song became anxious and could not help but say, "Just tell me what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will exchange it with you immediately." "Is that so? Then let's earn points. Points can be exchanged for various materials and pill recipes, which will be of great help to me." Li Xuan made a suggestion. "With points, you can exchange for various materials, and maybe even for extraordinary fruits. Even if you don't have them, Li Xuan can take out new purple moon stones from his personal space. Although Li Xuan doesn't have many purple moon stones, only a few tons, but the one in his hand is only about 2 kilograms. It is worth exchanging for a large number of points." So Li Xuan proposed this idea. "Okay, I agree. But you are not a sect disciple yet, so I cannot give you points. Let's do this. I will give the points to Kur. When you need them, ask her for them." Elder Song proposed the terms of exchange and looked at Li Xuan expectantly. "Okay." Li Xuan nodded and handed over the purple moonstone. "Give it to me now? Aren't you worried that I will covet this purple moonstone?" Elder Song was surprised. He did not expect Li Xuan to be so decisive. "Don't worry. With my talent, I will definitely soar in the future. It is more important to have a good relationship with me than to covet a piece of purple moonstone," Li Xuan said confidently. This Elder Song looked at Li Xuan in surprise, and found that Li Xuan was really too smart, and he even suspected that Li Xuan was a professionally trained spy. However, such a talented spy is very rare, and the Shidan sect has powerful detection methods. As long as there is malicious intent, it will definitely be detected, which is also an important trump card of the Shidan sect for many years. So Elder Song was not worried, but looked forward to Li Xuan, hoping that he could pass the detection method and become a disciple. "Okay, you guys go out. I'm going to learn to make pills. See you at the sect in a few days." Li Xuan began to drive people away. The few pill recipes he just got gave him some inspiration, and he was eager to try to make pills. "Okay, see you at the sect." Everyone said goodbye and left, but they had a very deep impression of Li Xuan. On the road outside the store, Elder Song, "This young man is very extraordinary. I'm worried about what he is up to." Grandma Song said worriedly. "It doesn't matter. The sect's detection methods are extraordinary. No one can escape. If he can pass, it means that he has no ill will towards the sect. Even if he has some small thoughts, so what? The reason why our Shidan sect is becoming more and more powerful is that it has absorbed more and more geniuses. This has led to the sect's increasing influence. If Li Xuan needs it, he will naturally obtain it in the sect's way. This normal way of obtaining is fully supported by the sect. It can also promote the prosperity of the sect. Why not do it? Moreover, Li Xuan is such a genius." Elder Song smiled, looking very far ahead. "I see. I am looking forward to whether Li Xuan can join the sect." Grandma Song nodded, hoping to see the scene of the day of the disciple-taking ceremony as soon as possible. Amid everyone's expectations, she returned to the sect, went to meet the sect master, and reported the matter. Even under the witness of the sect master, she refined a top-grade spiritual energy pill on the spot, which shocked the sect master. The sect master was very satisfied, and even wanted to accept Li Xuan as a disciple, but he had to wait until he was tested. Of course, the sect master did not want more people to know about Li Xuan, fearing that someone would come and take him as his disciple. So the sect master ordered the matter to be kept secret, and sent people to contact Li Xuan secretly. Time passed, and it was the day of the disciple-taking ceremony. The large square at the foot of the Shidan sect was already crowded with people. Young men and women from all over the world, accompanied by their families, came to the bottom of the Shidan sect, looking at the Shidan sect surrounded by white clouds with longing. Under a willow tree in the corner of the square, Li Xuan wore a handsome white robe, sitting leisurely on the dragon head chair, and was served by several subordinates, looking at the book in his hand. On the left side of his white robe, there was a badge, which was the Junior Alchemist badge. And it was also the badge that Li Xuan took when he went to the Alchemist Guild to take the exam these days. "Sir, will you come back to the store in the future? The store really can't do without you." Zhao Hanzi looked at Li Xuan flatteringly. And at the same time, he carefully fanned Li Xuan with a fan. The two female shop assistants next to him were holding fruit plates. Standing quietly, looking at Li Xuan with admiration. Don't worry. I have already discussed with the leader of the Shindan sect. As long as I pass the test, the Shindan sect will help me in the future and supply the store with elixirs. Although there will be no top-grade elixirs, you can still stay in the store to work, Li Xuan said lazily. It turns out that you have arranged everything. You are really awesome. Zhao Hanzi hurriedly gave a thumbs up, and finally felt relieved. He was afraid that he would not be able to work in the store. After all, this was a job that could get him promoted overnight. And no one wanted to lose it. Bring the orange plate here. Li Xuan looked at the female clerk, who was farther away. It's an adult. The female clerk had a graceful figure, a fair and rosy face, and was a very shy girl. When she heard what Li Xuan said, she hurriedly brought the fruit plate to Li Xuan and carefully served it. Yes. Li Xuan picked up the orange and ate it one by one. He seemed to feel something, and turned his head to look at the entrance of the square, and saw a dark-faced boy. This young man looks ordinary, but his face is firm. His eyes are bright, giving people a very confident feeling. And his aura is very special. Very similar to Yi Fan. It seems that you have found something interesting. Li Xuan tilted his head to look at him, silently analyzing in his mind the entrance to the huge square. Chen Hao, with a firm face, wore a black suit, carrying a gray long sword on his back, and walked into the square. His eyes were shining, and he quickly found Li Xuan under the willow tree. Another rich kid. No matter where I go, I will meet these people. It's really annoying. Chen Hao frowned, muttering in his heart, and was very unhappy with these so-called rich kids. At this time, a deep male voice sounded in Chen Hao's mind. The voice was very magnetic. The key point was that no one else could hear this voice. Only Chen Hao could hear it. You are the destined protagonist, and you will naturally face all kinds of provocations and competitions. But they are all your stepping stones. In the future, you are destined to step on them. Step onto the top of the world, and save the world. I know. I just feel a little annoyed by these rich kids. They are annoying like flies, without the power behind them. These rich kids are garbage. Chen Hao frowned. This is also training your mind. Accepting provocations again and again, you can better hone yourself. Don't take them too seriously. These rich kids are trash. Even if they have some skills, they can't compare with you. With my help, I can help you become an alchemist soon and quickly improve your strength. The deep male voice said again. I know. I will hone myself well. Chen Hao nodded and decided to train himself well. But when he thought of the various rich kids he had met in the past, he felt upset. Especially when he thought of his fiancée being with another rich kid. Chen Hao was even more upset. Damn it! A bunch of parasites, who only know how to waste resources. Chen Hao was upset, and found a big rock to sit on, and looked coldly at the huge square. And he was disgusted with all the rich kids in the square. At this time, hundreds of Shindan sect disciples quickly came down from the mountain, rushing down like gods. Okay. The Shindan sect's disciple recruiting ceremony is about to begin, and the rules for recruiting disciples are now announced. Chapter 225 Junior Alchemist. First, you must show your ID. Otherwise you will not be allowed to enter the sect. Second, you must be between 6 and 16 years old. Otherwise you will not be allowed to enter. Third, you must go to the square on the mountainside and wait for the malicious test. You must be sensed by the perception beast. Fourth, you must go to the top of the mountain by yourself. Fifth, you must test your alchemy qualifications. The rules were announced one by one and heard by everyone. Some people felt nervous when they heard the third rule and began to worry. But more people were eager to try and looked at the Shindan sect mountain road with anticipation. Okay, everyone line up to show your ID, household registration certificate. The man from the Shindan sect who announced the result shouted loudly. He was strong and sturdy, and he suddenly released the silver aura. The whole person was like an iron tower, making people feel depressed. What a strong aura, as expected of the Shindan sect. The dark-skinned Chen Hao felt the strong aura, and couldn't help but praise it. It's just a small silver lower position. Your future goal is to save the world. Everyone present will be your stepping stone. Don't worry. The deep male voice spoke again. Indeed, I am only 15 years old this year, and my strength has reached the black iron great perfection, which is unmatched at this age. With my excellent alchemy qualifications, everyone, including the children of rich families, will be my stepping stone. Qin Hao continued to speak proudly, with a confident light flashing in his eyes. Yes, this is the determination we need. With my assistance, you will definitely become a core disciple of the Shinden sect within a year, and even be accepted as a disciple by an elder. By that time, you will have a huge gap with these people on the scene. They may still be struggling in the outer sect at that time, even if they have some talent. They could only become inner sect disciples at most, and you are a core disciple. This is the real core faction, and you can even become an elder of the Shinden sect in the future. The deep voice said again. Become a core disciple within a year? Qin Hao was very excited when he heard this. He was looking forward to making a name for himself in this sect, and becoming a core disciple. When Qin Hao was excited, the long line began to move forward little by little. The dozen or so Shinden sect personnel on the inspection table carefully inspected each person's certificate, and slowly let them go. In the center of these inspectors, the silver-level master who had just released a wave of momentum, was sweeping his eyes across everyone on the scene. When he saw Li Xuan, the silver-level expert paused for a moment, nodded to Li Xuan, and then continued to scan the surroundings. Under the willow tree, Li Xuan was leisurely reading the alchemy book. But in his mind, he remembered the rules for Shinden sect to recruit disciples. Among them, the test of alchemy aptitude aroused Li Xuan's interest. To be honest, Li Xuan discovered that he had a good aptitude for alchemy a long time ago. When he followed Qin Yu and Sister Qi's shop, he quickly learned to refine the moistening pill, which was much better than Qin Yu at that time. The key point is that on Li Xuan's data panel, there is no information about his alchemy qualifications. Only the talent of the summoned beast world. In other words, this talent is Li Xuan's own, not relying on the system. And this is also his only talent that relies on himself. However, Li Xuan does not know what level this talent is, so he is naturally very curious. I'm really looking forward to it. Li Xuan muttered leisurely, took the grapes handed over by the slender little hand next to him, swallowed them gently, and then stretched lazily. Okay, it's almost time to leave. Li Xuan stood up slowly, looking at the people behind him. Work hard in the future. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. But you still have to rely on yourself in the end. So work hard. Li Xuan glanced at the crowd, finally looked at the shy female clerk, then turned and walked towards the mountain road of Shinden sect, past the inspection team, and went straight up the mountain. Huh? This rich kid doesn't queue up? Qin Hao saw Li Xuan walking straight up the mountain without queuing up, and frowned. The key point was that when Li Xuan walked to the testing table, he did not even look at the tester and continued to walk up the mountain. When passing the guards of the Shinden sect, the guards actually made way for Li Xuan to pass. This scene instantly attracted the attention of many people. Some people felt very unfair and unhappy. Because of the hot weather, they lined up here and crowded to wait for the household registration certificate to be tested. But now, someone actually went up the mountain directly, which really made them feel unfair. Why doesn't the boy need to check his household registration certificate? A fat man in the team shouted, looking at Li Xuan walking up the mountain step by step with dissatisfaction. That's right. Household registration certificate is the most basic. What if he has an unknown origin? It's unfair. Why can he go up the mountain without queuing? But we have to queue in the hot weather. A group of people were arguing, and even caused a riot. Shut up. All of you. The roar shook the sky. The terrifying silver-level aura was like a mountain, pressing the whole place again, making the chaotic square quiet instantly. Although everyone was dissatisfied, but feeling this terrifying aura, no one dared to speak again. Are you blind, or are you still pounding the ground? Can't you understand the badge on Li Xuan clothes? That is the badge certified by the Alchemist Guild, and Li Xuan is a junior alchemist. Junior alchemist? Wow! The whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone stared in disbelief. They had never expected that Li Xuan was actually a junior alchemist. You know, there was no junior alchemist among the people present. Even Qin Hao had not become a basic alchemist, and there was still a long way to go. But now, a young boy actually passed the junior alchemist exam. How could this not make people feel shocked? It's amazing. He actually passed the junior alchemist exam. No wonder he can enjoy special privileges. It's really amazing. Although the junior alchemist is the lowest title, it completely widens the gap with ordinary people, and is eligible for special treatment. I thought I was the strongest among this group of disciples. But I didn't expect that someone has already become a junior alchemist. There are always people who are better than you. And there are always better ones. The sound in the square was buzzing. And there were all kinds of discussions like in a vegetable market. Almost everyone was very surprised at Li Xuan's excellence. The dark-skinned Chen Hao also became serious, feeling the pressure. This rich boy named Li Xuan has some ability. He has passed the junior alchemist exam at such a young age. Chen Hao said solemnly. Don't worry, you are a rich kid with a strong background. You have learned all kinds of knowledge since childhood, and you have only been learning alchemy with me for a year. You have made rapid progress in a year. As long as a period of time passes, you can also become a junior alchemist. It is only a matter of time to surpass Li Xuan in the future. You must always remember that. Your opponent is not here. These people, including Li Xuan, are just your stepping stones. Your opponent is the genius of the whole world, and the polluted creature from another world. The deep voice sounded again, reminding Chen Hao not to worry. I understand. I will work hard to surpass Li Xuan, become a core disciple, and let everyone know my extraordinariness. Chen Hao said solemnly. That's right. After the qualification test is completed, your talent will be revealed and praised by many people. The talent of excellent qualifications is second only to extraordinary qualifications. Even in the Shindan sect, it is very rare. The deep male voice continued to sound, telling Chen Hao not to worry. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Chen Hao nodded, walked over with big strides, moving forward step by step with confidence. Time passed slowly, the testing team moved forward quickly. Soon everyone passed the household registration test, and began to walk up the mountain road. At least 10% of them were eliminated, because they didn't meet the age requirement, or their household registration status was incorrect. But the number of people going up the mountain was still dense. Everyone kept walking, gradually came to the mountainside on the Green Mountain Road, and came to an equally huge square. Here, everyone saw Li Xuan, and watched him sitting leisurely on the stone bench waiting. Everyone was in awe of Li Xuan, who had reached the level of a primary alchemist, and did not dare to provoke him. Some people who wanted to make friends with Li Xuan walked over to talk, but unfortunately were ignored by Li Xuan. Everyone had to wait here, waiting for the next test. At this time, Chapter 226. It's unjust. In the woods on one side of the mountain road, more than a dozen people from the Shindan sect gradually walked out, holding some kind of food, seemingly luring something. As these people lured, the sound of bang 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 resounded in everyone's ears, and soon a blue monster appeared. What is that? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly, looking at the monster that came out of the woods in horror. The monster was like an enlarged version of a lion, with a blue body, and two strange tentacles on its head, with strange sharp teeth on the tentacles, which made people feel scared when they saw it. It is a perception beast, which can sense malicious intent, and is one of the foundations of the Shindan sect. It is said that its strength has reached the silver level. Everyone, please pay attention. Don't have any malicious intent towards the sect, and don't have any random thoughts. Otherwise, you will be killed instantly by the perception beast. You must pay attention. Someone hurriedly reminded, to prevent some ignorant boys and girls from having random thoughts. As this person reminded, the enlarged perception beast turned its head and looked at the crowd, and the next second its figure flashed like a blue lightning. Puff! 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 The strange tentacles flashed. As the tentacles pierced out, more than a dozen people were pierced through the heart in fear, and died on the spot. Such a scene shocked everyone and hurriedly retreated, with fear in their hearts. Puff! Puff! 2 more people were pierced through the heart, and died on the spot. The sensory beast walked back and forth in the crowd, and its cold eyes scanned everyone in the square. The 2 strange tentacles kept drilling in and out of the crowd, and they might strike out at any time. Gulu. Some people watched the sensory beast passing by, and swallowed their saliva in fear, and cold sweat dripped on their foreheads, and their whole bodies were shaking. The younger girls were so scared that they knelt on the ground, covering their eyes, and not daring to look at the sensory beast. Poof! Another person was killed, and the sensory beast continued to move forward, and kept moving through the crowd, and when it came to Chen Hao, the sensory beast looked at Chen Hao in confusion. But the sensory beast shook its head, and continued to move forward, moving through the crowd in a back and forth manner. Chen Hao looked at the perception beast, and was also very shocked, and even felt a sense of powerlessness. As a genius who had reached the great perfection of black iron, he did not even see clearly how the perception beast killed people. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and saw a person's heart pierced. The attack was extremely fast. This perception beast has reached the great perfection of silver. And its perception ability is very strong. It almost sensed me just now. No wonder the Shidan sect has stood for many years. This perception beast has made great contributions. The low voice sounded again. And there was surprise in the voice. Silver great perfection? No wonder I couldn't see its attack clearly. It's so strong. Chen Hao was solemn. Of course. In addition to its powerful perception, the perception beast also has strong combat power. Even the leader of the Shindan sect couldn't beat it. During the decisive battle that year, the perception beasts that had a good relationship with the human race also participated in the battle and fought against the polluted creatures together. The battle was extremely brutal. Almost every perception beast could kill 2 or 3 masters of the same level before it died in the battle. And finally died in a bloody battle, scaring away the polluted creatures. After that battle, the polluting creatures did not dare to invade for many years, and only began to show up in recent years. The deep voice said solemnly. So strong? Can I tame a perception beast? If I can tame a perception beast of silver perfection, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways? Chen Hao said expectantly. Don't dream about it. Perception beasts are naturally proud and like to be independent. They will not be tamed unless you treat them with sincerity, and cannot have any bad emotions. Moreover, the sensory beasts like to sleep. This sensory beast can wake up. Probably because it was awakened by the incense material and led here. The deep voice said again. Is that so? Then why does the sensory beast of the Shinan sect stay here? Chen Hao was puzzled. The Shinan sect reached a deal with the sensory beast clan. The Shinan sect provided resources to the sensory beast clan in exchange for a sensory beast to guard it. However, the Shinan sect has no right to interfere with how the sensory beast acts. The deep voice explained again. I see. It's a pity. If I could have such a good sensory beast, my life would be worth it. Chen Hao sighed. Don't think about it. Sensory beasts only approach people who are close to nature. You have no natural affinity at all. You can't get recognition from sensory beasts at all. I advise you to think about how to make pills. Become a junior alchemist as soon as possible. Surpass Li Xuan. The deep male voice hit. Surpass Li Xuan easily. I will soon become a junior alchemist. And I am powerful. Li Xuan is just my stepping stone. Chen Hao said confidently. That's true. The two of them talked quietly, watching the perception beast circling in the crowd, and finally approaching Li Xuan's position. On the stone bench, Li Xuan looked at the perception beast, silently called up the data panel, looked at his own natural affinity at the great perfection level, thought about it, and turned it on. Buzz! The breath of nature lingered around Li Xuan's body, without anyone being able to detect it, floating around like a spring breeze. In the crowd, the sensory beast that was circling around suddenly stopped, turned its head to look at Li Xuan, and there was excitement in its eyes. Huh? What's going on? Why did the sensory beast stop, and why did it stare at Li Xuan? Chen Hao asked in surprise. Could it be that Li Xuan had evil intentions, and was discovered by the sensory beast? The deep voice was puzzled. It's possible, haha, I didn't expect Li Xuan to have evil intentions. I haven't even competed with him yet, and he lost. Chen Hao smiled, and laughed wildly in his heart. While he was laughing wildly in his heart, when everyone was paying attention to the sensory beast, the tall sensory beast suddenly dodged, and rushed towards Li Xuan like lightning. In the strong wind, its big head approached Li Xuan's head. Ah! At the moment of approaching, the sensory beast suddenly stopped, barked twice, and began to rub Li Xuan's arm with its big head, and even stretched out its tongue to lick Li Xuan's face. Stop licking. It's so dirty. Li Xuan's dissatisfied voice was heard at the scene. Then, in full view of the crowd, Li Xuan pushed the head of the sensory beast aside, even pushing it several times in a row. Ah! The sensory beast barked again, and its big head approached Li Xuan again. Its tongue continued to lick Li Xuan, and it kept rubbing its head against Li Xuan's arm. Get out of here. I told you not to lick. Li Xuan was angry, and punched the sensory beast on the nose. As a result, the sensory beast was not angry, but jumped around happily, running around Li Xuan like a dog, and constantly trying to please Li Xuan. Such a scene stunned everyone. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, watching Li Xuan bullying the sensory beast, and wondering if they were dazzled. Chen Hao, who was still thinking about competing with Li Xuan, had a complete brain freeze, watching everything with his mouth wide open. Even the deep voice was silent at this moment, and couldn't speak for a long time, obviously doubting life. Oh my god, what did I see? The ferocious sensory beast was actually trying to please Li Xuan? Yes. And I actually saw Li Xuan bullying the sensory beast? That's a sensory beast. More than bullying. The key is that the sensory beast surrounds Li Xuan like a dog, allowing Li Xuan to bully him. This is simply unjust. That's right. Li Xuan is already a junior alchemist, which is already amazing. Now even the sensory beast is so close to him. Are you going to let us live? That's right. It's so unfair. Everyone talked about it, looking at Li Xuan with envy, feeling very unbalanced. Chen Hao, who was preparing to compete with Li Xuan, also gradually recovered. He felt his face burning and couldn't say a word. There was nothing he could do. It was too embarrassing. He just said, Li Xuan lost before the game. But now it seems that Li Xuan has the help of the sensory beast, and his strength will be very terrifying. But he, Chen Hao, lost everything, which made Chen Hao very uncomfortable. Damn it. I lost before the game. Why is it like this? Li Xuan is already a junior alchemist at such a young age. With a sensory beast, who dares to mess with him? It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Chen Hao was indignant and felt his teeth aching. Chapter 227 Pressure Test. I've never seen anything like this before. I never thought there would be such a magical thing in the world. A silver-level perception beast actually took the initiative to curry favor with a young man. The key is that it was bullied by the young man. But the perception beast was not angry. It's really strange. The deep male voice sounded faintly, and there was confusion in his voice. Obviously, he, who was well informed, had never encountered such a situation before. What caused it? Why is it like this? Is Li Xuan too lucky? Chen Hao asked secretly in his heart. He is indeed lucky. If I am not mistaken, Li Xuan may have natural affinity, and the level of natural affinity is not low. The deep male voice explained. Natural affinity. Damn. God is too kind to Li Xuan. He looks like a rich kid, with fine clothes and delicious food, plus the identity of a junior alchemist, and natural affinity. All the benefits in the world have been earned by Li Xuan. This is simply very unfair. I am obviously the protagonist destined by heaven. Chen Hao was very depressed. He felt that compared with Li Xuan, his starting point was too low, which was very unfair. You have to know that his parents died early, and he was lonely since childhood. He often relied on begging for a living. When he was 5 years old, he finally found a job. He was exploited for many years and barely survived. When he was 9 years old, he finally saved some money and began to learn martial arts. He gradually emerged. When he was 12 years old, he fell in love with a 12-year-old girl next door. Not long after, the girl next door followed the rich boy and got pregnant with the rich boy's child. This result made Chen Hao furious, and he went straight to the door of the rich kid's house, and then he was chased and beaten and fell off a cliff. Fortunately, he not only did not die, but met a mysterious powerful man who taught him swordsmanship, alchemy, and cultivation techniques, etc. Finally, at the age of 15, he soared into the sky, became stronger and stronger, achieved the black iron great perfection, and then went back for revenge. But after he went back, he found that the girl next door and the rich kid lived happily, and had a well-behaved daughter, which made Chen Hao even more heartbroken. Finally, he stood on the roof of a building for a long time, and finally let go of his hatred and love for the girl next door, and set out on the road to the Shinden sect. But he had always been very disgusted with the rich kids in his heart, and hated these guys from the bottom of his heart. Now seeing Li Xuan achievements, and the sensory beast constantly trying to please Li Xuan, Chen Hao felt more and more uncomfortable. The key point was that they said just now that no one could tame the sensory beast, and then the sensory beast actually tamed itself and tried to please Li Xuan. This unexpected reversal made Chen Hao feel more and more aggrieved. Okay, forget about Li Xuan. You are the destined protagonist. You will have many adventures in the future. Sooner or later, you will surpass Li Xuan. The deep male voice said. Will there be a companion like the sensory beast in the future? Chen Hao said. No. Chen Hao, don't think too much. Don't forget that your alchemy talent is excellent. This is the strongest talent under the extraordinary talent. There are not many in the entire Shinden sect. When you show your talent later, you can suppress some of Li Xuan's prestige, although it is only a little. This is also a trend. The deep voice continued. I know. When I show my talent later, I will let everyone see my extraordinariness. Jinhao nodded solemnly. Let's go up the mountain. Next is the Pressure Mountain Road to test your will and determination. You can also show your extraordinariness here. Maybe you can be the first to reach the top of the mountain and show yourself. The deep male voice said. Oh, then I try. When Jinhao heard this, he immediately walked up the mountain. As soon as he stepped onto the steps, he felt a strong pressure, making him feel like he was being pressed by the mountain, and could only move forward slowly. However, he was determined. And even under such pressure, he could steadily move forward step by step to the top of the mountain. Some people saw this scene and began to walk up the mountain. But the terrifying pressure made it very difficult for them to walk. And they could not walk as fast as Jinhao. This also led to Jinhao's leading the way. And no one could surpass him. When they walked to the top of the mountain, there were still many people who were still there, looking at Li Xuan and the sensory beast. Don't stand there stupidly. Get to the top of the mountain immediately. A roar sounded, and the silver-level expert appeared, urging loudly. And at the same time, he looked at Li Xuan in doubt. As a deacon of the Shindan sect, Zhou Hai had seen the sensory beast many times. But every time he saw it, he had to be careful with the sensory beast, and did not dare to neglect it. Moreover, the sensory beast always looked indifferent to the people of the Shindan sect, and always appeared in a proud manner. As a result, now the sensory beast actually fawned on Li Xuan. Even if it was bullied by Li Xuan, the sensory beast still looked like a dog licking. This made Deacon Zhou Hai and the disciples of Shindan sect stunned, and they felt like they were dreaming. After taking a deep breath, Deacon Zhou Hai walked towards Li Xuan carefully. When he was 5 meters away from Li Xuan, Deacon Zhou Hai said carefully, Mr. Li Xuan, it's time to go to the top of the mountain to test your qualifications. The sect master and the elders are waiting there. Yes. Li Xuan nodded, pushed the head of the perception beast aside, and then began to educate the perception beast. Remember, don't lick it randomly in the future. Do you hear me? Ah! The sensory beast found that Li Xuan was really angry, and immediately nodded his big head, looking well behaved, and his big eyes carefully peeked at Li Xuan. It's good that you understand. Li Xuan took out a towel from his personal space and wiped it well, and continued to educate the sensory beast for a while, and then prepared to go to the top of the mountain. But at this time, Li Xuan found that those who went up the mountain all moved forward little by little. It was obviously just an ordinary mountain road, but it was very difficult to walk. Mr. Li Xuan, this is the sect's special means of coercion. All disciples who go up the mountain from here must bear this kind of coercion. The higher you go, the greater the pressure will be, and it is based on strength. All those below the silver level must bear the pressure. It is the best test to train one's will. Deacon Zhou Hai explained hurriedly. I see. It's a good method. Li Xuan remembered this method and planned to use it himself in the future. After all, he has the Songlong territory, and he can use this method to screen people with strong will. Mr. Li Xuan, the pressure on this road is too high. I suggest you set off as soon as possible. Otherwise you may fall too far behind the first place. Deacon Zhou Hai suggested again. Don't worry. I will be the first to reach the top, Li Xuan said confidently. Ah? Deacon Zhou Haiji was stunned. He couldn't help but look up at the top of the mountain road and found that Jinhao, who was leading the way, had already walked halfway, and he was far ahead of everyone. With such a speed under strong pressure, it is basically impossible for others to catch up. Even those who have reached the great perfection of bronze can't catch up with Jinhao. So Deacon Zhou was a little stunned. Chapter 228, Who will reach the top first? Perception Beast, squat down. Li Xuan suddenly ordered. Bang! The perception beast squatted down very obediently, looking at Li Xuan flatteringly. Swish! Li Xuan jumped up and floated up, riding on the back of the perception beast, pulling the fur on the head of the perception beast with both hands, ordered. Let's go, I want to reach the top of the mountain first. Roar! Being ridden by a person who is friendly to nature, the perception beast roared excitedly, and its body suddenly increased its strength, running as fast as the wind. It was too fast. At the speed of lightning, it quickly surpassed most people and ran to the top of the mountain. It was completely like a cheat. Deacon Zhou Hai was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. He stared blankly at Li Xuan passing one person after another. Finally, he couldn't help but said, You can still do this. Is this considered cheating? But there is no rule that prohibits this? And who dares to stop the perception beast of the silver great perfection? I'm scared. I didn't see Li Xuan cheating anyway. Deacon Zhou Hai shook his head hurriedly. He couldn't afford to offend Li Xuan now. There was no other way. Even the sect master couldn't beat the perception beast. In the entire Shindan sect, except for the Supreme Elder, no one could afford to offend the perception beast. So Deacon Zhou Hai pretended not to see it, and ordered his subordinates to pretend not to see it. On the other side, on the rugged mountain steps, Chen Hao moved forward step by step, stepping on the steps with his feet under great pressure, moving forward step by step. Sweat had soaked his tights, but he was determined, still moving forward resolutely, and he didn't even turn his head to look back. Because he believed that, in the test of will, no one could surpass him. Not even Li Xuan. In terms of will, Chen Hao was not afraid of anyone. Not even the leader of Shindan sect. With such determination, Chen Hao continued to ride away, trembling all over, and continued to move forward to the top of the mountain. Yes, in terms of will, you are indeed very good, and it is worth it for me to choose you as my inheritance disciple. The deep male voice praised. This is inevitable. Although I don't have Li Xuan background and power, nor do I have Li Xuan natural affinity, I have a firm heart and an unyielding will. In this test, I don't care about anyone. Not even Li Xuan. He will even feel the huge gap between me and me. The first person to reach the top must be me, Chen Hao said confidently. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a figure passed by him quickly, rushing to the top of the mountain like lightning. Chen Hao, who had just finished speaking, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He stared blankly at the tall figure in front of him. That was the figure of Li Xuan riding the perception beast and running fast. Moreover, under the terrible pressure, Li Xuan was not affected at all and ran straight to the top of the mountain. Such a scene and such a picture made Chen Hao dumbfounded. His face turned black. Damn it! It's still possible. This is cheating. Cheating? Chen Hao shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of the disciples of Haodan sect. But the disciples of Haotian sect standing around all turned their heads to look aside, pretending not to see it. This double-standard method made Chen Hao angry and wanted to lose his temper. But he couldn't. He could only endure it with frustration, and felt extremely uncomfortable. The pressure here can only work on those below the silver level. With the perception beast here, Li Xuan can't feel the pressure at all. This is just an ordinary mountain road for Li Xuan. So, you can't catch up with him. You lose again. And you lose miserably. The faint voice sounded again, echoing in Chen Hao's mind. But, this is obviously cheating. It is obviously a test of will. A test of determination. And I should be the first to reach the top of the mountain. But I lost again. I don't accept it. I'm so angry. Chen Hao was very angry, and wanted to tell everyone that he was the first. But seeing that Li Xuan was about to reach the top of the mountain, Chen Hao could only continue to move forward in frustration. On the large square on the top of the mountain, the leader of the Shindan sect and the elders waited silently on the seats in the square, waiting for the test to be completed. The leader originally wanted to go down the mountain to see how Li Xuan performed, but he was worried that other elders would accept Li Xuan as a disciple in advance and snatch this good disciple away. So he ordered everyone to wait on the top and not allow anyone to go down the mountain. This also led to everyone not knowing the situation at the bottom of the mountain and guessing who would be the first to reach the top of the mountain. However, what made the leader uncomfortable was that he ordered in advance to keep Li Xuan matter secret. But they talked about it for a while just now, and all the elders mentioned Li Xuan intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, these elders also investigated Li Xuan intelligence and knew that Li Xuan was a genius, which made the sect leader very depressed. Great Elder, who do you think will be the first to reach the top of the mountain? Will it be Li Xuan? The fifth elder spoke up. He had high expectations for Li Xuan. No. Although Li Xuan is extremely talented and has passed the junior alchemist exam, he is still too young. Some people are 10 years older than him. These older people must have a stronger will, and will be faster when undergoing the pressure test. The great elder commented. Indeed, the pressure is automatically applied according to strength. As long as the strength does not reach the silver level, no one can ignore the pressure, so it is indeed difficult for Li Xuan to be the first to reach the top of the mountain. The fifth elder nodded. In fact, I don't think it is necessary to let Li Xuan take the pressure test. As long as he passes the level of the perception beast, he should be accepted as a core disciple immediately. Such a strong pressure, what if Li Xuan is frustrated by the pressure and his mind is affected? The fourth elder is a female elder, who has a gentle personality. She is very worried that something might happen to a genius like Li Xuan, and does not want Li Xuan to participate in so many tests. I don't agree with this. The pressure test is a necessary step in refining the mind, and it is also an important test in our growth. If you are afraid of this test, how can you grow? Elder Song spoke up. He values the experience more, and wants to train Li Xuan into a tenacious genius. The key is that he is still so young, and he has to go through this kind of hardship. Don't you think it's too much? The fourth elder was not convinced. What's wrong with being young? I went through this when I was a kid. And I went through all kinds of hardships. Only through all kinds of hardships can one hone oneself better, improve one's spirit, and embark on a stronger path. Elder Song retorted. Really? I haven't seen how strong you are. You lost the last time you fought me. The fourth elder continued to retort. Humph, that's because I'm not as talented as you. If I had the same talent as you, I would definitely beat you. Elder Song answered depressedly. That's not necessarily true. While you were training and doing tasks everywhere, I was practicing at home every day. Your time traveling back and forth, task time, killing monsters time, training time, are all wasting time. But I took advantage of this world to continuously improve my strength, practice at home, and steadily improve my strength. That's why I have the strength I have today, and my current achievements. The fourth elder said confidently. Chapter 229 Differential Treatment. Humph, you are just gifted. Elder Song was not convinced. The test results clearly showed that. We are the same, so why am I better? The fourth elder continued to argue. The same level of talent can also be different. Elder Song was angry. Haha, you are just making a wrong argument. In my opinion, it is the same to stay in the sect first and improve your strength to the silver level, and then go out to gain experience. There is no need to wander around like you did before. Who is being frivolous? I am tempering my heart, refining my mind. Elder Song was angry. Is this how you refine your mind? You got angry after a few words. I don't think it's any use. The fourth elder continued to refute. You? Elder Song was furious, rolling up his sleeves and wanting to go crazy. Luckily, he was stopped by other elders, but he was still indignant in his heart. Humph, I won't argue with you. Elder Song snorted. You can't beat me. The fourth elder replied with disdain. Ah! Elder Song was going crazy, clenching his fists as if he was going to fight, but was pushed back by the great elder. Okay. Someone is coming up. Didn't you guess who will go up the mountain first? Now it's time to reveal the answer. The great elder said with his eyes shining. Oh! According to the previous practice, it will take at least half an hour for someone to arrive. Right? Who is so amazing this time? And has such a fast speed? Everyone was surprised, looking carefully at the entrance of the square, and watching quietly with expectation. As everyone watched, the sound of running slowly reached everyone's ears. Such a sound made everyone slightly stunned. Strange. Why does this sound a bit like the perception beast running? It seems to be the perception beast running. Strange. How did it run up? Everyone was puzzled, looking carefully at the entrance of the square, waiting for the perception beast to appear. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. With this sound, the tall and mighty perception beast jumped up from the mountain road, landed steadily on the square, and scanned the surroundings. The domineering appearance and sharp tentacles instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, after the sect leader and the elders saw the perception beast, they were just surprised. But when they saw the small figure on the neck of the perception beast, everyone stood up. How is it possible? There is someone on the back of the perception beast. The fifth elder was shocked. It's Li Xuan. It's Li Xuan. He's riding on the perception beast. The fourth elder raised his hand to cover his mouth. His beautiful eyes swept over Li Xuan on top of the perception beast, and he was stunned on the spot. It's really Li Xuan. What's going on? How could a proud sensory beast allow someone to sit on its back and use it as a mount? I don't know. I was worried that Li Xuan would not be able to pass the sensory beast test. Unexpectedly, Li Xuan not only passed it, but also rode on the sensory beast. This is too incredible. It's really incredible. Just now, we were talking about who would reach the top of the mountain first. We thought Li Xuan couldn't do it. In the end, Li Xuan not only did it, but also rode on the sensory beast. This is too magical. Everyone was talking about it, looking at the back of the sensory beast in disbelief. Watching Li Xuan sitting there, grabbing the sensory beast's hair, This incredible scene made everyone present a little dazed, wondering if they were dazzled. At the moment when everyone was in a trance, Li Xuan raised his little hand and gently patted the sensory beast's head, signaling it to squat down. Following Li Xuan's signal, the sensory beast squatted down obediently, even lying on the ground, allowing Li Xuan to get down better. This kind of considerate scene made the sect masters and elders doubt their lives. The main reason was that the perception beast was too arrogant before, and it always ignored the elders of the sect and always looked unruly. But now, the perception beast actually treated Li Xuan so considerately, which was really unbelievable. Not bad. A reward for you. Li Xuan took out a few body training pills and threw them to the perception beast. Then took out a chair from the portable space and sat lazily on the chair waiting for the qualification test. The sensory beast ate the pill handed over by Li Xuan, and originally wanted to get close to Li Xuan. But the next second the sensory beast was stunned, with ecstasy flashing in its eyes, because it found that this elixir was actually helpful to its physique. Although the effect was minimal, it still surprised it, and made it see the direction to improve its strength. The excited sensory beast forgot Li Xuan's instructions, and began to act like a dog. Get lost. What did I just say? Do you want to be beaten? Li Xuan said unhappily. Ah! The sensory beast cried out in grievance, no longer daring to lick like a dog, and could only rub Li Xuan's arm with its big head. That's right, just lie here obediently, Li Xuan said with satisfaction. Ah! The sensory beast laid down at Li Xuan's feet very obediently, squinting its eyes, and not moving. Li Xuan stretched out his hand, and touched the lion head of the sensory beast, and was very happy about the closeness of the sensory beast. Not far away, the clan leader and the elders stood there in a daze, each one like a goose, watching Li Xuan interact with the sensory beast. Seeing the sensory beast lying obediently, allowing Li Xuan to caress it, the clan leader and the elders once again doubted their lives. Fifth elder, I remember that you have studied the sensory beast the most, and you have also modeled the sensory beast once. I want to ask, is this the nature of the sensory beast? Elder Song asked in confusion. Of course not. I spent a lot of precious materials, and finally got close to the sensory beast, and took the opportunity to model it. And then the sensory beast got angry, and slapped me against the wall with one claw, and my face was swollen. The fifth elder replied depressedly, and continued, I originally thought that the perception beast was arrogant, but now it seems that it is just a dog. Damn. I spent so much materials to touch it, and it was slapped away. But Li Xuan bullied the perception beast so much, and the perception beast was still so obedient. This is too much discrimination. The fifth elder felt very unbalanced, and felt very depressed. The elders around looked at the perception beast in doubt, and looked at the calm and indifferent Li Xuan. And the elders suddenly realized a problem with the existence of the perception beast. In the future, basically no one in the entire Shindan sect will dare to provoke Li Xuan. Even the sect master will not dare to provoke Li Xuan at will. There is no other way. The perception beast is too strong. Even the sect master cannot beat the perception beast. If Li Xuan can be accepted as a disciple, it is equivalent to controlling the perception beast, greatly improving the strength of his own lineage. The key is that Li Xuan is extremely talented and has great potential. Therefore, the senior leaders decided that they must accept Li Xuan as a disciple, even if it costs a huge price. Therefore, the second elder stood up and prepared to act. Second elder, why did you stand up? It's not the time to choose a disciple yet. The stage of accepting a disciple will come after the aptitude test is completed. Elder Song said faintly. I'm just looking at the scenery. The second elder sighed, knowing that it would be difficult to accept Li Xuan as a disciple. So he had to sit down first and prepare to act after the aptitude test is completed. Then all the senior executives sat quietly. But when they saw Li Xuan turned his head, they all nodded to Li Xuan, as if they were greeting him. This also made Li Xuan speechless. At the same time, several people nodded at the same time. That feeling was really weird. So, Li Xuan no longer paid attention to it, but sat leisurely on the chair, quietly waiting for the others to come to the top of the mountain to test their qualifications. Time passed little by little, and finally the second person came up. This person was none other than Chen Hao. But Chen Hao's face was a little dark at this time. Especially when he saw Li Xuan leisurely look, Chen Hao was furious. Wait, next is my home court. In terms of alchemy qualifications, I have never lost to anyone. This time I must be the best. Chen Hao swore secretly. Chapter 230 Depressed, and wanting to bang his head against the wall. After Chen Hao made his vow, he sat down not far behind Li Xuan, silently lowering his head, waiting for the test of his qualifications, waiting to soar into the sky. The top leaders of the Shin'en sect were also paying attention to Chen Hao, and they would naturally pay special attention to the second person to reach the top of the mountain. For example, Elder Song was very interested in Chen Hao's resolute face. The main reason was that Elder Song's experience was tempering, and Chen Hao gave him a feeling of frequent tempering, and was suitable for tempering. But there was no rush to speak now. After the qualification test was completed, it was time to select apprentices. So the senior executives chose to wait, waiting for everyone to arrive. Time passed little by little, and finally the third person appeared. This was a fat girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with fair skin and a plump figure. And her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Chen Hao looked at the fat girl. What? Are you interested? This girl is really beautiful. Especially her plump figure. A deep male voice sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Everyone loves beauty. Who wouldn't like such a pretty girl? Didn't you see that the elders were watching? Chen Hao replied secretly, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the fat girl. In this world where fat is beautiful, this girl is very beautiful. Especially her fat is not obese, but the kind of plumpness among slightly fat. This kind of body is the most attractive. Even Chen Hao was a little moved. Unfortunately, the fat girl seemed very arrogant. She didn't even look at everyone, but came to a place not far from Li Xuan and stood. It seemed that the girl was quite interested in this sensory beast and Li Xuan, which made Chen Hao feel blocked in his heart and inexplicably a little irritated. As time passed, more and more people came to the top of the mountain, but more people couldn't bear the huge pressure and gave up. In the end, only a few hundred people went up the mountain. These hundreds of people have experienced the pressure, and their spirits have been transformed. They have obviously improved compared to before. Even if they cannot enter the sect in the future, they will benefit a lot. Okay, let's test the alchemy qualifications next. Start the test from here. Elder Song stood up and announced loudly. Originally, Elder Song wanted to test Li Xuan first, but after thinking about it, he decided to test others. After all, after Li Xuan test, everyone will fight for it. Bring up the test crystal ball. Yes. A purple crystal ball that could be held by two people was lifted up and placed in the front, emitting a brilliant purple halo. This crystal ball was very magical. The light it emitted seemed to affect the soul power, which made Li Xuan narrow his eyes. The test begins. Following Elder Song's voice, the group on the far left began the test. Walk to the purple crystal ball and place their right hands on it. Buzz. With a series of buzzing sounds, the crystal ball displayed the test results. No talent for alchemy, unqualified. Weak talent for alchemy, unqualified. Low talent for alchemy, can be a menial disciple. Medium talent for alchemy, can be an outer disciple. As the tests were conducted one by one, people's talents were reported. Some were happy, some were sad, most left disappointed. Not everyone has the talent for alchemy. It is said that 10 out of 100 people have the talent for alchemy, which is very good. So 90% of the people were eliminated, only 10% stayed, standing aside happily, waiting to be arranged. Soon, more than an hour passed, and the testing team was still going on, constantly testing everyone. However, the top leaders of the Shin'en sect frowned, because the qualifications of this year's disciples were too poor. Too many people had poor talents, and there were very few people with superior talents. So far, there are only 4 disciples with superior talents, which is several people less than in previous years. No talent for alchemy. Unqualified. Weak talent for alchemy. Unqualified. Those with low alchemy talent can become menial disciples. Those with high alchemy talent can become inner disciples. Finally another high-level talent has appeared. Now there are 5. It's not easy. An elder breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy. But with 5 high-level talents, it can be considered to have reached the minimum qualification line. Don't forget, there is also Li Xuan over there. His qualifications are very exciting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. The elders talked about it, looking at Li Xuan in the distance with great expectation. They were all full of confidence in Li Xuan. Time passed again, and the test of hundreds of people gradually ended. Only Li Xuan, the fat girl, and Chen Hao, who had not been tested, were left. Li Xuan did not hesitate, and walked quickly to the crystal ball, in the expectation of everyone. He placed his right hand on the crystal ball. Buzz! The bright purple light shone, making the atmosphere on the scene tense. With the light, a line of words soon appeared on the crystal ball. Alchemy qualification, excellent. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. Those who passed the test all looked at Li Xuan in surprise, and nodded as a matter of course. To be able to reach the level of a primary alchemist at this age, he must have extraordinary talent, and excellent alchemy qualification is also natural. Good. Good, finally someone with excellent qualification appeared. That's great, ha ha ha. Li Xuan, are you willing to worship me as your master? The leader of the Shindan sect stood up, and laughed at Li Xuan. Ahem. Li Xuan, I have plenty of recipes. If you like to make pills, you can become my disciple. I will give you plenty of recipes. The elder coughed twice and said, Li Xuan, be my disciple. Ke really wants to have a junior brother. Elder Song stood up and began to play the emotional card. Li Xuan, come to my lineage. My lineage does not need to be trained. You can focus on making pills. I will teach you my unique pill. The anti-aging pill. The female elder spoke up, and took out her most precious elixir to attract Li Xuan. The remaining elders were also unequivocal, and each of them promised a large sum of money. Even the seventh elder said that he would send 2 fat maids to Li Xuan. Seventh elder, do you have any shame? You even sent women? Elder Song said with some dissatisfaction. Humph. If you have the ability, you can also take it out. The seventh elder retorted. Take it out if you want. Elder Song shouted angrily. And just when he was about to say something, he saw his granddaughter peeking from behind a big tree in the distance. And Elder Song shook his head and decided to give up. There was no way. His granddaughter was too thin. No one would like this figure. The point was that his granddaughter liked girls. So Elder Song could only shake his head. Then the senior executives competed again, promising various benefits, and waiting for Li Xuan's response. And Chen Hao, who was not far away, gnashed his teeth and watched, feeling very depressed. He originally thought that he was going to soar to the sky, and could show his talent, show his superior talent. Unexpectedly, Li Xuan showed it first, which made Chen Hao so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chapter 231 Become a Disciple. Li Xuan, what do you think? As long as you become a disciple, we will immediately fulfill our promise. The leader of the Shindan sect said expectantly. Become a disciple? Li Xuan actually had no intention of becoming a disciple. He didn't want to have another master, but it wouldn't be good to refuse in front of so many people. So Li Xuan looked at the fat girl at the back, and Chen Hao, especially Chen Hao. Li Xuan looked at him a few more times. Don't worry, wait until the 2 behind are tested. After Li Xuan finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the original place. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding what Li Xuan meant. They felt that Li Xuan had something to say, as if he was saying that the 2 people behind him were not simple. Okay, let's continue the test. Next one. Elder Song announced. Okay. The fat girl nodded, walked to the crystal ball step by step, raised her hand and placed it on the crystal ball. In an instant, the urging light shone again, and the mist in the purple crystal ball swam, which looked very magical. Soon, another line of words appeared. Alchemy qualification. Excellent. Another excellent? How is it possible? The elders were shocked, looking at the fat girl in disbelief. Elder Song even asked directly, What's your name? My name is Wu Lan. Lan of the blue sky. The fat girl said proudly. Very good. Wait a moment. And continue the test next. Elder Song took a deep breath and announced. Although he announced this, his eyes were looking at Li Xuan, because he felt that Li Xuan seemed to know something. The elders around also looked at Li Xuan, with doubt in their eyes. It's finally my turn. Chen Hao took a deep breath, still feeling a little irritated. He originally thought that he could suppress Li Xuan with his talent and become a sensation. But who would have thought that Li Xuan also had an excellent talent? Which made Chen Hao very depressed, especially since Li Xuan was the first to take the test. And the uproar he caused was imaginable. Although it was his turn now, he found that the senior leaders were all looking at Li Xuan, which really made Chen Hao speechless. Depressed, Chen Hao came to the crystal ball, put his hand on the surface of the ball, and instantly a purple light shone. A line of words suddenly appeared. Alchemy qualification. Excellent. The test results appeared, without the uproar as expected. Everyone just nodded, and the reaction was very flat. mainly after 2 excellent qualifications. Everyone felt a little numb. As for those senior executives, after seeing the test results, they not only did not look at Chen Hao, but looked at Li Xuan again. This scene made Chen Hao almost vomit blood in anger. He wanted to say, "It's me who is being tested. It's me. Why should we look at Li Xuan?" Depressed, Chen Hao walked aside with a dark face, waiting for the follow-up development, but he felt very aggrieved, especially Li Xuan qualifications, which made Chen Hao feel a strong sense of crisis. "Don't worry, with my guidance, you will definitely be able to refine all kinds of magical pills in the future, and it's only a matter of time before you surpass Li Xuan." The deep male voice comforted. "I know. But I'm just unhappy and confused. Why do all the good things belong to Li Xuan? Why does God treat rich kids so well? This guy is rich and powerful, talented, friendly, and good-looking. There are so many high-level people vying to recruit Li Xuan. Why? I have been lonely and helpless since I was a child, begging for a living. Even if I found a job, I was still beaten and abused. I finally had a neighbor girl, but she was gone. We are all human beings. Why is Li Xuan so happy? But I am so miserable? God is so unfair." Chen Hao gnashed his teeth, feeling very unhappy, feeling extremely miserable. This is the hard training. Think about it. You have gradually become stronger from humble beginnings, and can now be on par with the children of rich families. This is growth. In the future, with my help, your alchemy level will definitely surpass Li Xuan quickly, and become the best alchemist. So don't be bothered by these things anymore. Your goal is to be the top genius, and the polluted creatures of the other world. Do you understand? The deep male voice continued to comfort, explaining in an orderly manner. "Okay. I understand." Chen Hao was still unhappy. But after being comforted, he finally felt better, and officially regarded Li Xuan as a stepping stone for refining his mind. Next, Shindan sect began to arrange the disciples. As for Li Xuan, Chen Hao and the fat girl, they were invited to the main hall of Shindan sect. When they arrived at the main hall of Shindan sect, everyone looked at Li Xuan first, and looked at the tall and mighty perception beast next to Li Xuan. Li Xuan, Chen Hao, and the fat girl are all excellent talents. But Li Xuan is always the most valued one. First, he is young. Second, he passed the junior alchemist qualification exam. And third, he is a perception beast that no one can ignore. As a perception beast of the silver great perfection, even the sect master can't afford to offend him. So everyone is looking at Li Xuan, expecting him to become his disciple. "Li Xuan, what do you think? Who are you going to take as your master?" the leader of the Shindan sect asked expectantly. "Take a master?" Li Xuan was silent. He didn't really want to take a master. First, he had not been in this world for a long time, so there was no need to take a master. Besides, the nature of the relationship would be different if he took a master. Second, he had a secret, so there was no need to get too close to these people. He could get all kinds of pill recipes by himself. Third, the strength of these high-level leaders was too weak. The strongest leader was only at the silver level. With such strength, Li Xuan could easily kill the other party. Facing such a weak person, who would be willing to worship the other party as a master? So Li Xuan decided not to worship him. But if he refused, he had to give the other party a face. So Li Xuan thought about it and said, "It's not easy to choose from so many people. How about this? Whoever can defeat the perception beast, I will worship him as my master." Defeat the perception beast? The senior executives were silent, looking at the perception beast with a strong aura. The senior executives felt bitter, but couldn't say it. "There is no way. I can't beat him. Even if 2 elders come at the same time, I may not be able to beat him." So at this moment, the scene slowly fell into silence, and the senior officials didn't know how to answer. "Don't worry, you can challenge slowly, and come to me when you beat me. You can arrange the 2 disciples next to you first." Li Xuan smiled, and his smile was very gentle. But everyone looked at this smile, and they were a little depressed, and a little frustrated. "Okay, then let's choose these 2 people first. Elders, please choose," the leader of the Shindan sect suggested. "Okay. Wu Lan, are you willing to take me as your master?" the female elder spoke, looking at Wu Lan. "Of course, meet the master." Wu Lan knelt on the ground happily, and kowtowed to the female elder several times. "Very good, from now on you are my 7th disciple," the female elder said happily. "Yes, master." Wu Lan was very excited, and hurriedly responded respectfully again. Chen Hao, are you willing to take me as your master? Elder Song also asked. Aye. Chen Hao looked at the leader of the Shin'en sect hesitantly. He wanted to worship the leader as his master, but there was no other elder to speak at this moment. Chen Hao could only worship Elder Song as his master. Greetings, master. Chen Hao also knelt down and kowtowed several times. Although the kowtow was very loud, Elder Song frowned. The reason was Chen Hao's look, which made Elder Song a little unhappy. That's it, Deacon Wang, you come to arrange accommodation for them. The sect master spoke, and prepared to report today's events to the Grand Elder. Yes. Deacon Wang walked out quickly, and began to leave Li Xuan and others out of the hall to arrange accommodation. The sect master was not idle either. He hurriedly left the hall, and went to the Grand Elder retreat cave in the back mountain. He respectfully told the general story of today, and the person he talked about the most was Li Xuan. I know. Protect such a genius well. Go. An old voice came from the cave. The voice was not loud, but it was particularly depressing. Yes. Grand Elder. The sect leader bowed hurriedly and left cautiously. Only the dim cave remained. Not long after, a faint voice sounded in the cave. It is really extraordinary that he can be recognized by the sensory beast. Such a genius must be well protected. And I should meet him. It's a pity that now is not the time. Maybe half a year later, when I come out of retreat. The faint voice slowly died down, and there was no sound at all. On the other side, in a small courtyard with maple trees, Li Xuan looked around, looked at the quiet courtyard assigned to him, and nodded with satisfaction. The environment is good, it suits me very well. Li Xuan turned around again with satisfaction, looked at the alchemy room in the back room, and the sect material exchange manual on the table. Li Xuan finally smiled. Finally it's this step, finally I can exchange things. Let's see what good things I can exchange. Li Xuan walked over quickly, picked up the manual and started to read it, and soon his eyes lit up. Chapter 232 Refining Black Iron Pill. There really is a supernatural fruit. Li Xuan looked at the exchange manual with great surprise. On the first page of the exchange manual, which is also the most conspicuous place, the exchange information about supernatural fruits is clearly listed. Of course, there is only one supernatural fruit that can be exchanged, and the price is very expensive, but Li Xuan still feels very happy. Because the Shin'en sect dares to take out the supernatural fruit for sale, it means that they have more than one supernatural fruit, and maybe there are more, which naturally makes Li Xuan feel surprised. Unfortunately, the points are not enough. Even if you add the points given to me by Elder Song, it is still not enough. It seems that I can only continue to sell the purple moon stone. Li Xuan frowned and analyzed. It felt that the price of this extraordinary fruit was very expensive. But if I take out a few more purple moon stones, the problem of points can be solved. I can't show up and deliver them myself. I have to let them come to me to buy them. This way, I can sell them at a high price. Well, I have thought of a way. Li Xuan was going to refine some more top-grade elixirs. As long as the top-grade elixirs appeared, those people would naturally know that he still had purple moon stones. And they would naturally come back to buy them. Of course, the level of these pills cannot be too high. Otherwise it will be difficult to refine top-grade pills. Li Xuan looked at the exchange list, and soon saw a large number of low-level pills. Quick Healing Pill, Black Iron Pill, Vitality Pill, Short-Term Spiritual Affinity Pill, Explosion Pill, Beauty Pill, Gathering Yuan Pill, Detoxification Pill, Insect Repellent Pill. Black Iron Pill is good. Wait. Life Extension Pill. There is such a pill. Must be exchanged. An Explosion Pill, which can consume a lot of life. In exchange for an explosion, which is very important to me. If I put one in my throat before I die, and then I suddenly explode when fighting the enemy, it will definitely bring a huge surprise. Li Xuan muttered to himself, recorded several kinds of elixirs he wanted, and then looked to the southeast. From his god perspective, he saw a familiar and charming figure. That figure was none other than the familiar Song Ke. At this moment, Song Ke was holding two sets of clothes, and walking slowly with a token, seemingly coming towards him. I was just planning to ask her for points, and I came at the right time. Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction, and took the exchange book to the stone table in the yard, and silently read the exchange book. The sensory beast followed closely, lying at Li Xuan's feet waiting, and occasionally rubbing Li Xuan's left leg with its big head. Time passed. Soon, Song Ke came to the door of the courtyard where Li Xuan was, and looked inside with her little head. Seeing Li Xuan in the courtyard, Song Ke's eyes lit up. Li Xuan, I'm coming in. I prepared the points token for you. There are the points you want in it. After Song Ke finished speaking, she walked in with the token and 2 sets of Shindan sect disciple uniforms. Here, this is your token and clothes, and your points are on the token. Song Ke put the things on the stone table in front of Li Xuan, and then asked, By the way, I heard from Grandpa that you can only be accepted as a disciple if you defeat the sensory beast, but the sensory beast is so powerful that even the sect master can't beat it, so you may not have a master. Is this really good? Without the care of a master, it's probably not easy to improve. Song Ke said puzzledly. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't have a master. Li Xuan shook his head indifferently. From a bird's eye view, he saw that in the courtyard next door, Chen Hao and the fat girl were walking together, seemingly looking for him. Nothing? But it's really good to have a master to take care of you. Song Ke spoke again. Yeah, but I don't want to be their disciple. Li Xuan spoke, while circling the pills he wanted to exchange. Why not? They are the elders and the sect master of the sect. Each of them is silver level, and they are very powerful. Song Ke asked in confusion. Song Ke, look at what's at my feet. Li Xuan did not answer Ke's words, but pointed at the sensory beast at his feet. This is a sensory beast, what's wrong? Song Ke blinked her eyes blankly. Even the sensory beast crawls at my feet. The high-ranking officials of the sect can't even beat the sensory beast. What qualifications do they have to be my master? Li Xuan said indifferently. Ah? Song Ke was stunned when she heard this, and she felt like she was struck by lightning. The fat girl who walked to the door of Li Xuan's house heard this, and looked at Li Xuan with surprise. Her impression of Li Xuan changed greatly. Chen Hao, who was with the fat girl, frowned and felt that Li Xuan was a little arrogant. His impression of Li Xuan became worse and worse. However, in Chen Hao's mind, the deep male voice sounded at this moment. So domineering. I didn't expect that Li Xuan was so domineering at such a young age. He is really extraordinary. He will definitely soar to the sky in the future. It's a pity. If I had met Li Xuan earlier, it would have been great. Chen Hao was very upset at this moment, because this sentence seemed to be saying that if he had met Li Xuan earlier, he would not have chosen him. Chen Hao, which made Chen Hao very upset. Ahem. Don't worry. My soul has been entrusted to you, and it can never be separated. So I will do my best to assist you. Although I think Li Xuan is a promising talent, you are not bad either. With my assistance, you will surpass Li Xuan sooner or later, and become the real destined protagonist. A deep male voice said. I understand. I am the real protagonist. I am the luckiest. Just like I was lucky to pick up a pill recipe in the assigned room just now. Chen Hao said in his heart. That's right. You are the protagonist of the world. You will have many adventures in the future. Although you can't surpass Li Xuan in a short time, you will definitely be able to do so in the future. And in terms of alchemy, I can make you a junior alchemist as soon as possible, on the same level as Li Xuan. A deep male voice said. Really? Then I go back and refine it now. Okay, I just thought of a way, speed you up. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, turned around and left quickly, while the fat girl was at a loss, ran back to the locust tree courtyard next door. In the maple leaf courtyard where Li Xuan belonged. Song Ke looked at Li Xuan with complicated eyes. She was also shocked by the domineering words Li Xuan said just now, felt a sense of pride, and absolute confidence. Such self-confidence, only a truly strong person can have it, and Li Xuan is still so young, but he has such a heroic spirit. Song Ke has to admire Li Xuan. Okay, go and help me exchange these pill recipes, and bring 100 copies of the corresponding materials. Li Xuan handed the exchange books to Song Ke. Eh? Oh, okay. Song Ke was stunned for a moment, as the granddaughter of Elder Song, unless she is willing, otherwise no one dares to order her around. Now, Li Xuan actually ordered her around. This made Song Ke stunned for a moment, and she instinctively agreed. Finally, after she reacted, she scratched her head with her little hand, and did not dare to refuse. Hello, Li Xuan. Can I come in? The fat girl's voice came from outside the door. No. The fat girl. In the end, the fat girl came in. She didn't talk much with Li Xuan, but she got along well with Song Ke. The two chatted, and went together to buy materials for Li Xuan. Time passed. Soon they came back with big and small bags, and sent them to Li Xuan. After getting the recipe and materials, Li Xuan did not sit idle, and immediately began to refine the pill, refining the best black iron pill. The locust tree courtyard next door. Chen Hao did not sit idle. Under the guidance of the mysterious existence in his mind, he walked into the closed alchemy room. Chen Hao, your foundation is already very solid. What you lack is the signature pill. The level of the Great Yuan pill is second only to the black iron pill. As long as you learn to refine the Great Yuan pill, you can take the Junior Alchemist qualification exam, and you can be on par with Li Xuan. A deep male voice said, "Why don't you teach me black iron pill? Isn't black iron pill better?" Chen Hao asked in confusion. Black iron pill is a bit difficult for you, and it takes too long. You are so anxious to become a junior alchemist. The Great Yuan pill is more suitable. A deep voice said, "Okay, then I will refine the Great Yuan pill first, and try to tie with Li Xuan." Chen Hao said expectantly, "Well, when you become a junior alchemist, I will teach you to refine black iron pill, and directly surpass Li Xuan." A deep voice said, Chapter 233 Unique Skills. Okay, thank you, Master Ming. Chen Hao was grateful, and for the first time, he expressed his gratitude to a deep voice. Confidently, Chen Hao began to refine the elixir, and concentrated on refining it in the closed alchemy room. After dozens of failures, and after 3 hours of refining, Chen Hao finally refined the Great Yuan pill. Ha ha ha, I finally refined it. I am really a genius, ha ha ha. Chen Hao was very excited, jumping happily with the Great Yuan pill, feeling that his alchemy level was finally on par with Li Xuan, and finally on the same level as Li Xuan. I never thought that I could catch up with Li Xuan so quickly. I am destined to be extraordinary. Chen Hao happily put the Great Yuan pill into the porcelain bottle, and walked out of the alchemy room excitedly, preparing to take the Junior Alchemist qualification exam, and let Li Xuan see his alchemist badge. However, the moment he walked out of the closed alchemy room, he smelled the rich fragrance of the pill. The fragrance was so good that Chen Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. What kind of fragrance is this? Why is it so good? I have never smelled such a fragrance. Chen Hao was surprised. He didn't understand where this fragrance came from. It was so good. With doubts, Chen Hao stepped out of the room and came to the outside of the courtyard. He smelled a stronger fragrance of the fragrance. At the same time, he also heard noisy voices. What are you doing? Get off. Who told you to climb the wall of my house? And you over there? Who told you to climb the roof? Chen Hao was about to explode with anger. He spent 3 hours refining the elixir. And when he went out, he saw a group of people standing on the walls and roof of his house. With so many people here, he had no privacy at all. And he was so angry that he wanted to curse. Tisket's just standing on your roof. So petty. That's right. Even Fatty is standing on the roof. And you dare to chase him away. You are really looking for death. If it were you, you should beat this guy up. Drive him out of here. And let Fatty use the house. Okay. This is the house assigned by the sect. I can't take it from others. Come down. A group of people talked a lot, and slowly jumped down from the roof. But the leader, Fatty, looked at Chen Hao coldly, turned around and walked out. Damn it! Looking at this cold voice, Chen Hao was sure that the other party would come to make trouble again, because he had seen this kind of look too much, and he had encountered it many times before, which made Chen Hao very depressed. But now, he couldn't care about these things. The rich fragrance was too attractive to him. So he walked out of the courtyard, wanting to see what was going on. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he saw a dense crowd of Shindan sect disciples, standing at the door of Li Xuan house, waiting eagerly. There were even many people carrying a lot of money, looking nervous and expectant. If it weren't for the perception beast lying in the courtyard, the Shindan sect disciples would have rushed into the courtyard. This seeing so many people looking at Li Xuan courtyard, smelling the rich fragrance of the elixir, Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong. Brother, why are you all gathered here? Why are you all waiting at the door of Li Xuan house? Chen Hao hurriedly said. You don't know? Let me tell you, not long ago, Li Xuan refined the best black iron pill. Long-term use can improve the strength to black iron great perfection, and eliminate the risk of sudden death caused by black iron pill. Of course, after taking it, you will still completely lose your cultivation qualifications, but it will not affect your offspring. We all have families. Naturally, we have to buy some quickly, for our families to take, so that they have the strength of black iron great perfection. This kind of best pill, you will never encounter it again in this life. So everyone is crazy. They all come with a lot of money, even some old sect brothers, in order to live longer. They all come with a lot of money to buy pills. A tall and thin disciple of the Xin'an sect spoke quickly, describing what happened here. When Chen Hao heard this, he was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the small courtyard where Li Xuan was. He never thought that Li Xuan was so powerful that he could refine the best black iron pill as soon as he arrived. You know, he spent 3 hours refining it before he finally refined the Great Yuan pill. He thought he had caught up with Li Xuan, but he didn't expect that he was getting further and further behind. The key point is that Chen Hao had never even heard of this best black iron pill. So Chen Hao did not move stupidly. His head was buzzing. Alas! A deep male voice sounded, also the sigh of Elder Ming, and then he said, I didn't expect Li Xuan to be so amazing, and he actually refined a top-grade elixir, which is a legendary elixir. Elder Ming, do you know about top-grade elixirs? Is there such a thing as a top-grade elixir? Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. He came directly to the Xin'an sect from afar, and did not enter the city where Li Xuan was before, so he didn't know that Li Xuan refined a top-grade spiritual energy elixir. Seeing this situation now, I am naturally very shocked. There is indeed such a thing as the best. I learned from an ancient book that a long time ago, elixirs were divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and best grade. It is said that the best grade elixirs are too difficult to refine. Gradually, this saying disappeared. In the end, the best grade elixirs only exist in legends. But I didn't expect that. I actually saw it today. Ming Lao's voice was full of emotion, and it seemed that he didn't expect to see such a scene. But how did Li Xuan do it? Isn't he the same talent level as me? Why is he so powerful? In the same 3 hours, I refined the Great Yuan pill, but Li Xuan actually refined the more powerful black iron pill. The key is that this is a top-grade pill. Such a terrible pill, would it let others live? Is there any justice? Chen Hao was shocked. I don't know, but I know that the same talent also has high and low levels. Your talent may be the weakest among the excellent talents, and Li Xuan may be the strongest among the excellent talents. This gap is actually not small. This shows that Li Xuan is not far from the extraordinary talent. Elder Ming sighed again. Extraordinary talent? Chen Hao was completely silent. He staggered back several steps, as if he had been hit hard. He stood for a long time, and then he said with a stutter, You mean, I will never be able to surpass him in alchemy? No, I won't. With my help, you still have hope, but it will take a long time. In fact, I have a method that can help you surpass him quickly, but this method requires self-harm. I don't recommend you to use it. Elder Ming said in a low voice. What method? I am not afraid of self-harm. Chen Hao immediately asked. This is a sacrificial method. As long as you sacrifice some of your instincts, you can get a terrible bonus. Whether it is alchemy or cultivation, you can get a huge bonus. Elder Ming whispered. Really? What is the sacrificial method? What do I need to sacrifice? Chen Hao asked hurriedly. Need to sacrifice the characteristics of men, Ming Lao said weakly. What? Chen Hao was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze there, sluggish and motionless. The main thing was that he had never thought that he would have to sacrifice this. If he didn't have this, wouldn't he become a eunuch? No, I can't sacrifice this, I can't be a eunuch. Chen Hao shook his head hurriedly, and immediately objected. This is only temporary. In the future, when you reach the gold level, you can find a way to repair yourself and get everything back. But during this period of time, you have to endure strange looks. After all, after losing those things, you will gradually become feminine and do strange things. Ming Lao asked again. Can it be retrieved? Are you sure? Chen Hao said unexpectedly. Of course I am sure, but you must be strong-willed, keep your original heart, and not be influenced. Because many people who practice this technique are influenced. Even if they reach the gold level, they don't want to become men, and even marry men. Ming Lao said worriedly. That's not a problem, I have a strong heart, I can definitely keep my original heart, but my problem now is that I don't want to lose it. Chen Hao clenched his fists, really didn't want to become a eunuch now. Think about it, tell me when you've thought it through. After Ming Lao left his words, he fell into complete silence. Chapter 234, Scramble to Buy. Chen Hao gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, he really didn't want to be a eunuch, but he really had no confidence in catching up with Li Xuan. I try again, I don't believe I can't beat Li Xuan, I'm the protagonist of the world, I can get all kinds of adventures, I don't believe I can't beat Li Xuan. Chen Hao shouted secretly, decided to improve his strength first, after he became strong. Even if Li Xuan had a sensory beast, Chen Hao wouldn't be under as much pressure as he is now. So he quickly returned to the house, took out the exchange manual, and began to look through it. Supernormal fruit. If I can get the supernormal fruit, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. But what is the attribute of this supernormal fruit? If it doesn't match my attribute, then it will be troublesome. No. I am the destined protagonist. This supernormal fruit will definitely help me. I must exchange it. Chen Hao carefully checked the various treasures he had. These were all good things obtained by chance. If he sold these good things, he could get a lot of points. Although the points are still not enough. And he still needs to work hard. Chen Hao is confident that he can collect all the points within a month. That's it. Find a way to exchange for extraordinary fruits. Chen Hao quickly walked towards the alchemy room. He planned to refine a large number of Dayuan Dan, and then sell them in exchange for points, so as to collect the points to buy extraordinary fruits as soon as possible. Your idea is very good. If you have extraordinary fruits, your combat power will rise sharply. Of course, the premise is that this extraordinary fruit matches your innate ability. The reason why Shidan Sect sells this extraordinary fruit is because they can't use this extraordinary fruit. This shows that it is a relatively unconventional extraordinary fruit. Ming Lao said again. I know, I have a feeling, this extraordinary fruit will be very useful to me. I can definitely use it. Chen Hao said according to his feeling. Oh! It seems that this extraordinary fruit may be prepared by God for you, then you should speed up. Try to get this extraordinary fruit within a month, so as to avoid more troubles. Ming Lao reminded immediately. Don't worry, the treasures I got before can be exchanged for a large number of points, which others can't earn in their lifetime, although it is still not enough to exchange for extraordinary fruit, but within a month, I will definitely get it all. Chen Hao said confidently. That's good. I'm looking forward to seeing how much your combat power will be improved after you obtain the extraordinary fruit. Hee, I'm looking forward to it too. Chen Hao was happy and immersed in alchemy again. Outside, at the gate of Li Xuan Maple Tree Courtyard, a large group of people stood excitedly at the gate, looking forward to seeing Song Ke and the fat girl coming out of the gate. Although everyone thought the fat girl was beautiful, they were more interested in the small porcelain bottle in Song Ke's hand. Everyone be quiet. This time there are a total of 10 top-grade black iron pills. Now we are auctioning the first one. The highest bidder wins. You can only use points and special materials for the auction. Song Ke said loudly. Okay. Senior sister Song, quickly make your bottom price. We can't wait any longer. Everyone urged hurriedly. Okay, the auction will start now. The starting price is 1 point. Song Ke said loudly. 10,000 points. No one can grab it from me. 20,000 points. Tisk, you only offer these few points, and you still want to exchange. Go eat shit. 30,000 points, plus a drunken immortal flower. The auction began, and many disciples kept bidding at the door, one higher than the other. Many precious materials that had never appeared before were also frequently taken out. Song Ke listened nervously, while comparing with a list. If there were materials on the list, she would give priority, because Li Xuan needed the materials on the list very much. In this way, the auction continued. A large number of points flowed to Li Xuan desperately, and many people rushed to give Li Xuan points. Li Xuan points were also skyrocketing like crazy, improving without spending any money. Shidan Sect meeting room. The sect master and the elder sat in the meeting room, silently looking at the small porcelain bottle in the center of the table, which contained a top-grade black iron pill. I didn't expect that Li Xuan could refine the black iron pill so quickly. It was really amazing. The key point is that he refined the top-grade black iron pill, which solved most of the drawbacks of the black iron pill. The sect master sighed. Yeah, I was thinking that Li Xuan was too arrogant for not wanting to become a disciple, and I was going to let Li Xuan calm down for a few days, but I didn't expect that he would make such a big scene so quickly, which was really surprising. The second elder shook his head. The point is, can the purple moonstone really improve the quality of the pill? Did Li Xuan really use this stone powder to refine the top-grade black iron pill? The fifth elder frowned and asked. It is definitely true. I can guarantee this. Look here. This is the top-grade black iron pill I refined. Elder Song took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and placed it on the table. A hint of pride flashed across his face. Because he was the only one present who had the purple moonstone, no one else had it. Although he knew that Li Xuan still had the purple moonstone, but Elder Song had no points left. He really couldn't afford it, and could only choose to give up. Oh! Let's check it out. The elder took the small porcelain bottle, carefully checked the pill inside, and nodded in approval. It is indeed the best black iron pill. It seems to be this purple moon stone. It is really a good thing. Where did Li Xuan get the purple moon stone? We should ask him carefully. As a disciple of the sect, he has the obligation to tell us the answer. At most, we can give him some points. The second elder narrowed his eyes and said, "You go if you want to. I won't go. The perception beast can sense emotions. You have such a big malice. Be careful that the perception beast will slap you against the wall with one claw." Elder Song shook his head. The second elder was silent, because the perception beast might really do this. There was no other way. The perception beast was too strong. It was really impossible to defeat it. The key point was that even the supreme elders could not deal with the perception beast, because the perception beast had a tribe, and behind them was the entire perception beast tribe. They could not afford to offend. Then what should we do? We can't exchange points for purple moonstone. Right? The second elder said dissatisfiedly. This is a good idea. Everyone nodded, as if they had already figured out what to do. You? So many points have been given to Li Xuan. If he does something, wouldn't that be a loss for the Shin'an sect? The second elder frowned. What could happen? Li Xuan needs points so much, most likely for that extraordinary fruit. Such an unusual extraordinary fruit, Li Xuan can't use it even if he exchanges it. If he wants it, then give it to him. The fourth elder shook his head indifferently. Indeed, this extraordinary fruit has been unsold many times at the auction house, and it has never found a suitable owner. It's just right to sell it to Li Xuan now. That's not good. If Li Xuan can't use it after buying it, he might become dissatisfied with the sect. Everyone was silent again, because it might really cause Li Xuan to be dissatisfied with the sect, which is not a good sign. But the sect only has 2 extraordinary fruits. Apart from this one, we only have the most precious one. We can't sell this precious extraordinary fruit to Li Xuan. Right? The second elder frowned. By the way, half a year ago, I received a commission from the mayor of Wushan City, who promised an extraordinary fruit to deal with the Blue Fist gang. I went to see it, and the effect of the extraordinary fruit was too unconventional, and it was useless to us. In addition, the Blue Fist faction has a deep foundation. So I rejected the commission. Now I can find a way to get this extraordinary fruit from Wushan City for Li Xuan. The great elder said. Oh! Then get that extraordinary fruit as soon as possible. In addition, everyone mobilize their own connections and try their best to find extraordinary fruits. Even if they are unconventional, we cannot let them go. If we can get them, then we can use the extraordinary fruit to attract Li Xuan to be our disciple. Maybe he will become our disciple. The leader of the Shin'an sect smiled. Good idea. Everyone, take action immediately. Okay. Following the order of the leader, the elders began to act, mobilizing their own connections, and searching for extraordinary fruits everywhere. Facing an elixir sect like the Shin'an sect, basically any force will give some face, so information about extraordinary fruits slowly appeared. Chapter 235 Corrosive and Toxic Black Mist. Time passed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Resource Exchange Hall of Shin'an sect. Chen Hao came here with a large amount of resources, and exchanged a lot of good things for points. After the exchange, he asked expectantly, "Excuse me, how many points do I have now? Are they more than Li Xuan? By the way, you may not know Li Xuan. He is a newcomer who has only joined the sect for a month, and can refine the best black iron pill. The famous alchemy genius Li Xuan. Of course I know him. And I talked to him 20 days ago." The female disciple of the Shin'an sect at the counter said confidently. Is he already so famous? Chen Hao was surprised. He had been in seclusion for a month, and finally refined enough Dayuan Dan. Then he came here to exchange for points. But he didn't expect that Li Xuan was already so famous. Even the resource department knew him. Of course he is famous. My grandfather wanted to accept Li Xuan as a disciple, but he has not succeeded so far. The female disciple shook her head helplessly. Your grandfather? Chen Hao was puzzled. My grandfather is the great elder. Otherwise how could I stay in the resource department? Ordinary disciples can't come to such a place. The female disciple said, as a matter of course. Okay, then are my points higher than Li Xuan? Chen Hao asked again. High, and much higher. The female disciple nodded. Ha ha, I finally surpassed him, that's great. Chen Hao laughed, he laughed very happily, and felt proud of himself. With so many points, he can directly exchange for extraordinary fruits. His fighting power will definitely soar, which will definitely bring great pressure to Li Xuan. Chen Hao, who was in a good mood, looked at the female disciple and said with a smile, "Then exchange all my points for extraordinary fruits." "Exchange for extraordinary fruits? Sorry, I can't exchange them." The female disciple shook her head. "Why? Don't I have enough points?" Chen Hao frowned. "It's enough. But the extraordinary fruit has been exchanged by Li Xuan. Didn't I say that I talked to Li Xuan 20 days ago? And Li Xuan exchanged it at that time," the female disciple said. "Exchanged? 20 days ago?" Chen Hao was dumbfounded, looking at the female disciple blankly, and froze in place as if struck hard. He never expected that the result would be like this. You know, he had been in seclusion for a month for the extraordinary fruit, and had been refining the Great Yuan Dan for a month, and he almost vomited from refining it. He finally finished, exchanged all his good things for points, but now, 20 days ago, Li Xuan had exchanged the extraordinary fruit. Such a result made Chen Hao feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I tried so hard. Why am I the one who lost? I don't accept it. Chen Hao was going crazy. He grabbed his head with both hands and screamed wildly. The whole person roared like a beast. Hey! 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 Don't shout and scream here. What's the big deal? Didn't Li Xuan just exchange for an extraordinary fruit? Yesterday, Li Xuan exchanged one for my grandfather. Now, Li Xuan already has 2 extraordinary fruits, the female disciple said without thinking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chen Hao's mouth, directly dyeing the floor red. Who? Chen Hao panted, staring at the female clerk with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth and said, 2? He has 2? Yes. The female disciple looked at the blood on the ground. She blinked, feeling that the man in front of her seemed to be sick. Why is this happening? I don't even have 1, and Li Xuan actually has 2. Damn. How unfair God is. Why should he be given all the good things? Why? Chen Hao was completely furious. He walked out with staggering steps. When he came out, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked towards the direction of Li Xuan's house. He gritted his teeth and said, Ming Lao, what is the name of the technique you mentioned? Yin Yang Treasure Book. After practicing this technique, you can quickly gain powerful strength, and at the same time improve your various qualifications, such as alchemy qualifications. Maybe you can be on par with Li Xuan, or even surpass him. Elder Ming spoke in a low voice. Pass it on to me, Chen Hao said coldly. Have you considered it? You will lose your dignity as a man, and you can only recover it when you reach the gold level. Elder Ming's voice was hesitant. I've considered it. Chen Hao continued to speak, his voice getting lower and lower, and faintly hoarse. Okay, I pass it on to you now, and the rest is up to you. As Elder Ming spoke, a set of mysterious skills appeared in Chen Hao's mind, and it was completely passed on to him. Feeling the route of the technique in his mind, Chen Hao absorbed it as he walked, and his eyes gradually brightened. This technique is so extraordinary that it can be practiced automatically at night. Chen Hao's eyes flashed with joy. And he continued, I can practice the technique automatically at night. And I can make pills during the day. It doesn't delay my practice. And it doesn't delay making pills. The key is that it is several times faster than my previous practice. Very good, Chen Hao muttered in surprise. When he arrived at the door of his house, he immediately turned his head to look at Li Xuan Maple Leaf Courtyard. Wait. Today will be the beginning of my surpassing you. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he resolutely walked into his courtyard, holding a knife and hemostatic pills, and turned to walk into the practice room. Half a month later, in the Maple Leaf Courtyard, Li Xuan took a supernatural fruit, sat cross-legged quietly in the practice room, and silently smelled the unique smell of the supernatural fruit. The third one. I didn't expect that I would get 3 supernatural fruits in the Shinden sect. It's really a surprise. Unfortunately, according to the sect master, I have found all the connections I can find. It's not so easy to get another supernatural fruit. It's okay. I'm satisfied. Li Xuan took the extraordinary fruit with a smile, and began to absorb it bit by bit, savoring the refreshing taste of the extraordinary fruit. Buzz! As Li Xuan absorbed it, a mysterious light began to ripple, and Li Xuan felt comfortable from the inside out, as if some kind of shackles were opened, and he felt very happy. Ding! Your poisonous black fog has been promoted to the extraordinary level. Ding! It is detected that your corrosive poison fog has also reached the extraordinary level. The two abilities can be merged. Do you want to merge? Merge? Li Xuan clicked on the detailed introduction and smiled instantly. He then said, Merge. Merge now. Ding! Merge successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the extraordinary level, corrosive and toxic black mist. Not bad. Not bad. The black mist after the combination of the two extraordinary abilities is scary to think about. It is definitely extraordinary. Li Xuan was in a very good mood. With the extraordinary level black mist, as long as he had enough spiritual power, he could cause damage to the enemy on a large scale. This kind of large-scale damage is very troublesome, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to deal with it. Let's give it a try. And test another extraordinary ability at the same time. Li Xuan walked out of the room expectantly, and locked onto the giant python valley in the back mountain of Shandin sect with a god perspective. And then quickly went there. Half an hour after he left, in Chen Hao's courtyard next to him, a figure also slowly walked out. This figure had a pale face, and a feminine figure. It was Chen Hao who practiced the Yin-Yang treasure book. Huh? I finally broke through to the lower bronze level. I didn't expect that after only half a month of practice. I broke through from the black iron great perfection to the lower bronze level. This speed is really scary. I wonder what Li Xuan will look like after knowing my current level. Chen Hao muttered, turning his head to look at the small courtyard next to him. Finally, he thought about it and decided to test his strength. So he ran towards the back mountain of Shandin sect. He was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to reach the back mountain and a dense forest. It's a lower bronze python. I don't know how long it will take me to deal with it with my strength. Chen Hao's eyes flashed with determination, and his figure flashed quickly in the air, rushing towards the python. Bang, bang, bang. With a dull sound, Chen Hao's figure floated, twisting back and forth like a snake, killing the giant python in a pool of blood. Ha ha, so satisfying. I didn't expect that I could kill the giant python with just a little effort. The bronze level is really different. I wonder what it would be like to fight two giant pythons at the same time. Chen Hao said, and continued to move forward, walking towards the direction of the giant python valley. He was going to fight at the edge of the giant python valley, and then test his strength. So he walked slowly, but not far away. The voice of Ming Lao suddenly sounded. Chen Hao. Stop. Don't go. Why? My strength has improved, and you have also recovered a lot of strength because of me, and can detect dangers farther away. Why don't you let me go? Is it dangerous? Chen Hao asked in confusion. No, there is no danger. I'm just afraid that you will be hit, Ming Lao said in a low voice. Afraid that I will be hit? Are you kidding? I just broke through to the lower bronze level, and my strength has increased so much. How can I be hit? Chen Hao shook his head and laughed. Chapter 236 Terrified. It's true. If you insist on going, this will be a profound test of your will, Ming Lao said in a low voice. Test? Then I must go over and see what the scene is like. You are even worried about it. Chen Hao took a deep breath and walked forward with big strides. His steps were quite steady. There was a breeze in the woods, and the lush green leaves swayed gently with the breeze. In such an environment, Chen Hao stepped on the weeds and moved forward step by step. After walking for a few minutes, his nose moved and his eyes narrowed. There is a smell of blood. Chen Hao slowed down his pace and walked along the bloody route. Finally, he came to a fallen tree and saw a giant python. The giant python was no longer alive. There was a fist mark on the body of the giant python, as if it was killed by a punch. This is it. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao's face was solemn. After confirming that there was no danger around, he quickly checked the body of the giant python. As he carefully checked, Chen Hao's face became more and more solemn. It's actually a giant python of black iron great perfection. Such strength was killed by a punch. It's really a terrible attack power. Chen Hao was in doubt and felt the pressure. His strength has reached the lower bronze level, but it is not easy to kill a giant python of black iron great perfection with a punch. It takes a long time to do it. There are more ahead. Keep watching. The voice of Ming Lao sounded. There are more. Chen Hao's expression became more and more tense. He continued to move forward quickly, and soon saw two more giant python corpses. And these two giant pythons were also killed by a punch. The key point is that the strength of this giant python, before its death, was actually at the lower bronze level. It actually killed 2 lower bronze giant pythons. What a terrifying strength. Chen Hao's face became more and more serious, and he felt the horror of the person who attacked. Without hesitation, Chen Hao continued to move forward and saw several more giant python corpses. And these corpses were basically killed by one punch. The key point is that there was a bronze middle-level giant python among the corpses, which scared Chen Hao, and finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Keep going forward. This is just the beginning. It's just the tip of the iceberg, said Elder Ming. Just the tip of the iceberg? Is there something more terrifying behind? Chen Hao was shocked. The giant python's defense was amazing. To kill a bronze-level giant python with one punch, at least one needs the strength of a bronze-level master. With such a strong strength, Chen Hao felt the pressure doubled even if he practiced the Yin-Yang treasure book. But Elder Ming actually said that this was just the beginning. Just the tip of the iceberg. This is a bit scary. Chen Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ming Lao, tell me who did this. I can handle it, Chen Hao said solemnly. And he was a little panicked. Mainly because he thought of Li Xuan. Facing Li Xuan, even if Chen Hao broke through to the lower bronze level, he still didn't have the confidence. Mainly because he lost miserably in the previous secret competitions, and a shadow rose in his heart. However, thinking of the improvement in strength in the past half-month, and the Yin-Yang treasure book, he felt a little more confident. And at the same time, he felt that Li Xuan couldn't surpass him so quickly. After all, the Yin-Yang book can practice automatically in the dark night. No one has ever surpassed this speed. At this speed, he has only reached the lower bronze level. Li Xuan is still a teenager. How could he surpass Chen Hao? So according to normal logic, the person who killed these giant pythons was not Li Xuan, but someone else. Therefore, Chen Hao half-jokingly said, the one who killed these giant pythons should not be Li Xuan. Right? You are right. It is Li Xuan, Elder Ming said in a gloomy voice. What? It's Li Xuan? Chen Hao was stunned. His head was buzzing as if it had been hit by a hammer. He had just analyzed for a long time that it was not Li Xuan who did it, but after all his efforts, it turned out to be Li Xuan who did it. This was extremely frustrating. Why? I have clearly practiced the Yin-Yang treasure book, and my practice speed is unmatched, so why can he surpass me? Chen Hao's voice was hoarse. It may be the effect of the extraordinary fruit, that's all I can think of. Elder Ming sighed. Bang! Chen Hao punched the tree next to him. His voice still hoarse. Didn't they say that the extraordinary fruits provided by the sect were unconventional? If they were fruits related to strength or physique, how could the Shinden sect be willing to give them out? I don't know. I just saw Li Xuan kill these giant pythons with my own eyes. Apart from the extraordinary fruits, I can't think of anything else. Although I don't want to admit it. You lost again, Elder Ming said in a low voice. Lost again? After hearing this, Chen Hao staggered back 2 steps, and said with some sadness, in order to surpass Li Xuan, I lost everything, even the characteristics of a man, but I didn't expect that I would lose again. I was still complacent about breaking through the lower bronze level, but I didn't expect that I would still lose miserably. Chen Hao looked up at the sky, and tears appeared in his eyes without knowing when. Leave, if you can survive this refining of the heart, your strength will rise for a period of time, Elder Ming advised. Let's go. If you don't go and see Li Xuan true strength, wouldn't it be because I'm afraid if I leave? You underestimate me too much. Even if I have to crawl today, I want to see what's going on inside. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he began to move forward with big strides, clenched his fists and ran fast, swearing to see the real gap between himself and Li Xuan. Chen Hao's speed was very fast, and he ran to the entrance of Python Valley in a moment, and then he stopped. Because he found that the plants in Python Valley had turned from green to yellow, and even the stones on both sides of the entrance were constantly corroded by the inexplicable black substance. Such a strong poison! Chen Hao inhaled a little bit of the black poison, and immediately felt dizzy. He quickly took out the pill and swallowed it, and then used his spiritual power to protect himself. Only then did he feel much better. With deep curiosity, Chen Hao walked towards the Python Valley little by little, and slowly saw more scenes. Withered grass, corroded boulders, densely packed python corpses, and the strange black fog that filled half of the valley. This black fog was very terrifying, and everything returned to death wherever it passed. Even the giant python king, who had reached the great perfection of bronze, died in the black fog. His body corroded violently, and turned into nothing in an instant. If the black fog had not left the giant python's body intentionally, everything here might have been corroded. Looking at this horrible scene, Chen Hao's scalp tingled, and his face turned as pale as paper. Suddenly, the black fog in the giant python valley rolled, and came to Chen Hao's sky like a surging sea wave. The terrifying black fog was like a monster that chose people to eat. Staring at Chen Hao. Gulp! The black fog slowly rolled, and a fair-skinned young man flew out of the black fog, floating quietly in the air. He had a handsome face, and a calm expression, and his eyes were slightly lowered, and he glanced at Chen Hao casually, and then floated away. And he was Li Xuan. Huff! 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 Soon after Li Xuan left, Chen Hao collapsed on the ground, and kept gasping for breath. Only then did he realize that, at some point, his back was already soaked. How scary. He is so scary. That indifferent look, I felt like I was looking at an ant. Chen Hao said with fear, finally felt the huge gap between himself and Li Xuan. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Even from the silver-level strongman, he had never felt such a terrible pressure. So he is so strong, it's ridiculous that I still want to compete with Li Xuan in strength. Maybe he doesn't know me at all, I have always been imagining it. Chen Hao said with a sad voice. Chen Hao, don't be discouraged. This experience is good for you. You will definitely be stronger in the future. And your time to take off is about to begin. Ming Lao comforted. Ming Lao, don't comfort me. I know the gap between me and Li Xuan. Chen Hao shook his head, and completely gave up competing with Li Xuan. What I said is true. In addition, Li Xuan's strength is also a good thing. The disaster is about to begin. With such a powerful master, perhaps the human beings within 1,000 miles will not die out. Ming Lao said dimly. Chapter 237 The Polluted Army. All humans within 1,000 miles died? Chen Hao frowned. Although he often heard Elder Ming talk about disasters and polluted creatures, this was the first time he heard that all humans within 1,000 miles would die. Do you know why I asked you to come to the Divine Pill sect? Elder Ming continued. Why? Chen Hao was puzzled. To save your life, when the space crack appears, there will be a tide of polluted monsters. By then, there will be basically no living creatures within 1,000 miles, and the Divine Pill sect is the only place where you can survive. The Golden Level Supreme Elder is an existence that no one dares to ignore. Ming Lao said in a gloomy voice. You mean, there will be a new space crack nearby? Didn't they say that? The space crack has always been at the seaside? And that space crack is closed, and the Tianjin sect has been guarding it there. Chen Hao was shocked. It was indeed like this before, but I just found a space crack, and hurriedly notified the Shinen sect in a special way. Although the high-level leaders of the Shinen sect set out immediately, began to make preparations, and disperse the humans within 1,000 miles, it was too late, the space crack had already erupted. Ming Lao sighed. It broke out? So fast? In such a short time. Humans have no time to escape. No, I must help them. Chen Hao said hurriedly. It's useless. You are too weak. You may die even if you reach the silver level. The most important thing for you now is to improve your strength quickly. Wait until the first wave of dark tide stabilizes. And then go to kill monsters. Ming Lao said hurriedly. But I can't watch so many people die. Ming Lao. You said, I am the protagonist of the world. If I don't stand up at this time, what qualifications do I have to be the protagonist of the world? Chen Hao clenched his fists and said. Sure enough. I knew it would be like this. Ming Lao sighed, and then said. Since you want to go, I will pass on the same secret method of bursting to you, and with my assistance, maybe you can fight against a silver-level strongman. Thank you. Ming Lao. Chen Hao was grateful and hurriedly ran towards the sect, preparing to go down the mountain. When he ran back to the sect, he found that the atmosphere of the sect had changed, and it became much more depressing. The disciples walking were in a hurry, no one dared to delay time, and they were desperately buying various combat supplies, preparing for the next battle. Chen Hao was not idle either. He immediately bought supplies, ran back to his residence, and began to prepare. To his surprise, Li Xuan's house was very quiet, and even the sound of the sensory beast was gone. Li Xuan has already gone down the mountain. Just now in the giant python valley, he should have noticed that the atmosphere of the sect was not right, and flew back to the sect to inquire about the situation. He didn't even bring the sensory beast with him, and went down the mountain quickly. Ming Lao explained. In such a hurry? Did he go to kill the polluting creatures? Chen Hao was puzzled. It shouldn't be, but since he left the sect, he will definitely kill the polluting creatures, so don't worry about his purpose. Ming Lao shook his head. That's right. Qin Hao didn't think about it anymore, but after getting ready, he started to act. On the other side, in the sky outside the Shinin sect, Li Xuan turned into an eagle and kept flying, moving quickly towards the direction of the Black Robe Gate. He was going to take the Master Xiaojian away to prevent this kid from being killed. Originally, he wanted to use the portal, but the space nearby was very unstable, and the portal couldn't be stabilized at all. Li Xuan faintly found that there was a space crack nearby. Because from his god perspective, dense monsters rushed in from the cracks in space, ran wildly on the ground, and madly strangled all living things. There are many kinds of these monsters, mostly dog-headed people, pig-headed people, wolves, stitched monsters, and other strange creatures. They all have one thing in common, that is, they are surrounded by pollution, and wherever they pass, life disappears. This kind of pollution is very similar to the pollution giants, and they should come from the same world, but these monsters are weaker than the pollution giants. But there are too many of them, Silver level? Li Xuan swept across the distance from his god perspective, and saw a pig-headed man as big as an iron tower carrying a heavy hammer, moving forward step by step, shaking the earth with every step forward. In addition to this pig-headed man, there were many silver-level masters, such as the huge two-headed flame dog, the ugly and huge stitched monster, and the pale giant bear. These monsters moved forward step by step, as if they had received orders, rushing madly towards all areas where humans lived. Too many people. Wait, is this Xiaojian? Why is he here? Li Xuan suddenly saw many people holding weapons standing on the wall of the cliff city below, and among them was the Master Xiaojian. Why is this kid running around instead of staying at the Black Robe Gate? If we hadn't seen him here, he would have been finished. Li Xuan was afraid. If this kid died, the contract would be affected, and the ancient blood might be incomplete. This made Li Xuan very dissatisfied. After experiencing so many masters, Xiaojian was the most disgusting. But now, he could not care about this kid. The key point was to stop the polluting creatures first. Otherwise the city would be destroyed. Now that Xiaojian was found, Li Xuan had no worries. He could kill as many people as he wanted, and make a little contribution to the human race. Otherwise, he would be very unhappy. He did it as he thought. Li Xuan suddenly swooped down from the sky. An endless black mist rippled around his body. These black mists, like a highway, crossed the land. As Li Xuan flew, they formed a poisonous fog isolation zone. Zizizizi. The polluted creatures had always lived in a harsh environment, and were not afraid of the black fog at all. They rushed directly into the black fog. And then nothing happened. After the densely packed polluted creatures rushed into the black fog, they fell directly to the ground. And even their bones were corroded and exposed. This terrible black fog finally stopped the polluted army that had been advancing. On the wall of Cliff City, all the practitioners held weapons, stood on the wall in fear, and looked at the horrible polluted creatures coming from afar in horror. There were too many of these hideous creatures, so densely packed that you couldn't see the end at a glance. The key point is that wherever these polluted creatures passed, the grass withered, the big trees fell, the animals became extinct, and even the insects were not spared, and they kept dying in the pollution. Looking at such horrible polluted creatures, looking at the mighty, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, the polluted army was coming. Everyone was in despair. Even the Lord of Cliff City was in despair. He originally thought that this place was close to the Shinin sect, and as long as they could hold on for a while, they would be rescued by the Shinin sect. But the number of the pollution army was too large, and with such a terrifying number of monsters, they could not hold on until rescue. It's over. It's really over now. I said let's run away quickly. Now it's all over. It's useless. Our physical strength is not as good as the pollution army. We will die anyway. And my parents are still here. I can't abandon them. Yes. According to records, the first wave of contaminated creatures will sweep across 1,000 miles without stopping. If we escape, we will die faster. Then what do you say we should do? Now the contaminated creatures are approaching. Even the city lord is desperate. We can't hold out until the arrival of the Shinin sect. This everyone looked at the contaminated creatures rushing in like waves outside the city, looking at the hideous and terrifying monsters. And the last glimmer of hope in everyone's heart was shattered. Xiaojian, at this moment, was also staring blankly at Chung Chung, with fear and terror filling his heart. What is that? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed, following this person's voice. Everyone saw a black mist coming quickly from a distance, suddenly passing in front of the pollution army, and rushing rapidly into the distance. Wherever the black mist passed, the pollution army actually stopped, just like a dividing line, blocking the polluted creatures. Such a reversal, such a sudden turn of events, made the desperate people show surprise. Just now, I seemed to see an eagle flying. It was indeed an eagle. I saw it clearly. Look at the black fog. It is actually corroding the polluted creatures. What a terrible poisonous fog. The pollution army has finally stopped. Wait, the pollution army is attacking again. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying elephant monsters slowly walked forward, spraying a lot of black water from their noses, continuously pouring the black fog. The effect of these black waters was not strong, but the large amount of terrifying elephant spewing gradually began to pour the black fog down, and slowly opened up the way forward. Such a scene made the hearts of the people on the city wall sink, and the hope that had just risen was shattered again. Whoosh! An eagle flew rapidly from a distance, and finally flew in the air in front of the city wall, and quietly looked down at the pollution army in the distance. Suddenly, the eagle's body began to change, from an eagle, turned into a lovely boy, and the robe on his body was the robe of the Shindan sect. The boy did not speak, but looked at the elephants with cold eyes, and then in full view of the crowd, under the gaze of countless people, he lightly snapped his fingers. Chapter 238 One Man's Battle. Whoosh! The wind began to howl, whirling rapidly in the pollution army, like a wind blade, tearing the bodies of the polluted creatures. With the whistling sound of the wind, one after another huge extraordinary tornadoes slowly took shape, with terrifying power, sweeping large tracts of polluted creatures. When facing the gold level, the extraordinary tornado was very weak, and had never had a sense of existence, but now, facing these small polluted army, the extraordinary tornado finally showed its terrifying power. The tornado with a large area, at the moment it appeared, it instantly strangled and killed a large number of polluted creatures, and the elephant that spewed black water was the first to suffer, with heavy casualties. But this was just the beginning. The tornado with terrifying power continued to tear everything in the range, stirring up large tracts of creatures, and rushing into the sky. In a short period of time, this terrifying tornado even engulfed countless polluted creatures. The entire extraordinary tornado had turned black, as if it was a natural disaster that had swept through the sky and the earth. There were 6 such tornadoes. They formed a huge barrier in front of the cliff city, sweeping across the 4 directions. Such a godlike power completely shocked everyone. Even the Lord of the Cliff City was shocked by this scene, and looked at the terrible scene in front of him in disbelief. However, this was just the beginning. After the extraordinary tornado, the sky turned slightly red, and the clouds turned from white to red, rolling continuously. Soon, endless meteor showers fell from the sky, covering large areas of polluted creatures. Wherever they passed was simply a purgatory. However, this is not the end. The handsome boy in the sky kept waving his hands, and strange abilities began to be released one after another, sweeping away the polluted creatures like a tide. But even so, there were too many polluted creatures. They kept moving forward, roaring in their bloody eyes. Even those silver-level polluted creatures began to rush forward, trying to block Li Xuan various abilities. You are really stubborn. Then I will give you a big gift. The indifferent voice resounded throughout the area. The boy in the sky suddenly moved a few times in the void, and soon 3 steel mantises condensed and appeared, falling from the sky. The moment they fell, they rushed as fast as the wind, rushing towards the 3 areas of the pollution army. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly appeared, and thick smoke rose in the 3 areas of the pollution army. Along with the smoke, 3 vacuum zones appeared, and all the polluted creatures in the area were blown away by the explosion, causing heavy casualties. But the tide of polluted creatures immediately poured into the 3 vacuum zones and refilled the area. However, when they approached the area, the horrible corrosive poison mist began to take effect, corroding their bodies, and the terrible poison was released with their breathing. Bang, bang, bang. Corpses fell one after another. Their faces turned black, and they fell to the ground, without any breath. As these corpses fell, the polluted creatures that rushed to the explosion area died in large numbers, turning this area into a Jedi. Not bad. Li Xuan's eyes were deep. When he made the steel mantis, he did not inject the fighting instinct, but replaced it with self-destruction. The steel body, and the corrosive and poisonous black mist, The combination of these three abilities made the iron golem a self-destructing truck. When it killed a large number of creatures, it could also form a black fog zone. Li Xuan was very satisfied with this record. Naturally, he continued to create 3 more iron golems and ordered them to kill the pollution army. Boom boom boom. On the cliff city, everyone stared at this horrific scene in amazement, looking at the thin figure in the sky, watching him block the pollution army with his own strength. Then look at the horrific explosion clouds rising among the pollution creatures. Looking at the silver-level strongmen among the pollution creatures, who were afraid to move forward and retreated in panic. Everyone swallowed their saliva, feeling the fear of the young man in the sky. Too strong, too terrifying, it's simply a war machine, someone said in shock. More than a war machine, it should be a war artifact. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying strongman. Look at his clothes, they are the clothes of the Shin'an sect. Could he be the supreme elder of the Shin'an sect? The legendary gold level? It's possible, I can't think of anything else except the gold level. Everyone was guessing secretly, especially when they saw the flood-like pollution army being split into pieces by the explosion. Everyone thought that this was a battle between gold-level masters. And they all became stronger. Whoosh! The figure in the sky was flying, slowly landing in front of the city wall, and came to the Lord of Cliff City. Such a move frightened the Lord of Cliff City so much that his heart was beating wildly. And he couldn't help but bow quickly. Sir! What do you want? Take him to the Divine Pill Sect. This is the identity token. Li Xuan threw a token to the Lord of Cliff City. And then a black hand suddenly appeared, grabbed Xiao Jian, and threw him in front of the Lord of Cliff City. Send away all the people in the city. Go thousands of miles away. The battle has just begun. Li Xuan left a faint voice, and suddenly flew into the air. Boom boom boom. The dull sound resounded through the sky. With this sound, a huge stone man-like monster slowly appeared from a distance, exuding a heart-pounding power. Roar! The deafening roar resounded in all directions. The terrifying sound made the eardrums of the people on the city wall bleed, and they were terrified. Is it the silver level? Or is it half a step to the gold level? The Lord of the Cliff City looked at the terrifying stone man in horror. Not good, the strong men who pollute the creatures are gathering. The eyes of the intelligence captain flashed, and he hurriedly reminded after finding out the intelligence. Evacuate the people in the city quickly, quick! The Cliff City was completely busy, and the people kept running out of the city, under the guidance of the city guards, fleeing to the city thousands of miles away. Cry! The sound of flying birds resounded through the sky. A huge black eagle as big as a 30-story building appeared, and its bloody body emitted a strange red light. Bang! 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 Various strange sounds continued to appear in the pollution army. With these sounds, the silver level in the pollution army began to converge, and continued to gather from all directions. The space crack based on the cliff mountain no longer spread the polluted creatures in all directions, but rushed to the direction where Li Xuan was. A life-and-death battle of epic proportions was about to break out. In midair, Li Xuan saw the scene, and saw those polluted creatures that had spread in all directions began to return and rush towards him. But Li Xuan looked normal, and his face remained calm. Even though there were dozens of silver-level warriors, Li Xuan was still very calm. In fact, Li Xuan had time to use the god perspective to observe the center of the space crack in the cliff mountain. There, a golden giant hand suddenly passed through the space crack, then grabbed the twisted space crack, and violently tore it to the side. The giant hand radiated golden light, which was exactly the same as the golden light, and this light made Li Xuan feel palpitations. Golden grade? And it's a complete golden grade. Li Xuan whispered secretly, without fear in his heart, but looked at the wrist of the golden giant hand. There was a strange bracelet there, with 6 extraordinary fruits inlaid on it, 6 extraordinary fruits of different colors. Bang! The golden giant hand turned into a fist, and smashed the space crack like crazy, and kept tearing it apart. Under the attack of the golden giant hand, the space crack slightly expanded. And below the golden giant hand, the polluted creatures rushed in frantically, entering this world all at once, and rushing towards Li Xuan's position like a tide. Looking at this scene, looking at the polluted creatures that continued to pour in like a tide, Li Xuan was not afraid, but looked up at the sky, looking at the sky that was gradually covered by polluted birds. That's good. Someone has to do something. Li Xuan smiled slightly. The smile looked nice and gentle. After the smile, Li Xuan's figure moved forward quickly, flew quickly above the pollution army, and looked at the pollution army below. The next second, Li Xuan suddenly put his hands together and shouted, "Open it for me." Chapter 239 Drag it to death together. Boom! Li Xuan's body suddenly expanded. From a young boy suddenly turned into a terrifying giant standing tall. His figure was as tall as a hill. Accompanying this terrifying scene, the extraordinary level of companion spirit equipment suddenly appeared, forming a thick layer of armor around the giant's body. In almost a short time, the giant was completely wrapped in armor, and around the armor, there were sharp barbs everywhere, and even ferocious boxing gloves condensed in the giant's hands. But this was just the beginning. Black fog permeated around the body of the steel giant. Two black hands were above the steel giant, and the mighty dragon power was released at the same time. Roar! The moment the suppressed power was released, the joy from the heart made Li Xuan couldn't help but roar to the sky. The completely liberated Li Xuan fists suddenly collided, and the ferocious fists splashed beautiful sparks in the collision. Die! Boom! Li Xuan has transformed into a steel fighting machine, killing the pollution army like a demon. His huge feet stepped on the ground, and each step killed a large number of polluted creatures. Ayo! The silver-level giant wolf king covered with scales let out a wolf howl, and leaped high like an armored vehicle, biting Li Xuan's neck fiercely. Bang! The iron fist passed through the void, and hit the polluted giant wolf king's body fiercely, and then there was a loud bang, and the giant wolf king turned into blood mist. But this did not deter those polluted creatures, but made them even crazier. Roar! The 10-meter-tall stitched monster, carrying a bloody big knife, twisting its bloated body, rushed towards Li Xuan like crazy. The bloody smell around it created a vacuum zone around it. Even polluting creatures dared not approach it. What a pity. Before it got close to Li Xuan, it was grabbed by one of Li Xuan's hands and then, under the gaze of countless people, it was crushed to pieces. Boom boom boom. The stone monster that roared before ran wildly, rushed over fiercely from a distance, punched Li Xuan with one punch, making Li Xuan's body retreat 3 steps. Looking for death. The extraordinary power accompanied by the huge fist rapidly hit the stone giant's head, directly blowing it up. However, what was shocking was that the stone monster's head exploded. Not only did it not die, but it split into 2. And its strength even improved. Stupid human. You actually competed with me in close combat. Ha ha ha. The stone monster laughed wildly. But before he could finish laughing, 2 steel hands tore it apart. It's useless. As long as there is land, I will be immortal and can multiply infinitely. Weird human. You are dead. The stone monster appeared again, and split into more bodies, and began to fight around Li Xuan. Li Xuan did not believe in evil, and fought with the opponent under countless terrifying abilities. Both sides were furious, and they did everything they could to strangle the other side. The terrifying battle began. The silver-level monsters in the pollution army kept attacking, and many scarlet eyes stared at Li Xuan. Various abilities were constantly released, and even illusions and curses began to work, facing all the attacks. Facing the siege of many silver-level strongmen, Li Xuan did not retreat, but waved his steel gloves to kill in and out. On the cliff city, the city lord had not left yet, and was leading the soldiers to issue orders, urging the people in the city to leave. It just so happened that he saw this horrific scene, and was completely frightened, and his face turned pale with shock. Too strong, no wonder he said it was just the beginning. It turns out that this is his real terrifying strength. Yes, I have never seen such a battle. Let's go, this lord named Li Xuan is buying time for us. We can't let him down. The city lord looked at the identity nameplate and hurriedly ordered everyone to evacuate quickly, abandoning everything and running for their lives. After confirming that most people had left, the city lord also rushed to the Shinin sect with Xiao Jian and began to escape desperately. During this process, Xiao Jian was in a daze, especially after seeing the nameplate. He could no longer speak. Therefore, he was too familiar with the name Li Xuan, which was the creature from another world he summoned. And for him, this creature from another world transformed into a steel giant and fought in and out of the pollution army, blocking the entire army alone. Xiao Jian even saw the iron giant, grabbing a silver-level stitched monster and crushing it. Adding to the terrifying black fog behind the iron giant at this moment was as terrifying as a demon. What on earth did I summon? A demon? Xiao Jian muttered to himself, feeling both awed and touched. This time he left the Black Robe Gate, actually to explore a ruin, and got a spiritual fruit, which, as long as he ate it, could upgrade him by half a level. He is now in the late stage of Black Iron. and he will definitely reach black iron great perfection after eating it. But he thought of a junior sister in this sect. That junior sister is very beautiful, plump, and the most beautiful person in the black robe sect. Seeing this junior sister, Xiao Jian realized that he was too stupid before, and actually gave up all the beautiful flowers for a family flower. Compared with the junior sister, Lana, whom he liked before, was nothing at all. So he often showed courtesy to the junior sister in the sect, and gave her gifts. This time, he worked hard to explore the secret realm, and got the spiritual power fruit. But he was reluctant to eat it. However, seeing Li Xuan fighting a life and death battle in front, Xiao Jian finally understood the importance of strength, so he ate the spiritual fruit, and his strength reached the black iron great perfection. Great perfection, if I reach the bronze level, I can live longer, strength is everything. Xiao Jian said seriously while looking at the battle in the distance. The back mountain of Shindan's sect. The sect master stood anxiously at the entrance of a mysterious cave, constantly walking back and forth. You go, I can't participate in the first wave of Dark Tide, my opponent is at the gold level, I must stay in full shape. A deep voice came from the cave. But Grand Elder, if you don't take action, everyone except our sect will die within 1,000 miles. The sect leader said worriedly. There is no way. The leader of this wave is the Split Stone Man. This guy can't be killed at all. He will only consume my strength. I must consider the overall situation. The Grand Elder said again. But there are millions of people within 1,000 miles. Many of them are descendants of my sect. Even the family of the fifth elder is here. Do we really have to watch them die? The master asked in a hoarse voice. He had an illegitimate son within 1,000 miles. He was quite talented. He had been cultivating him secretly. Now he might die. This made the master very worried. You know we have no reinforcements. The space cracks in the Tianjin sect are even more dangerous. All the support went there. But it is still in danger. I can only rely on myself here. Facing the gold level contaminated creatures. I have no chance of winning. All I can do is to maintain my condition. Fight the opponent with the strongest attitude. And then drag it to death together. The Grand Elder spoke in a gloomy voice. And he was obviously ready to die in battle. The sect master was completely silent after hearing this. After a long time, he said, Grand Elder, can you let us go to rescue the people within 1,000 miles? It's useless. With the strength of the sect, we can't withstand the pollution army at all. Even if the entire sect is dispatched, it will be useless. You can only die. What you can rely on is the sect's formation and the defense of the sensory beast. The Grand Elder sighed. And there was deep helplessness in his voice. The sect leader eyes were filled with despair, knowing that this time it was really over, the area within 1,000 miles would be turned into scorched earth, and millions of people would die. Ding! The communication talisman suddenly made a sound. The sect leader picked up the communication talisman in confusion and took a look, his face changed drastically. What happened? Is the pollution army coming? The Supreme Elder said solemnly. No, the pollution army was blocked. It was blocked near the space crack. Even the nearest city, Cliff City, survived and is migrating quickly. The sect master thought in disbelief. His whole body revealed a horrified look. Impossible. Only the gold level can stop the pollution army. There can't be a second gold level within a radius of 10,000 miles. This information is absolutely incorrect. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was heard. A white-haired old man suddenly appeared and grabbed the communication talisman in the sect master hand. Chapter 240 Who blocked the pollution army? After seeing the words on the communication symbol, the Grand Elder expression finally changed. He picked up the sect master and disappeared in a golden light. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared above the main hall of the Shindan sect, appearing in front of several elders. Who said that the pollution army was blocked? Tell me everything. The Grand Elder appeared behind the main hall, his eyes flashing with golden light, looking at the elders with a strong pressure. Reporting to the Grand Elder. I said that. We just received information that no major cities within 1,000 miles were attacked, including Cliff City. We contacted the disciples stationed in each city, and their answers also verified this point. There was indeed no attack. The Great Elder replied hurriedly. Then what? Who stopped the pollution army? Who has this ability? The Grand Elder asked quickly. I don't know. Our disciples in Cliff City have withdrawn. The reason why someone stopped the pollution army is that the Cliff City Lord sent a pigeon letter. We read the content of the pigeon letter. It expressed gratitude to us. thanking the Shindan sect for saving them, and stopping the pollution army with one person. The Great Elder said again, "You can stop the pollution army with your own strength? And he is from my Shindan sect? Impossible. When did my Shindan sect have such a strong man? It is even more impossible to stop the pollution army with your own strength." The Supreme Elder did not believe it at all. He even took the letter and read it. He was still very skeptical. The pollution army was really too terrible. The tide of polluted creatures, even as a gold level. He needed to spend a lot of energy to stop it. But now, the letter actually said that it was their Shindan sect that stopped the pollution army. This is really ridiculous. Grand Elder, I am a good friend of the Cliff City Lord. He will definitely not joke at this time. Moreover, he is coming to the sect to ask for asylum, the Elder said confidently, although he did not believe it. He trusted his friend. In addition, the major cities were not attacked. The Elder felt that something must have happened. Let's go to the big square. I want to see what happened, the Grand Elder said loudly, and his figure disappeared in a golden light. The elders did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly ran out of the hall and headed for the square. So many people moving at the same time naturally attracted the attention of the disciples, and everyone followed in with doubts. Get up! With a loud shout. The square was covered with a halo of formation, and a huge round mirror slowly condensed in the air, attracting the attention of a large number of disciples in this sect. Chen Hao, who had prepared everything and was about to leave the sect, could not help but look back at the huge mirror on the square. What is this? Chen Hao was surprised. It is a special array telescope. Through this mirror, you could observe the scene within 1,000 miles, and even hear some sounds. However, this telescope array is about to collapse. It is estimated that it can only support once. I think you should go and take a look. Through this telescope, you can grasp the situation outside, and plan how to fight against the polluting creatures, Elder Ming said in a gloomy voice. Okay, I go and take a look. Chen Hao did not hesitate, and immediately ran to the square. There were many people like him, and a large number of Shindan sect disciples felt that something was wrong, and rushed to the square in a hurry. On the square, the mirror like water ripples was slowly condensing, gradually forming a large screen, becoming clearer and clearer. Originally, I planned to use the telescope after the dark tide, so as to fight against the gold-level strongmen of the pollution army, but if there are really people fighting against the pollution army, then this may be a good opportunity to attack. The hair of the Grand Elder moved without wind, and the whole person was in a golden light, emitting a heart-pounding light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large number of disciples rushed here, and saw the Grand Elder in the golden light. Their faces changed slightly, and they bowed their heads in a hurry. However, everyone had no time to care about these etiquettes. Everyone's eyes were on the telescope, watching the scene gradually appearing in the mirror. Gradually, a city appeared in the telescope, and many humans in the city were packing up supplies. At the urging of the city guards, they kept leaving and migrating to the distance. It's Taimu City, a city within a 500 li area, and they were not attacked. The leader of the Shindan sect could not help but say, "Yes." The Grand Elder moved the air with his right hand, and the scene in the telescope changed in the next second. When it stopped again, another city appeared in the mirror. It's Huafeng City, a city within a 300 li area, and it is also very safe. The leader of the Shindan sect continued. Very good. The Grand Elder finally believed it a little, and immediately moved the air, and the scene in the mirror kept changing, and safe cities appeared one after another. Looking at the large number of cities being relocated, the mood of the people finally improved a lot, because everything proved that the pollution army did not spread, and was blocked by something. This made everyone more and more curious about what kind of existence actually blocked the terrifying pollution army. This is the Cliff City. The intact Cliff City. You see at the gate of the city, there is an old man with several children migrating out. They are all alive, so good. It's really lucky, even the Cliff City exists, which shows that the pollution army did not cause great damage to humans. It's really great. Everyone was surprised, looking at the scene in the telescope in disbelief. You know, Cliff City is the closest to the space crack. As long as the pollution army comes, Cliff City will be the first to suffer. Not to mention the people. The entire city will be destroyed. But now, everyone in the city has moved out. There are no casualties, and even Cliff City is intact. This makes everyone very shocked, but also very fortunate. However, The doubts in everyone's mind are becoming more and more obvious, wondering why the pollution army did not spread. In such doubts, the telescope continued to shake. The screen went black, and a new scene slowly appeared. It was a black red-eyed snake. The snake's body was 3 meters long. Its eyes flashed with strange red light. And just being there made the disciples of Shindan's sect feel afraid. It is a polluted creature of the upper bronze level. The red-eyed snake. The fifth elder was very knowledgeable about these things, and said loudly, "It is an upper bronze level, and it is not easy to mess with." The disciples of Shindan's sect compared their own strength and felt that the red-eyed snake was very strong. However, at this moment, the red-eyed snake suddenly shook twice, and its body fell directly to the ground and died. Huh? What happened? Everyone was shocked, and didn't understand why the bronze-level red-eyed snake suddenly died, and couldn't help wanting to see more scenes. The Supreme Elder tapped the void lightly, and the telescope's view moved upwards, and the view became wider and wider, and everyone saw the scene around the red-eyed snake. What came into view was the dense red-eyed snakes. Their number was very terrifying, but they all fell to the ground in a mess, and none of them had any breath. As the perspective expanded, the number of red-eyed snakes seen by the crowd increased, and it became more and more frightening. "There are too many red-eyed snakes," someone said with a tingling scalp. "It feels like there are at least tens of thousands of red-eyed snakes. But they are all dead. What kind of existence killed so many red-eyed snakes?" Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the corpses of red-eyed snakes all over the ground in horror. Watching all this with a tingling scalp, the telescope continued to shake, and the picture changed. This time, a leopard appeared. A leopard with a hideous appearance and a terrible pollution. It's a polluted creature. The evil-eyed leopard, lower silver level. This guy is very fast, and his evil eyes can freeze strong men of the same level, so it's very difficult to deal with. The fifth elder explained solemnly. Facing such an evil-eyed leopard, he couldn't beat it at all, so his expression was very solemn. It's really not simple. When my master was fighting in the space crack of the Tianjin sect, he was killed by the evil-eyed leopard. It's very difficult to deal with. The fourth elder nodded solemnly, and was very afraid of this evil-eyed leopard. Boom! A terrifying vibration sound suddenly came from the mirror, vibrating everyone's eardrums. Chapter 241. He single-handedly carried the hope of the human race. With this sound, a steel right foot that was bitten by countless polluted creatures stomped hard on the evil-eyed leopard, and directly crushed it to death. Then the steel right foot continued to move, stomping on the ground everywhere, stomping on polluted creatures. Such a scene saw everyone's pupils shrink, and they hurriedly stared at the steel right foot. Is that a right foot? How could it be so huge? It crushed the evil-eyed leopard to death with one foot. That's the evil-eyed leopard of the lower silver level, and it was actually stepped on to death. How strong is this steel right foot? Look above the steel right foot, there are many polluted creatures biting the steel. Is this the strong man who can stop the pollution army? Everyone looked at the right foot in horror. As the camera adjusted, the whole picture gradually appeared, and a terrifying steel giant standing tall. This steel giant had long been stained red with blood, and densely packed polluted creatures jumped on him, torn and bitten him madly. Countless horrible bugs landed on the arm of the steel giant, biting at the steel arm with a crackling sound. These bugs have a very strong ability to bite, and there are too many of them. Under their desperate biting, small holes gradually appeared on the steel arm. Although these small holes recovered quickly, if they continued, the steel giant would probably fall here. Because in front of the steel giant, dozens of split stone men were attacking frantically, opening their mouths and smashing the steel giant bloodthirstily. Around the split stone man, various silver-level great perfection polluted creatures took the opportunity to attack: stitched monsters, bloodburst bears, devil-clawed dogs, brutal lions, and so many other creatures are all looking for ways to continue attacking and bombarding the iron giant without fear. Above the sky, the polluted birds that blocked the sky swooped down, and their sharp beaks and claws fiercely attacked the iron giant. Many polluted birds even spewed flames, burning the iron giant. On the ground, the tide of polluted creatures surrounded the iron giant, and attacked the iron giant like ants, and refused to retreat even a step. The setting sun in the sky was blood-red. The iron giant was fighting alone in the boundless sea of enemies. His iron hands, holding 2 stone men and smashing them everywhere, strangling all the polluted creatures he saw, and blocking the polluted army with his own strength. However, his body was shaking, his steps were no longer steady, and his figure was a little staggering. It was obvious that the iron giant had reached his limit. But he had no companions, no reinforcements, and no one could help him. In this tide of polluted army, he was the only one who carried the burden and fought bloody battles. On the square of Shindan's sect, everyone looked at the earth-shaking battle in the mirror, and looked at the steel giant who was fighting hard and refused to retreat a step. On the square of Shindan's sect, everyone was moved and was truly shocked. Elder Song thought of the scene he had seen before, seeing many cities survived, and he thought at that time that there was something wrong with the pollution army itself. But now it seems that is not the case at all, but someone took on everything. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us, Elder Song said hoarsely. His whole body was shaking. I didn't expect that someone would actually fight for the human race, carrying the hope of the human race with his own strength. While we are like turtles hiding in the sect. The female elder voice was shaking, and her eyes were red. We must do something. Supreme Elder, please take action. The sect master looked at the Supreme Elder solemnly. It's useless. Even if I take action, I may be buried here. Look here. The Supreme Elder tapped the air lightly, and the picture in the mirror changed. The space crack of the cliff mountain appeared in the picture. In the center of the space crack, a golden arm grasped the crack without moving. Next to the arm, a strange vertical pupil stared at the steel giant fighting madly on the battlefield. This is the gold-level Demon King. It is very powerful, although it only has its arm. Its combat effectiveness is greatly affected. But as long as I go over, the Demon King will definitely use the treasure to break through the space crack and enter our world. The Demon King who just came is the most terrifying. The magic power around him is the most abundant. With the increase of its bracelet, I can't beat it at all. Only when it has stayed in this world for a while and consumed a lot of magic power will it be at its weakest. At that time, it will be the time for me to fight it to the death. So I can't do anything now. The Supreme Elder sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to show his head now. If even he died, no one would survive within 1,000 miles. Not to mention within 1,000 miles. But now that we have this steel giant, we may be able to unite with him. Elder Song said hurriedly. It's useless. Although the Iron Giant is very strong, he is not gold level, and he can't even withstand a finger from the Demon King. Even if I join forces with him, I can't beat the Demon King who just came, and it will even accelerate the death of the Iron Giant. So I can't go. If I don't go, if you go, you will only interfere with the Iron Giant and become a burden to him. With so many polluting creatures, how many can you resist? The Supreme Elder sighed. Everyone was silent, looking sadly at the figure fighting alone in the picture. The figure's steps became more staggering, wounds appeared on his body from time to time, and he was bathed in blood, fighting alone. But the steel giant still fought without regrets, holding up the last glimmer of hope for mankind. In the corner, Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his fingers turned white because he was too strong, and he fell into self-blame. I am the son of heaven and earth, the one who should save the world, but why should I let others take this responsibility? I don't deserve to be called the son of heaven and earth. Qin Hao roared in his heart. Alas, this is just the beginning. The later stage will become more and more dangerous. Even the golden level supreme elders will fall. And at that time, only you can carry the banner, so you must practice desperately, and go all out for the last hope of the human race. And work hard. Ming Lao sighed. You mean, even the Tianjin sect will fail? Qin Hao said in horror. Yes, the future can only rely on you, you are the last hope, but I am a little confused, who is this steel giant? He actually fought so hard for the human race. According to my analysis, the area within 1,000 miles should be reduced to scorched earth. Ming Lao was puzzled. At this time, he suddenly looked at the corner of the square, where the sensory beast was staring at the battle scene in the mirror. Swoosh! The sensory beast's body flashed quickly, and soon disappeared on the square, and went into the woods. Ming Lao frowned when he saw this scene, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because in the mirror picture, the steel giant who fought to the death fell down. Boom! Chapter 242 Li Xuan is dead. The battlefield in front of Cliff City. The strong smell of blood permeated between heaven and earth. Li Xuan was panting violently. The world in front of him gradually blurred. The long battle consumed a lot of his energy, especially his soul power. He consumed too much, and he couldn't bear it anymore. What a pity. Li Xuan secretly said what a pity. From the perspective of God, he looked at the speed of the human race's escape, and then looked at the wrist of the golden giant hand. Bang! Li Xuan felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his eyes went dark. He staggered and fell to the ground, crushing a large number of polluted creatures. Wow! From all directions, the endless polluted creatures rushed towards Li Xuan like a tide, drowning him in an instant. And all kinds of terrible attacks were bombarded towards Li Xuan on the ground. Ha ha ha! Human race, you are dead. Today you can only be torn apart by us in despair. Ha ha ha! The huge split stone man laughed wildly, standing arrogantly in front of Li Xuan, looking down at Li Xuan. The next second, the split stone man raised his big foot and stomped hard on Li Xuan's head. Get out! Boom! The iron fist with barbs slammed out fiercely, hitting the split stone man's abdomen with one punch, directly smashing it into slag. The next second, Li Xuan, who fell to the ground, struggled to stand up under the attack of countless polluted creatures. And in the unbelievable eyes of countless creatures, that huge body once again stood up like a hill, supporting the sky. Hill! The iron giant continued to move, madly strangling everything, and the two soul hands slapped wildly, smashing all the enemies along the way into pieces. Hateful human, you must die today. Merge for me! The split stone man was furious, raising his fists high, and his whole body was glowing with a strange red light. The split stone man suddenly merged with it, and in an instant the body of the split stone man swelled, and turned into a more terrifying and burly stone man. Boom! The burly stone man punched out fiercely, with a terrifying speed that was like an afterimage. The punch hit Li Xuan's left face, and the powerful force directly knocked Li Xuan out. Boom! Li Xuan's body fell on the cliff city, crushing a small part of the city, and a large amount of rubble rolled into the city. At this moment, a little girl who had just woken up in the sewer in the city, and was walking on the street in a daze was right where the rubble fell. Bang bang bang. A large number of stones fell, hitting the direction of the little girl, falling in her desperate eyes. At the critical moment, a big iron hand grabbed the little girl, blocking all the broken stones. Under the setting sun, Li Xuan's iron mask suddenly cracked, revealing his handsome face. That handsome face was already pale, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. Weak Li Xuan turned his head to look at the little girl in his hand. Looking at her flawless eyes, Li Xuan couldn't help but think of Qinyu. They are all equally beautiful. Go ahead and live well. Li Xuan smiled at the little girl. This smile in the sunshine and in weakness left a deep impression on the little girl. The iron hand slowly raised up and placed the little girl at the gate of the city. Then Li Xuan's mountain-like body stood up again and rushed towards the pollution army like crazy. Shadan sect. On the big square, the whole Shadan sect was silent. Everyone looked at Li Xuan's face in horror, looking at the pale and bloodless face. They never thought that the man who had been fighting at the forefront and taking on all the enemies by himself was actually someone they were very familiar with. Li Xuan. How could it be him? How could it be him? He was the one who had been protecting millions of people. Song Kur was shocked. Seeing Li Xuan's weak appearance, she burst into tears. The female elder, whose eyes were already red, also shed tears. She couldn't believe that the genius of this sect could stop the pollution army alone. Especially the scene where Li Xuan, who was severely injured just now, still tried his best to protect the little girl in the city. Moved everyone completely. What the hell are you looking at? Let's go! Elder Song couldn't stand it the most. He rushed down the mountain with his weapon in hand, and took many disciples with him to rescue Li Xuan. In the square, Jinhao stared at the screen in a daze, looking at the figure who once again rushed into the pollution army. He was shocked. Completely shocked. Ha ha ha, what am I doing? I am a coward here, but I am watching Li Xuan shoulder all the responsibilities for me. What the hell am I, the son of destiny? Jinhao laughed wildly, turned his head suddenly, and rushed down the mountain, running with all his strength. He is Li Xuan? The genius disciple Li Xuan you mentioned before? The Supreme Elder was also surprised, and quickly turned his head to look at the leader of the Shadan sect. Yes, it is him, I am absolutely sure, but why is he so powerful? Why did he come to Shadan sect when he is so strong? The sect master was at a loss, and had no idea why. It was the extraordinary fruit. He should have sensed the danger, so he used up all his resources to get the extraordinary fruit in the sect, improved his strength, and then went to the front alone to stop the pollution army. The great elder said in a deep voice. You mean? The sect master pupil shrank, and a strong sense of self-blame rose in his heart. It turned out to be like this, we used the extraordinary fruit before, exchanged a lot of his good things, and I even hid the most precious extraordinary fruit, but I didn't expect that. Everything Li Xuan did turned out to protect the human race. I am really a piece of shit. The master emotions were completely out of control. For the first time, he found himself so hateful and selfish. If he had known this earlier, he would rather not have any resources, but would fully support Li Xuan and help him improve his strength. Not good. The Golden Demon King is about to take action. The Supreme Elder suddenly roared, and the sound spread in all directions. Those who were running down the mountain hurriedly turned their heads to look above the square. Looking at the scene in the mirror, they saw the golden hand in the space crack suddenly extended its index finger and pointed it at Li Xuan, who was fighting. Whoosh! The golden light shone, with the vast power suppressed to the extreme, and flashed in the air. Puff! Blood splattered on Li Xuan's heart, and on his back at the same time. His fighting body suddenly stopped moving, as if it was frozen. Die! The Split Stone Man roared excitedly when he saw the scene, waving his heavy fist to attack. But at this time, the polluted creatures all stopped. The Split Stone Man felt something, and hurriedly stopped, looking in awe at the direction of the space crack. There, the terrifying golden aura rippled, covering all directions. All the polluted creatures stopped, and the entire polluted army was like robots, all stopped, waiting for orders. Chapter 243 Harvest. Crack, crack, crack. Li Xuan's body slowly shrank, the steel armor dissipated between heaven and earth, and all the released powers dissipated. He turned into a child more than 1 meter tall again, and slowly fell to the ground. There was a hole in his heart, and the blood flowed out of the wound, staining the ground red. The already pale little face became even paler and bloodless, and even the breath was getting weaker and weaker like a candle flame, and it could go out at any time. Bring him here. A vast voice came from the crack in the space, with a hint of doubt in the voice, as if he didn't understand why a child could stop the entire pollution army. Yes. The Split Stone Man hurriedly bowed, stretched out his huge right hand, picked up Li Xuan's body from the ground, and walked towards the direction of the Demon King. And this scene completely fell into the eyes of everyone in the Shindan sect. They saw the whole process, saw Li Xuan, who was pale and died tragically in a pool of blood, saw the desperate scene when his heart was pierced. Thinking of Li Xuan, who bought time for the human race, dying just like that, thinking of the desperate scene of the hero's end, the emotions of the crowd finally couldn't hold back. Woo! Woo! Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Woo! Woo! Song Kur cried with tears in her eyes, crouched on the ground and cried with her head in her hands. The disciples around were also crying, watching Li Xuan die just like that in disbelief. Even his body was taken away by the polluted creatures. The whole Shindan sect fell into crying and wailing. Even the determined Shin Hao cried, crying loudly like a fool. Finally, he was defeated. The Golden Demon King is too terrifying. Especially the amplification of the bracelet on his wrist, which makes the Demon King unmatched. Alas! The Golden Supreme Elder sighed, and felt a sense of grief, because he knew that the next battle would be a life and death battle between him and the Golden Demon King. He only hoped that before he died, he could severely injure the Demon King. At this moment, the great square of the Shindan sect was filled with grief, mixed with despair and fear. Cliff Mountain Space Crack. The Split Stone Man moved forward step by step, slowly brought Li Xuan's body not far from the space crack, carefully placed it on a large stone, and then slowly retreated. After enduring my attack, he still had a little breath. No wonder he could stop the Legion for so long. It seems that this kid's body must be taken back for careful study. The vast voice sounded again, and then the golden giant hand was raised, grabbing towards Li Xuan's position. However, at this moment, just when the golden hand approached Li Xuan, only 1 meter away, 3 steel mantises appeared out of thin air, and then 2 black hands suddenly appeared, grabbing the bracelet of the golden hand. Whoosh! Li Xuan's body suddenly turned into a steel body, and the whole person grabbed the bracelet like lightning, and all his innate abilities burst out, sweeping in all directions in an instant. Looking for death. There was a sound of shock and anger in the vast voice, and then there was a loud bang. The earth was broken, and the golden light shone. Whoosh! Li Xuan's blood-stained figure rushed out in the golden light, holding a supernatural fruit in each hand. The next second, the supernatural fruit disappeared. At the same time, Li Xuan's body turned into a steel golden eagle and flew rapidly into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying explosions swept across the area. Even the space cracks were turbulent, affecting the ability of the golden giant hand. Damn bastard. Die! In the vast voice, mixed with extremely repressive and terrible pressure, then more than a dozen golden lights cut through the sky and suddenly hit Li Xuan. Puff! 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 Li Xuan, who was flying rapidly in the sky, dodged with all his strength, but unfortunately, with all his strength, he could only dodge 2 golden lights. The remaining golden lights all hit Li Xuan's body, even his wings were shattered. Ha ha, if you want to kill me, wait a few hundred years. Li Xuan's voice resounded through the sky, and the broken body of Li Xuan changed, turned into an eagle moving forward rapidly. With the help of speed enhancement, the speed reached the extreme. In a few breaths, Li Xuan had already left the pollution army and flew away. Whoosh! The golden full moon spun rapidly, flew out from the golden giant hand, and flew out rapidly with the terrible power to tear the sky apart. The full moon was extremely fast, and it came to Li Xuan in a moment, cutting towards his head. At the critical moment, Li Xuan's body suddenly dropped, narrowly avoiding the golden full moon, and his body turned into a young man, flapping the wings of wind to speed up the flight. But what Li Xuan didn't expect was that the golden full moon actually chased him again, cutting towards Li Xuan's neck. Puff! Li Xuan's head flew up, sprinkling a large amount of blood in the air, and fell from the air. Roar! A beast roared in the distance, and the galloping perception beast appeared, leaping high in the roar. Lightning lingered around its body, like a divine beast bathing in lightning. At this moment, the perception beast's body was in the air, and it caught Li Xuan's body and head in a thrilling way, and turned around and ran after it fell. Catch it! The split stone man roared and ordered, preparing to chase and kill. Fix the space crack first, it's almost unstable, quickly. A vast voice sounded, and there was anxiety in the voice, obviously more worried about the space crack, not even caring about the extraordinary fruit that was snatched away. Yes! The polluted creatures turned around quickly, all rushed towards the space crack. Many creatures directly turned into pure polluted power, and began to repair the space crack. Shindan sect. Everyone saw the thrilling scene again, from Li Xuan's fake death to his snatching of the bracelet, and then Li Xuan escaped and was killed. This thrilling scene only happened in a few breaths. This continuous reversal made everyone sluggish. Chen Hao, who was crying like a big fool, stared blankly at the picture in the mirror, really couldn't imagine that Li Xuan actually took the treasure from the hands of a gold-level strongman. Li Xuan actually destroyed the amplification of the bracelet. Now there is more hope for mankind. The Supreme Elder said solemnly, without the bracelet, he has a 50% chance of dying together with the Demon King. But he is still dead. The clan leader sighed, still unable to forgive himself in his heart, feeling that he was too selfish before. However, no one paid attention to him, and everyone had already spontaneously walked down the mountain, waiting for Li Xuan's return. On the other side, the sensory beast ran rapidly, carrying Li Xuan's body and running fast. However, while running, it felt something, and a flash of surprise appeared in its eyes. Then it turned around suddenly, rushed to a place not far outside the cliff city, rolled up a running little girl, and took her away directly. This girl was the little girl who was rescued before. At this moment, her whole body was dirty, but her eyes were very bright. The little girl also saw the dead Li Xuan. Her tears fell, obviously recognizing Li Xuan. The sensory beast ignored these, but ran a long distance, rushed into a mountain forest, and ran directly to a cave. At this time, 2 soul hands slowly appeared, put Li Xuan's head on their bodies, and then clicked. Huh? I almost died. Li Xuan stood up slowly. He was extremely tired, but there was surprise in his eyes. Ah! The dirty little girl looked at Li Xuan, who was alive. She fainted directly. Li Xuan. Forget it. Let's taste the extraordinary fruit next. This fruit seems to be a little special. 2 extraordinary fruits appeared in Li Xuan's hand, one of which was black, which attracted his attention. Chapter 244 Extraordinary Soul Fruit. The color of this extraordinary fruit is nothing special. The only thing that attracts Li Xuan is its shape. If you look at it with your eyes, you will find that it presents an illusory shape, as if it has no entity. But if you reach out and touch it, you can still touch it. It is very magical. As for the other extraordinary fruit, it is surrounded by a strong breath of life. Li Xuan just sniffed it lightly, and felt the strong vitality it contained. With deep curiosity, Li Xuan began to absorb. First absorbing the extraordinary fruit of life breath. Buzz! A mighty warm current filled his body, and a strong life breath enveloped Li Xuan's whole body. A strange click sounded suddenly in his body. Ding! Successfully promoted. Congratulations on your healing skill, which evolved into extraordinary healing skill. Extraordinary healing skill? Not bad. Not bad. A very good ability. Li Xuan was very satisfied. With this ability, his endurance combat ability will increase again. And the key point is that his soul strength will also increase a little, which makes him very comfortable. Without hesitation, Li Xuan picked up the illusory extraordinary fruit and swallowed it again. Buzz! The familiar sound sounded again, and the warm current reverberated in Li Xuan's body and flowed through his limbs. Li Xuan was surprised to find that the warm current seemed to act more on the soul, making him feel like a transformation. This is it! Li Xuan was shocked, and his eyes flashed with deep surprise, because this fruit was actually a soul extraordinary fruit, which could enhance the ability of the soul hand. No wonder it's so illusory. So extraordinary. It's actually such an extraordinary fruit. Very good. Very good. Li Xuan was pleasantly surprised, and quickly felt the warmth in his body, while quietly waiting for the familiar voice. Ding! Successfully promoted. Congratulations on your soul hand. And promoted to the extraordinary soul hand. Ding! Under the influence of 2 extraordinary fruits, your soul has reached its limit and successfully evolved into the silver middle level. Silver middle level? It's actually the silver middle level. Good. Good. It's really a double blessing. Ecstasy filled Li Xuan's body. He originally thought that it would take some time to reach the middle silver level of soul, but he didn't expect that the power of these 2 extraordinary fruits was so strong. Especially the extraordinary soul fruit, which had a more terrible effect than expected. And it actually greatly increased Li Xuan's soul strength. It seems that I will try my best to obtain the extraordinary soul fruit in the future. But when it comes to the ability of the soul, I only have the ability of the soul hand, and I still lack the talent skills. Li Xuan muttered to himself, thinking about acquiring more abilities in the future, especially soul abilities. He must acquire as many as possible, and then eat the extraordinary fruit. In this way, he can improve his soul level faster and have more terrifying strength. After all, his soul level is already mid-silver. If he uses the soul hand, he is equivalent to a mid-silver strongman, displaying extraordinary abilities. This is considered very powerful even at the silver level. Not to mention that Li Xuan has various terrifying talents. All his abilities combined. He is simply an invincible monster. No one below the gold level is my opponent. Even the split stone man. I have a way to suppress it, Li Xuan said confidently. But when he thought of the gold level, Li Xuan sighed. There was nothing he could do. The gold level was too strong. He had fought with a seriously injured gold level before, and probably had an assessment of the combat power of the gold level. So he dared to take advantage of the situation, and snatch the extraordinary fruit as before. Although it succeeded, the gold level was still terribly strong, which made Li Xuan very afraid. Fortunately, I had fooled the other party with my acting before. Otherwise it would be difficult to snatch the extraordinary fruit. Li Xuan secretly felt fortunate, and at the same time felt that his various abilities were particularly easy to fool people, mainly because he had a talent for concealment and could hide his breath at will. In addition to the ability to transform, there are all kinds of messed up abilities, which are simply too deceptive. It's a pity that the real gold level is much stronger than the injured gold level I met before. Even now, I am still no match for the gold level. Li Xuan shook his head helplessly. He really wanted to get the remaining extraordinary fruits on the golden giant hand. After all, there was more than one extraordinary fruit on the bracelet. Let's find another opportunity. When Xiao Jian reaches the bronze level, I can fight without any worries. At most, I will die, Li Xuan muttered, analyzing the pros and cons now. This battle against the Pollution Legion was a 3 birds with 1 stone strategy for Li Xuan. First, he saved many human beings. Second, he obtained extraordinary fruits. And third, he made himself famous and easier to obtain extraordinary fruits. After this battle, I will ask the Shinden sect to help me find extraordinary fruits. I should be able to find some. Right? Li Xuan stood up expectantly, looking at the silently guarding Perception Beast. Perception Beast, let's go back to the sect. After saying that, Li Xuan picked up the unconscious girl, lightly jumped onto the Perception Beast, and gave a calm order. Roar! The Perception Beast saw Li Xuan return to normal. Feeling the natural aura on Li Xuan's body, it nodded obediently, and quickly ran towards the sect. Time passed by little, and in a blink of an eye, Li Xuan arrived at the foot of the Shinden sect mountain, and saw thousands of people waiting at the entrance of the Shindan sect. Among these people were people from the Shindan sect, poor people, and the Lord of the Cliff City and Xiao Jian. Originally, they were waiting with a sad mood, waiting for the hero to return. But looking at Li Xuan coming from afar, looking at Li Xuan who was intact, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at this scene in a daze. You are still alive? Chen Hao was shocked, looking at Li Xuan in disbelief. The people around were also frightened. Even the Grand Elder of the Shindan sect was still in doubt. Let's go back to the sect first. Let's go! Li Xuan was too lazy to say too much, and directly drove the sensory beast back to the sect and came to the Shindan sect's main hall. The high-level officials of the Shindan sect also hurried back and sat next to Li Xuan, looking at him in disbelief. Listen to me. This is what happened. Li Xuan gave a random reason to get away with it, saying that it was an illusion. It looked like the head was chopped off, but it was not the case. It was just an illusion. Such a statement finally made everyone feel relieved and more acceptable, compared to being able to survive after having their heads chopped off. Everyone was more willing to believe that this was an illusion. Thank you, Li Xuan. Thank you for protecting the human race. I didn't expect you to be such a righteous person. Please accept this gift. It is also the intention of the Supreme Elder. The leader of the Shindan sect glanced at the Supreme Elder and saw the Supreme Elder nod. The leader then took out an exquisite wooden box and carefully placed it in front of Li Xuan. What is this? Li Xuan looked at the wooden box and looked at the leader in confusion. You will know when you take a look. It is definitely something you like. The leader smiled. Chapter 245 Dark Amplification. Oh! After hearing the words of the sect master, Li Xuan could not help but become curious, and immediately opened the wooden box. After seeing the contents of the box clearly, Li Xuan's eyes lit up. Supernormal fruit. It is actually a supernormal fruit. Li Xuan was pleasantly surprised, and looked at the sect master of the Shindan sect in surprise. Before, he had thought of asking the Shindan sect to continue to help him find the supernormal fruit, but he did not expect that. As soon as he came back, the Shindan sect sent him one. Such a surprise really made Li Xuan very happy. Thank you, Li Xuan said sincerely. We should be the ones to say thank you. We should have been the ones to protect the human race. After all, the area within 1,000 miles belongs to our protection area. We usually receive a lot of offerings from the people. Even many of our relatives are within 1,000 miles. But in a critical moment, you are the only one who stood up. So we sincerely express our gratitude to you. Everyone in the Shindan sect stood up and bowed to Li Xuan to express their deep gratitude. Even the Supreme Elder bowed. You're welcome. If possible, please help me continue to look for extraordinary fruits, Li Xuan said expectantly. Don't worry, I have contacted my friend in the Tianjin sect, and he may have another extraordinary fruit. The Supreme Elder smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. The atmosphere in the hall was very good, and both sides were happy. Although everyone was curious about Li Xuan, how many talents and abilities he had, he was fine after eating so many extraordinary fruits. But everyone was tactful and didn't ask. Instead, they kept expressing their gratitude to Li Xuan. Not long after, Li Xuan finally returned to his maple leaf courtyard and entered the practice room. He came back in such a hurry, and naturally wanted to absorb the extraordinary fruit and improve his strength as much as possible. With deep expectations, Li Xuan took out the extraordinary fruit and began to absorb it without hesitation. Buzz! A familiar sound sounded, like a bee flapping its wings. Li Xuan was bathed in a comfortable ocean, and a mysterious sense of pleasure lingered in his heart. Some kind of shackles were also broken at this moment. Ding! Successfully promoted. Congratulations on your speed enhancement. Promoted to extraordinary speed enhancement. Another extraordinary ability. It's really great. This time entering this world, it's an unprecedented harvest. Li Xuan was ecstatic, feeling that he was getting stronger and stronger, but thinking of the gold level, Li Xuan shook his head helplessly. It's too difficult to fight against the gold level at the silver level. Li Xuan sighed. As powerful as he was, he still didn't have the slightest confidence to fight against the gold level. The gold level was simply a qualitative difference. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. With my extraordinary speed, I can't beat the gold level. But it's still possible to escape from the gold level. What's more, I still have the soul hand, and the soul power of the silver middle level. Li Xuan felt a little confident, and felt that he would definitely achieve a more terrible record next time. However, Li Xuan's soul power was consumed a lot this time. Although he broke through to the silver middle level, He was still very sleepy. So Li Xuan quickly returned to the bedroom and lay down on it to sleep. This sleep, I slept for a long time, and slept for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up. During these 2 days, although many people came from outside, no one went in, even if they wanted to come in. The censor beast would not allow them. During these 2 days, the space crack in the cliff mountain was turbulent for a day and a half, and then it gradually stabilized. In order to repair this space crack, the number of polluting creatures has decreased a lot. Around the entire space crack, there may be only a few 100,000 polluting creatures. This number directly caused the polluted creatures to not dare to leave, and they guarded the space crack all day to prevent any accidents. The golden giant hand was still placed in the space crack, but it was replaced with the left hand without the bracelet. It seemed that after the extraordinary fruit was taken away, the golden demon king also began to be cautious. And these 2 days were also the golden time for the human race to retreat. Many human races migrated away safely, freeing up the battlefield and waiting for the start of the real war in the future. Another day passed. Li Xuan and the Supreme Elder conspired, left the Shindan sect, went to the space crack around the cliff mountain, and hid. Not long after, 3 steel puppets rushed over and began to explode crazily in the pollution army, causing the polluted creatures to be horrible. It happened that at this time, the number of polluted creatures was the least, and the defense force was insufficient. As a result, the polluted creatures did not dare to leave the space crack easily, and could only silently guard around. Then Li Xuan hid in the dark, releasing iron puppets every day, crazily bombing the pollution army. Such a rogue style of play almost pissed off the pollution creatures to death. The split stone people wanted to rush out to find Li Xuan and tear him apart. But they were worried that the space cracks would be unstable after being bombed, and they dared not leave. The key is that the gold-level demon king has been unwilling to use the secret treasure, and refused to directly invade this world on a large scale. This also caused the pollution creatures to be bombed horribly, but there was nothing they could do, and they could only be helpless and furious. In a cave in Hongshan, Li Xuan and the Supreme Elder sat together, analyzing the current situation in confusion, and couldn't understand why the Golden Demon King didn't use the treasure. Could it be that the Demon King doesn't have such a treasure? The Supreme Elder asked in doubt. What kind of treasure is that? Li Xuan asked in confusion. It's a space treasure. After using it, it can not only stabilize the space cracks, but also greatly expand the size of the space cracks, turning it into an attack channel. When the polluted creatures attacked before, the space treasure was used a lot, but later it was used less and less. It's really strange that it hasn't been used for so long this time, the Grand Elder explained, and couldn't figure out what happened to the Demon King. It's better to be careful. Don't be careless, since it won't use it. Let's wait. Li Xuan thought for a while and said, well, this is fine. I just need time to prepare the last resort. The Grand Elder eyes flashed with determination. Okay. Then delay for a while, and learn more about refining pills. Li Xuan thought of the pills of the Divine Pill sect. There are many to learn. Time passed, and 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. The cracks in the space of the cliff mountain became larger and larger, and the number of polluted creatures increased. The land within a radius of 100 miles was dyed black. They even found a way to prevent the Iron Mantis from self-destructing, and could kill the Iron Mantis remotely in advance. This also caused one of Li Xuan's tricks to fail, but he was not worried, but smiled, because Xiao Jian was finally going to advance. It was finally time to complete the contract. That evening, the sun set, and the thick clouds were dyed golden. Li Xuan stood under a huge rock and looked at the sky, quietly watching the beautiful sunset. Crack! The sound of the contract breaking rang out. The contract that belonged to Li Xuan was finally completed. Xiao Jian's strength finally reached the bronze level. Finally completed. The next step is to complete the last thought in my mind, and go to the space crack to take a look. Li Xuan's figure gradually changed, and finally restored to the face of a black werewolf, which was also the true appearance of this body. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuan looked at his various abilities, among which the ability of dark amplification imprinted in his eyes. Darkness amplification, a unique innate ability of the Black Wolf Man. The Black Wolf Man can absorb the power of darkness and greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Night is the Black Wolf Man's favorite time, and it is also the time when he is most powerful. So let's have an unbridled battle tonight. Li Xuan's figure floated down, and came to the front of many powerful people in the Shindan sect below, and roared while riding on the perception beast. Let's go! Shindan sect. Songkur yard. Songkur seemed to feel something, and looked quietly into the distance, looking at the sunset on the horizon. This is his decision. We can only wish him the best. The entire sect will fully cooperate with him. Hope everything goes well. Grandma Song sighed and touched Kur's head. Well, hope everything goes well. Also, goodbye Li Xuan. The fierce battle lasted for a day and a night at the Cliff Mountain. When the battle was over, the Cliff Mountain collapsed, the space cracks dissipated, the endless polluted creatures disappeared, and the great disaster in this area was completely over. Only 1/5 of the people of the Shindan sect survived, and the rest were all buried here, which was like a Shura field. The powerful Grand Elder, covered in blood, flew in the air and led everyone to the sect. At this moment, he lost his left eye, his left leg, and was seriously injured. But there was a trace of relief on his face, because he was holding 2 huge golden legs in his hands, which belonged to the Demon King. Although it was a bitter victory, we won in the end. Li Xuan, thank you, and goodbye. Ding! You are dead. Resurrecting randomly. Chapter 246 New Ability. The sound of the machine rang in his mind. So clear. And Li Xuan also slowly came to life in such a sound. I didn't expect that the Demon King had not attacked. Not because he lacked the space treasure, but because he was waiting for another gold level to arrive. Fortunately, the joint self-destruction of me and the Iron Mantis affected the space crack, causing it to collapse. Li Xuan thought of the last critical moment. The familiar environment on the other side of the space crack, and another gold level flying rapidly from afar. Li Xuan was a little scared, but more fortunate. This matter has been resolved. But the polluted world on the other side of the space crack is very similar to the abyss where the golden giant was. It is possible that the polluted world is the abyss, and it is attacking multiple worlds at the same time. Li Xuan had some understanding, but he was more afraid of the abyss. Fortunately, this time in Shaojian world, I gained a lot. Finally, the Supreme Elder got the last extraordinary fruit from the Tianjin sect, which made my endurance reach extraordinary. Although I still can't beat the gold level, I am satisfied to be able to improve my strength so much. I don't care about these things. Let's take a look at my current situation first. Li Xuan muttered and lowered his head, looking at his hands. What caught his eye was a pair of bony arms. There were many cracks on the pale bones. Another skeleton? Li Xuan was surprised. He quickly opened the God perspective to check his situation. With the God perspective, a small skeleton about 1.5 meters tall appeared. The soul fire was shining inside the skull, which looked very creepy. At the feet of the small skeleton, there was also a bone knife. There were cracks on the blade, which seemed to have been used for a long time. Sure enough, Li Xuan suddenly realized that he had been reincarnated as a skeleton again, and a skeleton that used a bone knife. I wonder what talent I got this time. Li Xuan muttered as he opened the data panel to check his new abilities. Swordsmanship talent, middle, passive ability, has a natural talent for swordsmanship. Wind element affinity, middle, passive ability, greatly improves one's affinity for the wind element. 2 passive abilities? Let's make do with it. Li Xuan didn't pay too much attention to the 2 abilities, but used the God perspective to carefully observe the surrounding situation and check where this was. From his God perspective, all he could see was endless darkness. All places were dark. In this dark area, there were bones everywhere. Skeleton men, skeleton dogs, skeleton horses, skeleton birds, skeleton bears. There were also many bones scattered on the ground. These skeletons were moving aimlessly, and after encountering the same skeleton creatures, they began to attack each other without any rules, and fought each other desperately without reason. The loser bones were scattered all over the ground, and the winner took the bones on the ground and filled his body. Li Xuan was curious and moved forward quickly in the darkness, shuttling between a large number of skeletons, trying to figure out where he was. But he ran for half an hour, and all he saw was endless darkness and various skeletons. Of course, the skeletons became stronger and bigger. Forget it. Let's reincarnate. Li Xuan was tired of running, and was too lazy to continue running. So he chose to commit suicide. Ding! You are dead, randomly resurrecting. The familiar death resurrection appeared again, but the world in front of Li Xuan did not change much. It was still dark. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded, which surprised Li Xuan, and he hurriedly looked down at his hands. Crystal clear, jade-like hands appeared in front of him, still bone hands, but the color was light gold. Light gold skeleton? Li Xuan was surprised, realizing that the reincarnated skeleton this time was extraordinary, and immediately opened the data panel to check. Darkness resistance. Advanced, passive ability, increases resistance to dark attacks. Spearmanship talent. Advanced, passive ability, has a natural talent for spearmanship. Teleportation. Advanced, consume soul power to teleport. Teleportation? It's actually teleportation. Li Xuan was surprised, looking at the new ability in disbelief. This time, getting 3 abilities is quite unexpected, and the key is that they are all advanced abilities, and the key is that there is also such a perverted ability as teleportation. You should know that once this ability appears, Li Xuan combat power will increase dramatically. Just think about it. Injecting teleportation into the 3 steel puppets, coupled with self-destruction and corrosive poisonous black fog. It would be an unstoppable instant explosion. If he had this ability before, Li Xuan might have been able to grab more extraordinary fruits. Really good ability. This time it's a great harvest. Li Xuan was in a good mood, feeling very lucky. But there was only one thing he was confused about, wondering why this body was light gold. With doubts, Li Xuan turned on the god perspective, looked around carefully, and soon saw a huge luxurious palace behind. In front of the palace, there were steps made of white stone. The steps were very long and huge. Every distance above the steps, there would be a pile of scattered pale golden bones. Obviously, these bones were the same as Li Xuan. So many! Li Xuan god perspective quickly scanned and found a large number of pale golden bones, extending from the steps to the entrance of the luxurious palace. At the bottom of the steps, there were densely packed white bones. These bones extended to 3 kilometers away and stopped. The reason why they stopped was that they encountered a black light curtain. This light curtain was like an inverted bowl, which locked this place and the skeleton creatures inside. Li Xuan could feel the horror of this light curtain. It seemed that as long as he approached the light curtain, he would be killed instantly. So that's it. It seems that this body has been staying here and has never gone out. No wonder the skill level is only advanced. Li Xuan suddenly realized, looked at his data panel again, understood what was going on. Ding! Name, Li Xuan, Lord of the Wolf, 73,000 honor points. Physique, Forbidden Skeleton Silver Lower Soul, Silver Middle. Master, Qin Yu. Intermediate, Wind Resistance, Purification, Sword Skill Talent, Wind Element Affinity. Advanced, Teleport, Spear Skill Talent, Darkness Resistance. Great Perfection, Mantis Puppet, Hidden, Sense of Crisis, Body Repair, Sword Skill Talent, Archer Skill Talent, Darkness Amplification, Darkness Affinity, Nature Affinity, Portable Space, Earth Wall, Earth Spike, Poison Resistance, Thunder Resistance, Fireball, God Perspective, Change, Invisibility, Magma Survival, Meteor Shower, Dragon Power, Ice Freeze, Wind Wings, Underwater Breathing. Simulated Communication. Extraordinary, Endurance Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, Soul Hand, Corrosive Toxic Black Mist, Gigantization, Companion Spirit Armor, Portal, Physical Enhancement, Fighting Instinct, Steel Body, Super Strength, Self-Destruction, Defense, Tornado, Self-Healing, Healing. Looking at his data panel, looking at the 4 words Forbidden Land Skeleton, Li Xuan turned his head to look at the luxurious palace, then with deep curiosity, step by step along the steps, walked towards the palace gate. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other continued to ring. Li Xuan dragged his skeleton body, moving forward step by step, with the fire of soul flashing in his hollow eyes. He was in a relatively high position before, and after walking for only about 5 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the luxurious palace and saw the strange gate that was as black as ink. There were many strange images carved on the gate, gloomy skulls, hideous monsters, long-lived liches, pure girls, and mysterious people covered in black robes. The mysterious man was portrayed very clearly, but there was always something covering it. It was hazy, even if Li Xuan used the god perspective. He still couldn't see clearly. I don't know what's inside. It's a pity that the skull has no memory otherwise. Li Xuan sighed slightly, and pushed the dark door with his right hand. Bang! The dull sound echoed. Li Xuan used 50% of his strength, but the dark door didn't move at all. Chapter 247 The First Adventure. It's so heavy, try teleporting. Li Xuan curiously teleported, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already close to the heavy door, and was blocked outside the door. Huh? Li Xuan was surprised. He tried to teleport around more than 10 times, and found that he could go wherever he wanted, without any obstacles. The palace is not simple, it actually affects the power of space. Li Xuan's right hand suddenly slapped the steps, and his soul power was quickly consumed. An illusory portal slowly rose, and finally stood in the center. Swish! Li Xuan rushed into the portal quickly, and the whole person disappeared. The next second, in front of the pitch-black door, a portal suddenly appeared, and Li Xuan was directly shaken out of the portal. Sure enough, even the power of space is not enough. Great, it seems that I can only use brute force, supernatural power. Li Xuan stretched out his hands. Supernatural power suddenly activated, the terrifying power enveloped his hands, and pushed hard towards the pitch-black door. Open for me! The wings of wind rose behind Li Xuan. Speed was enhanced, soul hand, all passive abilities were activated at this moment, and he pushed towards the pitch-black door with all his strength in the strongest posture. Bang! 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 The strange door moved slightly, a little bit at a time. Even though Li Xuan tried his best, he still only pushed the door open a little bit, and it became heavier and heavier. It doesn't matter. I have extraordinary endurance enhancement and dark amplification. I don't believe I can't push it open. Amplify it for me. The rolling dark power enveloped his whole body. Li Xuan, who already had terrifying power, had his power surge again. He slowly pushed the black door open while roaring. But the door became heavier and heavier, and it became harder and harder to push. Even Li Xuan couldn't bear it anymore. However, with all his strength, he finally pushed open a door with a gap as big as a bowl, and had a chance to get in. Change. Kitten. Li Xuan's body suddenly changed, and he quickly rushed into the hall along the gap at the critical moment. Boom! The dark door suddenly closed, and Li Xuan stood inside the hall, and sat on the ground. Finally I got in. I can't believe that this door is so heavy, Li Xuan muttered secretly, and scanned the hall from a god perspective. Soon, a pool as big as a basketball court appeared in front of him. There was a pool of colorful water more than 10 centimeters deep. When Li Xuan saw the colorful water, he felt like rushing over and lying in it. What is this? Li Xuan was serious. He carefully observed the entire hall, and found that the hall was empty. In addition to the pool, there were only 4 skeletons lying in the 4 corners of the pool. These skeletons were pure gold, which was completely different from Li Xuan's light gold body. Could it be that this skeleton was a gold-level person when he was alive? Li Xuan was startled. He carefully came to a skeleton, and used his soul hand to pick up a piece of golden bone. Unfortunately, as soon as he touched it, the bone shattered. Huh? Li Xuan was surprised. He looked at the golden bones carefully, and found that they seemed to have suffered a serious injury. All the bones were covered with small cracks, and would shatter as soon as they were touched. Strange. The skeletons outside the palace are fine, but the scene inside the palace is like this. Why is this? Li Xuan was puzzled, and continued to observe his surroundings vigilantly. Soon, a stone tablet appeared in his sight. This stone tablet was very ancient, and it seemed to have existed for endless years. There were also mysterious words engraved on it. For some reason, Li Xuan could understand the words. It seemed that the talent simulation communication was working. Li Xuan took a step forward and carefully looked at the words on the stone tablet. Reshaping water can reshape the soul, improve the soul's various qualifications and luck in a small amount, and have a chance to awaken the soul's talent. Reshaping water? Li Xuan looked at the stone tablet in surprise, turned his head to look at the colorful water in the pool, and a strong expectation rose in his heart. Reshape the soul? If you can, but it's an opportunity for me, so I try it first. Li Xuan used the god perspective to look at the soul fire in his skull, and couldn't help but come to the side of the pool and touch it carefully with his hand. Splash! Li Xuan's right hand slid across the pool water, and a feeling of extreme comfort rose from the depths of his soul. At the same time, Li Xuan found that his control over the soul had actually improved a lot. I actually encountered an opportunity. Good. Good, very good. Li Xuan looked around, confirmed the surroundings again, and tried the colorful water several times, then walked into the pool and lay in the colorful water. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The colorful light shone, enveloping the entire hall, and the unprecedented feeling of joy filled the depths of Li Xuan's soul, making him want to shout out in comfort. But he had no time to pay attention to these, but felt a mysterious power, which was the mysterious power to reshape the soul. Without hesitation, Li Xuan quickly imagined, like making a figurine, and began to reshape his soul, trying to reshape his soul in the most handsome and attractive way possible. As time passed, the colorful water quickly decreased, from the original depth of more than 10 centimeters to 70%, and it was still decreasing, less and less. Li Xuan's soul reshaping was progressing rapidly. His appearance, body, skin, body shape, everything, was reshaped. Buzz! The colorful light became brighter and brighter. Li Xuan's figure suddenly floated up, and fell to the ground in the colorful light. Crack! The skeleton's body slowly broke apart, and the companion spirit suit was activated, and turned into a set of white ancient clothes worn by Li Xuan. Then his slender figure proudly stood in front of the pool. The long black hair moved without wind, and his handsome facial features seemed to have come out of the second dimension, extremely handsome, with snow-white skin and special temperament. At this time, Li Xuan was as unrestrained and uninhibited as an immortal. Ding! Congratulations on your adventure, soul remodeling and transformation, luck improvement, slight improvement in talent. Ding! Congratulations on your soul talent, heroic spirit. Activating this ability can materialize the soul, and become a life form similar to humans. Tip: after becoming a heroic spirit, you will bleed when injured, you will be hungry, you will have 5 senses, but you cannot have offspring, unless you gain a real body. A series of mechanical sounds rang out. Li Xuan listened to the sound. A smile appeared on his handsome face, and he was happy from the inside out. Heroic transformation, I am finally no longer a soul fire, I have finally become a human again, ha ha ha. Li Xuan laughed heartily. He had reincarnated so many times, although he received rich rewards every time, but Li Xuan still longed to become a human again. Now, he finally got what he wanted, and also gained so many benefits, luck, talent, and a handsome, unbelievable face. The point is, when I am in the heroic transformation, I don't need to reincarnate immediately, I can still handle many things, and I am a real silver middle-level hero. Li Xuan smiled, feeling that the whole person was in a sea of happiness. Chapter 248 Snowman King. However, when Li Xuan noticed the position of his heart, his brows could not help but frown, because there was a strange black eye in his heart. This eye was not big, about the size of a fingernail, but it was like a thorn in the flesh, very strange. This strange eye was the curse that Li Xuan encountered when he turned into a 2-headed ogre. When the curse was suppressed by the Moon Clan, there was no reaction. Later, as Li Xuan's strength increased, and his soul broke through one after another, the curse no longer reacted, and it could not even be seen. Li Xuan thought the curse had dissipated, but he did not expect that the curse was actually in the important position of his heart, which made Li Xuan frown. Fortunately, the reshaped soul allowed me to see the curse, so it was easier to start. Purify it. Li Xuan waved his right hand, and the white purifying power kept flashing, covering the curse, trying to erase the curse. It's just that the curse is very stubborn. Although the purifying ability caused the curse to tremble twice, the impact was not great. The level of purification is too low, only intermediate, and must be upgraded as soon as possible. Li Xuan looked serious. With such a curse, Li Xuan always felt uneasy, and must solve it as soon as possible. The materials needed for the key purification upgrade. Li Xuan has most of them, from advanced to extraordinary materials, in the portable space. At the beginning, Li Xuan obtained an extraordinary fruit of the light system in the Dai world, but he has never used it, and it can upgrade the purification of the great perfection to the extraordinary level. However, Li Xuan has never found the purification grass needed to go from the intermediate to the advanced level, whether in the auction house, in the world where Xiao Jian is, or even in Qin Yu world last time. He did not find the purification grass. I will try to find the purification grass in the next world. Otherwise the curse will always be there, and I will be very worried, Li Xuan muttered, looking around and turning around, trying to search for some resources. But unfortunately, the luxurious palace is a hole, and Li Xuan can't take anything away. Fortunately, there was still some remodeling water in the magical pool. Li Xuan put it into several porcelain bottles, and put it into his personal space. There are also these gold-level bone powders. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Li Xuan looked at the 4 piles of gold-level bone powders, and carefully put them into porcelain bottles, and put them into his personal space. After confirming that there was nothing else to loot, Li Xuan cancelled his heroic transformation. In an instant, Li Xuan's soul became illusory, and no one could see it. At the same time, his soul was wrapped in a mysterious vortex, and was sucked into the vortex. Ding! You are dead, and are being resurrected. The sound of a machine sounded, and Li Xuan world fell into endless darkness. And then light came. I'm so hungry. The feeling of hunger filled his body, and Li Xuan opened his eyes weakly. What he saw was a cliff. Brown rocks and white ice and snow. Huh? Where is this? Li Xuan was puzzled, and looked around from a god perspective, and found that there was a big rock above him, and he was curled up in the shade below. Behind him, there was a small cave, and there was a faint damp cool air coming out of the cave. I became a cub this time? A snow leopard cub? Li Xuan looked at his body carefully, and saw fluffy hair, cute little ears, snow-white little paws, and a long tail. The key point was that Li Xuan found that there were some spots around his hair, and the appearance was exactly the same as that of a snow leopard. Li Xuan couldn't help but open the data panel to check his attributes. Ding! Name, Li Xuan, Lord of the Grey Wolf, 73,000 honor points. Physique, Snow Leopard Lower Bronze Soul, Middle Silver. Master, Qin Yu. Intermediate, Wind Resistance, Purification, Sword Skills, Wind Element Affinity. Advanced, Ice Resistance, Blizzard, Teleportation, Spear Skills, Darkness Resistance. The following is omitted. It is indeed a snow leopard cub, with good talents, and the key cub period is lower bronze, quite powerful. Li Xuan muttered as he clicked on the newly acquired skills. Ice Resistance, Advanced Passive Ability, increases resistance to ice attacks. Blizzard, Advanced Skill, consumes soul power and spiritual power, summons a blizzard. Yes, the blizzard ability is very good. I remember there are materials to improve skills. By the way, improve all intermediate and advanced talents. Li Xuan opened the portable space and kept searching inside. Soon he found the materials for the swordsmanship talent, then the wind element affinity, and the spearmanship talent. A lot of materials were found, but the purification, wind resistance, and teleportation materials were missing. The materials needed for teleportation are the same as those needed for portable space. Both are space stones. I have a lot of honor points, which is just right for buying space stones. Li Xuan devoured the materials while starting to make crazy purchases. Reminder, you bought space stones at the auction house, and they have been stored in the temporary storage box. Ding! Swallowing advanced materials. Your wind element affinity has been upgraded to high level. Ding! Swallowing advanced materials. Your swordsmanship talent has been upgraded to high level. A series of prompt sounds continued to sound, and Li Xuan abilities continued to improve. In just a short while, his many abilities were upgraded to great perfection. However, he spent all his honor points, ate all his space stones, and his teleportation was only upgraded to the advanced level. If he wanted to advance to the great perfection, he would need more space stones. I am so poor. I don't have any honor points. Fortunately, the reincarnated people in the Sunlong territory will continue to provide me with honor points. But there are still too few reincarnated people in the territory. Li Xuan had a headache, thinking about where to search for honor points, and even wanted to enter the 98th district from the 99th district to hunt. I don't know where this is. If it's Area 99, there must be humans. After all humans are in Area 99. It's just that Area 99 is divided into many territories, and everyone is in their own 1,000-person area. Li Xuan muttered, and the wings of wind appeared behind him. The whole snow leopard flew out quickly. While observing with a god perspective, he began to look around. Aliens? Ha! It's really a pillow for a sleepy person. There are actually 1,000 crocodiles. Just right for their funeral. Li Xuan's body changed, and soon he turned into a black-robed man carrying the sickle of death, and then flew quickly to the border line. Area 99. The territory of the Snowman King, the border line. Under the snowy ground, a snowman carefully poked his head out of the snow, looking at Area 98 in horror, looking at the densely packed crocodiles. Why are there so many crocodiles? This is too much respect for me. Although I am the leader of the Snowman territory, I have gathered all the creatures in the territory, and even taken in the human race, making them my right-hand men, but the crocodile tribe actually sent 1,000 crocodiles. This is too much. I feel that with dozens of crocodile masters, I can level my territory, and now there are 1,000 of them. Should I be so cautious? The Snowman King looked at the crocodile tribe solemnly, knowing that this was really the end. His territory would probably be completely controlled by the crocodiles in the future. Will I become a vassal of the crocodiles in the future? I really don't want to be like this. But the crocodiles are too strong. I can't beat them at all. The Snowman King sighed, thinking about what to do. But at this time, the Snowman King suddenly saw a black-robed man appear in the sky. Behind the black-robed man was the Wings of Wind, and he was holding a sickle in his hand. He looked very unusual. Who is this? Does he have a grudge against the crocodiles? It's better to fight. Even if we can't win, we have to lure away a group of crocodiles. The Snowman King looked expectantly, quietly waiting for the next scene. At this time, the black-robed man in the sky suddenly waved his hand. 3 steel creatures fell from the sky and went to the crocodile group. Huh? He can actually summon creatures, but there are 1,000 crocodiles below. Summoning 3 creatures is useless. The Snowman King shook his head, not believing that 3 summoned creatures could defeat 1,000 crocodiles. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion swept in all directions. Smoke and dust rose up, and the strong wind and waves blew snowflakes flying, which also made the Snowman King's eyes widen in horror. In front of him, the originally green grassland had turned into a wasteland, and corrosive poisons were floating everywhere, covering a large area. Those powerful crocodiles all fell in a pool of blood, and not one of them was standing. Even the 2 silver-level crocodile men who led the group fell to the ground, their bodies black. Seeing 1,000 crocodiles die in an instant, the Snowman King was terrified and horrified. Oh my god! This is too horrible. 3 summoned creatures killed 1,000 crocodiles, and there were 2 silver-level ones among them. The Snowman King was terrified, looking at the sky in horror, watching the black-robed man wave his hand again. And then 3 more steel mantises appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 249, Expanding the Territory. There were 3 more terrifying explosions. With these explosions, more corrosive poisonous fog enveloped the 4 directions, scared the Snowman King to retreat in a hurry. This is too cruel. 1 explosion is not enough to satisfy you, and another explosion is coming. The Snowman King was so scared that he quickly shrank in the snow, leaving only his eyes to watch secretly. Although this snowman was a clone of it, the Snowman King was still terrified. After this wave of explosions, the black-robed man flew towards Area 98 and quickly disappeared in the distance. Huh? The summoned beast world is getting more and more chaotic now. Even such a terrifying existence has appeared. I think the black-robed man is at least a terrifying strong man within the 50th zone. The Snowman King secretly analyzed and felt that this was very likely. After all, the closer you get to the central area, the more strong people there are. It's like the main city, with strong people everywhere. A marginal and barren place like the 99th zone is just like a novice village. Most of them are weak, such as the human race, the Yaya race, the Big Ear race, and the Rolling race. The Snowman King is willing to stay here because he wants to be a lord. Alas, I will try to be as low-key as possible in the future. These outsiders are too scary. We can't afford to offend them. The Snowman King slowly emerged from the snow. It was only the size of a basketball and looked very cute. After it emerged from the snow, it turned its head and ran towards the Snowman King Valley. It ran as fast as walking on flat ground on the snow. In just half an hour, it ran to the Snowman King Valley. In the center of the valley, a huge snowman as big as a 2-story building was standing quietly, emitting the aura of bronze perfection. Whoosh! The little snowman ran over and dove into the fat snowman's body, completely merging into it. Swish! The giant snowman opened his eyes and looked solemnly in the direction of Area 98, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. 1,000 crocodiles were killed not far from my territory, which greatly shocked the surroundings. They don't know who did it, and no one should dare to approach my territory in the short term. The Snowman King muttered, feeling that this time it was a blessing in disguise, and he had more room for growth. Try to reach the silver level as soon as possible. It's almost there. Within 3 months, I will definitely reach the silver level. The Snowman King closed his eyes again and began to practice. On the other side, in the willow forest outside the Snowman King Valley, a group of human reincarnations gathered together, bragging and chatting with each other through the chat channel. Brother Brown Bear, I didn't expect you to have a relationship with the Snowman King. With the protection of the Snowman King in the future, we can develop more safely. The Snowman King is a powerful bronze master. Brother Brown Bear, you are amazing. You are recognized by such a powerful master. You are so powerful. He is really strong. Brown Bear has broken through to the upper level of black iron and can speak like a human. He is also the strongest in our district. I suggest that Brown Bear be our leader. What do you think? I agree. Messages flashed in the chat channel. Everyone gathered in the willow forest and looked at the brown bear in admiration. They kept praising him in the chat channel and recommended him to be the leader. Ha ha ha, don't worry. As long as I, Brown Bear, am here, I will definitely keep you safe. The brown bear was in a good mood, patting his chest and making a promise. But 2 days ago, 2 crocodiles were watching the border. I'm worried that they might have some plans. A fox said worriedly. It's okay, I've already told the Snowman King about this matter, and the Snowman King told me not to worry, it will be solved. If you find anything, you can report it immediately. I have contacted the Snowman King's ice fireworks. As long as there is a situation, I will release the ice fireworks, and the Snowman King will come immediately. The brown bear pointed to a piece of ice on his paw and said with some pride. I see. With the words of the Snowman King, our safety is indeed greatly improved. The fox nodded. That's for sure, it is a bronze-level Snowman King, who will be able to break through to the silver level in the future. The brown bear said confidently. That's great, with the protection of the Snowman King in the future, we don't have to worry anymore. Indeed, everyone can focus on improving their strength in the future. In the willow forest, many human reincarnations were chatting with each other, talking, and even a squirrel reincarnation could be seen standing on the head of a wild wolf reincarnation. In short, the atmosphere on the scene was very good, and everyone had a happy relationship, with a posture of advancing and retreating together. However, while everyone was chatting, Li Xuan God Perspective discovered the abnormality here, flew quickly from a distance, landed not far away, and slowly walked towards them. Who are you? The brown bear saw Li Xuan coming from a distance, and immediately questioned loudly. You are indeed a human reincarnation. I will give you 2 choices. One is to follow me, the other is to be knocked out and taken away by me. You can choose, Li Xuan said indifferently. Arrogant! The human reincarnation stood up vigilantly, staring at Li Xuan in a surrounding posture, but they did not dare to attack, because they felt that Li Xuan was not easy to deal with. Choose quickly, otherwise I don't mind taking action immediately, Li Xuan said coldly, walking towards the brown bear step by step. Go! Swish, swish, swish. 3 powerful reincarnators took the lead, preparing to test Li Xuan's strength, because they couldn't see through Li Xuan. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 muffled sounds, the 3 powerful reincarnators fainted, directly knocked unconscious by a slap. Too weak, is that all you can do? Li Xuan looked at these reincarnators speechlessly. The ones who attacked him just now only had the strength of lower and middle black iron ranks. Li Xuan was even worried that he would accidentally slap them to death. You? The brown bear saw that 3 powerful reincarnators were knocked unconscious by a slap, and he was also frightened, and felt the fear of Li Xuan. I admit that you are strong, but we have a lord. As long as you defeat our lord, we will follow you, the brown bear said loudly. Your lord? Okay, then I will make you convinced. Li Xuan suddenly thought that if he defeated the lord, he could get a part of the territory, and nodded in agreement. Okay. The brown bear immediately raised his paw, released the ice fireworks on his wrist, and the next second the fireworks bloomed in the sky. As the fireworks were released, the brown bear breathed a sigh of relief, expecting the Snowman King to appear and defeat Li Xuan. Time passed slowly, and the bang 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 sound became louder and louder, as if something heavy was hitting the ground. As the sound became louder and louder, the joy in the hearts of the human reincarnations grew stronger and stronger. When the 2-story figure of the Snowman King appeared in front of them, everyone couldn't help cheering. Ha ha. The Snowman King is here. This size makes me feel terrified every time I see it. Yes, bronze great perfection, this is a very high level. Yes. Yes. As the crowd talked, the Snowman King came not far from the crowd, and his huge body brought great pressure to the crowd. The huge Snowman King also looked at the reincarnated person at the scene, and the black-robed man opposite. As a result, it didn't matter what he saw. The Snowman King was so scared that his pupils shrank sharply, and then he turned around and ran away. Bang, bang, bang. This time the vibration sound was very fast. Even the willow trees blocking the road were accidentally stepped on and broken. Everyone was completely dumbfounded watching the Snowman King running away like a rabbit. And they were as if they were petrified and motionless. They never thought that it would be this scene. The Snowman King came and ran away after just one look. This was really unexpected for everyone. So at this moment everyone was a little dazed. Their heads were buzzing. Did I let you go? Li Xuan's voice suddenly sounded, ringing in everyone's ears. The fleeing Snowman King stopped immediately, turned around carefully, and looked at Li Xuan. Sir, I really didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. Please. The Snowman King was terrified, and he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. He was really scared. Even the silver level was blown to death. How could he, a small bronze level, afford to offend this black-robed man? So the Snowman King begged for mercy directly, and even expressed his willingness to be a subordinate. Sir, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to be your subordinate and follow you forever. The Snowman King hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Okay, give me a part of your territory later, and then go to my territory, that's it. Li Xuan said lazily, and waved his hand. The earth shook, a mysterious portal rose from the ground, standing in front of everyone. Go in, you will live in my territory in the future. Li Xuan said. Yes. Yes. Everyone did not dare to disobey Li Xuan, and walked slowly into the portal in trepidation, leaving only the Snowman King himself. The Snowman King was not ambiguous either. He immediately gave his territory to Li Xuan, and then walked into the portal obediently. Boom! The Snowman King's territory began to shrink rapidly, and large areas were integrated into Li Xuan's Songlong territory, which expanded the territory again. Li Xuan felt the situation in the territory, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Since this matter is done, let's go find Qinyu. I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know how she is. Li Xuan turned into an orange cat, secretly communicating with Qinyu, waiting for the summoning array to appear. Chapter 250 Extraordinary Purification. Buzz. The light of the summoning array shone. Li Xuan disappeared in such light. On the other side, Li Xuan's Songlong territory. A group of reincarnated people walked out of the portal, looking around vigilantly, looking at the maple forest around. Is this the territory of that adult? I wonder how he will treat us. Will he use us as cannon fodder? Brown Bear said worriedly. It's really hard to say. The other party drove us here so forcefully, it's impossible for them to be good to us. The biggest possibility is to exploit us. A parrot reincarnated sighed. I think so too. Alas, I hope you don't treat us like dogs and bully us wantonly, otherwise I would rather commit suicide. The brown bear was very worried. Even after appearing here, he didn't dare to move around casually. Hint, you have entered the Songlong territory. Your chat channel has been officially merged into the Songlong chat channel. Hint, you have entered the Songlong territory. Your auction house with 1,000 people has been officially merged into the Songlong auction house. 2 crisp reminder sounds appeared in everyone's mind, and then their chat channel flashed a lot of information. I am the big golden monkey of the gathering team. Let's go with a few agile people to the mountain crane area to collect herbs. Honor points are distributed according to merit. I am the black tiger of the number 9 hunting team. Let's go with a few strong people to fight rhinoceros monsters. Honor points are distributed according to merit. I am the starling of the recruitment team. Let's go with a few good negotiators to the plush bear area. As long as you can persuade the plush bear to join the territory, there will be a lot of honor points reward. Everyone hurry up and sign up. Starling, do you still want to go to the plush bear territory? Last time, you were slapped into a tree by the plush bear. You may not be able to come back if you go there again. Don't worry. The plush bear has no intention of killing me. It let me go last time. This time, I brought the elixir I bought from the auction house. I will definitely be able to recruit the plush bear. It is a silver level lord. A series of messages flashed in the chat channel. There are many small chat groups below the chat channel. Each group is almost full. The reincarnated people who just came to the Songlong district were all dumbfounded when they saw the chat messages that were flooding the screen. They couldn't believe it was so lively here. It's actually the Songlong area. Isn't that the man in black robe just now the legendary Songlong Lord? Brown Bear said in surprise. Yes, it's the Songlong Lord. The chat channel has proved everything. Look at their chats. They often mention the Songlong Lord. Their words are full of awe. Starling said hurriedly. Haha. I didn't expect that we would get a blessing in disguise. I remember that the Songlong territory was protected by the world for 3 years. No one could attack it. Brown Bear remembered the original world announcement. That's right, now we don't have to worry anymore. Everyone looked at the chat channel in surprise, feeling that they were so lucky this time. Look at the auction house. Oh my god, so many materials. There's the yo-yo grass I need most, and a lot of elixirs. Look quickly. Mina said hurriedly. Oh! Everyone was shocked, and hurriedly opened the auction house to watch, and it didn't matter that they saw it, Everyone was shocked. The main reason was that there were too many things in the auction house, and the dazzling auction items, which were simply too numerous to count. The auctioneers are all Songlong Lord Li Xuan. He actually has so many good things, including the best black iron pill, which can help people break through to the black iron level, but unfortunately has side effects. There are also healing pills and body refining pills, which are very expensive, but have no side effects. This is the essence. My God. This is the essence that can improve skills to the great perfection. There are so many essences for auction. The Lord is too rich. Damn it. I can't even afford the materials needed for intermediate skills. And the Lord is already selling the essence of the great perfection. He is too rich. A group of reincarnated people looked at the auction house in horror. Looking at the countless resources, everyone realized the horror of the Lord. Thinking of such a terrifying Lord, everyone's sense of security increased greatly. Although they had to pay 10 honor points in taxes every month, honor points were really nothing for safety. Everyone listen to me. Now that we have a good living area, we must speed up our efforts, so that others will not look down on us. We will also set up a chat group, called the Snowman Chat Group. Great. While the reincarnated were happily buying all kinds of materials, Li Xuan had already returned to Qinyu World, and came to Qinyu bedroom. Brother Li Xuan, you are here. The light of summoning shone. Qinyu looked at Li Xuan in the summoning array. Her beautiful big eyes were full of joy. Why are you so pale? Li Xuan walked out of the array, and saw Qinyu's pale face, realizing that something must have happened. It's okay, Brother Li Xuan, I have prepared a gift for you, wait a moment. Qinyu waved her hands, said nonchalantly, then turned around and ran quickly to her small storage cabinet. Song Xiaomei, who was not far away, hesitated to speak, wanted to say something, but it was difficult to say it. At this time, Qinyu ran over with some things in her arms, which were some white grasses, and under the grasses was a small black box. This is it. When Li Xuan saw these white grasses, he was shocked, and then he was ecstatic. It's actually the purification grass. You actually found the purification grass. Li Xuan couldn't believe it. He had been looking for the purification grass for a long time, but couldn't find it. But who would have thought that Qinyu would help him find it? This made Li Xuan very happy. You know, with the purification grass, Li Xuan can quickly improve his purification ability, and then eat it all the way to the extraordinary level. The extraordinary level of purification can definitely remove the curse in his heart and relieve his worries. Li Xuan, who was in a good mood, immediately took the purification grass with his sole hand and began to eat it without hesitation. Crack, crack. The swallowing began. A warm current flowed through Li Xuan's body as he swallowed. Although it was very weak, Li Xuan felt very happy, because the purification was finally going to be upgraded. Ding! Upgraded successfully, the purification ability reached a high level. Okay, keep eating. Li Xuan took out the remaining materials, the essence, the long-treasured light-type extraordinary fruit, and swallowed them directly from his personal space. Ding! Upgraded successfully, the purification ability reached the great perfection. Ding! Upgraded successfully, the purification ability reached the extraordinary level. With 2 mechanical prompt sounds, Li Xuan purification ability finally reached the extraordinary level, and he could finally use purification. Very good, finally reached the extraordinary level. Li Xuan was very surprised, and his soul immediately separated from the little snow leopard, and then this part became a heroic spirit. In an instant, a handsome man appeared in the room, with long black hair, with a sharp face, and black eyes like stars, giving people a unique temperament. Qinyu and Song Xiaomei looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. Looking at the handsome appearance, they were both stunned, and their eyes were wide open.